In the imperial capital of the Great Qian Dynasty, Yinchong City, the first snows of October had begun to fall, and by early November, the chill had become particularly severe. Both the humble abodes of commoners and the imposing rooftops of nobility were adorned with icicles of varying lengths, which would not melt for many months. On the third day of November, the cold was especially biting, and even before dawn, the front of the Disciplinary Institute was already filled with people. These individuals were clad in thick garments, their breath forming white clouds that lingered before them for some time. The Disciplinary Institute was under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple, the highest law enforcement agency of the Great Qian Dynasty, where the errant offspring of officials and nobles were confined. The institute opened its doors once every 3 years, and today marked the day of their release. Among the crowd, the servants of the Marquis of Wuwei stood out prominently, dressed in bright garments and animatedly conversing. They occupied the prime position in front of the Disciplinary Institute. Leading them was Jiang Fei, holding the reins of a magnificent steed. The horse boasted 2 tufts of white hair on its head, shaped like dragon horns, rumored to be the legendary dragon-transforming steed. It was said to be a hybrid of a dragon and a wild horse, capable of traversing 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night. As the eastern sky lightened, the gates of the Disciplinary Institute slowly creaked open. A throng of individuals streamed out through the side door, with Jiang Tianlang nestled among them, standing out conspicuously. At merely 16 years of age, his skin was as pale as snow, and his striking blue-gray eyes were particularly noticeable, often accompanied by a slight smirk. An air of arrogance emanated from him. The royal family of the Great Qian Dynasty possessed blue eyes, known as imperial blue, which served as a stark distinction between them and the common folk. Indeed, one's nature is hard to change 3 years in confinement, and he remains unchanged, murmured a voice. His father, the Marquis of Wuwei, holds immense power. Who would dare provoke him? If it weren't for Jiang Tianlang's grave misdeeds back then, he wouldn't be confined here. Another voice scoffed softly. What does it matter? It's merely a fad. Once 3 years pass, he will swagger out as if nothing happened. From this day forth, Yinchong City shall know no peace. The onlookers whispered among themselves, only to fall silent under Jiang Tianlang's sharp gaze, which swept through the crowd like a blade. "Young master, you remain as dashing as ever," Jiang Fei exclaimed, dashing forward to sprinkle a concoction of mugwort and water upon Jiang Tianlang. According to the customs of the Great Qian Dynasty, this act was believed to dispel any ill fortune from the young master. "Young master, the bad luck has been dispelled. Please board the carriage and change." Jiang Fei pointed toward a lavishly adorned carriage waiting not far away. Clad in a high crown and golden belt, and donning a resplendent white robe, Jiang Tianlang descended from the carriage, his eyes scanning the direction of the Disciplinary Institute's main gate as if awaiting someone. The servants burned the clothes Jiang Tianlang had changed out of, encircling the ashes with realgar. Then, the sound of firecrackers erupted. "Young master, please mount your horse." Jiang Fei led the dragon-transforming steed over. Startled by the sudden noise of the firecrackers, a thin horse in the distance bolted forward. The rider, in a fluster, dropped their belongings, which landed squarely on Jiang Tianlang's head. Jiang Tianlang shook off the roasted chicken that had fallen from his golden crown, slowly removed the lotus leaf cake, and gritted his teeth. "Hit him." Jiang Fei swung his fist towards the diminutive rider. He effortlessly dealt with the small figure on horseback. Hud, hud, hud. Jiang Fei's punches were heavy, each strike resonating like a drum. The small rider, gritting his teeth in pain, refused to yield. Jiang Tianlang gritted his teeth once more, commanding, "Beat him to death." It was a commonplace occurrence for the Marquis of Wuwei's household to eliminate a few individuals. The onlookers could only cast sidelong glances, none daring to intervene. Soon enough, the small rider would be lifeless. Suddenly, a figure darted past. Bang! Jiang Fei was unexpectedly lifted off the ground, crashing into the heavy door of the disciplinary institute, causing it to shake. He collapsed to the ground, his head pounding and his neck cracking painfully. It was over his neck was broken. Who struck me? Who dares to strike me? Jiang Fei looked around in confusion, his bruised face eliciting laughter from the crowd. A man in gray garments, with his back turned to Jiang Fei, bent down to assist the small rider. The small rider's eyes sparkled with delight. Second young master. The figure belonged to the youngest son of General Xia Minghe. The gatekeeper of the disciplinary institute peered outside, just released and already causing trouble. If you keep this up, they'll have to take you back. The gatekeeper held no official rank and earned less than half a string of copper coins compared to those patrolling at night. His audacity to shout at the offspring of nobility stemmed solely from the reputation of the disciplinary institute. Xia Minghe chuckled coldly. If they provoke us, what else can we do but fight back? The gatekeeper forced a smile. I see it's the second young master. My apologies for my outburst. He slapped his own face several times, then with a thud, shut the door. 3 years ago, Xia Minghe had the audacity to commit murder within the Golden Sun Palace of the Ninth Prince, who is the uncle of the current Emperor Hongwang. Compared to that, the humble disciplinary institute was nothing. The small rider, still shaken, remarked, Young master, 3 years have passed, and your skills remain formidable. Xia Minghe smiled. Such scum isn't worth my effort. Anyone who lays a hand on my people, even if it's the king himself, I will make them pay. My people shall not be wronged, unless I am dead. Jiang Fei clung desperately to his master's legs, shaking them. Young master, please avenge me. Jiang Tianlang's expression darkened, and he remained silent. He was acutely aware that Xia Ming's martial prowess far exceeded his own, rendering him utterly incapable of standing up to him. To embarrass himself in front of so many would tarnish his father's reputation. Xia Minghe, as the esteemed second son of the general's household, riding such a horse is rather beneath your dignity, don't you think? Jiang Tianlang sneered coldly. He deliberately raised his voice. The horse brought by the small rider was short and scraggly, hardly more impressive than a sturdy donkey. He had no intention of engaging with Minghe, but sought to humiliate him nonetheless, avenging Jiang Fei. The small rider flushed with embarrassment and declared loudly, In our general's household, we have plenty of fine horses. Turning to Minghe, he whispered, Young master, they wouldn't allow me to fetch a good horse for you. Xia Minghe laughed heartily. The quality may be lacking, but it's still purebred. Some horses may appear fine, but are actually mongrels. Jiang Tianlang's face darkened. What do you know? In the entire Great Daqian Dynasty, there exists but this one dragon-transforming steed. The current Emperor Hongwang is wealthy beyond measure, but, suddenly realizing the impropriety of his words, he swallowed the remainder. Xia Minghe smiled. Are you suggesting that the current emperor is inferior to you? Besides, I never claimed the dragon-transforming steed was a mongrel. Why are you so furious? The onlookers erupted into laughter once more. How impressive, young Master Xia. Indeed, only he dares to speak to Jiang Tianlang in such a manner. Jiang Tianlang nearly spat blood, shaking his garments. My attire is certainly far superior to yours. A group of individuals rushed past Jiang Tianlang like the wind. Leading them was a young man adorned in a mink hat and fur cloak, with long fox fur trailing in the breeze. Second brother, we're late. Jiyu shouted before even dismounting. Who would have thought that after 3 years, these deadweights still cling to Xia Minghe? Jiang Tianlang bit down hard in frustration. He recognized many in the crowd. The young man earlier was Jiyu, son of the Marquis of Yonghua, and following closely behind was Tai Quan, son of General Tai Gongran. And Tai Quan, Jiyu may not seek my favor, but your father, Tai Gongran, is merely a dog beneath my feet. How dare you not curry my favor? I shall see how you welcome Xia Minghe. The servants unveiled a box that had been brought along, and the crowd's eyes sparkled with delight. A luxurious mink hat from Tianguan Xian, a splendid arrow robe from Quan Fugi, shoes from Sai Fangping that appeared to soar. Tianguan Xian, Quan Fugi, and Sai Fangping were renowned shops in Yinchong City, known for custom tailoring garments for wealthy merchants and officials, naturally at exorbitant prices. It was said that even a 2-foot-long foot trap from Sai Fangping could fetch 3 taels of gold. The average family could toil for an entire year and still not save up more than a few taels of gold. Not far away, a 4-horse carriage approached, gleaming as it did so, the horses identical in color and stature, moving in perfect unison. The sound of their hooves striking the bluestone-paved road sent sparks flying, and the 2 characters Ji Fu glowed prominently on the carriage. In all of Yinchong City, only the Yonghua Marquis residents dared to display such lanterns. Ji Yu waved his hand. "Please, second brother," bore the carriage in change. Xia Minghe gestured dismissively. "No need. Such fine clothing must be seen as I don it." He turned to Jiang Tianlang. "Young master, am I not right?" Jiang Tianlang could only nod. "Of course, even if you plan to run naked, I would have no objections." Chapter 2. The hybrid is just a hybrid. Xia Minghe donned his attire, spreading his arms wide and twirling before Jiang Tianlang. "Young master, do you not find my garments quite splendid?" Jiang Tianlang nodded once more, exhibiting a discerning eye. Indeed, Xia Minghe's apparel far surpassed his own. "Second brother, I have reserved this thunder leopard for you for 3 years. We have prepared a grand feast at the Jinwei Tower to welcome you." With that, Xia Minghe mounted his steed, gently shaking the reins. The thunder leopard let out a resounding neigh, echoing with the might of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. Meanwhile, the transformation steed, although magnificent, suddenly trembled and collapsed in fear, unable to be compared to the thunder leopard. Jiang Tianlang found one leg pinned beneath him, and as he attempted to move, pain erupted, eliciting a loud cry of agony. Xia Minghe laughed heartily that a hybrid is merely a hybrid. No matter how splendid its appearance, it is of no consequence. Isn't that right, young master? He turned to Ji Yu, proclaiming, "Brother, bring forth a fine horse for Shaogun." Jiang Tianlang spat at Xia Minghe's retreating figure, brimming with indignation. "As long as I desire it, the thunder leopard will inevitably belong to me. I am no hybrid. You are." With a swift kick, he sent Jiang Fei sprawling, shouting, "Get lost! Do not obstruct my steed." On Zisher Street, the imposing and dignified Jinyuan general's mansion basked in sunlight. The majestic statue of a mythical beast stood sentinel at the entrance, observing every passerby. Prominently displayed at the mansion's forefront was a colossal meteorite, bestowed by Emperor Hongguang, inscribed with 4 grand characters. "Foundation of a nation," a testament to the esteem in which Xia Tie was held by the emperor. The mansion's courtyard was a labyrinthine expanse, seemingly infinite. In the open spaces, vibrant flora flourished, each step revealing a new vista, perpetually radiating an air of nobility. These trees and flowers were the masterpieces of Madame Qiu Baiwei. In bygone days, the general's mansion was not adorned thus. Seated in the main hall, Qiu Baiwei greeted the morning salutation of everyone in the household. The Jinyuan general, often guarding the borders, entrusted all matters, great and small, to the capable hands of the First Lady, Qiu Baiwei. Now that he had returned, there was little cause for celebration. That if he had any sense, he ought to tread carefully, avoiding trouble within the mansion. The second lady remained silent, as it was only natural for Qiu Baiwei, not being Xia Minghe's biological mother, to hold a certain disdain for him. Yet, Xia Minghe was stubborn and had never sought to curry favor with the First Lady. It was already a rare occurrence that she did not seize the opportunity to reprimand him upon his release from the admonition courtyard, let alone send someone to fetch him as the weather grew colder. "Take good care of my orchids, Steward Huang. Ensure the charcoal is well managed. With such a vast courtyard, a fire would be disastrous." The head steward, Huang, nodded submissively, assuring her repeatedly. Once everyone had dispersed, only a few devoted maidservants remained. Though merely 6 or 7 in number, they consumed over a dozen jin of wine. "Second brother, recently the Yuan 2 tribe's swift horses have invaded the borders, capturing cities and territories. General Xia is struggling alone. Urgent missives are arriving like snowflakes. That I have heard that the emperor is selecting a marshal to assist General Xia in pacifying the frontier. and your timing for emergence could not be better. With your capabilities, securing the position of marshal should be a trivial matter. Having both father and son as grand marshals is quite a spectacle. Xia Minghe smiled. 1 Grand Marshal is sufficient for the great Qian dynasty. No matter how well I perform, I cannot surpass my father. Whether or not to hold an official position is trivial. Even for the sake of pride, I must contend for that Grand Marshal title. I have heard that Marquis Wuwei is maneuvering to appoint Jiang Tianlang as the marshal. If his nefarious scheme succeeds, the populace of the great Qian dynasty will suffer. Tai Quan struck the table forcefully, causing wine to splatter everywhere. Xia Minghe held a cup in his hand, remaining silent. The scene before the admonition hall resurfaced vividly in his mind. Jiang Tianlang's expression was truly infuriating. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a young man entered, tall and imposing, clad in resplendent garments. His features handsome, yet his complexion alarmingly pale. "Elder brother, you are here as well?" Though reluctant, Xia Minghe still called out to him. "Second brother, you have really come out? The silver you owe me from 3 years ago is due today, isn't it? My elder brother is on the verge of poverty." Xia Keding extended his hand, his slender fingers adorned with an array of jade and gemstones, contrasting starkly with their bloodless hue. Minghe furrowed his brow slightly. It was merely a few hundred taels of silver. Was it truly necessary for you to pursue the debt so relentlessly? I shall inform mother about this. Xia Keding's mother was Qiu Baiwa. 3 years prior. It was she who insisted on confining Minghe to the admonition hall. That Ji rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Second brother, 3 years ago I lent you some money, and today I shall have it brought to you to as." He held the silver note from the Sihai Bank in his hands. Xia Keding's face broke into a beaming smile. "Good brother, let us drink a toast to celebrate your release today." However, Xia Minghe waved his hand dismissively. "If there's nothing else, you may leave." Jiu spat at Xia Keding's retreating figure. "Scoundrel, why don't you just perish in place of the good man?" Chapter 3. The 8 Great Demonic Immortals and the Lingxi Feather with Both Hands. A letter was presented. The envelope bore no name, adorned with peculiar patterns that resembled both script and talismans. Qiu Baiwa trembled as she carefully opened the envelope, and a long, pristine white feather fluttered to the ground. The Lingxi Feather. The Lingxi bird, native to the Qianrong, boasts snow-white plumage, a verdant beak, and crimson feet. Its feathers emit a distinctive fragrance, and the utilization of the Lingxi feather serves as the unique emblem of one of the 8 great demonic immortals. Shi Piaoxua. Qiu Baiyue's body trembled at the sight. After 20 years in the capital, she encountered something so familiar once more that a surge of excitement coursed through her. Had the long-awaited day finally arrived? "Where is he? Have him come in." Qiu Baiyue strained to compose herself, her voice quaking uncontrollably. The messenger was a woodcutter who had already departed. He had been hired to deliver the message, stating that the madam would understand after reading the letter. The pristine white paper bore no words, yet Qiu Baiyue's hands trembled incessantly. After dismissing Xiao Hong, she reached out to gently caress the paper, but a cluster of lights rose from its surface, shimmering and swirling, eventually coalescing into a few characters that hovered before Qiu Baiyue. The message was brief and immediately comprehensible, yet she read it several times to ensure its accuracy. Only after confirming its correctness did she touch it, causing the characters to dissipate like sandcastles collapsing, leaving no trace behind. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. A flicker of flame ignited on her fingertip, incinerating the letter. The precious Lingxi feather was tucked away close to her person. She changed into a simpler outfit, traveling light, and exited through the back door. The capital of the great Qian dynasty is renowned as a grand metropolis, adorned with material wealth and flourishing commerce, bustling with life and illuminated by incessant lights throughout the night. Qiu Baiyue harbored no fondness for this clamor. Deep within her heart, the Qianrong was her true home. Outside the Chanya forest, a figure stood against the wind, draped in a flowing black robe that touched the ground. The silhouette was graceful and enchanting, a beguiling figure that surely belonged to a stunning woman. Qiu Baiyue felt a twinge of melancholy as she approached and stood shoulder to shoulder with the individual beside her. "Why hasn't senior brother arrived?" she pondered, having caught sight of his calligraphy, yet failing to locate the man himself. Naturally, she sought a clear answer. among the three illustrious demon immortals of the Dog-Rong Kingdom. Senior brother, Shi Piaoxiue, held a prominent position. For many years, Qiu Baiwei harbored a secret affection for Shi Piaoxiue, yet was compelled by fate to serve as an informant into Qian Prefecture. Marrying the valiant General Xia Tie, the general's manner adhered to strict decorum. For someone of her lowly status, the difference between life and death was negligible. The First Lady had once remarked that little Kuan-Er deserved a lesson. And had she known that little Kuan-Er had been struck, she would undoubtedly be filled with delight. Little Kuan-Er gasped for breath for an extended period, leaning against the wall to rise slowly, only to be knocked down again by a punch from the corpulent Huang. It was evident he had been assaulted. Little Kuan-Er, who harmed you? Was a Huang. In the manor, there were few wicked souls, and Minghe could easily deduce the culprit. It's not entirely his fault. I may have taken too much charcoal up his sides. The beating wasn't severe. Little Kuan-Er turned to fetch an axe, splitting wood to warm himself. You've coughed up blood, and it wasn't severe. Minghe waved his hand dismissively. You need not speak on his behalf. That I am well aware of Huang's character. Summon him to see me at once. Minghe was not the favored one in the eyes of the First Lady. After all, he was merely the second son of the General's household. Before little Kun, Huang displayed an air of arrogance. Yet he was merely a servant under Minghe's command. Upon hearing the second young master's summons, Huang's face turned the color of liver, panic setting in as he hurriedly approached. Chief Steward Huang Quan seeks an audience with the second young master. Huang knelt beneath the eaves, bowing respectfully, his voice measured to ensure the second young master could hear him clearly. Huang Quan. Why not Huang Dog? Your prostrate form resembles one quite closely, Minghe muttered under his breath. Feigning ignorance as he turned to resume his slumber, that a gust of frigid wind swept through, dark clouds accumulating from the northwest, swiftly transforming the sky into a leaden gray. Although the wind subsided slightly, snow began to fall, initially resembling grains of rice, soon morphing into large flakes, accumulating a thick layer upon Huang's form. The Cloud City resided in an extremely frigid locale, where the wind and snow were exceptionally harsh and formidable, capable of freezing even stone. Huang trembled violently, his circulation slowing, yet he dared not move. The General's estate had strict protocols. When summoned, a servant must await with utmost respect. Any movement was deemed a grave disrespect to their master, punishable by the venomous dragon whip that would shatter one's legs. It was clear this was a calculated act of retribution against little Kun. Even if he survived the day, his legs would surely be rendered useless by the cold. The only one who could save him now was the First Lady. But where was she? Little Kun donned a raincoat, clutching a sweet potato, the aroma wafting from the roasting fire. Observing Huang's face turn ashen, his nose running profusely as he knelt, his corpulent body trembling, he felt a twinge of sympathy. He contemplated awakening the young master to plead for Huang's mercy, but hesitated to do so. Suddenly, the sound of crunching snow approached. It was the First Lady Qiu Baiwei's personal maid, clad in a thick raincoat, standing at the door and calling out, "Chief Steward Huang, the First Lady requests your presence." Huang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, eagerly responding as he bowed to the interior, declaring loudly, at the First Lady's behest, "I shall attend to her, and return shortly to hear the young master's admonishments." He stood slowly, his legs creaking, nearly collapsing to the ground as snow cascaded off his form. The prolonged kneeling had rendered his legs numb. He chuckled. "Hey, little stick, have you vented your frustrations yet?" Minghe turned over and sat up, watching the retreating figure of the plump yellow man, bursting into laughter, startled by the sound. The yellow man staggered several steps, nearly losing his balance. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he thought, "You little brat, I shall report you to the lady. With the general away, no one can save you. Yellow fatty, bring me some charcoal." Minghe's voice echoed from behind. "Steward Huang, with this heavy snowfall, you did not allow anyone to clear the path, allowing my orchids to be crushed. How do you intend to explain this?" Qiu Baiwei said coldly, as the snow fox, nestled by her feet, suddenly leaped in her arms, startling the yellow man into a fall. Qiu Baiwei offered no opportunity for the yellow man to defend himself, waving her hand dismissively before turning to enter the inner hall. Upon seeing the lady's personal maid approaching with the venomous dragon whip, The yellow man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Amidst the falling snow, the yellow man's wails filled the air, lamenting the destruction of the lady's most cherished orchids under the weight of the snow, and he was fortunate to escape with merely a beating. Chapter 4. I shall avenge you. Minghe awoke in the dead of night, the snow still falling relentlessly. The soft glow of the snow illuminated the room, preventing it from being overly dark. The charcoal in the copper basin had extinguished, leaving only a faint warmth in the ashes. Little Stick was curled up, sleeping soundly. In one corner of the room lay a considerable pile of charcoal, as the yellow man, unable to move after the beating, had sent someone else to deliver it. Minghe covered the little stick with a blanket, then turned to exit the room, standing beneath the eaves to observe the snow. After 3 years at the disciplinary academy, he seldom had the luxury of waking naturally, and tonight was no exception. He had suddenly found himself awake. However, this time was different. He was at home. The heavy snowfall ignited a desire within Minghe to practice martial arts. He stretched slightly and began to practice a set of punches in the snow, his movements bold and powerful, embodying the family's ancestral technique, the dragon battle fist. In the wilderness, the dragon battles with blood of profound yellow. The highest realm of this martial art allows one to unleash a murderous aura of deep yellow. Currently, in the entire Daqian prefecture, only General Xia of Jinyuan could emanate the deep yellow aura of the dragon battle fist. After completing the set, he felt no stiffness. Rather, his energy flowed freely with each movement. Minghe nodded in satisfaction, realizing that despite the challenging circumstances over the past 3 years, he had never abandoned his training. And it had indeed borne fruit. She stood by the window watching the snow, cradling the inseparable snow marten in her arms. The glass lantern hung high, illuminating the room brightly, when suddenly it burst with a loud crack. Echoing in the still night, the events of the day replayed vividly in his mind, the echoes of voices still clear in his ears. The Emperor Hongguang of Daqian was seeking individuals of both literary and martial prowess to deal with the Qiangrong. One must remain vigilant. Once the Emperor of Daqian selects a candidate, one must find a way to eliminate them. Other matters could be set aside for now. It was crucial to placate those within the general's household. At this moment, their support was essential. The master is overthinking things. Why not simply go to the palace and eliminate the Emperor Guangming? All grievances would be avenged without such complications, Qiu Baiwei remarked. Somewhat perplexed. It is easier said than done. The Emperor Guangming's fate is not yet sealed. Eliminating him is no simple task. He once commanded 3,000 flying dragons to unify the 4 great continents, a testament to his formidable strength, especially after the battle at the Yuanju Temple, which further enhanced his martial skills. If it were so effortless to slay the Radiant Emperor, the sovereign would not have secluded himself for so many years, diligently cultivating the Great Way. Moreover, the Radiant Emperor is surrounded by numerous capable individuals, such as Xia Qie and Yin Hongming, who serve as his loyal subordinates. Having spent many years in Yunqing, you should possess a profound understanding of this. Do not allow your thoughts to be solely consumed by your son. The words lingered in Qiu Baiwei's mind, leaving her perplexed. What did that final statement imply? Was the sovereign indeed threatening her? Using her precious son as leverage, this matter weighed heavily upon her, rendering her unable to find solace in sleep. Regardless, it would only benefit that young scoundrel Minghe, Qiu Baiwei mused, pushing open the door and stepping outside. The snow weasel obediently hung around her collar, blending seamlessly with her feathered attire, making it difficult to distinguish between the two. The snow fell silently, accumulating to the same level as the steps. The door closed automatically behind Qiu Baiwei as she ascended into the air, gliding through the snow. The swirling snowflakes kept a respectful distance from her form, drifting away on their own accord. The weasel possessed an innate ability to evade the snow. She was en route to Minghe's residence. It had been 3 years since they last met, and she wondered how much this young man had changed. What was he engaged in now? Despite her clear disdain for Minghe, Qiu Baiwei found herself filled with curiosity. Whoosh! She transformed into an ethereal shadow, soaring through the snowflakes above the general's mansion. The patrolling watchman suddenly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. What did I just see? It seems someone just flew overhead. Stop joking. Old who? You must have drunk too much and are seeing things. The two watchmen rubbed their eyes, yet saw nothing amiss. Qiu Baiwe hovered at height, observing Minghe practicing his martial arts in the snow. The proficiency he displayed was astonishing. Within a month's time, he would likely break through the 5th layer of the Radiant Realm, if only her son could attain such a level. Although Qiu Baiwe held considerable power within the general's mansion, the pursuit of martial arts depended solely on personal cultivation. Once Minghe reached a certain level and earned a martial title in Daqian Prefecture, his status within the household would rise dramatically, potentially leading to uncontrollable circumstances. I could see that point. The gap between her son and Minghe would only widen, and Minghe could very well turn the tide. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Qiu Baiwe turned and drifted away, eager to discover what her precious son was up to at this moment. The lights in Xia Minghe's room still glowed warmly. A wave of relief washed over Qiu Baiwe. She had always thought her son was lacking, yet here he was, diligently studying in private. In such frigid weather, he was burning the midnight oil. But what was he reading? Qiu Baiwe transformed her spirit into a wisp of wind, slipping into Xia Minghe's chamber. The luxuriously adorned room exuded warmth, with a massive 3-legged bronze beast head filled with burning charcoal at its center. The general's mansion provided charcoal on a per capita basis, with a daily quota. However, Xia Minghe was an exception, as his mother was Qiu. In the corner of the room, a tall, gilded incense burner emitted a fragrant smoke, derived from a floating dragon's saliva from Wusuhai. Xia Minghe was nestled beneath a thick golden silk robe, holding a cup of wine in his left hand while his right hand was concealed within his clothing. Despite the absence of wind, his robe trembled incessantly. What was her precious son reading? Just a fleeting glance at the text and illustrations caused Qiu Baiwe's face to flush with embarrassment. To her astonishment, Xia Minghe was poring over a forbidden book, one that was scorned by the marketplace. Suddenly, she understood why her son's clothing moved without any wind. The teachings of sages had seemingly been in vain. The biological son has unexpectedly fallen to such depths. Although Qiu Baiwe belongs to a different tribe, she too feels a wave of embarrassment. Her spirit, ignorant of warmth and cold, still perceives a chilling sensation enveloping her. She is tempted to strike her son down with a single blow, yet ultimately her heart softens. She resolves to aid her son once more, and in an instant, her spirit transforms into a fierce gust of wind. Propelling the book out of the door, Xia Minghe is taken aback, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This is preposterous. How could that book fly out on its own for no reason? The book lands silently upon the snow-covered ground, and apart from the sound of the wind and the snow, the courtyard is devoid of any other noise that he dares not pursue it, nor does he summon anyone. As the esteemed son of a general's household, he is acutely aware of the consequences should word spread of him reading such trivial literature late into the night, clutching tightly to his protective jade pendant. He recalls his mother's words. In times of peril, the pendant would activate. Yet, nothing occurs, and Xia Minghe breathes a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was merely a passing lecture, he muses. Fortunately, he has a reserve. He opens the gilded chest behind him and retrieves another book, even more exquisitely illustrated than the last. Startled, he hastily pours himself a drink to calm his nerves. Xia Minghe fills his cup once more and resumes his seat. Qiu Baiwe nearly spits blood. This son of hers is utterly beyond redemption. I must incinerate that chest. And those bottles of liquor. The following morning, when the little servant boy enters with a smile, Minghe is sipping water, still nursing a headache from the excessive drinking the previous night. The matron has a message. There is no need for morning salutations today. Usually, these messages are conveyed by the rotund servant. But he has suffered grievous injuries to his legs and will be bedridden for the next month. Minghe feels a wave of relief wash over him. With no need for formalities, he has ample time to indulge in his preferred activities. After finishing the breakfast brought by the little servant boy, he turns and steps outside. The household servants are busy clearing the snow. Upon seeing the second young master approach, they pause to greet him. They all speak of the second young master's valor. Yet these servants prefer to be close to him, eye in their eyes. He always wears a smile, even when alone, often smiling at the air. How curious it is that such a good-natured person could commit murder in Jinyang Palace 3 years ago. These servants dare not inquire, nor can they fathom the reason. They merely watch as the second young master moves gracefully, disappearing around the corner in no time. Chapter 5. The solitary volume of Yuanjue Temple. Just as he rounds the corner, Minghe notices several servants emerging from Xia Keding's courtyard, carrying multiple gilded chests toward the backyard. In no time, tendrils of black smoke rise from the rear, indicating that the wooden chests have been set ablaze. What could be contained within those chests? And why burn them? Minghe cares not. His thoughts dwell instead on why Qiu Baiwei, usually in robust health, has suddenly become unwell. This scoundrel, refusing to rest properly at night, he has come to my domain to catch up on sleep. With a flick of her sleeve, Xia Keding is sent flying a considerable distance, crashing against a pillar. Startled awake, Xia Keding hurriedly wipes the drool from the corner of his mouth, acknowledging his mother's admonishment. He has etched her words into his heart. Scram! Qiu Baiwei grits her teeth, the word bursting forth between clenched teeth. Yes, Xia Keding feels as though he has been granted a reprieve and turns to leave. Behind him, a sigh escapes Qiu Baiwei's lips. A doting mother often spoils her son. It appears this is indeed the case. Yet that Minghe possesses remarkable talent. Without guidance, he has already mastered the Dragon Combat Fist to the 5th level of the Radiant Realm. Qiu Baiwei's resentment deepens. Has Minghe not arrived today? I must inform you, my lady, that it was your message early this morning that made it unnecessary for him to pay his respects. Xiaogun often comes to assist as well. So that's the case. After all these years, you have borne the burden. Remembering that I have a bit of scattered Qilong Huoyin in my pocket, I promptly retrieved a piece and handed it to the gatekeeper. This money was all gifted by Jiuwei and his companions. Minghe's pockets are cleaner than his face. According to the regulations of the Jinyuan General's residence, Minghe receives 10 taels of silver as pocket money each month. Since Minghe was sent to the Reformatory Academy, this sum has not been disbursed. Calculating it up, it amounts to nearly 400 taels of silver. Qiabeju did not allow the accounts office to distribute this silver, and Minghe was too indifferent to request it. How could he dare? He has already spent quite a bit of the second young master's money. The old man's mouth expressed humility, yet his hands swiftly stuffed the coin into his pocket. Guarding the general's residence is a meager task, and this amount of silver would suffice for him to earn for many more months. Minghe approached the weapon rack and seized the Sheiji Dideo. This sword is forged entirely from black iron, weighing over 300 pounds. An impossibility for an ordinary person to lift, let alone wield, that a simple flourish of the blade brought forth a sheen of sweat upon Minghe's brow. Yet he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort throughout his body. The gatekeeper applauded from the side, exclaiming that the young master's skills had improved significantly. Far inferior to my father. I merely executed 6 flourishes, while he could perform an entire set with the Sheiji Dideo. The techniques of a Sheiji Dideo are numerous, with even the simplest set comprising 64 variations. Patience is key. The young master is still young and has ample time ahead. To rapidly enhance one's prowess, one must acquire the Jianjue Heart Sutra. The old man spoke slowly. Having spent many years in the Jinyuan General's residence, his insights far surpass those of an ordinary gatekeeper. Jianjue Heart Sutra, the solitary manuscript from Yuanjue Temple. It seems the second young master is also aware. I have heard my lord mention it occasionally. It should indeed refer to the one from Yuanjue Temple. Since my lord has spoken thus, it must be correct. Yuanjue Temple is the largest monastery in Wutu country. Although it is a sacred place of Buddhism, it is renowned for its martial prowess. The foundation of Daqian state was established upon the ruins of Wutu country. The founding emperor, Hongguang, led his army to besiege Yuanjue Temple, and after 10 days and nights of fierce battle, he finally compelled the emperor of Wutu to commit suicide in defiance. Yuanjue Temple was also devastated by the flames of war. The once grand monastery was reduced to ashes. The martial arts of Yuanjue Temple have since scattered across various regions of Daqian. Many claim to have seen the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. Yet it always remains an elusive mystery that the Yuanjue Heart Sutra truly so formidable. With it, can I act with impunity? Minghe pondered, lost in thought. Xiaogun rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, the madam has sent someone to search for you. I fear it bodes ill. You best find a place to hide." Within the entire general's residence, his spies are everywhere. Where can I possibly conceal myself? After all, I am still the young master of the general's residence. What could she possibly do to me? I shall go. Aware that Qiabeju holds a disdainful view of him, he thought she might afford him some semblance of respect due to his status. However, Minghe soon realized that this previous notion was indeed quite naive. The hall was enveloped in a deathly silence as Minghe approached the madam to pay his respects. Bowing before her, he merely clasped his hands together, refraining from kneeling. Xia waved her hand, remarking, 3 years at the Reformatory Academy has been arduous for you, yet this is a consequence of your own making. It is no wonder that one should not blame others. Once you step outside, it is imperative to conduct oneself with utmost propriety, adhering strictly to the rules of the household, and maintaining a humble demeanor, for this can never lead one astray. The elder matron's admonition holds true. In matters of conduct, she serves as our exemplar, and I must constantly strive to emulate her. Minghe harbored a cynical smile within, yet spoke with measured poise. What do you mean by that? After 3 years in the admonition hall, you have become even more indolent than before. Do you dare to defy my will? According to family law, you shall receive 100 lashes of the venomous dragon whip. The second matron sighed. Elder matron, the young master is still naive and has only just emerged from the admonition hall. Let this be forgiven this time. Minghe chuckled coldly. Second matron, you need not plead for her. She is merely seeking trouble. A mere 100 lashes of the venomous dragon whip cannot subdue me. Xia Minghe let out a disdainful snort. Second matron, you have seen it for yourself. He shows me no respect. After 3 years apart, even mother refuses to call him by name. Managing such a large household without rules is utterly untenable. Why do you not act? I've already stated that he must receive 100 lashes of the venomous dragon whip. Young master, do not speak so. I am but a servant. It is my duty to protect you. My lowly self can endure a few strikes. It is nothing, but you, with your noble stature, being struck by a servant would be a lifelong disgrace. Disgrace? If I were to receive 100 lashes of the venomous dragon whip, I would lose my life. What disgrace could surpass that? Minghe could only manage a bitter smile. Crack! The venomous dragon whip was raised high, producing a flourish in the air, and struck down fiercely upon Minghe. Chapter 6. The broken bow. 3 magnificent steeds raced down the street, their tails forming a straight line, swiftly arriving before the gates of the General Zhen Yuan's residence. The guard stepped forward to block their passage, declaring, "You shall not dismount before the General's gates." The steeds suddenly halted, their front hooves lifted high into the air. One among them swiftly drew a crescent-shaped blade from his waist, unleashing a gleam of cold light that severed the red tassel from the guard's helmet. That individual raised a pure gold waist insignia high, proclaiming, "Xiaotian Iron Cavalry, swift steed delivering imperial edicts. Those who dare obstruct shall face death." Surrounding the gold insignia were 4 dragons soaring amidst flames, their eyes inlaid with red agate, ever seeming to spew fire. It was none other than the Xiaotian Iron Cavalry. The encircling guards retreated in dismay. The Xiaotian Iron Cavalry served as the personal guards of Emperor Hongwang, wielding immense power, capable of executing orders without prior approval. The act of severing the red tassel was merely a minor warning. Although there had been no significant military conflicts for many years, the current emperor of the great Daqian Dynasty, Hongwang, still upheld the military traditions of his ancestors, conducting many daily affairs in accordance with military regulations. The 3 steeds passed through the gates, their hooves clattering against the bluestone pavement in a series of crisp echoes. Xia Minghe furrowed her brow slightly, pondering who possessed the audacity to gallop recklessly before the general's household. Moreover, judging by the sound, there must be more than 1 horse. Where were the guards responsible for security? The imperial decree from Emperor Hongwang has arrived. The 3 steeds halted before the hall, and the herald raised the yellow silk scroll in his hands. Baiqiu hurriedly commanded the preparation of an incense altar, kneeling to receive the imperial edict. Little Kuan wished to untie Minghe, but Minghe refused, saying, "No need. I must endure the punishment later." "Everyone, kneel down. Why do you remain standing? Do you wish to rebel?" The herald brandished his whip, and a surge of energy sliced through the air, severing the ropes binding Minghe. Truly, the imperial guards were formidable. Even a mere herald had attained the level of a great martial artist, capable of condensing energy into a blade. The ceremonial arrangement was complete, and the herald proclaimed the imperial edict in a resounding voice. "The Yuan have intruded upon our borders and disturbed our subjects. To demonstrate our celestial might, we shall graciously open a special examination. All male citizens aged 13 and above from each province must register to partake. Appointments will be made based on merit. From the moment this decree is issued, each province is to diligently ensure the safety of eligible young men. Any negligence will be met with severe consequences. The herald's voice resonated, delivering each word clearly to the ears of the gathered crowd. With a sigh of resignation, the young master realized that this imperial decree was tailor-made for the second young master. Henceforth, the First Lady would find it increasingly difficult to contend with him. "Congratulations, First Lady," one spoke. "With General Jingbian's martial prowess and the talents of both young masters, they're sure to excel in the martial examination and achieve great renown." Once the edict was read, the herald adopted a different demeanor, smiling as he saluted the First Lady. Although he held a mere fifth-rank official title, he could not be compared to the illustrious second-rank noble, Xia Minghe. Should fortune favor him, celebrations would not be lacking, and fine gifts would surely follow. Xia Minghe forced a smile, her mouth filled with bitterness. The herald spoke the truth. Both young masters were skilled in martial arts, yet Minghe was far superior. That young man, with his enviable luck, would require a different strategy to be dealt with. Xia Minghe pondered this. Minghe suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Are we still going to fight? It's merely 100 poison dragon whips." He turned to leave, calling out, "Shao Gun, bind me up. No need to trouble the First Lady." "Ah, First Lady, it seems you have personal matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, but do remember the Emperor's decree. I hope you prioritize the affairs of the state." The best course of action now was to diligently practice martial arts in preparation for the forthcoming examination, with military power in hand. "The world is mine." With this thought, Minghe headed towards the training hall. Xia Minghe, holding a huamei bow, was practicing archery, successfully hitting the target with 7 or 8 out of 10 arrows. Each successful shot earned applause from several attendants. Despite being a frivolous young master, he still bore the legacy of his father. Though he paled in comparison to Minghe, the eldest young master is truly a sharpshooter. Even the legendary archer Yang Yuji would be no match for him. "What do you mean by no match?" Yang Yuji pales in comparison to the eldest young master. Xia Minghe waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to cease their flattery, and handed the bow to the newly arrived Minghe. "Second brother, with 100 poison dragon whips spared, should we celebrate? How about a friendly competition in archery?" "No need. Your archery skills are exceptional. I wouldn't dare to humiliate myself," Minghe replied coolly, feeling greatly insulted by the mere thought of competing. "Come now, second young master, it's just a friendly comparison between brothers. What is there to fear?" Su Fu'er chimed in cheerfully, knowing that Xia Minghe's true intention was to embarrass Minghe. With a wave of his hand, 2 robust attendants promptly brought a bow for Minghe. The 2 sturdy men struggled under the weight of the bow, gasping for breath, their faces flushed and legs trembling. It was the Xianyuan bow. Minghe recognized it immediately with just a glance. The Xianyuan bow, renowned for its unparalleled strength among the bows of the General S. Manor, is meticulously crafted from the wood of the Time Mountain's southern black mulberry. The horn of the yin cattle, the sinews of the Jing deer, and the gelatin of river fish. The bow itself weighs an astounding 180 pounds, rendering it a formidable challenge for an ordinary person to lift, let alone draw. Originally, this bow was wielded by General Xie during his rigorous training to strengthen his physique and develop his stamina. To everyone's astonishment, Su Fu'er brought it forth for Minghe. With a sardonic smile, Minghe gently accepted the bow, pulling the string into a half circle before releasing it with a resounding twang. The sound resonated powerfully, leaving Su Fu'er momentarily stunned, his ears ringing and vision blurred. "Very well, let us shoot an arrow for sport." He casually picked up a feathered arrow and addressed Xia Minghe. "As the elder brother, you shall go first." Whoosh! Xia Minghe released his arrow, striking the target dead center. The shaft embedded deep, leaving only a small portion trembling outside. Without so much as a glance, Minghe unleashed his own shot, which with a thunderous crack failed to even disturb the target. Xiaogun, thoroughly disheartened, exclaimed, "Young master, where did your arrow go? After 3 years in the training academy, have you become utterly inept?" Su Fu'er echoed his disappointment. "Do not be disheartened, second young master. Give it another try." Minghe summoned his strength once more, bending the entire Xianyuan bow as if it were about to snap. Su Fuer, never allow me such a bow again. Should there be a next time, beware the family's discipline. With a clang, he cast the broken bow aside and strode away. What does this mean? Just a prisoner, fresh from the training academy. What is there to be proud of? Xia Minghe stood, bewildered, before the discarded bow, while Minghe marched on, determined to prove his superiority. He resolved to find a quiet place to hone his literary and martial skills. Aspiring to win the title of the top martial scholar for QBU to behold, Minghe rummaged through his pockets, discovering only a meager handful of silver coins, with more than a month remaining before the martial examination. This paltry sum was barely sufficient for meals, let alone for renting a place. Xiaogun sat down in despair, contemplating, when suddenly a thought struck him. Young master, you could seek out young Master Ji. You are good friends, and he will surely assist you. While approaching them is certainly feasible, I would prefer not to impose on them for such trivial matters. Come, let's take a stroll. Perhaps a solution will present itself. A heavy snowfall rendered the streets desolate, with many areas blanketed in thick snow, and passers-by hurried along, cloaked in urgency. In such weather, where could one possibly seek out money? Xiaogun trailed behind, unaware of Minghe's thoughts. Having walked but a few steps, Xiaogun stumbled and inadvertently kicked a figure out of the snow. The person lay motionless, enshrouded in snow. Surely this cannot be my misfortune. Did I inadvertently kick him to death? Perhaps he succumbed to the cold? Anxiously, Xiaogun approached, crouched down to check for signs of life, then suddenly sprang to his feet, delivering a kick. If you were alive, then stand up. You nearly frightened me to death. The elderly man was covered in frost, his hair and beard glistening with ice. Yet his chest rose and fell gently, indicating he still breathed. Xiaogun, do not behave in such a manner, Minghe scolded him. What merit is there in bullying the elderly? He has already fallen to such depths. Why must you further trample upon him? Quickly, help him awaken. Young master, many perish from the cold in Yinchong City each winter. We cannot possibly attend to them all. Since he is not dead, let us leave him be and move on swiftly. Minghe let out a scoff, indifferent to others, yet resolute in his intent to assist the elder he had encountered. Chapter 7. A First Trial of Skill. The young master had made up his mind. Xiaogun, not wishing to say much more, bent down to help the elder to his feet. Suddenly, the elder sat up, startling Minghe. Life is tenacious. It seems one cannot perish easily. Offer me a few dozen taels of silver, and I could extend my years by several decades. Xiaogun rushed forward with another kick, only to be pulled back by Minghe. Young master, he is nothing but a scoundrel. He speaks of silver as if it were his right. With such a character, even a few hundred taels wouldn't allow him to see the end of this year. Minghe silenced Xiaogun's tirade, extracting all the Qi Longhua silver he possessed and placing it before the elder. This is all I have. It amounts to only a little over 10 taels. If it falls short, I shall borrow more. The elder's hands trembled, yet he swiftly accepted the silver. All right, I can see my misfortune. A mere kick and only 10 taels. It seems the elderly are not valued. Xiaogun nearly spat blood. 10 taels of Qi Longhua silver. You may not have seen such wealth in your lifetime. You have encountered our young master. Had it been someone else, your legs would have been broken by now. Would you not hurry away? The elder chuckled. Why should your master's expenditure concern you? He turned to Minghe and stated, I shall let you know that this money was not spent in vain. Seeing you as a scholar, I present you with this book. He pulled a tome from his pocket and handed it over. Xiaogun scoffed again. Such a tattered book. With that silver, one could purchase 1,000 copies. Do you think to deceive our young master with just one? The book indeed appeared worn, its cover illegible and edges curled, suggesting it was at least several decades old. The elder snickered. Your master has not spoken. What right have you, a servant, to chatter? Were it you, I would demand several hundred bows and have you call me your ancestor. Yet I would not grant you a thing. Xiaogun, infuriated, rolled his eyes but found himself immobilized by the elder's commanding presence. He cursed his ill fortune. Today had been utterly wretched. Not only had he failed to find money, but he had also squandered the only capital he possessed, as he muttered incessantly. Minghe feigned deafness, his entire focus fixated upon the book. An inexplicable sensation whispered to him that this elder would not deceive him. This tome surely held great significance. Upon stepping into the room, Minghe eagerly opened the book. As he turned the pages, his heart raced. Beneath the tattered leaves lay neatly inscribed regular script. Yuanju Heart Sutra. The delicate small script was unmistakable, and the four characters stirred a mixture of excitement and confusion within Minghe. Could it truly be this simple? The treasure he had pondered for so long had simply appeared before him. What extraordinary luck! Had a pie fallen from the sky and landed right in his lap? Everything you will ever need lies within this book. Remember well. The visage of the book-giving elder suddenly materialized upon the pages, and simultaneously, his voice echoed in Minghe's ears. Xiao Gun, however, remained utterly oblivious. Minghe had barely read a few lines before he was drawn in deeply. The General's residence of Zhen Yuan housed a vast collection of tomes, a significant portion of which pertained to martial arts, all under the control of Qiu Baiwei. Except for Xia Tie, none were permitted to approach these works. Of course, Xia Keding was an exception, yet he had no interest in such matters, having squandered the heartfelt efforts of his mother. Minghe faced numerous challenges before finally managing to read a portion of the book. Aware of the rarity of this opportunity, he delved into it with utmost attention, every word etching itself deeply into his mind, perfectly aligning with the essence of the text. The Yuanju Heart Sutra commenced with fundamental knowledge of martial arts, which was exceedingly accessible to Minghe. However, as he progressed, he encountered specific martial techniques, and ultimately, concepts of fasting and ascension. This slender volume astonishingly encompassed a vast array of content, explaining why many regarded it as a treasure. The latter section seemed somewhat distant to Minghe, yet the earlier martial arts were undeniably enticing. It appeared his father's words rang true. If the contents of the Yuanju Heart Sutra were authentic, mastering any of its teachings could enable one to traverse the world with ease. What significance did a mere martial champion hold in comparison? As twilight descended, the household had already partaken in dinner, yet Minghe showed no inclination to eat. Xiao Gun ventured into the kitchen to procure some dishes. Warming them for Minghe by the fire, he himself hastily consumed a few bites before dozing off beside the hearth. I could tea last. Minghe lifted his head, only to find heavy snowfall outside. Opening the window, the cold air invigorated his somewhat dazed mind. Taking a deep breath, he practiced the Dragon Battle Fist once more. The flow of his vital energy was remarkably smooth, an unprecedented sensation. In the depths of his being, there was but one explanation. It must be the merit of the Yuanju Heart Sutra. Regardless of the book's authenticity, the method for circulating vital energy documented within was undoubtedly correct. This revelation filled Minghe with uncontainable joy. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard as Jiu burst in, drenched in sweat. Second brother, what have you been doing cooped up inside all day? Come with me for a breath of fresh air. He sees Minghe and turned to leave that a young lady named Yun Luo has arrived at the Songju Pavilion, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Let us go and see. The Songju Pavilion, located in the eastern part of Yinzhong City, sprawled for a full 3 miles, its main building rising 3 stories adorned with intricate eaves and brackets, making it one of the most prestigious establishments in the capital of the Daqian Dynasty. Regardless of the tumultuous state of the world, this place remained bustling and lively, teeming with people. Unlike typical pleasure houses, it exclusively catered to esteemed families of scholars, nobility, and high-ranking officials. Mere wealth alone could not grant one proximity within 3 zhang of the Songju Pavilion. As with any venue of revelry, disputes were inevitable, and the Songju Pavilion was no exception. However, major incidents were rare due to the vigilant presence of the Lingwu sect's masters, who hailed from the southwestern region of Daqian and were not well known among the populace of Yinzhong City. Their frequent rotations allowed them to act decisively against troublemakers without much hesitation. In front of the Songju Pavilion, several tall poles stood erect. 2 individuals dangled from the tops, spinning like tops in the wind. Another flagpole had been raised, with several people clumsily hoisting a corpulent man aloft. The pole bent under the weight of the man, creaking ominously, raising concerns that it might snap at any moment. Before seeking out the courtesan, one ought to consider the consequences. Heedlessly rushing in could lead to dire examples. Just as Minghe and Jiu dismounted, an individual came hurtling towards them, flailing their arms and legs mid-air. shouting, "Catch it! Catch it! Ha ha! Second brother, your timing is impeccable. Come quickly and help us vent our frustrations." Taekwon's expression had already returned to normal to his surprise. There were indeed a few formidable figures present here. The Lingwu sect had masters capable of handling such situations. In the southwestern region of Daqianzu, where human footprints are scarce, they could still be regarded as formidable practitioners. Within Yincheng City, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. One could casually encounter someone whose prowess surpasses theirs. Nevertheless, it serves as a perfect opportunity to test the veracity of the records within the Yuanjua Heart Sutra. Minghe nodded gently, inquiring about their whereabouts. "You brat, was it you who injured me with the flying swallow?" The slender figure, clutching the flying swallow now removed from his body, shook it before Minghe, blood profusely flowing from the back of his hand. Yet he did not blink an eye. "You are unworthy to engage with me. Begone," Minghe whispered, taking a step forward. The slender one lunged fiercely, only to be sent flying backwards, blood gushing mid-air. All of this culminated with Minghe's emergence from the admonition hall. He could no longer indulge in debauchery, as he was compelled to practice literature and martial arts daily. Upon learning that his mother had left the estate today, he stealthily slipped out of the general's residence and headed to the Songju Pavilion in search of a familiar maiden. Second brother, you have sought your own demise. With your meager skills, you dare to cause a ruckus at the Songju Pavilion? This time, even the Emperor cannot save you." Xia Keating gritted his teeth in silence. However, Minghe's performance prompted a shift in Xia Keating's perspective. Who was the most formidable at the Songju Pavilion? Xia Keating casually inquired, caressing the face of a girl beside him. "The young master has asked the wrong person. We only concern ourselves with matters within the bed curtains. As for what lies outside, we know nothing at all." Utter a blasphemous truth. "I cannot even discern which emperor currently reigns," the girl accompanying him smiled. Offering a piece of fruit, a cold smirk crept upon Xia Keating's lips as he tossed a hefty gold bracelet inlaid with jade onto the table. "Now do you understand? Of course. I shall summon him at once." A tall figure swiftly ascended the stairs, making no sound as he halted before Xia Keating. Malice flickered in his eyes, his attire markedly different from the others. "If you have mangled that lad, any sum of silver is yours. This is the deposit." Xia Keating gestured towards Minghe outside the window. He had staked a considerable amount, with an initial offer of 2,000 taels in silver notes. "Rest assured, even if you withhold payment, I will still incapacitate him. He has already injured 6 or 7 of my fellow disciples." The man seized the silver note and turned to descend the stairs. "Remember, if you kill him, the reward doubles." Xia Keating's voice was low, yet the other man surely heard him. The Lingwu sect perceptive abilities are unparalleled, allowing those of great skill to hear a heartbeat from over 10 miles away. Chapter 8. The Dragons Battle Aura Bang. Bang! Bang! The Lingwu sect's experts at the Songju Pavilion were all sent flying by Minghe's strikes. Their decades of arduous training in martial arts proved utterly futile before him. The Lingwu masters simultaneously realized one thing. This individual was terrifying. With such formidable skills, he certainly did not come to the Songju Pavilion for amusement. He was undoubtedly here to wreak havoc. Whoosh! 2 Lingwu experts leapt down from the second floor, flanking Minghe in a coordinated assault. Minghe merely sidestepped, delivering a punch that shattered one of their ankles. The man was sent crashing backwards, colliding with another fellow disciple. Minghe employed the Dragon Battle Fist, enhanced with the force application techniques detailed in the Yuanjua Heart Sutra. Today was merely a preliminary test, yet the outcome left Minghe in a state of ecstatic delight. Had this taken place 3 days earlier, he would have been incapable of defeating these Lingwu experts. The formidable masters of the Lingwu sect, each one capable of single-handedly fending off dozens of well-trained soldiers. Taekwon and Jiu stood to the side, dumbfounded. After just a few days apart, Minghe's prowess had escalated so dramatically. As Minghe took action, they subtly sensed an unsettling aura of malevolence enveloping him. The Dragon Battle Fist is renowned for its sharpness, but even more celebrated is the Dragon Battle's killing intent. For over 20 years, Xia Tianlang has defended the borders, relying on this very aura. Previously, Jiu had harbored doubts about Minghe's chances of seizing the title of champion of the Great Daqian Dynasty. However, his perspective had since transformed completely. With such extraordinary abilities, wouldn't the title be easily within reach? Alas, if the Emperor Hongguang were to learn of any discord or violent altercations at Songzhu Pavilion, no matter how exceptional one's martial skills, they would never be favored again. Second brother, let us teach them a lesson and be on our way, Gu exclaimed loudly. Suddenly, the ground trembled, followed by another quake, causing the onlookers to disperse like leaves in the wind. They wished to leave after causing trouble. Such a fortunate escape would not be permitted. Before they could reach safety, a flash of blade light surged toward them. The shimmering blade, entwined with a dark figure, rushed forth like a whirlwind. The chilling, murderous intent rendered those present breathless. Now, this is intriguing. Engaging in a fight of that caliber was simply a waste of time and sentiment. Unable to discern his opponent's moves, Minghe chose not to observe, but instead unleashed a powerful punch. The Lingwu practitioner, Tuoba Kuei, retreated a couple of steps, brandishing his massive divine spirit blade as he charged once more. Kid, try taking another slash from me. The blade's aura reemerged, now several times more ferocious than before. Among the Lingwu practitioners at Songzhu Pavilion, Tuoba Kuei possessed the highest martial prowess. Alas, after the earlier clash with the blade aura, Minghe's right arm had been completely sealed, rendering him incapable of lifting it. Even in his peak condition, he might not withstand this tempestuous strike. In a moment of desperation, Minghe turned and fled. Within just 3 breaths, he had escaped the confines of Songzhu Pavilion. Boom! The blade aura carved a deep gouge into the ground, sending dust swirling and creating a formidable spectacle. Attempting to flee, you shall pay with your life first. Tuoba Kuei soared forward, relentlessly swinging his divine spirit blade, and a massive stone was struck by the merciless blade aura, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Humph! With the bloodthirsty blade in hand, I can dominate the entire Lingwu sect. Gu seized a stone lion beside him and hurled it at Tuoba Kuei. In response, Tuoba Kuei deftly countered, shattering the stone lion with a swing of his blade. Once the blade aura of the Lingwu sect was unleashed, it flowed forth like the Milky Way cascading down, utterly impossible to contain. In broad daylight, a battle ensued with blades drawn. Was there an intention to rebel? A squadron of patrolling cavalry arrived, under the command of the Yincheng City General's office, specifically tasked with maintaining order on the ground. Each member was seasoned in battle, boasting remarkable martial prowess. The 2 foremost cavalrymen leaped from their mounts, drawing their long blades as they charged toward Tuoba Kuei. The swift flash of blade light passed by. Tuoba Kuei retaliated with a sweeping strike, severing the long blades of the 2 cavalrymen. The blade light, then pivoting, a phantom of bladed fury that effortlessly pierced through their protective armor. 2 sprays of blood erupted, splattering 3 yards away. This was dire. Having slain the cavalrymen of the general's office, they had truly landed themselves in grave peril. The Lingwu sect had stirred a monumental disaster. The onlookers gasped in horror and hastily retreated. With a swift motion, the subsequent cavalry surged forth, brandishing their blades, only to be immediately dispersed by the fierce wind of the swords. A few of the riders, slightly lagging behind, had their arms severed. The madmen were courting death. A solitary figure approached, delivering a powerful punch towards Tuoba Kuei, resonating with a tremendous force that sent his garments billowing. Such an overwhelming aura. Few in the entire Daqian Dynasty could achieve such mastery in martial arts. Even Minghe's father, the illustrious Xia Tianlang, could not compare. Judging solely by this punch, the skill exhibited far surpassed Minghe by several magnitudes. The founding emperor of the Daqian Dynasty, Emperor Hongguang, established his reign through martial prowess. The populace was characterized by its fierce spirit, with martial arts schools as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless beyond measure. In the realm of boxing alone, there were no fewer than thousands of styles. In terms of classification, no martial art held superiority. The distinction lay solely in the practitioner's personal cultivation. That moment, Minghe regarded the incoming martial artist with great admiration, yet he knew that soon he would stand on equal footing. In Iho, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Minghe's heart raced. It was indeed In Iho, which explained the ferocity of the punch. From this single strike, it was evident that In Iho had undoubtedly reached the grandmaster level. Achieving such mastery in physical prowess was a remarkable feat. Ming had only heard whispers of it before, but now he witnessed it firsthand. In Hongming, the esteemed protector of the nation in the Daqian Dynasty, had once accompanied Emperor Hongguang in a campaign against the Baiyang Kingdom, conquering 50 cities in a month and slaying nearly 100 generals, all without sustaining any injuries, thereby establishing his renown. Emperor Hongguang held him in high regard, personally bestowing upon him a golden belt. Many had rendered meritorious service, but only In Hongming received such an honor, dressed in white with a high crown and broad sash. His beard flowing past his chest, his eyes glimmered with latent wisdom, occasionally opening and closing, emanating a divine radiance. He resembled not a martial arts master, but rather a learned scholar. In truth, In Hongming excelled in both civil and military affairs. Since the founding of the Daqian Dynasty, he had presided over the national examinations 10 times, with many high-ranking officials emerging from his tutelage. Upon achieving great success, In Hongming sought to retire. Yet Emperor Hongguang was loath to let him go. Fearing that his accomplishments might overshadow the emperor, he humbly accepted the position of commander of the palace guard, a far cry from the Marquis title he had previously held. In Hongming raised a hand and pointed, causing Tuoba Kuei to feel as though a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Given your skills, you must be a disciple of the Bayusher sect. He once promised me never to tread into the heart of the Central Plains. That is why I spared his life. Have you come here to cause trouble on his behalf? Just now. In Hongming's casual strike appeared effortless, yet it encompassed dozens of techniques, sealing off all of Tuoba Kuei's escape routes, a sublime demonstration of the principle that true mastery resides in simplicity. The strike In Hongming delivered had already wounded Tuoba Kuei's spirit, and a subsequent finger gesture further clouded his mind. Yet he remained defiant. The Lingwu sect will go wherever it pleases. When has it ever needed permission from others? With a sigh, In Hongming stepped forward, delivering another palm strike that descended with deliberate slowness. However, Tuoba Kuei found himself unable to evade. With a crisp sound, the palm struck his head, and he fell to the ground in response. The remaining disciples of the Lingwu sect surged forward, while In Hongming gradually turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, compelling these individuals to retreat incessantly. Bayusher had sworn a solemn oath to me in the past. If his disciples ventured into the mainland, he would accompany me in slaying them. Though he speaks without regard for his words, I cannot afford such luxury. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Depart from Yunzhong City within half a day. Should you choose to disobey, this shall be the consequence. With a flick of his fingers, 2 of his fingers effortlessly sent Tuoba Kuei's blade, shattering into 2 equal halves, the break remarkably clean. In Hongming turned back, offering a slight smile to Minghe. Your skills are commendable. The court is soon to hold the martial examinations, and you must participate. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek my assistance. What is your name? Jiyu and Tai Quan exchanged smiles, their hands clasping tightly. With In Hongming's support, Minghe's chances of excelling in the martial examination increased significantly. Even if he were to fall short, numerous paths would still remain open. Minghe gently shook his head, asserting, I possess legs and have no desire to rely on others for my journey. Very well, very well. Young men of your caliber, possessing such spirit, are indeed rare. That fiery gaze moments ago emanated from his eyes. Heh! With heaven's aid, I have just arrived in Yunzhong City and already discovered the whereabouts of the Yunjiwe Heart Sutra. If I can seize this lad, what is a mere journey of thousands of miles? He casually tossed down several golden leaves, descending the stairs amidst the astonished gaze of the brothel madam. Those who frequent the Songju Pavilion are typically affluent patrons. Yet seldom does one see someone leave without indulging or drinking, simply casting away golden leaves as they depart. Chapter 9. The enhancement of nightly practice on his way back. Minghe remained sullen. The battle at the Songju Pavilion had revealed the disparity between himself and In Hongming. One day, I shall ensure you know my name. This declaration was brimming with bravado, yet to truly realize it would entail trials beyond measure. The martial spirit of the Daqian Dynasty is fierce, with masters emerging in abundance. To stand out amidst such competition is exceedingly arduous. The only solution lies in relying on the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding this sutra before, they had now been entirely dispelled. Second brother, having achieved victory today, why do you not appear joyful? Ji was the first to notice Minghe's discontent and inquired. I seek a tranquil place to diligently practice martial arts in preparation for the examinations. As he spoke, Minghe sighed, lamenting the lack of a suitable location. Ji burst into hearty laughter, suggesting, at the foot of Shiliang Mountain, there lies an idle garden belonging to my family. In summer, we send people to cultivate vegetables for the household, and in winter, it remains unoccupied save for a gatekeeper. A few days ago, I acquired this garden, intending to tidy it up and spend a few quiet days there. If second brother does not mind a rusticity, you are welcome to move in and keep me company. Suddenly, a young boy rushed out from the estate, nearly colliding with Minghe. Young master, you must flee. The eldest master has spoken ill of you in front of the madam. The madam is currently dispatching people to search for you. Minghe ignored the boy's incessant pushing and stood firm. Oh, what did he say? I did not catch much, but it seems he mentioned your visit to the Songju Pavilion, claiming you were embroiled in jealousy and had resorted to violence over a lead role. Minghe could not help but smile. While the boy often spoke without reliability, this time he was nearly accurate. The young boy's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Young master, you truly went to the Songju Pavilion? This is quite the predicament. Even if the master were to arrive, he could not rescue you. The family rules are stringent, as you well know. If you continue to prattle on, Minghe has already made his way to the hall. The esteemed matriarch, Qiu Baiwei, sat upright, her demeanor solemn. Standing to the side, Xia Minghe, upon seeing Minghe enter, suddenly wore a faint, inscrutable smile, one that was barely perceptible. Does the matriarch seek my presence? Minghe inquired, standing resolutely at the center of the hall, his tone steady. Qiu Baiwei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Minghe's prowess had notably advanced in the few days of their separation. What fortuitous encounter had this young man experienced, enabling him to attain such swiftness? Mother, I have several military texts to peruse. I must take my leave, Xia Minghe declared as he turned to exit. However, Minghe called out, Elder brother, it is surely beneficial to listen to the matriarch's teachings. You would do well to remain. She would prefer it as well, that am I not correct? Matriarch? Qiu Baiwei's expression darkened with rage. She had anticipated that her intimidation would unsettle Minghe, but he spoke with unflinching confidence, completely disregarding her presence and firmly holding Xia Minghe in place. There is no need. I simply have matters to discuss with you. Daqian's pursuit of knowledge is of great importance and cannot be delayed. Xia Minghe scoffed coldly. Second brother, pay heed to our mother's guidance. When the time permits, relay the teachings to me. He strode out of the room. Qiu Baiwei's countenance grew even more somber. Minghe, reports have reached me that you visited the Songju Pavilion. Minghe stood tall. Indeed. Your admission is appreciated. I was concerned that I had wrongfully accused you. Qiu Baiwei exclaimed, striking the armrest lightly, her voice rising sharply. Engaging in such disgraceful conduct warrants 500 strokes of the venomous dragon whip. According to family law, you shall be confined for a year to reflect upon your actions. Minghe chuckled derisively. He mused that 500 strokes would likely be fatal, and the notion of solitary reflection was not to be entertained. The maid, Xiao Hong, appeared promptly, brandishing the venomous dragon whip, crafted from mountain vines, with barbs meticulously sharpened and fried in boiling oil multiple times, rendering it harder than steel. Even the strongest of men would find themselves grievously wounded. Minghe remained unperturbed and proclaimed loudly, the Chong invaders threaten our borders, disrupting my people. In order to uphold our imperial dignity, I decree that all male subjects age 13 and above in every province must register for examination, with appointments granted based on merit. From the date of this proclamation, all provinces must ensure the safety of suitable male subjects. Any negligence shall be met with appropriate punishment. Qiu Baiwei, momentarily lost in thought, resumed her seat. Minghe shot a glance at Xiao Hong and continued slowly, whether I have transgressed family law remains to be seen, yet the current emperor's decree is unequivocal. No family rules can supersede the law of the land. Am I not correct, matriarch? What Minghe recited was indeed the imperial edict previously issued by Emperor Hongguang. Having heard it just once, he recalled it verbatim despite the passage of time. Xiao Baiwei waved her hand, signaling Xiao Hong to withdraw. As Minghe reveled in his triumph, her anger surged anew. She resolved to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he would become insufferable. Before she could devise a suitable plan, someone burst into the room. Reporting, matriarch, the silver-robed marquis has sent Wang Guan to request an audience. Xiao Baiwei furrowed her brow slightly. She rarely had dealings with the silver-robed marquis, and his sending of Wang Guan was perplexing. She gestured dismissively. Minghe, you may withdraw for now. We shall address this matter later. Minghe emerged from the hall, just brushing past a court official clad in red robes and green trousers. The official cast a casual glance, his eyes brimming with brilliance. Xiao Gun rushed over, anxiously clutching his chest. Second young master, you nearly frightened me to death just now. I was afraid you would be dealt with by the first madam. What is there to fear? Am I not perfectly well? Minghe replied with a faint smile, though his heart resolved to leave the general's residence at once. It was far too perilous here. The silver-robed marquis, Chonghehu, requests an audience with the first madam. A resounding voice echoed from the distant hall. T must be the court official he had encountered earlier. Chonghehu was a first-class official of the silver-robed marquis, and his presence here surely signified an important matter. Qi Baiwei was equally alarmed, slightly bowing, uncertain of what admonition awaited from the marquis. The first madam speaks too harshly. I am here at the behest of the marquis to convey congratulations. The commander-in-chief's guards encountered misfortune at Songju Pavilion, and it was fortunate that your esteemed second son, Minghe, acted with righteousness. The marquis witnessed the second young master's prowess firsthand and was quite impressed, specifically instructing me to convey that he must participate in the upcoming grand examination. Should you require assistance from the marquis, feel free to summon him at any time. Not far from the roadside, a corner of a dilapidated temple peeked out from the woods. Minghe had visited it before. The remnants of crumbling walls and scattered stones lay in disarray, with numerous small creatures nesting within. Time had weathered the inscription on the plaque, rendering its characters almost indecipherable. After gazing for a moment, Minghe shook his head with a sigh and continued onward, unaware that someone was stealthily trailing him in the nearby grove. Old Zhang, the gardener, approached him, having seen Minghe before. Second young master, you arrived quite swiftly. Minghe handed him a gourd from his person. Passing by the western gate, he noticed a newly opened winery nearby, rumored to have delightful flavors, and had decided to bring a sample for his father-in-law. Old Zhang beamed as he accepted it. Second young master, how thoughtful of you to remember this old fellow. Just now, young Master Ji sent word. I have already arranged a place for you to stay at. It may be humble, so please do not take offense. The abode comprised 3 grass huts, topped with a thin layer of tiles, the walls constructed from blue stones and sealed with yellow clay, exuding a weathered charm. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him. In the center, a copper basin glowed with fiery charcoal, and a large Kong was set against the window, covered with whole animal hides. This arrangement was also made by young Master Ji, who had requested that the second young master stay here temporarily, promising that new accommodations would be constructed once the weather turned warmer. Silence reigned, creating the perfect atmosphere for study. He had perused the Yuanjua Heart Sutra numerous times. With each review, new insights emerged. After reading a few pages, Minghe lifted his gaze in contemplation, the candlelight flickering momentarily. The techniques of Yin Hong Ming gradually crystallized in his mind. Each movement was meticulously dissected into countless subtleties, offering infinite depth while simultaneously affirming the veracity of the Yuanjua Heart Sutra. Unconsciously rising to his feet, Minghe began to mimic Yin Hong Ming's gestures, harmonizing them with the breath techniques recorded in the sutra, feeling an increasing sense of comfort throughout his body. Yin Hong Ming had demonstrated merely a step and a clap at Songju Pavilion, seemingly unremarkable, yet it rendered the adept fighters of the Ling Wu sect unable to evade. This was the essence of exquisite skill, embodying the principle of simplicity in the Great Path. Minghe did not fully comprehend these profound truths, but with each practice, he found himself increasingly enchanted by their mysteries. Minghe extended his hand to fumble on the table, only to encounter a coarse porcelain bowl, half filled with remnants of tea. He set down the bowl and resumed his practice. After a considerable time, he suddenly sighed, lamenting, "What a pity! With such profound insights, one ought to celebrate with a drink. Yet alas, there is no wine to be had. How unfortunate!" At that moment, a waft of intoxicating aroma reached his nostrils. Under the flickering light, a jar of fine huadiao wine appeared on the whitewashed table. The wine was still warm, infused with delicate strands of ginger and floating red goji berries, embodying the most traditional winter drinking method. Chapter 10. The fox talks of martial arts. Most of the spirits and specters conceal themselves in the mountains and forest shrines, reveling in the depths of night. Some seek vengeance upon the living, while others are drawn to the pleasures of drinking. There are also female ghosts who particularly seek out handsome scholars who burn the midnight. This thought. Minghe stroked his chin. A person of such striking elegance. How is it that I cannot attract a horde of female spirits in the dead of night? Surely, something is amiss. Moreover, this manor lies at the foot of the Xiliang Mountains, not far from the primeval forest. It would indeed be strange if no supernatural beings roamed these woods. Suddenly, Minghe recalled the dilapidated temple by the entrance to the mountain, sending a chill down his spine. Could my handsome visage be summoning ghosts? He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss, save for the flickering candlelight that made his heart flutter. Why ponder such matters? Today's wine shall be savored today. With that, Minghe relaxed, grasped the wine jar, and took a hearty swig, regardless of the wine splashing over his chest, exclaiming, "What a delight! Truly delightful!" This huadiao, buried deep underground for centuries, is a treasure even the affluent Emperor Hongguang might not be fortunate enough to taste. A young gentleman appeared opposite Minghe, clapping his hands as he spoke. That he seated himself beside Minghe, manifesting suddenly yet unobtrusively. Causing no alarm, he reached for the wine jar, stating, "It seems you too are a kindred spirit." The gentleman took a generous gulp, but then frowned, lamenting, "What a pity, such fine wine without meat to accompany it. How difficult can it be to procure meat? There is plenty of game outside. I shall fetch some to complement our drink," Minghe declared as he grabbed a knife and headed for the door, but the young gentleman stopped him. "Why do you not inquire who I am? With good wine at hand, I have no desire to ask who you are, nor do I wish to know if you wish to inform me. There is no need for me to inquire. If you choose not to speak, asking would be futile." Minghe resumed his seat and took another hearty swig of wine, asserting, "A true lover of wine does not concern himself with side dishes." "Indeed, well said. However, I have brought delicacies to accompany the wine. Without good food, the experience is truly diminished." The young gentleman extended his hand once more, and before Minghe lay a fragrant dog leg. The gentleman's fingers were pale, slender, and smooth as jade, revealing the delicate structure of his bones. Minghe felt a stir within. Ordinary individuals could not possess such strikingly exquisite fingers. In the shadows of night, a white-haired camel galloped, as if flying, its hooves barely grazing the ground, while the rider remained utterly undisturbed. "Second brother, we have received reliable news. Xia Minghe has departed from the general's residence and taken up residence in a vegetable garden at the foot of the Xiliang Mountains. There is only an old man named Jiang tending the garden, who also acts as a gatekeeper, along with a few yellow dogs. Nothing more." The second brother sat atop the white camel, eyes closed in meditation. As emotions surged tumultuously within, the long-lost treasure of the sect, the Yunjue Heart Sutra, unexpectedly resurfaced here, presenting a tantalizing clue with remarkable ease. Decades ago, the Yunjue Temple fell to the assault of Emperor Hongguang, reduced to ashes in a single conflagration. The majority of the monks were slaughtered, while a select few, possessing formidable martial prowess, narrowly escaped the jaws of death. These individuals have perpetually yearned to reconstruct the Yunjue Temple, driven by an insatiable desire to reclaim the Yunjue Heart Sutra. Whosoever discovers the Yunjue Heart Sutra shall command the remaining adherents of the temple, compelling them to act at their behest. In the stillness of night, an eerie cry suddenly pierced the air, resonating as if it were right beside me, causing the liquid in the goblet upon the table to ripple in undulating waves. The guardian mastiff barked twice, and Minghe strode purposefully outside, only to find the great yellow dog lying lifeless by the gate, its body stiffened in death. Lifting his gaze towards old Jiang's abode, he discerned a dark silhouette, presumably still ensconced in slumber. The young master had not followed him out to tea that moment. A waning crescent moon ascended, precariously perched on the horizon, that a white-haired camel stood silently at the entrance, casting a long shadow under the moonlight, within which Minghe found himself standing. Even in the face of imminent demise, one could still find the inclination to indulge in drink. Relinquish the Yunjiwe Heart Sutra without hesitation. Gong Sunwuji, possessing a somewhat refined appearance, spoke with a chilling undertone that evoked discomfort in listeners. At this juncture, he hovered mid-air, his ample garments unfurling like the wings of a colossal bat. Acquiring what one desires is a simple matter, yet it hinges upon one's capabilities. Minghe felt a surge of exhilaration, having recently grasped the footwork and palm techniques of Xia. He resolved to use this opportunity to test his skills against this individual. With a resounding clap, a cascade of azure light erupted from Gong Sunwuji's fingertips, swiftly coalescing into a streak that lunged menacingly towards Minghe. In that instant, Minghe recalled the venomous dragon whip of the general's manner. From this day forth, no one shall lay a hand upon me. Clenching his teeth, Minghe summoned the fervor of the dragon battle fist. 1 punch shattered stone, 2 punches crumpled gold, 3 punches obliterated all. The dragon battle fist technique, harmonized with the essence of the Yunjiwe Heart Sutra, unleashed an immense force. Such a martial art would undoubtedly yield unexpected victories against adversaries. Yet to Gong Sunwuji, it was merely a trifling skill. As the dragon battle fist clashed with Gong Sunwuji's demonic light of the Shuro whip, it fragmented into countless shards. Minghe staggered back a few paces, his chest heaving with turbulent energy. Young one, I shall make you aware that the martial arts of Yunjiwe Temple are truly unparalleled in the world. Having once broken free from the ironclad encirclement of Emperor Hongguang, Gong Sunwuji's prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary, further augmented by years of arduous training, rendering his martial skills several times superior to Minghe's. Gong Sunwuji plummeted swiftly, closing the distance to Minghe within mere inches, his sharp fingers clearly visible. A chilling aura of lethal intent emanated from his 10 fingers, coalescing into a lethal barrage. Any individual confronted with such malevolence would instinctively retreat. Yet Minghe surged forward, employing the very footwork he had learned from Xia, and in a single step, found himself behind Gong Sunwuji. Raising his right hand, he aimed a strike at Gong Sunwuji's head. What was once an assured victory suddenly shifted as he lost sight of his opponent. Gong Sunwuji, sensing the peril, desperately lunged forward, but was a moment too late, receiving a resounding blow to his back from Minghe's palm. With a whoosh, Gong Sunwuji was propelled far away, crashing heavily to the ground. The white-haired camel, startled, began to thrash about, its massive hooves rising and falling, perilously close to Gong Sunwuji's head, merely an inch away. Minghe stood with his hands clasped behind him, a pleasant sensation coursing through his body. The recent lesson had been quite effective. The Yunjiwe Heart Sutra truly is a treasure. Having grasped only the surface, it wields such formidable power. You are indeed correct. Initially, I intended to end your life, but now I have changed my mind. Your martial skills and insights are commendable. You still possess some utility in this world. However, you are not yet capable of mastering the Heart Sutra. Quickly find a place to recuperate. Minghe turned and entered the courtyard. Behind him, Gong Sunwuji's voice rang out. You would do well to kill me. As long as I live, I shall seek vengeance. Very well. I am ever ready. Minghe paused and turned around, smiling at Gong Sunwuji. Gong Sunwuji nearly spat blood. Do you know who I am? Whoever you are is irrelevant. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Gong Sunwuji finally coughed up blood. I shall not divulge that to you. But mark my words, you will surely regret tonight's events. Minghe waved his hand dismissively. A decision once made will not be regretted. If you do not take your leave, it is you who shall come to regret it. Inside the house, the young man remained, and only a small amount of wine was left in the jar. Upon seeing Minghe enter, he offered him a bowl of wine, which Minghe downed in one gulp. Suddenly, he turned to the young man. I still do not know your name. The young man laughed heartily. Why do you wish to know my name? You did not inquire of that person earlier. Did you? Ah, so you witnessed that Alti is an enemy, while you are a friend. Minghe paused his drinking, gazing at the young man. You are indeed correct. Remember this. My surname is Hu, as in fox. I should be your elder. Minghe nodded. I am Xia Minghe. Henceforth, I shall call you Hu Xiong. Hu Xiong laughed. I know of you. You caused quite a stir at the Songju Pavilion. The entire Yunqing city is aware of your name. You are now a figure of great renown. Minghe waved his hand. My modest abilities pale in comparison to the illustrious Yin Hongming. Yin Hongming is indeed formidable. However, due to his age, he is unlikely to achieve further mastery. You, on the other hand, are young and have a Yuanjua Heart Sutra to aid you. Your future holds great promise. Minghe was taken aback. Hu Xiong, you're also familiar with the Yuanjua Heart Sutra? Hu Xiong suddenly sneered. Though the Yuanjua Heart Sutra is powerful, in my eyes, it merely scratches the surface. Nonetheless, it will be quite beneficial for you. Minghe found Hu Xiong's tone rather presumptuous and felt a twinge of skepticism. I indeed have some uncertainties. I beseech Hu Xiong to enlighten me. Hu Xiong laughed heartily. Are you testing my knowledge? Outside, the flickering lights accompanied the voice of old Zhang. Second young master. Why are you awake at this late hour? Who are you conversing with? Minghe rose to greet him. Just an acquaintance of mine, old Zhang. Please come meet him. Old Zhang chuckled. The second young master is jesting again. At such an hour, where could a friend possibly be? Minghe gestured towards the room, which was now empty, revealing that Hu Xiong had vanished. Chapter 11. Slaying the Cloud Desolation Demon. 1. He removed a wooden bracelet made of peach wood from his wrist and extended it towards Minghe. The bracelet, having been worn for a considerable time, emitted a faint glow. This is no ordinary bracelet. It was given to me by a wandering Taoist priest who stayed here a few nights ago. He claimed the area is rife with malevolent energy and that wearing it offers protection. He provided me with 2 bracelets, and this surplus one I now bestow upon you. Minghe deliberately made a circuit around the entrance and discovered that Gongsun Wuji and Bai Tuo were nowhere to be found. The damaged gate had been meticulously repaired. After breakfast, Minghe took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity. Several miles away from the courtyard lay vast stretches of primordial forest, draped in a thick blanket of snow. Seldom trodden by visitors, within the woods he encountered numerous remnants of ancient structures, some reduced to mere mud, while a few solitary houses stood forlornly, bereft of doors and windows, their eaves blanketed in snow and overrun with withered, yellowing grass. Due to the scarcity of visitors, the snow on the ground remained largely undisturbed, with numerous tracks of small creatures etched upon its surface. Minghe scrutinized the prints and indeed discerned the fresh tracks of a fox, suggesting it had passed by not long ago. Suddenly, voices rang out from outside, followed by the sound of bowstrings being drawn back and the rustling of dry grass nearby. Several foxes dashed forth, while others darted into the ruins. One, with an arrow lodged in its leg, stumbled and lay at Minghe's feet. Feeling a wave of compassion, he picked it up and gently stroked its trembling body. Do not be afraid. I shall protect you. He murmured softly. He nestled the small fox within his ample sleeve, instructing it to stay hidden and not to venture out. Moments later, 2 individuals appeared, gliding almost effortlessly across the snowy ground, weaving through the dense thicket. They called out to Minghe, "Hey kid, did you see a pack of foxes scamper past just now?" Minghe gestured towards the distance, indicating the direction they had taken. One of the men, seemingly impatient, hurried off in pursuit, while the other remained rooted in place. Addressing Minghe, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Minghe, disinterested in conversation, turned to leave. The man reached out to grab him. But before his hand could make contact, the air around Minghe crackled with a fierce energy, hissing ominously, such a palpable aura of menace. Minghe frowned slightly. This fellow was quite ruthless, resorting to lethal measures right away. Employing the footwork of Yin Hongming, Minghe deftly sidestepped, causing the man to grasp at nothing but air, his fingers tearing a significant piece of bark from a nearby tree. The other individual, having returned from a distance, shouted, "Han Yu, we've been deceived. There are no traces of foxes over there at all. These are no ordinary foxes. Their pelts could be fashioned into garments, allowing us to venture to Han Yu Mountain." Minghe smirked coldly. "I merely pointed out the direction the foxes fled. If you cannot find them, it is of no concern to me." He turned to depart once more. Han Yu snickered menacingly. "It's easy for you to say. If we don't catch the foxes today, Then you shall suffice. With a series of swift arm movements, he snapped several trees in twain, creating a barrier that obstructed Minghe's path. Just then, another figure rushed in, adorned in an extravagant fur coat and a fine cap. Upon spotting Minghe, he paused for a moment, then burst into a mocking laugh. Second brother, I thought you had found a delightful place to revel. Yet here you are, reduced to this sorry state. The newcomer was none other than the eldest son of the general's residence, Xia Minghe, in a bid to ensure his son triumphed in the martial examination. Qiu Baiyu had spared no expense in enlisting the renowned Wen Hanyu and Xiao Hanyi, two of the legendary four fiends of Yinhuang. Xia Minghe, however, soon feigned illness to avoid the rigors of training, his lazy and cunning nature permitting him to charm the two into doing his bidding, thus embroiling them in numerous misdeeds. This time, amidst the heavy snowfall, Xia Minghe had ventured out for a hunting excursion to relieve his spirits, only to unexpectedly encounter the extraordinary snow fox at the foot of Shiliang Mountain. This particular fox, with its coat of purest white, moved with remarkable swiftness. Feng Hanyu and Xiao Hanya released a flurry of arrows, yet only managed to injure a single target, pursuing him until they arrived here, unexpectedly encountering Minghe. Respected seniors, this individual is of great significance that my second brother, Minghe, is the one who recently caused a commotion at Songzhu Pavilion. Upon mentioning Songzhu Pavilion, Xia Minghe's teeth ground together audibly. Feng Hanyu was taken aback. This young man was indeed Xia Minghe's brother, yet his martial prowess far surpassed that of Xia Minghe, which explained his audacity in creating a ruckus at the pavilion. Very well, I shall grant the young master some courtesy. Let today's incident be forgiven. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Feng Hanyu turned to leave. Senior Feng, you truly embody the virtues of an elder. Despite his current plight, we would never seek to add to his troubles, Xia Minghe said softly. Feng Hanyu spun around abruptly, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. You dare to repeat that, boy, Xia Minghe continued. Senior Feng, the fierce tiger grappling with a rabbit you taught me has always eluded my grasp. That well-versed in the ways of the martial world, Feng Hanyu immediately understood Xia Minghe's intention. With a cold smirk, he retorted, how could I forget? Very well, I shall demonstrate how this technique is truly executed. The soaring eagle grappling with a rabbit demands an imposing presence. Once you strike, there shall be no escape for your opponent. Minghe laughed coldly. How much longer do you intend to delay your attack? Boy, you are courting death. Before he had finished speaking, Feng Hanyu leaped into the air, arms outstretched, fingers curled into claws, transforming into a colossal eagle, soaring through the sky. With a swift motion, as Feng Hanyu's fingers approached Minghe, a chilling aura rendered Minghe breathless, as one of the four fearsome deities of Yinhuang. Feng Hanyu's combat prowess was indeed formidable. The eagle descended upon the rabbit, while Minghe, having learned his footwork from Yinhong Ming, found it utterly ineffective. His only recourse was to unleash the Dragon War Fist's intent in a desperate gamble. His gaze inadvertently swept across and caught sight of Xia Minghe's smiling lips, as if he were confident in his strategy. Humph, Xia Minghe, I shall not conform to your wishes. If you desire my demise, I shall strive to live even more vigorously. Minghe silently vowed, his bones cracking as he gathered his strength. With a forceful punch, he retaliated. The power unleashed by the Dragon War Fist surged forth, exceeding the usual by a considerable margin. Feng Hanyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This boy indeed possessed some merit, and the murderous aura intensified as their energies collided. With a resounding thud, the full force of the Dragon War Fist was shattered by Feng Hanyu. Snow flew chaotically from the ground, creating a clear circle of a yard around Minghe. Kneeling on one leg, Minghe felt his bones ache, a torrent of heat surging through his chest. It was not good. He seemed on the verge of spitting blood. Young master, do you see, this is the power of the eagle grappling with a rabbit, Feng Hanyu proclaimed triumphantly. Esteemed elder, I fear the rabbit you encounter this time is not quite like the previous ones. Xia Minghe retorted with a cold chuckle, gesturing forward. The down Ming, he slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, offering a smile to Feng Hanyu. Originally, my bones felt a bit itchy. Now, it is rather pleasant. Thank you. Minghe beckoned Feng Hanyu with a finger. Let us go another round. After uttering this, Minghe took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him. The previous thunderous strike from Feng Hanyu had indeed injured his vitality. One may be struck down, but one must never be cowed. Xia Tie's indomitable spirit has been splendidly inherited by Minghe. Standing before Feng Hanyu, with Yin Homing's astonishing footwork at his disposal, it is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Feng Hanyu, today I shall leave your corpse sprawled here, transform you into a chilling specter. Minghe gritted his teeth in silence, quietly channeling the remnants of his strength, while simultaneously revisiting Yin Homing's footwork in his mind. Chapter 12. Slaying the malevolent god of Yanhuang. 2. Feng Hanyu let out a few dry laughs, merely putting on an act. With just a mere finger, I could topple him. The sight of a wounded, struggling rabbit is far more captivating. He took a step forward, slowly raising his finger, the distance between him and Minghe barely 2 meters. Suddenly, Feng Hanyu's finger froze. Just moments ago, Minghe was there, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished. A gust of wind swept from behind. As Feng Hanyu turned his head, he was met with an enormous fist. Whoosh! Feng Hanyu's entire head was sent flying by a single punch from Minghe, landing at the feet of Xia Keting, who let out a loud scream, kicking his legs in vain, unable to shake it off. You think you can kill me? It's not that simple. Minghe laughed heartily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Having triumphed over Feng Hanyu, he felt a surge of relief, the turbulent energy within him no longer restrained. Fourth brother, Xiao Hanya cried out in despair, as light swirled in his palm, a radiant blade materializing in response. The blue edge unleashed a destructive aura capable of obliterating all. Decades ago, Xiao Hanya had wielded the frenzied light blade to eliminate the 18 strongest of Yanhuang in a single night at the Yunmeng Marsh. After years of honing, the frenzied light blade had grown even more formidable, and even a martial saint would hesitate to confront it recklessly. Dare to harm my brother. This is your fate. Xiao Hanya's voice pierced through the layers of blade light. His face contorted in rage. Minghe suddenly felt as if he were witnessing a phantom in broad daylight. The murderous intent of the frenzied light blade permeated the air, infiltrating Minghe's skin, rendering him unable to execute the dragon battle fist. All he could do was stand upright, enduring the crackling of his spine. Even in death, I shall stand tall. The little fox, which had been hiding in his embrace, suddenly let out a piercing shriek that echoed far and wide. Soon, a chorus of fox calls responded from the distance. Within the stone cave, amidst the remnants of walls and tree hollows, foxes emerged one after another, converging towards the battlefield. The air was filled with the sound of rushing wind, and several beams of white light shot through, all severed in half by the frenzied light blade. Xiao Hanya's cold laughter echoed incessantly. Xia Keting observed with a detached gaze, pondering that this skill far surpassed any falcon hunting a rabbit. I must find a way to learn it. At last, Minghe stood firm, shaking as he threw a punch, followed by another, executing the most powerful technique of the dragon battle fist, the Jinlong Sanshi. If Xia Tie were to unleash this move, it could indeed repel the wandering dragon. The form was commendable, but the strength was lacking. Boy, compared to my frenzied light blade, you are far too inexperienced. Xiao Hanya's laughter continued, and the frenzied light blade suddenly coalesced into a singular beam, descending with Pharisite Xia Minghe, despite his clear defeat, wondered how he could possibly turn the tide. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a fleeting glimmer, only to see Xiao Hanya torn asunder into fragments. Minghe gradually rose to his feet, approaching Xia Keting, and pointed at the scattered remnants of the fallen foxes. All of this is due to you. You must compensate. Xia Keting chuckled awkwardly. The foxes are a different race, mere beasts. There's nothing amiss in their slaughter. Besides, I was merely jesting with you, my brother. Why take it to heart? He coughed a few times, subtly pressing on the protective jade pendant at his chest. This pendant, a gift from his mother Qiubaiwe, possessed a protective efficacy, and he was aware that once activated, its destructive power was immense. Xia Minghe, I shall feign weakness for now, but should you advance even a step further, I will ensure your utter annihilation. The murderous intent solidified within Xia Keting, and his smile grew even brighter. Minghe indeed took a step forward. That I am not jesting. Xia Keting gritted his teeth in silence, his fingers tightening around the jade pendant. Suddenly, A burst of unassuming light erupted, sending Minghe reeling backward, while an overwhelming force shattered Xia Keting's shoulders. Minghe found himself suspended before a young man, barely 2 feet above the ground. The young man was none other than the elusive Hu Xiongdao. What a coincidence! Before he could finish a sentence, blood erupted from Minghe's mouth. His vision of Hu Xiong began to blur. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. When he next awoke, he discovered himself lying within a cave. The cave was warm and comfortable, but the exit was exceedingly narrow, rendering Minghe, with his slender frame, unable to escape. How peculiar! Where is this place? Struggling to rise, he noticed a beam of white light on the ground, revealing a small white fox with dark eyes gazing at him. Chirping softly, the little fox, freshly landed, moved awkwardly. A prominent scar marred its hind leg. It was the very one he had rescued. In mere moments, numerous foxes appeared before him, their eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. Despite their gathering, there was no trace of the usual fox musk. Those who had cultivated their skills could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, eliminating any foul odor. Could it be that I have encountered a gathering of fox spirits? A sudden realization dawned upon Minghe, and the events leading to his fainting spell replayed vividly in his mind. The injured little fox stood upright on its forelegs, bowing several times towards Minghe. The other foxes followed suit, and Minghe hurriedly returned the gesture, understanding that he had indeed met fox spirits. Our benefactor has awakened. A gentle breeze swept through, and before him danced flickering lights, which coalesced into the form of a young man. With a fair complexion and an elegant demeanor, it was none other than the Hu Xiong with whom Minghe had shared a drink the previous night. Surprised? Are you? I am indeed a fox. Hu Xiong stepped forward, taking Minghe's hands in his own, a wave of warmth enveloping him, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. As long as we can converse amiably, anyone can become a friend. After a moment of astonishment, Minghe burst into hearty laughter, though the motion pulled at his wounds, rendering his smile bittersweet. I do admire your character. You are a true friend. Yet, Hu Xiong's expression suddenly turned icy. The foes of my benefactor have already been captured. With a sudden jolt, a figure tumbled from the sleeve, landing on the ground. None other than Xia Keting. He cried out for mercy, glancing around in panic, before crawling over to clutch Minghe's legs. Brother, it was all my fault before. No, it was they who taught me. I have always wished to treat you well. After all, we share the same father, do we not? Xia Keting's face was bruised and his clothes tattered, evidently having been severely beaten by the Fox clan. All the foxes turned away, their fur bristled, their snow-white teeth gleaming under the light. Xia Keting struggled to support himself, his voice trembling. Brother, you cannot stand idly by while I am in peril. I promise you, if you save me, from this moment on, you will be the elder brother, and I shall be your loyal sibling. All right. Minghe felt a surge of nausea. He knew his elder brother was shameless, yet he never anticipated such depths of depravity. Resolutely, he turned away. Fox brother, this is your territory. You should be the one to decide. Fox brother laughed heartily. Very well. Then I shall take charge. As Xia Keting attempted to embrace Minghe once more, Fox brother raised a hand slightly. Sending Xia Keting flying through the air, he landed heavily on the ground, a singular thought racing through his mind. I am in danger. Why did the jade pendant not activate? Chapter 13. The elevation after the ink roll of the young man was named Hu Fong, the third brother of Fox brother, with the entire Fox clan bearing the surname Hu. Fox brother was named Hu Nu, and he had an elder brother named Hu Yun. Hu Nu chuckled. Third brother speaks wisely. I cannot be the villain here. Let the younger ones handle Xia Keting and teach him a lesson. Then release him. Hu Fong laughed heartily. Second brother's methods have certainly changed from before. This time, the martial examination appeared to consist solely of the offspring of nobility. Merely a minor favor. Minghe blurted out, then immediately regretted it. It matters not. We shall merely go and have a look, acquiring some skills along the way. Perhaps we can find something in Yunqing. Fox brother maintained his serene smile. Minghe understood that whatever could captivate the fox spirit's heart must be extraordinarily rare. Fox brother, it would be wise for you to refrain from going. The silver-clad Marquis, Hongmeng, possessed profound abilities, likely having reached the realm of martial saint. His bloodlust could be exceedingly lethal. Hu Fong snorted. They say the silver-clad Marquis is formidable. I hardly believe it. I shall venture out to test him. He turned to leave, and Minghe reached out to grasp him, but he was always a moment too late. According to your words, is the Taoist art even more powerful? Fox's brother continued to smile. Martial arts and Taoist arts, in essence, hold no inherent superiority over one another. These two disciplines are fundamentally different, and comparing them serves little purpose. The distinction lies solely in personal cultivation. Minghe shook the Yuanjue Heart Sutra at Fox's brother, asking, this book, in its latter half, does it not pertain to Taoist arts? Fox's brother took it, casually glancing over it, and replied, it should be considered as such, though it is merely superficial Taoist art. The world regards it as a treasure. I find it hardly worth a glance. He traced a few lines on the Heart Sutra with his finger, obscuring the original text with a dark smear. Minghe's eyes widened. Do you know what you have defaced? This is not an ordinary martial arts tome, but the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. Fox's brother smiled. And what of it? Is the Yuanjue Heart Sutra infallible? Minghe was momentarily speechless. Fox's brother continued. The elements that have been crossed out are nothing but superficial embellishments. Merely a waste of time to peruse that a person's most opportune years for martial arts training amount to only a few brief years. If one were to adhere strictly to the annotations provided herein, it is feared that the foundation would consume the majority of one's life. What remains should be the essence, and practicing that will undoubtedly yield benefits. Minghe watched Hu Xiong depart. He was momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of his sutra had been excised by Hu Xiong, leaving only a meager remnant. The altered fragment, though somewhat awkward to read, did not hinder the coherence of the text. After perusing it for a time, Minghe delved deeper into its meaning. On a solid slab of blue stone fashioned into a table, various fresh, uniquely shaped fruits would occasionally appear. Minghe, too indifferent to inquire about their origins, simply seized them to quench his thirst. The fruits, vibrant in color, offered an array of distinct flavors. Some were refreshingly tart, while others were unbearably bitter. Regardless of the taste, Minghe casually chewed a few bites before swallowing them down. Unbeknownst to him, his wound had miraculously healed. In a trance-like state of practice, Minghe suddenly thrust his fist forward, the force reverberating against the cave wall with a resonant hum. This was indeed a manifestation of his martial prowess. Elated, he combined his own footwork and unleashed the dragon battle fist. Boom! The ferocious wind of his punch surged forth like a tiger, overwhelming the confines of the cave, rushing toward the exit. Suddenly, startled cries erupted as several white figures scattered in retreat. It was the little foxes guarding the cave entrance. Though they possessed their own level of cultivation, they were powerless against such formidable force. Alas! Minghe abruptly realized, to his horror, that the intent of the dragon battle fist had spiraled out of control. That overwhelming power resembled a ravenous beast, tearing at everything within its reach. It was over. Those adorable little foxes were on the verge of being violently torn apart. Minghe conceded that Hu Xiong's insight was astute. He recounted having once witnessed the silver-clad hero's martial prowess at the Songju Pavilion, an experience that left him utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that martial arts could transform a person into a different visage entirely. To him, the silver-clad hero was akin to a celestial being. Regrettably, the encounter was fleeting, and he had only glimpsed a single punch technique and a footwork maneuver. Minghe suddenly observed that Hu Xiong appeared less vigorous than before. His sentences punctuated by labored breaths and beads of sweat forming on his brow. An epiphany struck Minghe, and he inquired, have you encountered the silver-clad hero, Yin Hongming? Hu Xiong nodded, affirming, indeed, and I was even injured by him. Minghe was momentarily rendered speechless. How could one of Hu Xiong's caliber be wounded by Yin Hongming? The martial skills of the Grandmaster were indeed extraordinarily formidable. Hu Xiong continued. Do you wish to know why I engaged with Yin Hongming? Minghe replied with a smile. If you wish to share, please do. If not, there's no use in questioning. With a sudden sigh, Hu Xiong confessed, in truth, we did not engage in combat. I was merely harmed by the energy and blood he wielded. Minghe's mouth fell open in astonishment. Hu Xiong elaborated. The silver-clad hero's martial skills are exceptional, having attained the level of Grandmaster. With his abundant energy and blood, he can easily repel practitioners of lesser cultivation. A powerful martial artist possesses an exceptionally high spirit and soul, and coupled with their vigorous life force, they can deter even the most formidable of foes. This notion echoed something his father, Xia Tianlang, had once mentioned at that time. Minghe had been skeptical, yet today he found himself wholly convinced. 3 days prior, in the grand capital of the Daqian Empire, Yunqing, the Wuchang Temple stands resolutely. Even before the dawn breaks, the square before the martial god temple is already teeming with throngs of people. Since the inception of the empire, it has become a tradition for the court to pay homage at the Wu Temple prior to significant events, honoring the martial roots from which Daqian arose. Numerous soldiers clad in silver armor maintain order, keeping the curious populace at bay as the sky begins to lighten. 2 horses emerge from the east along Dehua Street. These steeds are remarkable, boasting an extra half-length of a typical horse and towering a head higher. Seated upon one is the silver-clad Marquis Wuwei, who greets the onlookers with a courteous smile and a clasped fist. The crowd erupts in a chorus of "We pay our respects to the Marquis," and promptly kneels in a wave of black-clad figures. The rider on the other horse, appearing to be in his 50s, possesses a fair complexion and slender brows, adorned with a golden crown and a flowing beard, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Yet, the sword at his waist emanates a chilling aura of lethal intent. This is none other than the esteemed Marquis of Wuwei, Jiang Tianlang, a trusted minister of Emperor Hongguang. Jiang Tianlang possesses formidable prowess, second only to Hongmeng, having attained the realm of a grandmaster. Naturally, his presence is indispensable for such an occasion. Chapter 14. The Minor Thundersword Intent. Father, I am here, Jiang Tianlang bellowed from amidst the crowd, standing atop the shoulders of 2 attendants, elevated above the rest, making him easily visible. Unperturbed, Jiang Tianlang feigned ignorance, grunting in irritation, secretly vexed by this reckless youth who neglects his training to indulge in frivolity. Suddenly, the sword at his waist vibrated with a low hum, a subtle tremor that only Jiang Tianlang could discern. This sword would not tremble without cause, unless there were unseemly entities concealed among the kneeling populace. Jiang Tianlang's brows furrowed, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce radiance. Almost simultaneously, a potent surge of energy erupted from the kneeling throng, swiftly darting through the ranks of silver-armored soldiers, and in an instant reached Jiang Tianlang's chest. Thud! Thud! The soldiers were cleaved in twain at the waist, their wounds unnaturally smooth, devoid of blood. The terrifying energy that severed these soldiers also sealed their flowing. The vital energy was instantaneously shredded, and the fragmented air currents shot out in all directions with a cacophony of screeches. Get down! That voice echoed once more across the scene, yet it remained elusive and unpredictable. Alas! Jiang Tianlang stood atop a height, unwittingly becoming the target of the shattered air currents. His body was pierced by the force, and blood gushed forth violently. Father, save me! As he beheld the blood flowing from his wound, a wave of dizziness overcame Jiang Tianlang. Jiang Tianlang, from the corner of his eye, caught sight of Hongmeng in silver attire. If were to strike, none would escape. However, showed no intent to intervene, merely nodding and smiling at Jiang Tianlang. What an impressive technique, the little thunder sword technique. Jiang Tianlang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What was Hongmeng scheming? To reveal the origins of my sword technique is not a compliment, but rather a signal to the enemy. The little thunder sword technique unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes, swiftly followed by a second thrust. Apart from Hongmeng, others were completely oblivious to the swordplay. The air was thick with murderous intent, pervading the square. Upon detecting an enemy, it would unleash a fatal blow. All present lay motionless on the ground, the entirety of the square enveloped in a terrifying silence, save for the haunting echo of Jiang Tianlang's voice. Father, save me. Without me, when you perish in the future, who will take your place? Who will assist you in governing the court? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Jiang Tianlang's face flushed crimson as he struck out with an open palm, sending Jiang Tianlang tumbling in place. Not far away, a fleeting shadow evaded the pursuing sword intent, darting away instantaneously. If Jiang Tianlang did not kill you today, What face would he have left? The little thunder sword intent suddenly coalesced into a beam, targeting the shadow directly. Another shadow sliced in from a diagonal angle, colliding with Jiang Tianyang's sword intent and producing a series of sharp sounds. The shadow spun mid-air, pulling the earlier shadow along and escaping into the distance. They managed to flee under my little thunder sword intent. Jiang Tianyang's mind went blank as he shouted, "Lord, assist me." Hongmeng responded promptly, his hands submerged in cultivation, flicking out in rapid succession, weaving several threads of energy into a net that intercepted the two shadows. Their speed diminished, revealing two young men clad in white. One bore a shoulder soaked in blood, the very wound inflicted by Jiang Tianyang's sword intent. The other young man then unleashed two consecutive punches, shattering Hongmeng's barrier of energy, and hastily sped away. The silver armor guards finally regained their senses, unleashing a volley of arrows. The two figures suddenly leaped, vanishing into thin air. The arrows lost their mark, landing on the rooftops. And why, Lord? Why did you show them mercy? Jiang Tianyang turned, his face contorted with rage. Who wounded you? I shall avenge you. Yunlu peered outside, ensuring no one was watching, before shutting the window. Hu Fong wore a bitter expression. I am no match for them. What use is your intervention? I need to catch my breath before I leave. That if you encounter Hongmeng, it's best to steer clear of him. Suddenly, Yunlu realized, was it Hongmeng who injured you? Yes, he has been merciful. Had he exerted even a fraction of his strength, we would have certainly perished. Yunlu abruptly turned to Hu in anger. Third brother, it must be you who provoked this. Hu, swallowing several healing pills, appeared considerably revitalized. Stammering in response to his younger sister's reproach, he exclaimed, I just wanted to eliminate that old thief Jiang Tianyang. Who would have known that Hongmeng would intervene to aid him? If it weren't for Hongmeng, Jiang Tianyang would have been doomed. Your actions are exceedingly reckless. This time, he has been taken aback, and any further attempts against him will not be so easily executed. Hu Fong let out a sigh, acknowledging that not all blame could be placed on the third brother. Perhaps it was fate's design. Yin Luo remained silent in contemplation, when suddenly the outside world erupted into a cacophony. The patrol of Yunzhong City was shouting and had already surrounded the Songzhu Pavilion, all in strict accordance with the Lord's orders. Oh dear, how dare you lay a finger on me? I shall have you dealt with at once. Our Songzhu Pavilion is not to be trifled with. The madam struggled to rise, hurling curses, only to be seized by two patrollers who stuffed a rag in her mouth. Are you two soldiers merely seeking amusement? Yun Luo slowly turned, smiling at the advancing patrol. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring much of her face, but the portion revealed was enchanting enough to captivate a kingdom. As she spoke, her slender fingers deftly manipulated a silver needle, entwined with colorful silk threads, and her words rendered the patrol nearly weak at the knees. I in a place like this. How could anyone possibly hide? The two patrolmen fell silent, as the room was permeated with a delicate fragrance. Chapter 15. The day of the enchantress before the gate of the silver-clad Marquis' residence. Human presence was scarce, with the gatekeeper dozing while clutching a long spear. Upon seeing Minghe, dusty and striding forward, the gatekeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. Who are you? Do you seek an audience with the Marquis? The peculiar tone of the gatekeeper made Minghe quite uncomfortable. Suppressing his irritation, Minghe responded, Are you new here? I am Xia Minghe, son of General Xia Tai Yi of Jinyuan. Huh, you claim to be the son of General Xia? I could just as easily claim to be of royal blood. In these times, how dare you impersonate an official's kin while riding a donkey? Boy, boasting alone accomplishes nothing. The gatekeeper continued languidly, his outstretched hand shaking dismissively at Minghe. Indeed, he was a newcomer. Had it been any other warrior, they would never have dared to speak to Minghe in such a manner, let alone demand an entrance fee. Minghe, fully aware of his intent, slowly raised his right arm and delivered a resounding slap to the gatekeeper. Slap? Oh, you dare to rebel! The gatekeeper exclaimed, spitting out several teeth. He truly did not know his place. Had Minghe truly exerted himself, this fellow would have long since met his demise. What are you? Hurry up and go inside to deliver the message. Minghe reached out again, tossing the gatekeeper into the courtyard over the roof. Suddenly, The side gate swung wide open, and a squad of warriors, armed with blades and swords, charged out. Who dares to strike a man before the Marquis' gate? Are you tired of living? Among them, one warrior, bloodied yet unscathed, charged to the front, pointing at Minghe, my lord. This ruffian is impersonating the son of the marshal's residence, and has injured me. Behind him stood a grim-faced Wangguan. Minghe found the man somewhat familiar, as he seemed to have encountered him within the residence previously. The man cupped his hands in greeting, simultaneously laughing heartily. Ah, it is the second young master, truly a man of valor, possessing genuine character. The Wangguan on duty today was none other than He. The gatekeeper fell silent, his arms suspended mid-air, his entire body beginning to tremble. This young fellow in coarse clothing, riding a green donkey, was truly the young master of the marshal's residence. No wonder that slap had such force behind it. Humph, it is indeed I. Had it been another, who could withstand the mighty fists of young Master Xia? With this thought, the pain on his face surprisingly lessened considerably. He cast a fierce glare at the warrior, prompting the latter to kneel instantly. Young master, I was in the wrong just now. Minghe smiled, acknowledging that recognizing one's fault is commendable, especially when one is in a position of power over another. According to the laws of Daqian, what does it state? He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the oblivious gatekeeper to be dragged away and executed. To him, the life of a mere individual held little value. The gatekeeper, nearly soiling himself, altered his tone to one of desperate pleading. Minghe felt a pang of sympathy. This lesson would surely lead to the gatekeeper's reformation. He had come to seek the favor of the silver-clad Marquis. And although the gatekeeper's rudeness was inexcusable, engaging in a confrontation with such a man would be a disgrace and would earn the disdain of the Marquis. He barked, young Master Xia has interceded on your behalf. So come forth and express your gratitude. Minghe, being merely the son of Xia Tianlang, without any official title, found He's treatment of him largely reflective of the Marquis' standing a month prior, when a Marquis had sent him to convey a message to the marshal's residence. He had sensed that Minghe was not an ordinary individual. The silver-clad Marquis had encountered countless people, and he would not misjudge this time. Young Master Minghe, your arrival is timely. The prince is currently in his study. After I report your presence, you may enter. Shortly after He entered the study, he heard the voice of the silver-clad Marquis, Ming, beckoning him to come in. The study of the Marquis was spacious, with shelves lined against the wall filled with an array of texts and bundles of bamboo slips piled on a sandalwood desk, their yellowed surfaces indicating frequent handling. The Marquis sat behind the grand desk, adorned in a brocade robe, holding a scroll in his left hand, his gaze fixed on Minghe, although there was a hint of smile in his eyes. Minghe could not shake the sense of an invisible pressure that compelled him to stand in reverence. This was the aura of a grandmaster. Such a presence had even intimidated Hu Xiong. Minghe mused, "Ah, Minghe, you have finally come to seek me," the Marquis said with a smile, his formidable aura dissipating in an instant. "This is not like you. Speak. What is it that you desire?" The Marquis closed the scroll and gestured for Minghe to sit. Minghe's eyes inadvertently scanned the desk, and he was taken aback to find that the book was none other than the Martial Canon. The Martial Canon, second only to the Yunjiwa Heart Sutra, was a coveted treasure for martial artists, and he had not expected to find it here. Minghe hesitated, uncertain of how to begin. The Marquis chuckled, "The grand examination is imminent. How prepared are you? I have faith in you. Do not let me down. I will do my utmost," Minghe replied. The Marquis frowned slightly. "That is not your sincere sentiment. Such opportunities are rare. You must seize them if necessary. I can assist you. You must be aware that your elder brother, Xia Keding, has long coveted this position." Minghe felt momentarily stunned. The Marquis was astute, leaving no matter concealed from him. "Marquis, I have come to seek your counsel." Minghe rose once more, his gaze fixed intently on Ming. The Marquis laughed heartily. "Now, this is the Minghe I know. Speak your mind. Whatever it is, I shall help you achieve it." However, as the words left his lips, he suddenly furrowed his brow. The study, which had previously only contained 3 individuals, now harbored an inexplicable fourth presence, an aura that had initially lingered outside, but had just recently drifted into the room. That a faint, fishy chill permeated the air, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible, especially as the study of the silver-robed Marquis still wafted with the fragrance of sandalwood incense. This scent not only calmed the mind but also dispelled any unpleasant odors. It was customary for affluent households to burn sandalwood incense within their chambers. Yet the sandalwood in the Marquis's residence was particularly exquisite, sourced from the distant land of Yuntu in the west. Each small piece was worth a fortune, equivalent to a year's expenditure for a wealthy family. The silver-robed Marquis immediately surmised that a demon or celestial being was traversing in the daylight. Those capable of stealthily moving about in broad daylight were undoubtedly elite figures among demons and celestial beings. Although ghostly beings could also roam by day, they would suffer considerable depletion of their powers under the intense solar energy and would only undertake such folly in dire circumstances. Encountering a demon or celestial being in daylight was a rare occurrence, and it was the first time he had faced one so audacious as to do so in his presence. Despite the fact that Xia Minghe and Minghe were not discussing matters of great confidentiality, the mere act of a celestial being daring to eavesdrop was the utmost provocation. Xia Minghe discreetly flicked his fingers within the sleeve of his garment, and before Minghe and Chong Heihu could perceive anything amiss, a sudden groan echoed in the empty space. Following this, drops of blood began to fall. Planning to escape? The silver-robed Marquis's body trembled slightly as the sandalwood incense in the corner of the room unexpectedly erupted into fine, ember-laden powder, instantly sealing all exits. The mist formed by the powdered incense suddenly shifted, as if something were violently colliding within it. After several breaths, a voice resounded, declaring, in the face of superior skill, "I willingly accept death." Xia Minghe, you may flaunt your martial prowess, but I will never yield. Minghe was momentarily stunned. Having witnessed the spectacle, it was evident that this was sorcery, so why did the voice refer to it as martial skill? The sandalwood mist silently descended, enveloping a solitary figure, none other than who knew Chapter 16. The unmatched return to the Yuan pill, Xia Minghe spoke with a calm demeanor. You possess quite the audacity. Having offended the Marquis of Wuwei at the Wucheng Temple, yet you dare to roam about my estate. Do you presume that there is no one in the court of the great Qian to oppose you? The silver-robed Marquis indeed exhibited remarkable insight, discerning Hu Nu's identity with a mere glance that Hu Nu's complexion turned pale. The seemingly simple gesture of Xia Minghe had inflicted significant harm upon him. Even if he had not been injured, he would still struggle to withstand the might of the Marquis's Tiangang finger technique. Chong Heihu unsheathed his dagger and strode forward, exclaiming, "What audacity! How dare you cause a disturbance in the royal residence?" With a swift motion, he brought his blade down. Minghe gasped, reaching out to restrain Chong Heihu, but he was a moment too late. Chong Heihu was hurled outside by Hu Nu. Xia Minghe's dark brows quivered as he let out a low growl. Raising his hand to grasp at Hu Nu, employing the same technique he had used earlier at the Songzhu Pavilion, now infused with a greater degree of cunning and ferocity. Though unarmed, the power he wielded was not to be underestimated. Hu Nu had been able to send Chong Heihu flying, yet he could gain no advantage against the silver-robed Marquis. With a single strike, the Marquis would easily be able to diminish Hu Nu's skills by at least 30 years. With a resounding clap, the Marquis's attack landed, but it struck Minghe's palm instead, who at the critical moment had forcefully intercepted the Marquis's blow. "Oh, you know each other?" The Marquis inquired, suddenly enlightened, though he felt no anger. In the entire realm of the great Qian, few could withstand his strike, and among the younger generation, only Minghe had done so. The Marquis felt a flicker of joy within. Having such a young talent was indeed a blessing for the great Qian court. I dare not deceive the Marquis. This person is my friend. Who knew? Minghe replied, having caught the Marquis's strike, his shoulder now burdened with soreness and swelling, his speech slightly faltering that a month ago, with a swift strike, Iniho decisively brought down his palm, certain that Minghe's bones would fracture and his tendons would snap. The fact that he could withstand such an onslaught was entirely due to the merits of the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. Iniho, seasoned and astute, had already discerned that Minghe's application of force was markedly superior to that of Xia Tie. The Dragon Battle Fist, formidable and unparalleled, predominantly relied on the unique cultivation methods of the Xia family. However, the essence of Minghe's energy hinted at an altogether different path. Yuanjue Temple. Suddenly enlightened, Ho realized that the force inherent in Mingyi's strikes bore an uncanny resemblance to the techniques associated with Yuanjue Temple. In his past, accompanying Emperor Hongguang in the siege of Yuanjue Temple, he had witnessed the martial prowess of its masters. In contrast, Mingyi's current displays appeared quite juvenile. Yet with the passage of time, he would undoubtedly become a great talent. The situation was growing increasingly intriguing. Ho mused that Hu Nu chuckled. "Good brother, quickly help me deal with this old fellow. I knew you would stand with me." Mingyi, momentarily taken aback by Ho's piercing gaze, felt a flicker of panic. After a brief pause, he clasped his fists in respect, saying, "My lord, this man is my friend. If he has offended you, please punish me instead. I am prepared to endure the 3 blades and 6 holes, refining my soul and spirit, no matter the cost." The 3 blades and 6 holes essentially refer to a single blade piercing the body followed by 3 successive strikes, merely inflicting physical pain. However, the refining of the soul and spirit constitutes the most severe of mortal penalties. Oh, you are familiar with soul refining? Pray, enlighten me. Ho's demeanor relaxed as he reclined against the broad back of a chair crafted from rosewood, leisurely sipping his tea. Soul refining is an exceedingly cruel method of cultivation, wherein the soul is forcibly extracted from the body by formidable power and then subjected to 108 strikes of thunder and lightning. It seems Mingyi, even without having read the Yuanjue Heart Sutra, has significant ties to Yuanjue Temple Daha. Truly, heaven is aiding me in this matter. Hu Nu waved dismissively. No need to concern yourself with him. Life and death are determined by fate. What does he have to do with it? Before he could finish his sentence, Ho flicked his finger, and Hu Nu collapsed to the ground. Chong Heihu produced a talisman and affixed it to Hu Nu's forehead, sealing his primordial spirit, before swiftly lifting him and exiting the room, shutting the door behind him. Silence enveloped the chamber as the water in the tea kettle began to bubble and hiss. "My lord, if my friend has caused any offense, I implore you to show leniency. I wish to bear all the blame." Hoping you might release him, Mingyi spoke cautiously, kneeling before Ho. "Mingyi, you kneel for him? This is uncharacteristic of you." Ho poured himself another cup of tea. "I might spare him, but you must agree to one condition. If you can secure the top position in this martial competition, I shall release him. Moreover, I will also save your other friend." Mingyi was inwardly astonished. It appeared Ho was already aware of his intentions. Why wait until now to express such a proposition? Moreover, the condition he proposed seemed utterly ludicrous. Without further contemplation, Mingyi nodded resolutely. "It's settled then. If I fail to achieve first place, you may deal with my friend as you wish. Very well, until you attain first place. I shall treat him well. Take this pill to your friend. It may save his life. As for how to use it, I need not instruct you. Everyone understands it was a pill no larger than a grain of rice, vividly red, yet enveloped in a faint green aura. In Mingyi's palm, it spun incessantly. The silver-clad attendant presented another ornate box, stating that the Baju San was intended for him. It could be taken internally or applied externally. An ordinary person would require 3 doses, but given your exceptional talent, a single dose will suffice. Baju San. At that moment, Mingyi was no longer trembling. His mind buzzed with astonishment. How generous of the silver-clad attendant to bestow such treasures upon him. What could be the reason for this? The silver-clad attendant circled the table and patted Mingyi on the shoulder a few times, saying, "Do not disappoint me. Remember, should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Oh, Lord, I have one more request. May I have a glimpse of Hu Nu?" Mingyi swallowed hard, aware that this request might be excessive. "Show him out." The silver-clad attendant's expression suddenly darkened, and Chong Heihu appeared at the door. Gesturing for Mingyi to leave, it turned out to be Jiang Tianlang. The dozen or so followers behind him erupted in laughter. Mingyi smiled in return, noting how the young lord seemed to have recovered remarkably well. Merely days after his injury, he was already galloping about. This remark, tinged with both praise and sarcasm, caused Jiang Tianlang's countenance to shift dramatically. The disgrace of the martial temple was the greatest humiliation for Jiang Tianlang, and being mentioned in front of his subordinates by Mingyi was a blow to his pride. "You're all talk. Let us see if you can back it up at the martial examination." Jiang Tianlang retorted angrily, his gaze towards Minghe dripping with disdain. The second young master of the esteemed general's residence, venturing out without a single attendant and riding a mere donkey used for farm labor. What right did he have to enter the examination? Minghe slapped the donkey's rear, exclaiming, "You foolish creature! Who told you to stop?" Chapter 17. The sunlit shelter of the atmosphere appeared even more dismal than before. Upon seeing the Guan Dan and Baju San, his breathing grew labored. Brother Hu, since Baju San can consolidate the foundation and replenish the essence, why not take it first? Brother Hu waved his hands repeatedly, declining the offer. Thank you for your kindness, but the potency of Baju San is too overwhelming for my frail constitution. It would do more harm than good. The Guan Dan, however, is just right for me. He caressed the Guan Dan with both hands, the green aura gradually dissipating as he absorbed it into his being. Brother Hu's complexion began to brighten, and after consuming the Guan Dan, his face flushed a vibrant red, evoking envy in others. Minghe was filled with surprise. Brother Hu, are you feeling better? Not so easily, but at least I won tea die, just why is there any wine? I cannot drink. The temptation is unbearable. Minghe looked around, realizing the room was so barren it could starve a mouse. Where would good wine come from? I must express my gratitude to old Huang, with no side dishes to accompany the wine. The two drank to their heart's content, and Minghe leaned back, falling into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the paper on the window had turned pale, and daylight had broken. Brother Hu had mysteriously departed, and just as Minghe contemplated rising, he heard old Huang shouting outside. His tone transformed. T. Old Zhang's doorstep lay a vast array of wild game. Alongside the usual road deer and antelopes, there were even 2 leopards and a white-eyed tiger. If anyone else had spoken thus, old Huang would have surely received a resounding slap. But since the second young master had said it, he believed it. Once old Huang had gathered everything, he would first present it to the second young master for his enjoyment. Having finished his words, old Zhang knelt towards the mountains, bowing deeply with solemnity. Hearing old Zhang's declarations, Minghe felt a flush of warmth on his face and retreated into the house. For breakfast, I savored a bowl of white rice porridge accompanied by 2 small dishes. One was a fiery red and the other a vibrant green. The emerald green consisted of tender green beans, while the crimson dish, whose name I did not know, was a novel experience for me. I tentatively tasted it, only to find my mouth ablaze with heat, compelling me to hastily spit it out. This red ingredient, known as chili pepper, was a rare commodity procured from the distant land of the Western Kingdom. A delicacy far beyond the reach of someone like me. It was specially brought to the second young master by Master Ji from the manor. Chuckling, I realized I could not consume such a quantity alone, and invited you to join me at the table. Old Zhang repeatedly waved his hand and turned to leave. Remembering the wager with the silver-clad duke, Minghe did not indulge much in a meal and allowed old Zhang to clear the table. Sitting at the door, Minghe contemplated the techniques used by the silver-clad duke, meticulously correlating them with the teachings of the Yunjua Heart Sutra. Time passed, and with it came a deeper understanding of the text. Suddenly, it seemed someone had arrived. Minghe's heart stirred as he peered out the window, observing the tranquil scene outside. Old Zhang was skillfully skinning the wild beasts, his knife flashing with speed and precision, producing a rhythmic sound. Minghe was struck by the analogy of the butcher's ART.by mere technique. Old Zhang was indeed a master. Lost in thought, he heard the clatter of hooves. A flurry of horses burst into view, led by Ji Yu and Tai Quan, both clad in thick brocade, robes adorned with silver lambskin hoods. Ji Yu, ever humble before his subordinates, tossed the reins to a servant and approached with a cheerful smile. After hearing old Zhang recount the origins of the wild game, Ji Yu erupted in hearty laughter. Indeed, second brother speaks true. It is the mountain deity's way of thanking you for your care of him. Let us prepare a feast and dine here at noon. Tai Quan remained silent, busily unloading several large bamboo baskets from his horse, each tightly stuffed with rags. Second brother, see what I have brought for you, Tai Quan declared, lifting one of the baskets. The weight of the wine cask seemed as light as a feather in his hands. Truly a remarkable feat, loosening the cord and breaking the clay seal. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, prompting Minghe to exclaim, "What splendid wine!" Seizing the jug, he took a hearty swig, exclaiming, "Second brother, How have you prepared this? Tai Quan's father, Tai Gongran, a trusted general of the Marquis of Wuwei, was known for speaking the truth when inebriated. Minghe raised his cup in a toast. Count me in. But as the words left his lips, a sudden thought struck him. Had the silver-clad duke already discerned the conspiracy of the Marquis of Wuwei and his son, intending to use his blade against them? The manor of the Marquis of Wuwei stood tall and imposing, with 16 gatekeepers standing at attention, blades drawn to a grand sedan chair, carried by 10 men, slowly turned to depart. Behind the heavy curtains of the chair, someone sighed repeatedly. This marked the third day of the Marquis of Wuwei's seclusion from guests. Dozens of visitors had been turned away, ranging from those of lowly rank to those of high nobility. Within the serene chambers, Marquis Jiang Tianlang, clad entirely in white, sat in quiet contemplation. If these guests were to disrupt the proceedings, the plans could easily unravel. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Hongmeng, do you truly believe you can control the heavens with a single hand? Is that Jiang Ho outside? Jiang Tianlang gathered his flowing hair, securing it with a golden ribbon, and spoke softly, his voice low yet resonant. My lord, the guests have arrived, Jiang Ho announced respectfully from beneath the dripping eaves. During Jiang Tianlang's cultivation, apart from Jiang Hao, no one else, including Jiang Tianlang, was permitted to enter. Inside the Daqian Dynasty, the marble floor was adorned with luxurious Persian carpets, which made not a sound upon being tread upon. In the four corners, slender incense burners released wisps of sandalwood fragrance. The Marquis of Wuwei donned a new attire, standing solemnly at the entrance. For one of his esteemed status, awaiting a visitor at the door was a significant honor, a privilege reserved solely for the Emperor Hongguang himself. When he visited the estate, one of the 8 renowned immortals of the Daqian Dynasty, Yang Xixian, gracefully stepped inside, appearing to be merely in his 20s. His glances radiated an unmistakable aura of lethal intent, sending a chill through the seasoned Marquis of Wuwei. At last, the esteemed guest had arrived. The Marquis clasped his hands in greeting. Yang Xixian remained silent, striding in with his head held high. Chapter 18. The radiant armor. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Tianlang's face, only to vanish swiftly. Despite his noble rank, even the current Emperor Hongguang would not dare to treat him with such disregard. Yang Xixian seemed oblivious, taking a seat at the main position and gesturing for Jiang Tianlang to sit to the side. Were it not for my need of your assistance, would I allow such arrogance? Jiang Tianlang swallowed his indignation, replacing it with a faint smile. Esteemed sir, I have long admired your distinguished character. To finally meet you today is indeed a privilege beyond compare. Jiang Hao presented fragrant tea, and Jiang Tianlang smiled. This is the finest Quan Hong tea, a tribute from the Yunluo kingdom, graciously bestowed upon me by the emperor. I would not dare to indulge, but have prepared to welcome you. Esteemed sir. Yang Xixian inclined his body slightly in appreciation, but after taking a sip, he abruptly spat the tea onto Jiang Hao, exclaiming loudly, "What exquisite Quan Hong! This is clearly nothing but dog excrement. Does the Yunluo kingdom assume we have never tasted fine tea?" Jiang Hao's smile froze. His face splattered with remnants of tea as he looked at Jiang Tianlang. Rage boiled within Jiang Tianlang. Even the foremost of the 8 immortals should not insult me so brazenly. You are clearly disparaging me. Yet he forced a smile, attributing the mishap to the lack of skill among his subordinates. Please do not take offense, esteemed sir. I suspect my staff are rather unrefined in their tea brewing. Yang Xixian waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. You are of noble lineage, and if you lack fine tea, it is merely a slight against you that I have not come merely to drink tea. He produced a white silk scroll from his possession and handed it over. The scroll bore only a few scattered lines of text, yet conveyed the matter with utmost clarity. The audacious young man seated there was a disciple of Yang Xixian. Named Zhou Mu, he had descended from the mountain under the master's orders to assist Jiang Tianlang. Such a minor disciple exhibiting such grandiosity. It was evident that Yang Xixian was not far removed from such behavior himself. Jiang Tianlang composed himself and replied mildly, "If the esteemed master has sent you, it must be with divine purpose. Pray tell, how does Yang sir intend to assist me?" Zhou Mu laughed boisterously. "A mere marshal, not even worthy of the master's attention. Simply don this item, and the marshal's position shall be firmly secured. A shimmering orb danced in Zhou Mu's outstretched palm, gradually unfurling to reveal an exceedingly thin suit of armor. It appeared to be woven from radiant light, fragile enough that a mere breath could shatter it. Jiang Tianlang's eyes widened in astonishment. Humph. Do you take me for a fool, believing there is no one to contest you here? This armor is so flimsy that even an ant could tear it apart. How could it possibly safeguard one's life? The position of marshal is a matter of grave importance for the court. How dare you treat it as a jest? Were it not for the esteemed Yang's reputation, I would not let this slide easily. He slammed his hand upon the Namu armrest, leaving deep imprints. The grain of the wood starkly visible. Zhou Mu laughed heartily, declaring that anyone could be a lord, yet the radiant armor was a singular treasure in the world. The radiant armor, the legendary battle attire of the invincible war god. He would. If it is indeed genuine, what have I to fear? Jiang Tianlang was no stranger to the radiant armor. From the moment he began to form memories, he had heard numerous tales about this precious armor. As he grew older and pursued martial arts, the stories surrounding this armor became increasingly fantastical. Yet no one had ever truly laid eyes upon it. As Jiang Tianlang rose through the ranks, his experiences broadened, and he began to forget about the armor until it appeared before him without warning. With genuine admiration, Jiang Tianlang bowed several times towards the northwest and then clasped his hands in respect toward Zhou Mu, apologizing for any previous offense. Please do not take offense. Esteemed S.I.R.S. a mere mortal. I scarcely regard your presence. Had it not been for my master's command, I would not have come here at all. This armor is but a temporary loan. It must be returned after a few days. Given the trifling gifts you possess, granting you 3 days is already a considerable favor. Old Zhang's culinary skills were commendable, though his offerings were limited to plain water and salt. Nevertheless, he prepared the game with exceptional flavor, earning accolades from Gu and the others, who consumed copious amounts of wine. How could I possibly miss out on the wine? Exclaimed Fox Brother, suddenly appearing at the entrance, laughing as he strode in and downed a cup of Minghe wine in one gulp. He filled another cup and, without hesitation, drank 3 in succession before pausing. Minghe laughed heartily. Brothers, this Fox Brother is also a dear friend of mine, an aficionado of fine wine who surely came here drawn by its exquisite aroma. Taekwon raised his cup, proclaiming, a friend of my brother is a friend of mine. I salute you with this drink. However, Jiu halted his drinking, observing Fox Brother with keen interest. This gentleman possessed an extraordinary physique, appearing far from an ordinary mortal. Fox Brother chuckled, saying, Lord Shah, and is being overly modest. This brother possesses discerning eyes. Indeed, I am not an ordinary person, nor am I human. I am a fox, often referred to as a spirit creature. Jiu laughed heartily, reveling in their mutual camaraderie, unperturbed by the nature of Fox Brother's being. Pointing towards the direction of Yunzhong City, he exclaimed, that scoundrel Jiang Tianlang, relying on my power, does as he pleases, and there are countless sycophants who indulge him. I hold him in the utmost disdain. Fox Brother chuckled coldly. Well said. However, your presence here is indeed related to that scoundrel, is it not? Jiu fell silent, unsure whether to divulge the truth to Fox Brother. What do you mean by that? Do you consider me an outsider? Fox Brother, astute as he was, quickly discerned Jiu's thoughts. Casting his cup to the ground and preparing to leave, Jiu slammed his palms on the table, exclaiming, if I regarded you as an outsider, I wouldn't dare to speak ill of him. You are a spirit creature. Lend us your wisdom on how to deal with this pair of rogues. Now that is the spirit of a true brother, Minghe interjected, urging Jiu and Fox Brother to sit once more and refilling their cups. In the General's Estate's martial arts hall, a large copper basin in the corner blazed with charcoal, where Qiu Baiwei sat upon an embroidered stool, observing her son practice his swordplay. Xia Minghe was drenched in sweat, striking the ground with his blade, causing a resonant vibration that sent sparks flying from the charcoal basin. Mother, I have finally mastered the earth-splitting blade. Is that truly mastery? Qiu Baiwei scoffed lightly, and without any visible effort, the massive sword that had been tightly gripped by Xia Minghe was suddenly in her possession. The essence of the earth-splitting blade lies in the method of exerting force, the angle of the strike, and the harmonious flow of one's vital energy. Only through the integration of these 3 elements can one unleash its full power. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch closely. Employing the very technique of Xia Minghe just moments ago, this strike was executed with a ferocity far surpassing that of Xia Minghe himself. Within the expansive training hall, a chill swept through the air, and with a resounding crash, a block of green stone was shattered, its fragments scattering in all directions. Xia Minghe clapped his hands vigorously, exclaiming his approval. However, Qiu Baiwei let out a long sigh, lamenting that after all these years, her skills had grown somewhat rusty. Had she delivered that blow with her former prowess, the green stone would have been obliterated. Regrettably, the master was not present in the residence, and it was he who had truly grasped the essence of the earth-splitting blade. Had one been able to observe his practice, the benefits would have been immense. My dear mother, you are mistaken. If father were at home, how could Minghe possibly reside in such a desolate place as Shiliang Mountain? Do you still remember Minghe? Though he has not achieved recognition, he remains your formidable rival. In terms of genuine skill, you would certainly not rival him, Qiu Baiwei mused thoughtfully. I'm unperturbed. With you around, how could he dare to defy me? If necessary, I shall incapacitate him beforehand. Xia Minghe's blue eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam, akin to a wolf eyeing fresh prey. For the sake of his son's future, and to further the ambitions of the Chong, this plan was indeed worth a try. Qiu Baiwei remained silent. Yet her resolve solidified within her heart. Xia Minghe, do not blame my ruthlessness. You can only lament your misfortune in being born into the wrong family. A hint of murderous intent inadvertently leaked from Qiu Baiwei, sending a chill of foreboding coursing through Xia Minghe's bones. Chapter 19. The blood-patterned sword Minghe gradually awakened. The sky had long since darkened, and the room was aglow with a lively fire. Hu Xiong had vanished without a trace, while Jiyu and Tai Quan lay sleeping soundly, their snores resounding like thunder. Alas, as a general, how could one become so inebriated? In times of war, such behavior would surely lead to disastrous consequences. This drink must be forsaken. Struggling to sit up, his mouth parched, he found remnants of tea that had grown as cold as iron in the night's chill. Ignoring the temperature, he gulped it down, the icy liquid awakening his senses. Stepping outside, the moonlight poured down like mercury, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant clarity. After practicing the dragon combat fist, he felt an insatiable longing for more. Recalling the Baju-san, he promptly ingested a dose. What is happening? As the Baju-san coursed through him, a surge of warmth erupted in his chest, swiftly splitting into two currents, one ascending to the crown of his head, then curving downwards to converge with the other flow at the base of his spine. His entire being was enveloped in a cocoon of warmth, effectively repelling the biting cold, leaving his limbs and bones in an indescribable state of comfort. He lifted his legs slightly, and in an instant he traversed a considerable distance. Wow! How could this be? The farthest distance he had previously covered was but a fraction of what he achieved today. Could this truly be the power of the Baju-san? Hesitantly, Minghe extended his hand, observing no visible change on his arm, yet he could distinctly hear the sound of blood coursing through his veins. With a deep breath, Minghe attempted to unleash a punch. The force of his fist created a gust of wind, causing snow to tumble from a pine tree several paces away. Focusing intently, he threw another punch, and merely by the force of his fist, he snapped a branch as thick as his little finger. Gazing at the fresh break, Minghe felt immense satisfaction that if he could maintain this state, he would surely accomplish great feats in the martial arts arena. Alas, in martial competitions, fists and feet could only serve for practice. To truly contend with opponents, one must rely on weapons and steeds, and what you lack most is a readily available weapon. Suddenly, Hu Xiong appeared beside Minghe. Speaking in a calm tone, Fox brother spoke wisely. The Mingshi workshop indeed possesses a plethora of exquisite weaponry. At this juncture, Minghe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Were his pockets sufficiently filled? He would not have ventured to Shiliang Mountain to prepare for his examinations. What truly remarkable weapons could the Mingshi workshop offer? Genuine treasures would never be available for mere bargaining. In truth, possessing a sword capable of slicing through iron as though it were mud would suffice for one such as you. A true warrior would never part with their beloved sword. The quest for an authentic blade is exceedingly arduous. Minghe acknowledged the veracity of Fox brother's words, yet found the realization daunting. That is hardly insurmountable. Fox brother continued nonchalantly. Not long ago, while wandering through Liangwazu, I chanced upon an estate where the air was thick with sword energy. Curiosity led me inside, and to my astonishment, I discovered a sword that I seized with little effort. Fox brother's tone was unassuming, yet Minghe felt a shiver of trepidation. Liangwazu lay a considerable distance to the southeast, a full 3,000 miles from the imperial capital of Daqian. During the reign of Emperor Hongguang, a fierce 3-year battle ensued in Liangwazu, culminating in a treaty that rendered Liangwazu independent from the Daqian Dynasty. With annual tributes exchanged, should the Daqian Dynasty require military assistance, they could request troops from Liangwazu. The local officials in Liangwazu were entirely self-sufficient, needing no approval from Daqian, only required to submit a roster. Liangwazu was famed for its martial prowess, and its weapons were equally renowned. Many warriors from Daqian took pride in wielding arms from Liangwazu. What Fox brother handed over was merely a small sword, measuring no more than 2 feet in length and barely 2 fingers in width. The scabbard, an inky green, was adorned with large rubies and emeralds at the mouth, and even before drawing the sword, an icy aura enveloped Minghe. Though modest in size, the sword felt surprisingly heavy in his grasp as Minghe drew the blade. A chilling sword energy caused him to tremble. The blade shimmered with a bluish hue, and upon its deep blood groove, a dark red blood pattern swirled erratically. This sword had undoubtedly claimed many lives. Despite its pristine appearance, Minghe could still sense a potent aura of slaughter. Eagerly, he inquired, and Fox brother pointed to an inscription along the blade. 2 faint characters were barely discernible. Blood pattern sword. The name was unfamiliar, yet its formidable power was undeniable. Minghe cherished the sword immensely and offered it back, urging Fox brother to treasure it. Fox brother's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by this? It is a gift for you. I shall not reclaim it. My primary focus is on cultivating my Taoist arts, and I regard such weaponry with indifference. Had I not thought it beneficial to you, I wouldn't have traversed such a distance to bring it. If you do not desire it, feel free to discard it. Then I am most grateful, Minghe exclaimed, filled with joy, and expressed his thanks once more as a gesture of goodwill. I shall also bestow upon you the accompanying sword manual. Fox brother handed over the manual, and upon a mere glance, Minghe was entranced. Completely absorbed in its teachings, he spent the entire night in study, mastering 7 or 8 parts of the blood shadow sword technique. The remaining task was to familiarize himself with the various transformations within the technique, ensuring a comprehensive understanding to prevail in battle. While Minghe toiled diligently, Fox brother had already summoned Jiu and Taekwon. Elder brother is to compete in a tournament, and now that we have acquired the weapon, we still require a steed and armor. Think of a solution. This is no challenge. We have it covered, Jiu declared, thumping his chest. The Thunder Leopard is surely elder brother's. Taekwon, unwilling to be outdone, boasted loudly, I possess the ancestral falling cloud armor, and I shall offer that to elder brother as well. Brother Fox burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that this is what true brotherhood looks like. As for the remaining matters, I shall take care of them. When brothers unite, their strength can shatter gold. This martial champion we are destined to secure within the general's residence. Qiu Baiwei was in a fit of rage, urging Huang Quan to locate Minghe. The edict from Emperor Hongguang had been issued. All estates were to prepare their male candidates for the martial examination, which must be conducted within their own households. The court would dispatch officials to inspect, and those estates that performed commendably would be rewarded. Qiu Baiwei had little interest in the rewards, yet the absence of Minghe posed a significant dilemma. Should the emperor inquire about his whereabouts, it would spell disaster, such as the fate of a sycophant. Huang Quan cursed silently, yet he dared not delay. After dispatching everyone else, he ventured alone to the kitchen. The kitchen of the general's estate spanned 3 courtyards, and in one courtyard on the eastern side, Huang Quan found the scrawny Xiao Gun, who was struggling to chop firewood with a hefty axe nearly equal to his own weight. Since Minghe's departure, Xiao Gun had been assigned to this arduous task, enduring the dirtiest and most laborious chores merely to secure his daily sustenance. Alas, who could be so blind as to assign such menial labor to Xiao Gun? Once I uncover the culprit, I shall break their legs, ignoring Xiao Gun's resentful glare. Huang Quan affectionately seized the axe from his hands. You must need something from me, yes? This pile of firewood must be chopped. Without it, the flower room will grow cold, and the lady will be displeased. Seated atop the chopped wood, Xiao Gun cast a sidelong glance at Huang Quan. Huang Quan beckoned two individuals over, thrusting the axe into their hands. Quickly finished chopping the wood. I shall return shortly. He tugged at Xiao Gun, eager to leave. I'm not going anywhere, Xiao Gun declared, plopping down onto the ground. The lady has instructed me to stay in this courtyard. If I step outside, I shall have my leg broken. Huang Quan felt an overwhelming urge to slap Xiao Gun and follow up with a kick, yet he restrained himself. Xiao Gun, we're going to find the second young master. You truly want to come? I will go. Why didn't you say so sooner? Xiao Gun leaped up and swiftly vanished at the courtyard entrance, leaving Huang Quan in stunned silence. To the foot of Shiliang Mountain. In the Ji Manor, young master, there are individuals lurking outside, appearing quite suspicious. They do not seem to be of good character. Ji Yu and Tai Quan were engaged in conversation when a hurried warrior burst in to report. Should we inform the second brother? Tai Quan inquired, glancing toward another room, which was tightly shut. Within, Minghe was diligently practicing his swordplay. Time was running short for Minghe, and he had to seize every opportunity. No need. We can handle this ourselves, Ji Yu replied, clapping his hands gently. The warrior outside promptly entered, clasping his hands in greeting. Capture everyone outside. Remember, not a single one is to escape. Chapter 20. A dog's eyes see no higher than its own nose. Huang Quan had never encountered such a situation. His adversaries provided him no opportunity for explanation. The few resounding slaps were followed by being bound with rope. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. I am Huang Quan, the chief steward of the general's residence. Before he could finish a sentence, he received several more slaps. Speak again, and I shall end you. They tore at his clothing, silencing him. To Ji Yu and Tai Quan sat beneath the sunlit eaves, observing the group of over 10 men standing before them. Ah, Xiao Gun, is that you? Quickly release him. The rotund figure of Huang followed closely, but was abruptly halted as the warrior beside him unsheathed his blade with a swift motion, the glint of the steel casting a menacing light. Ji Jiangjun, Iron General, you are all present. I have come in search of young Master Minghe. Upon spotting Ji Yu and his companion, Xiao Gun felt a sense of belonging. Ji Yu gestured for silence, indicating that his elder brother was currently training and should not be disturbed. Instead, he urged Xiao Gun to observe the unfolding spectacle with him. Turning his attention to Xiao Gun, Huang remarked that he was the only one present capable of advocating on his behalf. Recalling Huang's past transgressions, Xiao Gun retorted vehemently, that is not the case. Young master must utilize more charcoal, and that is without mentioning other matters. Consider those monthly payments. None have been remitted to the young master. If you had provided those funds, would he be enduring such suffering here? Cough, cough, Xiao Gun, Your words are misguided. The supply of charcoal is dictated by the general's edict, and as a mere servant, how might I alter that? Witnessing the young master suffering from the cold pains me as well. At this juncture, Huang inexplicably shed a few tears. It was surprising to see that this fellow was quite adept at feigning emotion. Tai Quan could scarcely tolerate a man weeping, particularly as Huang sobbed profusely, his nose running, leaving one to wonder if he was genuinely moved. In reality, he was simply terrified of losing his life. When he had been captured, Huang had been drenched in a cold sweat, and now, with the wind biting at him, he felt as if he were turning to ice. Continue to weep, and I shall end your life. Tai Quan rose, taking the dagger offered by the warrior and advancing slowly toward Huang, whose complexion grew even more pallid. This time, he truly let out a wail of despair. Minghe, with a hint of wicked amusement, remarked, Elder brother has made his intentions clear. We need not say more. Fortunately, we have Xiao Gun to relay messages. We shall maintain our correspondence. Minghe sat astride his steed. He gazed back at the archway of Shiliang Mountain, ultimately choosing silence as he galloped away, with Xiao Gun trailing closely behind, leaving Huang and his ilk far behind. This lad was indeed an anomaly, consistently surprising one with each encounter. Yet for Qiu Baiwei, such surprises only translated into pressure, for with each display of Minghe's prowess, the hope for Xia Keting's emergence grew increasingly dim. Having met with the esteemed lady, Minghe announced as he came to a halt in the hall, bowing respectfully to Qiu Baiwei. You have endured considerable hardship these days. I have arranged new accommodations for you, as the previous quarters were no longer suitable. Should you require anything, simply instruct Butler Huang. This attire also requires replacement. The tailor should be arriving shortly. Minghe was somewhat taken aback, for Qiu Baiwei appeared entirely transformed. However, he quickly understood. With Emperor Hongwang sending officials to investigate, his own living conditions and attire could not appear too shabby. If there is nothing further, you may retire and prepare diligently for the martial examination. Qiu Baiwei instructed with a wave of her hand. Minghe took his leave, and Xiao Gun, having donned a new outfit, led Minghe to another courtyard not far from the martial arts hall. The room was impeccably tidy, featuring a desk and several pieces of porcelain. While not extravagant, it was certainly an improvement over the previous accommodations. Young master, this time you truly vented your frustrations. Huang is now considerably more humble in my presence. Xiao Gun said with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Xiao Gun with dedication. Anything is achievable. Let us proceed to observe the martial arts hall. In front of the training hall stood 4 sword-bearing warriors, who, upon seeing Minghe approach, clasped their hands in salute, but did not yield their ground. Xiao Gun exclaimed loudly, Young master wishes to enter for training. You must step aside. The matriarch has decreed that only the eldest young master may use the training hall. Any others must obtain her approval. Indifferent to his words, Minghe turned to leave. Xia Minghe gestured slightly, and several warriors obstructed Minghe's path. Are you attempting rebellion? Minghe inquired in a low voice, his gaze sharp as a blade, compelling the warriors to part. Your mother mentioned just yesterday that your skills have greatly improved. It seems that was nothing but a fabrication. Would you attempt to leave? That hardly seems the action of an astute individual. Upon finishing, Xia Minghe let out a disdainful scoff that drifted on the wind. Very well. Let us compete. If you're injured or killed, we shall accept our fates. Minghe abruptly turned and strode into the training hall. Xiao Gun, sensing the precariousness of the situation, tugged at Minghe's sleeve. Young master, the martial examination is imminent. There is no need to provoke the eldest young master. Minghe waved his sleeve dismissively. They have pushed it too far. How can I endure this? If I do not teach him a lesson today, what meaning does it hold to be the top scholar? Such bravado! The title of top scholar belongs to me. Xia Minghe sneered, gripping his sword tightly. Second brother, you wield a weapon. Should you lose unarmed, you will surely be discontented. Minghe stood with his hands clasped behind him. Engaging with you does not warrant the use of a weapon. Should I employ a weapon and still win, you would remain unsatisfied. Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. As your elder brother, I have already warned you. It is your choice to disregard my counsel. Everyone present can bear witness. Chapter 21. The spirit's possession with a mere flick of his fist, Minghe could have pierced through Xia Minghe's body. Yet he refrained, instead pressing 2 fingers lightly upon Xia Minghe's shoulder, producing a cracking sound as he shattered the scapula. The sword fell from Xia Minghe's grasp. If you were not my brother, this blow would have ended your life. Minghe scoffed before turning to leave. Xiao Gun, bewildered, glanced around and promptly followed. Second young master, you have stirred up great trouble. The eldest young master is also participating in the martial examination. How could you injure him? What will you do if the emperor holds you accountable? Xiao Gun lamented. Minghe shut the door behind him. The situation has unfolded thus. I shall seek the matriarch. Xia Minghe will not perish. It is of little consequence. Just as he was about to exit, he heard a clamor outside. Xiao Gun peered through the crack in the door and saw Qiu hurrying past, heading directly for the training hall. It's over. Once the matriarch assesses the injury, she will undoubtedly seek you out. You should leave quickly before they catch you. Minghe remains seated, undeterred in all of Yunzhong City. She holds dominion. Where could I possibly flee? I shall await her. However, Xiao Gun could not maintain his composure as Minghe did. He wished to venture out to gather news, but feared for Minghe's safety, pacing back and forth until Minghe could not help but chuckled to his surprise. There lay a bowl of white rice and 2 plates of vegetables before him, remarkably warm despite the cold weather. Without a moment to ponder the source of the meal, he devoured it all, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, he caught sight of Hu Xiong seated opposite him, smiling at Minghe. The revelation struck Minghe. So it was you who aided me. It was but a trifling effort. I could not allow him to jeopardize your significant undertaking. If he seeks a fight, even the gods cannot assist him. Minghe realized then that Hu Xiong had always been by his side. Witnessing all that he had experienced, as soon as he departed, Brother Fox erased the consciousness of those present. The individuals were left in a daze, as if ensnared in a dream, only able to perceive the young master sitting on the ground, shouting loudly, with a large blade discarded beside him, while the rest of the details eluded their memory. Although Qiyu was astute, upon witnessing her son's injury, her thoughts became disordered, and she failed to consider Minghe's situation. It was entirely plausible that her son, lacking in talent, could have sustained injuries during training. However, observing his wounds, they did not appear to be self-inflicted. When inquiring about the cause of his injury, Xia Keating merely complained of a headache. Unable to articulate further details as for the others, they were equally perplexed, leading to the matter being left unresolved. Her son, who was originally unlearned, would find it exceedingly difficult to predict his future, even if he managed to become a top scholar by some stroke of luck. Perhaps this was not entirely a misfortune. With this thought, Qiyu's spirits lifted considerably. In the ensuing days, Minghe dedicated himself fervently to the practice of martial arts, understanding that only by strengthening himself could he better safeguard his own well-being. Qiyu refrained from troubling Minghe. This astute woman recognized that causing him distress at this juncture would be rather unwise. The current Minghe had the silver-clad Marquis backing him, a stark contrast to the past. The little messenger scampered about, relaying various tidings into Minghe's ears. The martial examination was set to take place within the imperial military grounds on the outskirts of the capital, and during these days, numerous soldiers were busily transporting various items, while households were engaged in a final push in preparation for the impending imperial examination. Minghe merely smiled serenely. Regardless of others' actions, he must maintain his composure. Brother Fox had yet to reappear, his whereabouts unknown, but it was certain he was also laboring on Minghe's behalf. Jiang Tianlang let out a grunt, declaring that if he could not secure the top position in this martial examination, he would be no better than a dog. Listen closely, this matter is incumbent upon you, and I cannot assist you. He exclaimed, "Oh, it's not that serious. You're the chief examiner. Isn't it just a matter of a word? The true chief examiner is the current emperor. He is the genuine expert. What could possibly escape his notice? That old fellow Hong Meng, as another chief examiner, would never speak on your behalf. Abandon such hopes. Father, then I shall not take the exam. The household has no shortage of top scholars." Jiang Tianlang's words were cut short as his father delivered a resounding slap, sending him crashing against the stone door, producing a dull thud. This collision left Jiang Tianlang reeling, struggling to regain his footing. "You useless wretch. After just 3 days, you concoct such nonsensical reasoning." Jiang Tianlang turned and exited, the stone door slowly closing behind him. Sealing off Jiang Tianlang's pleas that "My lord, is this treatment towards Lang are not a bit too harsh?" sighed Lady Qi, adorned with jewels. Marrying Jiang Tianlang appeared splendid to outsiders, but she alone knew the fears and anxieties it entailed. "It is precisely you who have spoiled him too much. Now he cannot achieve anything." Jiang Tianlang retorted angrily, "If my son were capable, I would not have to exhaust myself seeking external assistance." Zhou Mu remained in the residence, expending hundreds of taels of crimson dragon fire silver daily. Despite Jiang Tianlang's years of careful management and ample resources, such an expenditure still pained him considerably. What troubled Jiang Tianlang even more was the current situation. The power struggles within Yunzhong City had created a rift among officials, with factions forming and the silver-clad Marquis and himself appearing to be at odds. Rumors suggested that Xia Minghe had visited the residence, yet the nature of their conversation remained unknown. If Iho and Xia Minghe were to stand together, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for me. This unruly lad is likely to cause quite a stir during the martial arts examination. Jiang Tianlang, who do you think you are to avoid my presence? Very well, I shall come to see you. Accompanying the shout, the steward of the Ho residence, Jiang Ho, strode in with great strides. "Jiang Ho, have you lost your senses?" Jiang Tianlang resumed his seat, his tone commanding yet unyielding. Jiang Ho had followed him loyally for decades. "Who do you think you are to raise your voice at me?" Jiang Ho's pupils dilated with rage, and he suddenly launched a punch at Jiang Qiu. The wind from the punch was fierce and unyielding. The thick carpet beneath them rippled with the force of the blow. This man is not Jiang Ho. Jiang Ho does not possess such a high level of mastery, judging from the force of that punch. This individual has already reached the intermediate grandmaster level. Jiang Qiu remained composed, his aura retracting before it surged forth violently. An invisible explosion of energy erupted from him, rapidly expanding to meet the punch head-on. The punch fell silently, mere inches from Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu slightly raised a finger, directing a surge of energy towards Jiang Ho's head. Jiang Ho suddenly leaned back, exhaling forcefully towards Jiang Qiu's finger. The two energies collided with a crisp sound, such a trivial technique as the wuxiang finger. What can it possibly do to me? Jiang Ho laughed heartily, shaking the inkstone on the desk. Buzz! Jiang Qiu unleashed the little thunder sword technique, creating whirlpools of sword energy throughout the study. Chapter 22. Fierce Rivals. The 13th prince enters the capital. The little thunder sword technique is a unique skill of the Wukong sword sect. Notoriously difficult to master, yet immensely powerful once perfected. Jiang Qiu had fought alongside Emperor Hongguang, achieving great military feats closely tied to the little thunder sword technique. The technique had become as natural to Jiang Qiu as eating or breathing, instinctively employed in times of peril, and it was his most formidable move. Who exactly are you, and what do you seek? Whatever the matter, I, the Marquis, shall bear it alone. It shall not involve my family. Jiang Ho chuckled wickedly. My lord is overly concerned. I have come to request your assistance. Assist you? Jiang Ho suddenly collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly drained, as a figure clad in white materialized in the study. Looking even younger than Jiang Tianlang, it was I who engaged you earlier. I am Gonyang Ju, the foremost of the four fiends of Yinhuang. Gonyang Ju, to be defeated by him would indeed be an honor. For though I am a grandmaster, I cannot compare with the four fiends of Yinhuang. However, how could Gonyang Ju, the mightiest of them all, appear so youthful? A smile crept across Gonyang Ju's lips. I understand your disbelief. Thus, I borrowed this person's vessel. With your abilities, you could easily deal with anyone. What assistance could I possibly provide? The target of my ire is General Fu's Xia Minghe. With a mere flick of my finger, I could extinguish his life. But that would be too merciful for him, as it would not quell my resentment. He intends to participate in the martial arts examination and aims for the top scholar. Just as he nears success, I shall deliver a fatal blow to shatter all his aspirations and then eliminate him. Are you suggesting to borrow my son's vessel? Sole possession, is it? Precisely. For you, this is a venture with no risk of loss. The words of Gong Yangjue struck a chord deep within Jiang Qiu's heart. Indeed, this transaction was quite advantageous, yet he harbored some trepidation due to his son's body being possessed by Gong Yangjue. It was all rather petty and hesitant. If one were unwilling, so be it. There were many who surpassed you in terms of qualifications. The response he hoped for was not forthcoming. Gong Yangjue, in a fit of rage, retorted, Ha! You are mistaken, sir. I am merely contemplating when I shall take possession. Jiang Qiu repeatedly offered his apologies with a respectful bow. You are indeed astute. When the time comes, I shall seek you out. Your son's vessel is tainted with an overwhelming aura of corruption. Remaining within it for too long will surely diminish his cultivation. As Gong Yangjue spoke, he began to walk outside, and the moment he stepped out the door, he vanished completely. Jiang Ho, leaning against a pillar, slowly rose to his feet, gazing vacantly at the door. His head throbbed painfully, as if he had just endured a nightmarish dream, utterly unable to recall what had transpired moments before. Seated once more, Jiang Qiu drained a cup of tea, only to be jolted by the alarming sight of his treasured sword, now riddled with cracks. With a trembling right hand, he reached out to touch the hilt, and with a resounding crash, the entire blade shattered into countless fragments. The finest tempered steel, unable to withstand a single blow from Gong Yangjue. The notorious leader of the Cloud Desolation demonic entities was indeed not a title to be taken lightly. Jiang Qiu flicked his sleeve, sending a gentle breeze that swept the shards onto the ground, then gracefully turned and strode away. Only Jiang Ho remained, staring intently at the scattered pieces. Those fragments glimmered faintly upon the golden velvet carpet, resembling eerie eyes, hoping against hope that all would proceed smoothly. Minghe might indeed gain entry to the academy. Silver-robed Ho departed from the table, standing by the window, gazing skyward. Outside, several billowing clouds of crimson were swiftly gathering. It appeared that heavy snow was imminent in Cloud City once more. Outside the city, 19 horsemen galloped at breakneck speed, their iron armor caked with dust from their long journey. Leading the charge was a magnificent steed, whose hooves seemed to soar as it ran. Its rider, adorned with long hair and a golden crown, donned a brocade robe of sable, his blue eyes deep and reflective as autumn waters. The 13th prince was entering the capital. The 13th prince, Tu Su, was hastening toward the capital with his cloud-chasing iron cavalry. Reports echoed through the halls of the court, igniting a fervor throughout the entire Cloud City. The arrival of the 13th Prince Tu Su at this juncture was likely tied to the military examinations. Should he take the field, there would be none in Cloud City who could rival him. When silver-robed Ho received the report, his hand trembled slightly, a large drop of ink falling from the tip of his nose, seeping into the yellowed scroll before him, reminiscent of the capricious sky outside. Minghe's formidable rival had arrived. Yet he remained remarkably calm, even feeling a flicker of delight. The 13th Prince Tu Su, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, particularly in martial abilities, was indeed a rare talent of the great Daqian Dynasty. He had begun his studies in archery and horsemanship at the tender age of 3, under the tutelage of none other than Jiang himself. The 13th Prince's entrance into the capital was undoubtedly a boon for me. Even if my son were to falter, it would ensure that military power would not fall into Minghe's hands. This, in an unspoken manner, was a significant assistance to me that a faint smile graced Jiang's lips as he instructed Jiang Ho, "Prepare the horses. We are heading to the 13th Prince's residence." Minghe stood in the courtyard, observing the gathering crimson clouds, reflecting on how the ever-changing tides of fate mirrored the celestial phenomena. Suddenly, he felt a surge of emotion. "Shao Gunner!" Minghe called out, and Shao Gunner promptly appeared. "Young master, what do you require? Come with me for a stroll. Spending the whole day within the confines of the estate has become rather stifling." The darkening sky filled with crimson clouds was accompanied by a gentle breeze. Though not strong, it was sufficiently chilly, dispersing the pedestrians on the road. One day, when I become a great general, I shall decree that no one else may accompany me on my journey, just as it is today. The little stick stretched out his arms, twirling in the cold wind. Minghe smiled. "And do I then have to evade? Young master, you mock me again. How could I ever become a great general? What I just said was merely on your behalf. If you were to become a great general, what then? What then?" Minghe was momentarily stunned, his thoughts solely focused on claiming victory in the martial examination, with little consideration for what would follow. Primarily, discussing such matters in the street could lead others to believe these two were mad. "Stand clear." The sound of horseshoes striking the ground echoed, followed by a loud shout. The little stick hesitated briefly, only to be pulled aside by Minghe, who gripped his collar point. 19 magnificent steeds galloped past, leaving only a fleeting silhouette of the two. It is the 13th Prince. The servants of the general's residence, Su Shaogun, pay their respects to the 13th Prince. The little stick immediately knelt, bowing his head. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Minghe standing tall, merely cupping his hands in greeting to the 13th Prince. "And who might you be?" The 13th Prince pointed his whip at Minghe, this youth clad in simple attire, yet exuding a unique aura, particularly in light of his failure to bow before the prince, which raised suspicions. Xia Minghe, paying respects to the 13th Prince. Minghe bowed once more, preparing to kneel, yet was halted by the 13th Prince. "And no need for that. You were the one who committed murder in my royal grandfather's Golden Sun Palace 3 years ago, were you not?" "Indeed, such audacity! I have long desired to teach you a lesson, but you have been hiding in the admonition courtyard for 3 years. Now that I have encountered you, I shall show you what true power is. You must understand, the royal palace is governed by royal law." Tu Su cracked his whip. The golden threads mingled with the finest wild horse mane struck the body, sharper than any blade. Minghe sidestepped, pinching the 13th prince's whip between two fingers. "You are of royal blood, yet not above the law. On what grounds do you strike me?" Tu Su pulled forcefully, yet the whip remained unyielding. "Dare you rebel?" The 18 chasing clouds cavalry simultaneously drew their blades, encircling Minghe in a deadly ring of 18 gleaming swords. Should those 18 blades descend together, even stone would shatter. Chapter 23. The Longstreet's Might. Without any warning, the chasing clouds' 18 riders stood frozen, their mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Only their eyes revealed profound fear. These warriors, seasoned in combat, had reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, yet collectively they had not triumphed, and the defeat was devastating. They lost in a single exchange. To speak of it, one would fear no one would believe. "Silver-robed Marquis," the 13th prince suddenly called out, having faintly perceived the shadow of the silver-robed Marquis in Minghe's earlier movements. His vast knowledge allowed him to recognize similarities in Minghe's technique, yet upon closer reflection, he found them to be markedly different. "Young master," the little stick called out, fully aware of Minghe's temperament. Should he strike the 13th prince, all hope for Minghe would be lost. Buzz! The 13th prince abruptly shook his arm, the whip cracking explosively, causing Minghe to involuntarily release his grip. The dagger at the 13th prince's waist suddenly leapt from its sheath into his hand, cleaving downwards towards Minghe. The force contained within was mightier than that of the chasing clouds, 18 riders combined. "Let us see how you evade." Minghe, with both hands raised, forcibly clamped down on the descending blade. Yet still felt the knife's edge slice through his palm, blood cascading down, congealing into icy fragments that clattered to the ground. "The actions I have taken have already exacted their toll. The 3 years spent in the reformatory have settled all debts. There is no need for your reminders. You may be a prince, but that does not render your every word infallible." Minghe articulated each word deliberately, his strength resonating through his palms, employing the very techniques recorded in the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. Suddenly, amidst the northern winds, a series of sounds erupted. The treasured sword in the hands of the 13th prince exhibited numerous, evenly spaced cracks. A sword meticulously crafted by the Heavenly Craft Workshop had been reduced to scrap iron by Minghe's bare hands. "You are a prince. I will not stoop to your level. My name is Minghe, and you may dispose of me at your whim." Minghe turned to leave, leaving the 13th prince bewildered amidst the swirling snow. The small figure struggled to rise, managing to offer a strained smile to the 13th prince, one more pitiful than tears. "My lord, the prince requests that you transfer to the Golden Sun Palace." The 9th prince of the Golden Sun Palace is the uncle of the current Hongguang emperor, a man of considerable influence, closely allied with the 13th prince. Upon hearing of the emperor's summons, the 13th prince remounted his steed and galloped towards the Golden Sun Palace. "Many ministers have already arrived at the residence, awaiting your audience," a kind-hearted warrior of the chasing clouds reminded him. "Let them wait. If they are unwilling to do so, they may disperse." The 13th prince waved his hand impatiently, fully aware of the caliber of those who awaited him at the far end of the long street. A figure raced towards the silver-garbed Marquis' residence. The events that had just transpired had not escaped this individual's notice. Before the blizzard descended, news of the altercation between Minghe and the 13th prince had spread throughout the capital. In the Golden Sun Palace, within the Yangxin Pavilion, the 9th prince, adorned in resplendent attire, sat regally upon a brocade cushion inlaid with gold and jade, gazing at the tumultuous crimson clouds in the sky. The room was as warm as spring, though the 2 maidservants attending him were slick with beads of perspiration at their brows. "My lord, the 13th prince has arrived." The 13th prince burst into the room, a gust of cold air trailing behind him. "Grandfather, how fare you?" The 9th prince trembled slightly. "My dear grandson, it is well that you have come. It is well that you have come." He patted the cushion beside him, beckoning Tu Su to sit closer. "You appear unwell. It must be the burdens of the front lines weighing upon you. Had I known, I would not have summoned you here," the 9th prince expressed with concern. "Alas, I did not intend to trouble grandfather with this, but the front lines are of little concern. I encountered that Minghe on the long street. We had a scuffle." The 9th prince straightened in his seat. "Did he inflict any harm upon you?" "What a question, grandfather! I am unscathed. Rather, it was I who injured his hand, though regrettably, I was unable to incapacitate him. He was exceedingly brazen when he committed murder within your palace. I had hoped to teach him a proper lesson, but alas, he managed to flee. It is good that you are unharmed. It is good that you are unharmed. Let bygones be bygones. The ninth prince waved his hand dismissively. That Minghe, in truth, I hold a certain admiration for him. He is the first to dare commit murder within my palace. You two could very well become close friends. Tu Su's expression darkened further. Surely, grandfather has lost his faculties. His trusted aide was slain by Minghe, yet he lauds him and suggests I befriend him. If you hold him in such esteem, why then send him to the reformatory? An array of exquisite delicacies lay before Tu Su. Yet as he raised his cup to toast, he suddenly lost all desire for drink upon meeting the gaze of the grandfather across the long table. As evening descends and the sky hints at snow, may I offer you a drink? Outside the window, the snowflakes, as soft as goose feathers, gracefully descend, blanketing the entire city of Yunzhong in white. Though the evening is perfect for imbibing, Tu Su finds the wine lodged in his throat, unable to swallow a single drop. The ninth prince sets down his cup, acknowledging his fatigue, as well as Tu Su's. Let us take a rest. Tu Su bows and withdraws, while the ninth prince's voice echoes behind him. You and Ming, he should become good friends. I do not wish to see you as adversaries, with the emperor himself advocating for him. It is no wonder Ming, he displays such audacity. Humph, I am eager to see what abilities you possess. Within the general's mansion, Ming, he stands quietly in the courtyard, the biting wind howling around him. A full inch of snow accumulated on his shoulders. The anticipated events have yet to unfold, leaving Ming, he with an unsettling feeling. This is exceedingly abnormal. According to the Guangming law of the Great Daqian Dynasty, the actions taken on Chang Street would warrant a family annihilation, condemning 9 generations, yet nothing has transpired. Everything feels decidedly peculiar. The crunch of footsteps through the snow approaches, and the red lanterns flicker. It is none other than Xia Minghe, clad in a long white leather coat, with a servant carrying a lengthy chest. I heard your second brother accomplish something significant on Chang Street today, so I came to offer my congratulations. The general's mansion has certainly gained a reputation. Xia Minghe chuckles, as a subordinate opens the chest to reveal garments worn by criminals. What is the meaning of this? What do you intend? You have offended the 13th prince. This matter is far too grave. The entire household will face repercussions. How heroic and formidable you are. Xia Minghe laughs heartily, placing the chest down before turning to leave. Ming He, in a fit of anger, kicks the chest, sending it soaring over Xia Minghe's head. Everyone else is preoccupied, pledging loyalty to the 13th prince, eagerly discussing the impending martial examinations, all with the singular aim of bringing Ming He down. Marquis Jiang Tianlang, having toiled for years with an extensive faction, finds that these individuals can discern his intentions tonight. Humph, what is Ming He worth? Those emerging from the admonition hall aspire to become marshals. I shall not permit it. Rest assured, on the day of the martial examinations, I will be the chief examiner. With Ming He opposing me, his demise is certain. Your Highness, is this course of action truly wise? Jiang Tianlang raises a cup of wine. It has come to my attention that your Highness visited the 9th prince's residence. Jiang Ho, I always keep my word. The 13th prince draws his sword, severing a corner of the table, his words as unyielding as the matter at hand. Chapter 24. The Dragon of Clouds. Recently, a series of bizarre occurrences have transpired, all of which relate to Ming He. Although the consequences appear severe, they dissipate without a sound. This young man is decidedly extraordinary. Qiu Baiwei, too, cannot find rest, standing before the window, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. Her thoughts remain entangled with Ming He. Despite her aversion towards him, she cannot help but be drawn to him. Moreover, every time she thinks of Ming He, she inevitably recalls Xia Minghe, resulting in an inability to maintain her composure. Whoosh! Ming He throws 3 consecutive punches, and although he deliberately suppresses them, the resounding wind still takes him by surprise. Little Gun was astonished, his mouth agape, unable to discern how the young master executed his martial prowess. All he could perceive was a whirlwind swirling in the courtyard, faintly taking on the shape of a dragon. Controlling the Qi, the Yuanjua Heart Sutra offers scant descriptions regarding the mastery of Qi, merely 100 or so words. After Brother Fox's embellishments, only about 70 words remained. The intricacies of controlling qi are so vast and convoluted that even a detailed exposition of several thousand words might fail to elucidate it. Although Minghe possessed a natural talent for martial arts, he found himself at a loss when confronted with these mere dozens of characters. Countless thoughts surged through his mind, yet upon closer examination, every method was riddled with flaws. After toiling through the better part of the night, Minghe felt utterly fatigued. "Little gun, you ought to retire for the night as well. Once I finish this cup, I shall do the same." Observing Little Gun swaying drowsily, Minghe could not bear to have him endure the vigil any longer. Soon, Little Gun's snores filled the air. Minghe downed half of the insipid wine and resumed his perusal of the Qi mastery text. Still finding himself utterly baffled. "You have good wine and refuse to share. I possess fine wine and will not offer you any." Suddenly, Brother Fox appeared, carrying a large clay jar, for which a rich aroma of wine wafted, stirring Minghe's appetite. Brother Fox arrived just in time. How should one interpret the Qi mastery text? Minghe snatched the wine jar and simultaneously handed over the Yunjua Heart Sutra. Brother Fox, with his extensive knowledge, expounded upon the brief text, revealing profound insights that left Minghe enlightened. Following the prescribed practice, he indeed felt an unimpeded flow of energy, allowing him to harness and circulate the power stored within his limbs and bones at will. Brother Fox offered a bowl of wine. Such a fine vintage would indeed be a pity to waste. Minghe accepted it and drank it in one go, that a rush of warmth surged through his chest and abdomen, soon dispersing into his dantian, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. "What kind of wine is this?" "I chanced upon it at Jiang Tianlang's estate, where he was entertaining guests. I thought it commendable, so I took it with me." Brother Fox downed another cup in a single gulp. The snow had ceased, yet the air grew even colder. Little Gun pushed the door open, nearly overwhelmed by the thick aroma of wine that nearly pushed him back out. Minghe lay back in deep slumber, the bronze candlestick dripping with mottled wax tears. After breakfast, Minghe could scarcely contain his eagerness to test the power of the Qi mastery text, concocting an excuse to step outside the manor. Yinchong City is one of the few affluent places in the world, bustling with life day in and day out, rarely offering secluded spots, except for the Chongwadi. The Chongwadi serves as the site for Emperor Hongguang's rituals to heaven and earth. Only visited once each year during the onset of winter, with the Imperial Forest Army stationed to guard it year-round. The Chongwadi is surrounded by high walls, within which tall cypress trees stand draped in a delicate layer of snow, presenting a unique scenery. Minghe gathered his qi and leaped over the towering walls. Landing within the Chongwadi, he observed shallow footprints in the thick snow and nodded in satisfaction. This place sees few visitors, and the guards of the Imperial Forest Army had grown somewhat lax, retreating indoors to warm themselves instead of maintaining vigilance. Minghe chose a secluded corner and began to concentrate on gathering qi. Tiny whirlpools began to form in the air, gradually coalescing into a large vortex, with Minghe positioned at its center. Through the open pores of his body, various streams of qi gradually flowed into him. The Qi Mastery Text is merely a broad title, encompassing numerous intricate steps, such as gathering qi, practicing qi, and transforming qi. What Minghe was currently undertaking was the most fundamental practice of gathering qi. A continuous stream of breath enters the body, immediately guided by Minghe's consciousness to various places for storage. Minghe's entire being is enveloped in a unique radiance. For martial artists to reach this realm, it requires at least 50 years, and some dedicate their entire lives to this pursuit. Should anyone behold Minghe in this moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The whirlpool grows larger, slowly ascending, forming a vaguely discernible hornless dragon above the blue house. Initially, only one or two individuals caught sight of it, raising their heads in wonder. Soon, more people joined in, with some even beginning to worship the dragon. Following the heavy snowfall, an extraordinary phenomenon emerges, heralding the prosperity of the great Daqian Dynasty. An elderly man with grizzled beard shook his head, muttering, "Indeed, indeed, scholarly words must hold some truth. Our worship can never be in vain, praying for health, peace, and tranquility for the world." Qin Tianguan Situ Tianfang stood, staring blankly at the dragon's manifestation, his long eyebrows furrowed, and his hands continuously calculated. Such an omen indicates that significant changes are afoot within the court, especially since it appears in such a delicate place as the Blue House. It is remarkable that his heart did not leap from his chest. Thankfully, the dragon lacks horns. Had it grown antler-like appendages and robust wings, it would have been too late. Situ Tianfang prostrated himself, offering thanks to the heavens, then promptly summoned 2 subordinates to go and find General Tai Dao, instruct him to bring 500 Longhu guards, and hasten to the Blue House. The Longhu guards are the elite forces safeguarding Yincheng City. Each member has attained the pinnacle of martial prowess, and many possess extraordinary abilities. The arrival of 500 Longhu guards would be equivalent to thousands of elite warriors. Take my token upon showing it. General Tai Dao will surely assist me. He hurriedly handed a jade medallion to his subordinate and leapt down from the lofty celestial platform, soaring through the sky like a great bird. The medallion, carved from a single block of white jade, bore swirling patterns that seemed to flow gently. Surely something monumental is about to unfold. Lord Situ, usually composed, displayed his martial prowess by flying in broad daylight. It is said that Lord Situ's skills are unparalleled, and today it is evident that the rumors hold true. After a few swift leaps, he arrived at the towering walls of the Blue House. After bowing 3 times and knocking his head 9 times, he gracefully vaulted over the high red walls. As he gazed around, the Blue House lay blanketed in pristine white, with only the occasional tracks of small beasts marring the snowy expanse. Situ Tianfang perched atop a towering pine, intently observing in the southeastern sky. A fragment of broken clouds was slowly dissipating. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Had he delayed any longer, the fate of the great Daqian Dynasty would have been sealed. To the southeast lies the position of the current Emperor Hongwang's star, and the appearance of the dragon's aura signifies the emergence of a person of great wealth and fortune. Chapter 25. Bloodstains and Terror. Minghe gradually opened his eyes, feeling as though his entire being had transformed into a vast dantian, ready to erupt at the slightest tug of his consciousness. With a swift motion, Minghe flicked his hand, causing a distant pine tree to tremble violently. Before it succumbed and toppled to the ground, its branches and leaves shedding in mere moments, the exposed stump revealed a chaotic pattern etched upon it. Such a fierce killing intent was something Minghe had never dared to dream of before. Once the Dragon Battle Fist is perfected, it can indeed achieve such effects. However, such results ought not to manifest in a youth like Minghe, merely in the early stages of energy manipulation. Such outcomes are already evident. What would happen if this breath of energy were to be infused into the blood-patterned sword? Buzz, the blood-patterned sword, sensing its master's intent, leapt from its sheath with fervor. With the sword in hand, Minghe suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of sovereign authority. Si Tianfang, who was nearing the woods, abruptly slowed his pace. In the thick blanket of snow, he discerned 2 faint tracks leading deep into the forest. He could almost ascertain that the recently observed dragon-like aura had indeed appeared above this very grove that on high alert. The voluminous white robe billowed gently as a small pine cone fell silently. Before it could touch Si Tianfang's body, it was already propelled skyward by the protective true energy. Buzz, the sounds emanating from the woods, compelled Si Tianfang to halt. An invisible killing intent surged forth like a voracious beast, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, causing his protective aura to dim. How could this be? Si Tianfang pressed forward once more, his legs trembling, the snow crunching beneath his feet, consumed by a singular thought. Why had Tai Gongran not yet arrived? If only the 500 Dragon Tiger Guards were to act, no matter how formidable the killing intent, it would be easily quelled, unless faced with a demonic immortal. On the 10-mile-long street, Tai Gongran galloped past with the 500 Dragon Tiger Guards. Upon noticing the Fengyun token of the Qintian Supervisory Office in Si Tianfang's possession, he immediately understood that a grave situation had arisen. The Qintian Supervisory Office was a rather insignificant bureau, lacking the authority to mobilize troops. However, due to its connection to the fate of the dynasty, Emperor Hongwang had bestowed the Fengyun token, allowing the bearer to summon any military force within the Great Qian territory. 13 years had passed, and this marked the first occasion the Qintian Supervisory Office had employed the Jade token. mobilizing 500 Dragon Tiger guards to head towards the blue tile pavilion. What calamity had transpired? The sound of iron horseshoes striking the bluestone-paved street echoed sharply and rapidly. Pedestrians hurriedly cleared the way. The mobilization of such a significant number of officials and soldiers undoubtedly signified a serious occurrence. With a creaking sound, an elderly man with gray hair emerged slowly from a moss-covered alley, pushing a unicycle. Pull the big saw, tug the big saw, Grandma's house, singing grand opera. A boy and a girl perched on either side of the unicycle clapped their hands, singing a nursery rhyme. Before their song could conclude, 2 Dragon Tiger guards leapt forth, swift as eagles hunting their prey. The alley was unexpectedly empty. The old man and the 2 children had vanished without a trace. Even the unicycle that had just creaked was nowhere to be found. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered a small, intricately woven grass figure resembling a unicycle in the corner. Tai Gongran held it in his palm and examined it briefly before gently placing it into a leather pouch. The elderly man and the 2 children he had just seen were certainly not ordinary individuals. Had it not been for the Xintian Supervisory Office's urgent summons, he would have sought to unravel the mystery. With a swift motion of his blade, the 500 Dragon Tiger guards continued their advance. Tianfang could have raised his voice in inquiry, yet he refrained, knowing that such an action would only startle those hidden within the forest and disrupt the future fortunes of the great Daqian Dynasty. A subtle pain began to manifest in Xia Tianfang's waist. Indeed, there were individuals practicing energy manipulation within. Moreover, they had attained a remarkably high level. Nourished by spiritual energy, the blood-patterned sword radiated a brilliant hue. It danced vivaciously, eluding Minghe's grasp. A truly exceptional sword possesses a spirit. It seems that sword mastery indeed exists. Wait a moment. Within this aura, how could there exist the purest essence of Yang? This righteousness differs from the innate energy of heaven and earth. Although the primordial energy is exceedingly pure, it invariably harbors a trace of impurities, thus necessitating a process of refinement after the condensation of energy to eliminate such contaminants. Presently, however, the aura has been infused with an unparalleled purity. Its quantity may be modest, yet it is readily discernible that a formidable expert has arrived. It would be prudent to test my blood-patterned sword. Since I took it under my wing, this sword has yet to taste blood. Should the blood-patterned sword remain unsated, its power will wane. A thought from my brother Fox suddenly came to mind. The sword, sensing its master's intent, abruptly leaped forth, shooting towards the forest. Before the blade was drawn, a chilling aura had already begun to permeate the air. Hiss, such a potent, murderous intent. How formidable! Xia Tianfang suppressed the urge to retreat. Yet he found himself devoid of the strength to advance. The residual killing intent brushed past him, tearing his garments to shreds. PFF. Blood surged from his shoulder. The immense pain jolted Xia Tianfang into a sudden realization. His body nearly curling into a circle to dissipate much of the impact before he forcefully propelled himself outward. The forest stood eerily silent. The previously overwhelming force vanished without a trace. Only the shattered branches of the trees bore witness to the harrowing events that had just unfolded. It's over. The man has departed, as if a mud cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace behind, unless he chooses to reveal himself once he has spread his wings. Xia Tianfang sat despondently on the ground, utterly fatigued. The guards of the blue tile pavilion finally sensed the change and rushed over, only to find the solitary figure of Xia Tianfang amidst the snow, promptly kneeling in salute. The sound of hooves was urgent, echoing like a rapid drumbeat. Tai Gongran had finally arrived with 500 dragon and tiger guards. He raised his mighty blade high, and the guards swiftly fanned out, encircling the entire blue tile pavilion. These dragon and tiger guards stood on high alert. Not even a bird could evade their keen arrows. Moreover, it required the combined strength of 4 men to manipulate the celestial net. My lord, have we arrived too late? Tai Gongran exclaimed, hastening forward, a cloud of snow swirling behind him. Upon seeing the defeated Xia Tianfang, he immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. In merely a few moments, Xia Tianfang's once jet-black hair had become speckled with gray. Even his voice had taken on a low, hoarse quality. It was the will of heaven, and one could hardly blame them. Tai Gongran surveyed the surroundings. Astonished. Who could possess such destructive power? General Tai, this matter must remain confidential. Lend me a horse. I must see the emperor. Si Tianfang finally spoke after a prolonged silence, as Tianfang mounted his steed, as if flying, his tattered garments billowing, creating an absurd spectacle. Such reckless galloping was a grave taboo in the great Qian dynasty, yet Si Tianfang could not afford to heed such concerns. Nothing held greater significance than the fate of the great Qian. Outside the Golden Flower Gate, Si Tianfang dismounted, handing the horse to the gatekeeper, and swiftly dashed towards the gate, striking a small drum. The drum was painted red, its surface covered with the skin of a golden python. The stroke of the mallet produced a thunderous sound. This reverberation cascaded through the layers of the palace, penetrating the heavy red doors, directly reaching the ears of Emperor Hongguang. Like a tea that moment, Emperor Hongguang was engaged in a game of chess, his fingers trembling slightly as he inadvertently placed a piece intended for the Tianyuan in the wrong direction. Yin Hongming halted, unsure where to place the piece he had been holding. That it is not that Emperor Hongguang is timid. Rather, the Daqian Dynasty has enjoyed decades of favorable weather, devoid of any events that would warrant the sounding of the thunder drums. In Chapter 26, despite risking everything, he would not allow you to lose. As the thunder drums resound, the emperor must promptly summon his ministers. This is a regulation established by Emperor Hongguang. My lord, I have lost this game. Emperor Hongguang chuckled heartily. Yin Hongming, kneeling, could not rise. Your Majesty. What do you mean by this? The outcome has yet to be determined. This game has only just begun. That it is merely a game of chess. How can it compare to my empire? The silver-clad Marquis ceased to insist, swiftly gathered the pieces, bowed respectfully, and then turned to leave. The emperor was preoccupied with state affairs, and it was inappropriate for him to intervene. My lord, please remain. Your presence reassures me. Throughout the Daqian, there is nothing concealed from you. With a slight wave of his hand, Emperor Hongguang summoned the silver-clad Marquis to stand beside him in solemnity. Observing the hurried entrance of Si Fang, Emperor Hongguang frowned slightly, even in dire circumstances. A minister of his stature should not neglect the decorum of meeting the sovereign, as appearing disheveled before the emperor is a grave offense, deserving of punishment extending to one's entire clan. Your Majesty, just now I was at the stargazing platform and witnessed an unusual phenomenon in the daytime. A hornless dragon cloud appeared over the Qinghua Terrace. Taigong openly led 500 dragon and tiger guards to encircle it, yet it managed to escape. Emperor Hongguang held unwavering faith in Si Fang. Originally a disciple of the Xuanfeng sect in Yinhua Prefecture, Si Fang had devoted many years to studying celestial phenomena. Mastering the 36 methods of celestial observation and the 72 techniques of divination, he was one of the foremost experts in the art of celestial observation, and divination was second nature to him. When Emperor Hongguang slaughtered Hongxi and reclaimed Yinhua Prefecture, Si Fang had come forth to plead for the common people, only to be suspended high on the sacrificial pole by Emperor Hongguang, destined to be offered to the snow eagle of Tsongshan. From atop the hundreds of feet high pole, Si Fang had shouted in defiance, showing no fear. Emperor Hongguang had laughed heartily, ultimately releasing him, inviting him to drink in his tent, and offering him a prominent position. Yet, Si Fang remained ungrateful, wishing merely to serve as a celestial observer. His lifelong passion was solely stargazing, divination, and geomancy. If you wish to make me an official, it would be better to kill me, a hornless dragon. Emperor Hongguang murmured softly, casting a glance at the silver-clad Marquis beside him. The Marquis's expression was grave, betraying no emotion, yet his heart raced 30 years prior. A similar hornless dragon phenomenon had appeared, after which Emperor Hongguang had waged wars and established the mighty foundation of the Daqian Dynasty. The people of the Daqian regarded Hongxi as the embodiment of the dragon, holding him in the highest esteem. Now, the hornless dragon reappears. Could it be? The silver-clad Marquis dared not think further. Having experienced life and death, he understood the brutality of the battlefield. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would strive to prevent further bloodshed. The 500 dragon and tiger guards had failed to capture it. It seemed to have already become a formidable presence. The silver-clad Marquis pondered deeply. Emperor Hongguang, lost in thought, then turned to the silver-clad Marquis. Are there such experts still residing within Yunqing? The emperor was well aware of Situ Fang's capabilities. If he could easily inflict such harm, that individual must indeed be terrifying. The silver-clad marquis shook his head. The Daqian Dynasty is abundant with talent. It is quite possible for such experts to exist. However, many of them may be hidden in remote mountains and rivers, and we may not recognize them. Marquis Wuwei might know more, that he remained composed, but subtly pushed Jiang Tianlang forward. If they could locate this individual, it would undoubtedly bring credit to his recommendation. If they could not, it would signify Jiang Tianlang's failure in his duties. This matter is entirely unrelated to Hongmeng. Emperor Hongguang nodded, yet he did not issue an imperial decree to summon Jiang Tianlang. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "This situation is of great significance. We must locate the owner of this anomaly. It requires the mobilization of troops, and you may act as you see fit." He instructed his attendants to fetch the brocade robe he usually wore, personally draping it over Xia Tianlang. "For the sake of our great Qian dynasty, you must take care of your health." Xia Tianlang kowtowed, his forehead bleeding, and replied, "I shall obey." Emperor Hongguang then turned to Hongmeng, saying, "This matter will also require your involvement. Your Excellency." As Hongmeng and Xia Tianlang exited the imperial study, they encountered the 13th prince, Tu Su, entering. The two approached to pay their respects, but Tu Su merely waved his hand, brushing past them. In a fleeting moment, Minghe sheathed the blood-patterned sword, leaping into the air for several zhang before vaulting over the blue-tile pavilion. As he descended, he cast a final glance. Tai Gong ran, and the 500 dragon and tiger guards had just arrived. What a close call! Had I slain that individual, I fear I would not have escaped unscathed. The formidable power of the dragon and tiger guards breaking heaven arrows and heavenly net had been recounted by his father on numerous occasions. Their presence was crucial for safeguarding the borders. Although the blood-patterned sword was powerful, facing so many dragon and tiger guards left Minghe with little confidence in victory. Passing by the schoolmaster's field, he observed numerous soldiers bustling in and out, alongside carts laden with sand and stone, all in preparation for the impending great examination. These individuals were making the final arrangements to ensure the examination grounds were in optimal condition. Many shops had hung up large red banners, hoping to attract good fortune for the future martial exams, while also praying for talent and peace for the Qian dynasty. Only with border security could these merchants amass greater wealth. Second young master, "I've placed my bets on your victory. You must bless me." A young man in blue garments exclaimed to Minghe, "And you are?" Minghe inquired hesitantly, as he did not recognize this youth nor understand why he had stopped him. "Do you not know? Are you not young Master Minghe?" Minghe nodded. "Then it is true. The entire gambling scene in Yunqiang City is abuzz, wagering on who will be the champion of martial arts. I have staked my entire fortune on you, young master. Is there truly such a gamble?" Minghe inquired with growing interest. "How many have placed their bets on me?" "Not many. Most are betting on the 13th prince, followed by the son of Marquis Wuwei, Jiang Tianlang, and then the eldest son, Xia Minghe." Minghe laughed heartily, patting the young man's shoulder. "Thank you for your faith in me. Young master, it is not so much faith as it is the prospect of reaping the greatest rewards from your victory." A hint of bitterness surfaced on Minghe's lips. Outsiders were well aware that his status could not be compared to those others. "However, I shall ensure that you all regard me with newfound respect. Young Master Minghe, you must win." The young man's voice echoed long after they had parted ways. Upon returning to the estate, Xiao Gun did not appear as he usually did, after calling several times with no response. Minghe was about to step out in search of him when Xiao Gun entered with his head bowed. "Young master, I am sorry has someone been bullying you again?" Upon seeing Xiao Gun's dejected demeanor, Minghe felt an ominous premonition. Xiao Gun burst into tears. "My legs hurt faintly." "Fat Yellow, what have you done to Xiao Gun this time?" Minghe's words cut like a knife, causing Fat Yellow to immediately kneel in fear. "Young master, this truly has nothing to do with me. The servants in the manor have gathered, asserting that the eldest son is bound to excel in the imperial examination, while Xiao Gun insists that everyone should support the second young master. Many disagree, and Xiao Gun even threatens violence. Yet we chose not to hold it against him. In matters of life and death, Huang Fatty hastily intervenes. Xiaogun, is that so? After receiving confirmation from Xiaogun, Minghe waves his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself any further. Huang Butler, you may take your leave. Huang Fatty, as if granted a reprieve, promptly vanishes. Young master, I'm simply indignant. Why does everyone look down upon you? The eldest son could never achieve the rank of a martial scholar. Yet those people choose to support him, clearly just flattering the matriarch. Xiaogun speaks with righteous indignation. Xiaogun, I will strive with all my might. I shall not allow you to fail. Minghe pulls out all the silver from his pocket and heaps it before Xiaogun. Take this and wager on my victory. Xiaogun's eyes widen in astonishment. As if he is seeing Minghe for the first time, his speech slightly stammering. Young master, do you mean to say that all this money is to bet on your success? Of course. If I win, it is all yours. If I lose, I fear not. I've already lost everything. What more is there to fear? Standing side by side, Xiaogun asserts, Young master, you still have me. Just wait, I will go right away. He excitedly cradles the silver and skips off. Chapter 27. The enigmatic one seizes the horse as Xiaogun walks away. Minghe realizes that the greatest test of his life has arrived. If I endure, I shall be a hero. If I do not, so be it. At least I have made an effort. The training room is exceedingly quiet. Ever since Shaku was injured, he rarely comes here. Each day, he indulges in merriment under the guise of recuperation, far preferring it to the arduous practice of martial arts. The great national blade remains, and with the sword in hand, Minghe feels a sudden lightness. After practicing a full set of sword techniques, his entire body feels invigorated, an indescribable comfort washing over him. He practices archery and the great blade, ultimately concluding with a long battle fist. The techniques remain unchanged. Yet the force and direction of his kicks and punches have strengthened significantly compared to before. Qiu Baiwei appears silently, her cold gaze fixed on Minghe as he trains within the room. Her expression shifting subtly, a few maidservants follow behind her, utterly silent. This young man truly possesses remarkable talent. Each encounter brings forth surprise. No wonder that the silver-clad Marquis pays him particular attention. Minghe dismisses her with a wave. As long as he is powerful enough, he fears no one. Xiaogun, go find Ji Yu and Tai Quan and have them wait for me at Ling Song Temple. You should also procure some food to bring along. As the days draw near, it is time for Minghe to discuss their next course of action with them in the Blue Tile Pavilion. The snow still blankets the woods. Tianfang has specifically ordered that the guards refrain from clearing the area, preserving its original state as much as possible. Homing's expression is solemn as he scans the trees, noting that the wounds have begun to dry, the severed edges remarkably neat, indicating the initial force was both sharp and powerful. Closing his eyes, he envisions a blinding sword aura that cleaves through the void, scattering wood shavings and causing branches to crash to the ground. In an instant, chaos ensues. Tianfang did not lie. In the face of such overwhelming sword energy, there was no room for retaliation. The fact that he lived to see Emperor Hongguang only implies that the master of the sword showed mercy. Could this be related to the disturbances at the Temple of Martial King? The sword energy exuded a semblance of the martial arts once practiced at the Yuanjua Temple. Could it be that the remnants of Yuanjua Temple have infiltrated the capital? If that were indeed the case, it would spell dire consequences. Should the master of this sword energy enter the palace, it would undoubtedly pose a tremendous challenge to the palace guards that a myriad of thoughts flooded Homing's mind. Despite his keen intellect, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Minghe emerged from his residence, clad in pristine white attire, with a thick cotton robe draped over him. Though he possessed a leather cloak, he had little desire to wear it, especially since others had little faith in him. He decided to embrace his desolation wholeheartedly. Among the few monks present, they epitomized the frail and the ailing. Minghe chose this location precisely for its tranquility, as he anticipated a meeting with his good brother, prompting him to quicken his pace. Make way for the idol. The sound of gongs echoed on the 10-mile-long street. Minghe unexpectedly encountered the silver-clad envoy. Immediately, Minghe stood at the roadside with his head bowed. Deep down, he held great respect for the silver-clad envoy. I ask that you, Minghe, come forth and speak. The silver-clad envoy's gaze was piercing. Quickly identifying the bowing Minghe, he furrowed his brow slightly, as Minghe's presence exuded a faintly familiar aura. Suddenly, Minghe felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the silver-clad envoy's scrutiny. Although the envoy's gaze was gentle, it left Minghe profoundly uncomfortable. He even perceived a crack reverberating through his bones. Instinctively, Minghe unleashed his energy, rebuffing the oppressive force. Yet he was taken aback to find the pressure from the silver-clad envoy had vanished without a trace. The envoy nodded discreetly, his heart a mixture of joy and concern. The efforts of the Baju San had not been in vain. This young man possessed considerable skill, advancing rapidly, and held the potential to surpass me, becoming a formidable master in his own right. How have you prepared? The silver-clad envoy's voice was low, his gaze roaming over Minghe. Minghe suddenly felt as if pricked by 1,000 needles. I cannot afford to forget. I will exert every effort to excel. The silver-clad envoy nodded in satisfaction. As the envoy moved away, Minghe realized his clothing was already soaked through with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had endured a fierce battle against a myriad of adversaries. What a formidable silver-clad envoy! He truly was the cornerstone of Daqian. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Minghe pressed onward. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lingsong Temple, he heard the sounds of a scuffle emanating from within. He glanced at the small stick beside him, which remained utterly unresponsive. After cultivating the Yidahart Sutra, his hearing had become remarkably acute, allowing him to perceive sounds beyond the reach of ordinary ears. As he moved forward, the small stick sensed something amiss and was about to speak, but Minghe silenced him, whispering, "You stay hidden and do not go out." With a swift motion, he approached the entrance. The dilapidated temple gate stood ajar, and Minghe leapt over it effortlessly. In the overgrown courtyard, Jiyu and Taekwon were engaged in combat, with their steed, the Thunder Leopard, tethered to a nearby tree. While their guards lay scattered on the ground, their opponent, a figure clad in black, with long white hair billowing, moved with an otherworldly swiftness. Even when exerting their utmost effort, Jiyu and Taekwon found themselves outmatched. As Jiyu brought his blade down, the black-clad figure emanated a surge of dark energy, swiftly coalescing into a shield. This black-clad individual had astonishingly reached the realm of transforming chi into weaponry. Even if Jiyu and Taekwon joined forces, it would be futile. Buzz! The moment Jiyu's steel blade met the shield, it was immediately repelled. It hurtled toward Minghe, while Taekwon's eyes brimmed with blood as he executed a horizontal sweep with his sword. The individual deftly grasped the long sword with a reverse grip, exerting force to bend it, transforming the sharp blade into a graceful arc. This audacious fellow held the iron sword with his bare hands. Minghe was secretly astonished. Taekwon's sword was no ordinary weapon, but rather a masterpiece forged by the renowned swordsmith Oyezi, crafted from celestial black iron. Inherently razor-sharp, it could cleave even the thickest steel with a mere flick. To dare grasp such a sword unarmed indicated that the black-clad man's martial prowess had transcended conventional boundaries. Bang! With a swift punch, the black-clad man sent Taekwon flying, striding purposefully toward Ben Lei Bao. "That insufferable wretch! What a nuisance!" he exclaimed. Suddenly, he halted, noticing Minghe standing beneath a tree, clutching Jiyu's long knife. This man is utterly repulsive. A single glance from Minghe, he nearly induced retching. The black-clad man's face was marred by intersecting scars, resembling a writhing mass of grotesque worms, with eyes so sunken and devoid of color that the pupils were almost imperceptible. Upon drawing near, Minghe detected a faint, unpleasant odor. Had he not forced himself to endure, he would have lost his lunch. Being ugly is not your fault, but emerging to instill fear is inexcusable. Injuring my brother is an even graver sin. Concerned for Taekwon's injuries and unwilling to engage in further dialogue, Minghe unsheathed the blood-patterned sword. Buzz! The sword's aura surged forth, piercing straight ahead with urgency. The black-clad man, clutching Taekwon's long sword, met the attack head-on. Hiss! The blood-patterned sword effortlessly severed the black-clad man's weapon, eliciting a howl akin to a wolf's from him as he lunged to grasp the sword with his bare hands. His palm flipped, revealing a faint glow. He was wearing gloves. Bang! A flash of crimson light appeared as all 5 fingers of the black-clad man were simultaneously severed. Propelled into the air, Before his agonized scream could escape, Minghe delivered a powerful punch to his chest, sending him crashing into a tree, with a cacophony of cracking sounds as his spine shattered. His head drooping lifelessly. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist erupted from the top of the black-clad man's head, faint and nearly indistinguishable, shooting outward at an astonishing speed, evading the pursuit of the blood-patterned sword. He actually managed to escape. After a moment of stunned silence, Minghe realized In Hong Ming, despite your formidable prowess, you cannot thwart the grand ambitions I have in store. He mused triumphantly. Clang! A copper mirror fell from the wall, signaling that someone had entered the secret chamber within 3 zhang. Jiang Tianlang peered through a concealed peephole and discerned the steward Jiang Ho hurrying toward him. Inside the study, Jiang Ho was confiding urgent reports to Jiang Tianlang, whose brow furrowed with increasing concern. In the capital, an extraordinary phenomenon had occurred in broad daylight. A hornless dragon had appeared. Moreover, it had alarmed the Astronomical Bureau. The Bureau's officials rushed to the palace. Evidently, the rumors held some truth. Typically, matters of such gravity concerning the fate of the nation would prompt Emperor Hongguang to seek his counsel. Yet this time, he had received no word whatsoever. How long had it been since the incident? 3 time intervals. Jiang Tianlang's tone suddenly turned frigid. 3 time intervals ago. Why are you only reporting this now? Jiang Ho immediately knelt in supplication. Until the matter was clarified, he dared not report to the Marquis. The silver-robed Marquis had gone to the blue tile pavilion, remaining there for approximately an hour. It seemed something significant was afoot. I could not approach, and thus did not overhear their conversation. An hour? What pressing matter could justify In Hong Ming's delay of an entire hour? The silver-robed Marquis, burdened with myriad affairs, regarded his time as precious as gold. Unless an extraordinary event had transpired, it would be unthinkable for him to squander an hour. Jiang Tianlang contemplated sending Jiang Ho to summon Mr. Zhou Mu, but ultimately decided it would be best for him to seek him out himself. Without a moment to change his attire, he hurried off. Minghe furrowed his brow. With the martial examination imminent, Tai Quan had sustained an injury. He had lost a capable ally and stamped his foot in frustration, causing the blue stone floor to shatter, fissures extending for 3 zhang. Tai Quan laughed heartily. Second brother, you possess remarkable skills. Such prowess. Yet mid-sentence he coughed repeatedly, his complexion turning exceedingly grim. Curse it, to be injured at such a time. He would no longer witness his second brother's grand display of might. Youngster, focus on overcoming this hurdle before contemplating any grand feats. A voice drifted uncertainly, and then Tai Quan and his companions beheld a startling sight. A figure was approaching leisurely from afar, growing taller with each step. By the time he reached Minghe, he towered several times higher than before. Minghe looked up to see the corners of the man's mouth curl into a sneer. Are you the one who wounded my kin? Minghe detected a familiar scent in his tone. The one who had just fled, it was unmistakably this fragrance. Either fight or leave. Minghe spat out 6 words. The temperature around Ling Song Temple plummeted abruptly. Suddenly, 4 individuals materialized in the open space before him, claiming the 4 cardinal directions. It appeared as though they had risen from the ground itself. Their black silk robes shimmered with an eerie radiance, exuding a sinister aura. A gust of wind swept through the entrance. Yet these individuals' black cloaks remained utterly still. Crack! The one who had just fled landed heavily on the ground, emitting a dull grunt before baring his teeth in a plea for mercy. Eldest brother, this fellow is too formidable. It is indeed this rascal. Minghe observed, and what pointed at him was astonishingly a dog's paw. That man, ordinarily capable of maintaining his form, had been severely weakened in their previous encounter, losing at least half of his cultivation. Now, in his injured state, he could not control his transformation, revealing his true self. The eldest brother's fingertips surged with blue light, which arced around the black-clad man's neck in a flash. A spurt of foul blood with a forceful kick, Tai Quan was sent flying, leaving only his head behind. Yet he dared to confront me. A demon is indeed a demon, engaging in actions that ordinary individuals can scarcely comprehend. The man in black, referred to as the elder brother, sneered coldly. Having lost the dignity of our Aozong, what right does he have to continue living? Death is his most fitting destiny. Aozong, What kind of sect is this? Minghe scratched his head. Although he possessed formidable martial prowess, his knowledge of the martial world was exceedingly limited. He had no inkling of the origins of Aozong, but judging by the elder brother's demeanor, it was clear that he was no ordinary opponent. Regardless of the sect, injuring my brother must come with consequences. Minghe stated slowly. The elder brother laughed heartily. What am I, fallen kin? Actions and words are governed by strength. The other 4 individuals gradually approached, each brandishing a sword. Jiyu drew his sword and rushed in front of Minghe, declaring, "Brother, let us fight together." He lunged forward with his blade. His family sword technique, while not particularly exquisite, was forged through the crucible of battle, making it highly effective for combat. One of the assailants struck, effortlessly piercing Jiyu's wrist. With a swift kick, he sent Jiyu flying. Minghe was secretly astonished. He was well aware of Jiyu's capabilities, which, though not those of a master, were certainly not to be underestimated. Yet he was dispatched with such ease. Truly, they are experts. Suddenly, the blood-patterned sword was unsheathed, and a flash of red light surged forth, severing the right leg of the man in black, causing his entire body to lose balance. Minghe's sword energy flowed incessantly, and with a second strike, he decapitated the black-clad man. As the head fell, it was revealed to be that of a dog. For injuring my brother, this is his fate. The blood-patterned sword hovered 3 inches before Minghe's chest, measuring no more than 2 feet in length, its surface gleaming with luster. The brilliance of the blood-patterned sword reflected upon Minghe's face, rendering him extraordinarily captivating. This moment, Minghe remained oblivious to the methods of weapon forging. Had he applied his own blood to the blood-patterned sword, melding his consciousness with it, extraordinary transformations would have occurred. The elder brother swallowed hard, initially believing this lad to be no more than a diminutive worm, easily crushed with a mere finger, only to find himself facing a great python, capable of devouring them all. In the Daqian Dynasty, martial prowess thrived, with numerous sects, and Aozong was but a modest entity among them, lacking any remarkable figures or treasures to boast of, and thus could not be compared with prominent sects like the Wukong sword sect. They had long existed under the protection of other sections. The recent martial examination in Yuncheng City was an internal matter of the imperial family, unrelated to the martial world, yet the elder brother Huaiyuanyang still entertained hopes of fortune by infiltrating the capital. They had come with a company of over 10, and their 7th brother, who had been injured by Minghe and subsequently killed by Huaiyuanyang, was among them. These individuals were originally demon cultivators akin to jackals, having taken on human form over time, yet their insufficient cultivation left them still reeking of malice. They often sought refuge in desolate areas, daring to venture out only at night. Chapter 29. Sword Qi across Ling Song Temple. The demon cultivator, the 7th brother, was wounded by Minghe's 7-fold dragon battle fist and fled in disarray, seeking the elder brother for revenge, only to find that the 5 of them were no match for Minghe. Is there truly such a young master within Yuncheng City? Even if there were, it should be within the opulent halls of towering edifices, savoring a life of nobility. How did one arrive at this desolate and remote place? The blood-patterned sword continued to emit a radiant glow, its striking crimson hue piercing the treetops, soaring skyward from the remnants of Ling Song Temple. Many witnesses beheld this spectacle as passers-by paused, and merchants halted their steeds, all craning their necks to gaze upwards. Buzz, within the astral monitoring office on the sandalwood stand before Xia Tianlang, a luminous orb spun rapidly. Another anomaly had manifested. Xia Tianlang leaped forth, hurtling into the air on the cloud-wrapping platform, the highest point of the astral monitoring office. One could gaze into the vastness of the cosmos above and behold the world below. IT would take at least half an hour. In half an hour, Minghe could accomplish numerous tasks. The elder brother struggled to swallow, the aura of the blood-patterned sword rendering him mute. As the sword's energy diffused, he felt his skin peeling away inch by inch. Before long, he would transform into a bloody skeleton. The most terrifying aspect was knowing the inevitable conclusion, yet being powerless to alter it. Spare me. I am willing to do anything to atone for my transgressions. In a critical moment, the elder brother indeed set an example, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head with audible reverence. The other 2 figures in black followed suit, collapsing to their knees. Minghe suddenly lost interest, Killing those who feared for their lives would only tarnish the blood-patterned sword. You can assist me in any endeavor? Ming, he inquired, as the blood-patterned sword ascended by an inch. Indeed, anything. The elder brother Guan keenly sensed that hope for survival was quietly emerging. Stay near Ling Song Temple. Not too far. I shall summon you at any moment, of course, should you wish to depart. I shall not hinder you. Ming, he stated calmly, and the blood-patterned sword vanished in an instant. Guan immediately felt he could breathe normally again. The blood-patterned sword, suspended above him, had exerted immense pressure. A moment longer, and he would reveal his true form. Retreating with his injured companions, he had just reached the corner of the wall when he disappeared without a trace. Second brother, you did well. Yu stood beside Ming He, blood congealed at the corner of his mouth. Resembling a worm, I merely feel that we may need them in the future. We are quite solitary. Ming He sighed deeply, sensing an unprecedented loneliness as his two good brothers lay wounded. Xiao Gun stood beside Ming He, declaring, Young master, I shall assist you at any time. Not far away, several white-headed eagles took flight, their shrill cries piercing the air. These eagles were exceedingly astute, able to perceive the slightest rustle in the wind. It seems someone is approaching. We must leave. Ming He had no time for further contemplation, waving his hand repeatedly as countless dragon fists surged forth, shattering the corpses of the warriors into fragments. This is dire. If this continues, it will surely alert the master of the energy currents. Tianfang hurriedly soared, only to suddenly lose track of the energy signals. Scanning his surroundings with his consciousness, he observed a multitude of white-headed eagles taking flight. Realizing that trouble was imminent, he accelerated his pace. Plunging into the midst of the flock, Tianfang unleashed several waves of energy, weaving an unending net. The white-headed eagles caught within were instantly torn apart by the overwhelming force, flesh and feathers scattering into the air. Such ferocious intent to kill. Ming He, retreating in haste, sensed a shift above him as one white-headed eagle after another explo almost transformed into a mere wisp. It drifted past along the mountain path, while the little stick, utterly exhausted, nearly coughed up blood. Should they run a little further, his skeletal frame would surely be torn asunder by the young master's pull. 9 shadowy figures emerged from the side gate of the silver-clad Marquis residence, each cloaked in flowing black attire. Their movements were as swift as the wind, and the leading silver-clad Marquis, anxious in spirit, quickened his pace, yet the 8 bodyguards behind him, exerting every ounce of their strength, could only maintain a distance of about 3 zhang. My lord, you must be cautious, the leader of the 8 guards. Lei Kai called out loudly, his breath dispersing as the distance stretched to 5 zhang. The silver-clad Marquis, however, paid him no heed, swaying slightly before vanishing from sight. His cultivation was significantly superior to Tianfang's, allowing him to discern the precise direction, but he was much further away. Upon arrival, he beheld a field strewn with the corpses of white-headed eagles, all of which had been mercilessly shredded by a formidable force. Such impressive cultivation. If this individual cannot be located, it would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the Daqian Dynasty. As he soared forward, a shadow appeared ahead. Increasing his speed, he reached the front. Momentarily pausing, channeling the aura of a martial saint, he instantly formed an invisible barrier to obstruct the black-clad figure. Second brother, I know of a shortcut that can circumvent this. Yu guided ahead, parting layers of underbrush, revealing a dark, gaping entrance. A chilling wind gusted forth, piercingly cold. Yu led the way into the cave, with Ming He following closely behind. Inside, it was low and slippery, with stagnant water in places. Stepping upon it sent foul water splattering, the stench overwhelming. The little stick muttered, You're impressive, Jiangjun. Even finding such a secluded cave, Yu offered a wry smile, recalling a hunting trip years prior when he pursued a red-tailed wolf and stumbled upon this very entrance. Though the wolf had ultimately escaped, the cave was pitch black, but fortunately, Ming He's vision was keen at that moment, leading them through the winding passage for quite some time before they emerged amidst a patch of withered grass. The cave's exit was situated on a gently sloping hill. The group, drenched and reeking, looked at one another and burst into hearty laughter. Let us not speak of our current predicament. As they resumed their path, they discovered numerous soldiers stationed along the way, extending all the way to Ling Song Temple. Realizing that the earlier incident had escalated, the black-clad figure pursued by the silver-clad Marquis was none other than Si Tianfang. With his seasoned experience, Yin Hongming promptly dispatched personnel to surround the entire Ling Song Temple and seal off the roads, unaware that the target had already fled through a secret passage. "My lord, we have found nothing," the silver-clad Marquis remarked with a slight furrow of his brow. Despite turning the entire Ling Song Temple upside down, there was still no yield. Could it be that the information just received was fabricated? The sound of a horse neighing drifted in with the wind, imbued with a hint of draconic essence. The silver-clad Marquis turned towards the sound, spotting a magnificent steed tethered beneath a osmanthus tree in another secluded courtyard. Perched upon a bluestone pedestal, Thunderbolt Leopard. How could the prized steed of the Duke of Ji Feng appear here? Wherever treasures manifest, a spiritual essence is undoubtedly present, but where might that essence be? Could it be linked to the master of the hornless dragon cloud that appeared just days prior? This situation grows ever more intriguing. Duke Ji Feng, ever the prudent one, has now found himself embroiled in this affair. I am most eager to see how events will unfold. Secure this steed and ensure it is well cared for, then deliver it to General Ji Feng. Remember, speak of nothing, the silver-clad Marquis instructed, his tone laden with significance. Chapter 30. It's you I am targeting. Noticing the tranquility enveloping the estate, Minghe felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seated within the confines of his chamber, he savored a cup of tea, reminiscing about the long absence of his brother Hu. However, with the impending major examination looming, he had little time to entertain other thoughts. Minghe secured the door and devoted himself to honing his blood-patterned sword intent. Buzz, responding to its master's will, the blood-patterned sword sprang forth. Yet despite numerous attempts, Minghe found himself unable to evoke the piercing sword intent he had previously manifested. How peculiar! Why was this so? Could it be that the blood-patterned sword intent could only be unleashed in moments of extreme peril? Puzzled, Minghe contemplated the mystery, realizing that if he were present, the answers would surely unfold. After a brief pause, he sheathed the blood-patterned sword and commenced practicing the dragon combat fist. Thud, thud, thud. With each strike, Minghe could discern the faint crackling of his sinews, a promising sign indicating that his entire meridian system was undergoing a transformative rebirth. His bones and membranes, subjected to countless stretches, were akin to steel being hammered upon an anvil, becoming increasingly pure and resilient. The bones throughout Minghe's body began to coalesce, rendering him capable of withstanding greater impacts. He had reached a point where he could draw the Xianyuan about 15 times without so much as a change in countenance, each shot finding its mark at 100 paces. For reference, the distance stipulated by the Daqian Dynasty's martial arts examination was a mere 80 paces. Whoosh! With his final arrow, the velocity was astonishing, piercing through the target with devastating precision. Splintered wood flew in all directions, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The targets at the general's estate were constructed from wooden boards encased in iron, making them exceedingly tough to penetrate. Such a target signified the capability to slay heavily armored foes on the battlefield, rendering it an invaluable martial skill. The signature adorning the target depicted none other than his brother Hu. Calling out for Xiaogun multiple times, a steward entered, addressing him respectfully. "Second young master, Xiaogun has gone out on an errand. How may I assist you?" The stewardess' tone was subservient, yet Minghe was acutely aware that he was merely playing a part. He understood that the grand lady, Qiu Baiwei, had dispatched him to keep watch over him. Minghe waved him away, feeling perplexed. His entire fortune amounted to scarcely a dozen taels of silver, merely enough for a meal at the Howd building. What could possibly prompt Hu to arrange a meeting in such a place? Yet he soon found solace in the realization that, being penniless, even 1,000 taels bore no relevance to him. With this thought, he strode out purposefully. Two stewards inquired if he required a horse, but Minghe declined with a shake of his head, stating that if the grand lady inquired, he would simply say he was meeting a friend at Howd Road. Aware that the stewards would report back to Qiu Baiwei regardless, he decided to grant them a small favor. Just as he turned down a couple of streets, he encountered Jiyu accompanied by several others, leading the Thunderbolt Leopard. "Second brother, I was just about to seek you out that I specifically came to deliver your horse today." In the Ling Song Temple, a few individuals had hurriedly sidestepped, not having taken the thunderbolt leopard away, prompting Jiu to deliver it personally out of concern. I shall borrow it for a few days and return it post-examination. Jiu shook his head vigorously, insisting, this fine steed deserves to be ridden by someone like you. Staying with me would be a waste of its potential. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. With that, he departed with his entourage. Hus' choice seemed rather unwise. A figure clad entirely in azure stood atop a high stone, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Minghe, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Second young master, I have kept your seat reserved for quite some time." Howd building, room 1. The room was suffused with the fragrance of tea, yet the guests had yet to arrive. Minghe leaned against the window, gazing out at the city nestled among the clouds, where half of its splendor lay before his eyes. Truly remarkable. As the saying goes, absence sharpens appreciation. The esteemed Fox brother had unexpectedly appeared, smiling across the table, beside which several earthen jars of yellow clay were placed. Amidst the lingering aroma of tea, a hint of wine suddenly wafted in. The culinary prowess of the Hodalu was renowned throughout the capital, though the quality of the wine left much to be desired. As Fox brother settled down, he deftly removed the clay seal, unleashing a more potent bouquet of wine. In days of yore, the kingdom of Yinluo had presented 300 jars of exquisite wine to Emperor Hongguang, and Jiang Tianlang had secretly hoarded several jars. He chuckled, casually mentioning that he had brought a few jars along. The dishes prepared by the chefs of Yinluo demanded to be paired with their own wine. A stream of various dishes arrived, their flavors distinctly different from those Ming he had previously encountered, harmonizing beautifully with the fine wine of Yinluo, offering a unique gastronomic experience. You do not inquire as to why I sought your company for a drink? Fox brother paused, his cup untouched. He had a remarkable capacity for liquor, consuming 3 hefty cups without a flicker of emotion, his speech remarkably clear. Ming he produced his purse, tossing it onto the table, and turned his coat pocket inside out, declaring, "This is all I possess. The remainder is yours." Fox brother then tossed a book onto the table, having recently visited the Jiang family and discovered it on Jiang Qilu's desk. Thinking it might prove beneficial to Minghe, with a gentle wave of his hand, Fox brother suspended a figure mid-air, who, terrified, began to scream, revealing itself to be the same attendant from earlier, his face swollen and his eyes reduced to slits. Blood dripped from his nose onto the floor with a distinct sound. Minghe gestured to Fox brother, and the attendant fell to the ground, breathless and pleading for mercy. The sound of footsteps echoed as several individuals rushed in, declaring, to offend the 13th prince is to invite doom, even for the divine. Brandishing their swords, they prepared to strike. Minghe slammed his wine cup down heavily onto the table. Can the 13th prince slay at will? The laws of the great Daqian Dynasty may be disregarded by others, but not by him. He continued, "What do you dare to interject? You presume to meddle in the affairs of the 13th prince." One among them raised his sword towards Minghe, only to halt abruptly, realizing it was young Master Minghe. That strike could not possibly fall. Hu Edao murmured, "Mr. Ning, this is the second son of General Jinyuan. We cannot afford to provoke him." With a resounding slap, Mr. Ning struck Hu Edao, then executed a swift kick that sent him tumbling down the stairs, his movements fluid and seamless, exuding an air of authority. General Jinyuan, merely a lapdog to the 13th prince. He is nothing but a cur. He gestured dismissively towards Ming. He did in an instant. Mr. Ning received 4 resounding slaps from Minghe, leaving his gaunt face swollen beyond recognition. To insult the court officials, according to the laws of the great Daqian Dynasty, warrants a blow from a steel staff. I may spare your life today, but you shall learn a lesson. A punch to the chest shattered 6 of your ribs. Remember, you are less than a dog. This blow is on behalf of the 13th prince. The capital is a place governed by law. Should you violate the law, even the emperor cannot save you. Chapter 31. The attendant serves the dishes who possesses such audacity. A booming voice resonated from below, full of vigor. It was none other than the 13th prince, Tu Su, adorned in a brocade robe of intricate patterns. He was accompanied by an individual bearing a treasured sword, with Jiang Tianlang trailing behind. It turns out to be you. If it were someone else, they would lack the audacity. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Just a few days ago, you struck my guard, and today, you are here assaulting others at this rate. It won't be long before all my men are incapacitated by you." Jiang Tianlang feigned ignorance and pulled Tusu closer. 13th Prince, so you are acquainted. That puts my mind at ease. Having spent considerable time on the battlefield, you must be unaware of certain matters. This young Master Minghe is quite well known. The 13th Prince scoffed. Am I not aware? I know everything. There is no need for you to enlighten me. Jiang Tianlang chuckled awkwardly. You are right, 13th Prince. I spoke out of turn. He took a step back, then retreated several more steps, nearly tumbling down the staircase. The 13th Prince, known for his fiery temper and unparalleled bravery, will be the perfect weapon to unleash against Minghe if he could be provoked into rage. Minghe, though wild and unrestrained, would hesitate to act against the 13th Prince due to his esteemed status, whereas the 13th Prince would face no such qualms in confronting Minghe. If Minghe were to injure or even kill the 13th Prince, Jiang Tianlang would bear no responsibility. Should Emperor Hongguang become enraged, even the greatest accomplishments of Xia Tie would be of no avail. Suddenly, Hu Xiong exclaimed loudly, "In the end, you are the most despicable of all." He pointed a finger, and Jiang Tianlang immediately tumbled down the stairs, crashing into the scalding tea kettle on the first floor, screaming in agony. "And what are you, daring to strike an imperial official?" The 13th Prince erupted once more in fury as several warriors lunged at Hu Xiong. They lacked the courage to confront Minghe, but unleashed their full strength upon Hu Xiong. Clang, clang, clang. Hu Xiong remained unmoved, all blades clashing against him. Yet the sharp swords could not even mar his delicate white garment, leaving no more than the faintest of marks. The weapons all bent under the strain, and everyone felt an overwhelming force emanating from their weapons, their wrists aching as they were compelled to recoil. An imperial official? In my eyes, you are utterly insignificant. Hu Xiong downed another cup of wine and addressed the 13th Prince. You merely possess good looks. Had he been your father, you would have died 100 times over. After being rescued, the tavern attendant cowered in the corner, trembling. He dared not involve himself in the struggles of these noble families. Terrified by Hu Xiong's comparison to the 13th Prince's father, he knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. 13th Prince, I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts even if I were scared to death. I am younger than you, and I certainly could not achieve it. Do not take it to heart. The 13th Prince nearly vomited blood. Xia Minghe, are you inciting rebellion? He suddenly drew his sword and lunged at Minghe. Minghe remained motionless, while Hu Xiong waved his hand slightly. The swords on the ground soared into the air, blocking the 13th Prince's strike. The force was immense. Despite several vigorous attempts, the 13th Prince's arm grew weary. Yet he could not budge an inch. 13th Prince, I am merely upholding the laws of the great Qian. If this is deemed rebellion, I would gladly perish beneath your blade. The 13th Prince appeared to hold the upper hand. Yet the situation was entirely within Minghe's control. I do not wish to comment on your previous actions. To see a prince and not pay respects while indulging in drink is the utmost act of defiance. According to the laws of the great Qian, I have the right to execute you. The 13th Prince gritted his teeth. As long as Minghe lived, he would be driven to the brink of madness. Once more, the prince urged for his sword, yet was restrained by Jiang Tianlang. The 13th Prince, filled with fury, exclaimed, Xia Minghe is affiliated with the Silver Robe Marquis. And so what? Suddenly, the 13th Prince recalled how the 9th Prince held Xia Minghe in high regard. Why would they favor such an ill-mannered individual? Today, I shall slay him. Sensing the intense murderous intent emanating from the 13th Prince's eyes, Jiang Tianlang retreated once more, stealthily descending the staircase that he wished to avert witnessing the unfolding events. For he held little interest in the predictable outcome that a scream echoed from the second floor, followed by the sound of a sword clattering to the ground, and then a cacophony of explosive shouts erupted. This is dire. A calamity has befallen us. Jiang Tianlang exhaled deeply, extricating himself from the throng and slipping into a nearby alley. The alleys of Yinchong City were numerous, predominantly narrow and constricted, forcing two individuals to turn sideways to pass each other. Not long after Jiang Tianlang had walked, his path was obstructed. The one blocking his way was none other than Hu Xiong, who had just shared a drink with Minghe at the Howd building. How could this fellow have arrived here? Stand aside. Jiang Tianlang brandished his sword toward Hu Xiong. Yet, Hu Xiong remained unmoved, lazily stretching as the narrow alleyway was entirely blocked. An unseen force struck Jiang Tianlang's wrist, causing him excruciating pain, and his sword flew skyward, tumbling onto a rooftop, abandoning the prince to save himself. What punishment would the laws of the great Qian impose for such an act? Curse it. I've encountered a shakedown. Previously, he had always been the one extorting others, and had never anticipated being on the receiving end of such a hefty demand. The thought of the imminent loss of silver made Jiang Tianlang's stomach churn. 1,000 taels. Hu Xiong turned to leave. Your sincerity is lacking. How about 2,000 taels? Jiang Tianlang gritted his teeth. Hu Xiong raised a finger, declaring 100,000 taels. Pure cheat-on fire silver. I haven't brought that much. I only have 2,000 taels on me. I permit you to write an IOU. Hu Xiong leisurely retrieved paper and ink from his pocket. Jiang Tianlang felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What kind of scoundrel was this, possessing such an assortment of items in his pocket? Hu Xiong meticulously dried the ink on the IOU before tucking it away, stating, when I am short on funds, I shall collect from the Marquis' residence that today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, you shall receive not a single coin with the IOU in hand. What do I have to fear? Hu Xiong retorted, if you refuse to pay me, I will seek out Emperor Hongwang. Hu Xiong patted his pocket. I can guarantee my silence. But as for others, that is beyond my control. Jiang Tianlang felt as though he might vomit blood. This rascal was utterly outrageous. He had been blatantly knifed in broad daylight. Who would dare speak of it? I am not afraid to kill his entire family. Suddenly, he thought of the 13th prince, that if he did not perish, this matter would become catastrophic. The 13th prince remained unscathed, let alone dead. As the 13th prince prepared to wield his sword, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. The sword in his hand shattered into dust, scattering across the floorboards, leaving him with naught but a handful of powder, the remnants of the hilt. Minghe continued to sit there, sipping his drink. Amidst this chaos, only Hu Xiong stood up, casually passing by the 13th prince. The room was packed with people, yet none impeded Hu Xiong's path. Only Minghe observed as Hu Xiong's slender fingers subtly moved. Stop him! The 13th prince bellowed. A guard unsheathed his sword, yet before the blade could fully emerge from its scabbard, his entire being was propelled forward, crashing against the wall opposite, resulting in a fatality. A grave incident indeed. The death of the 13th prince's personal guard was certainly no trivial matter. However, at that moment, Hu Xiong had vanished without a trace. The prestigious Hoda Lu, number 1 in the Tian district, was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Minghe erupted into hearty laughter, slapping the table. Waitstaff, bring forth the dishes. Chapter 32. Luck beyond measure within the Hoda Lu. The 13th prince stood frozen, still reeling from the recent events. Even the most avaricious of waitstaff dared not approach with dishes in the presence of armed warriors. Disenchanted, Minghe drained the last drop of wine. Rising to his feet, waitstaff, settle the bill. Yet still, no one appeared. He tossed his purse onto the table and strode down the stairs, the guards wielding swords casting sidelong glances, but none daring to impede his passage. At least you possess some sense, he mused. Since you are so adept at your duties, I shall speak on your behalf. Jiang Tianlang, satisfied, snorted through his nostrils. Xia Minghe, await my retribution. The 13th prince departed from the Hoda Lu, resolutely determined. The 13th prince vowed that the likes of that young man would not escape unscathed. As Jiang Tian began to speak, he was abruptly kicked aside by the 13th prince. It is you who insisted on dining here. I left in a foul mood without even a meal. Xia Ming, he had committed no wrong. How could he retaliate against him? In the general's residence, the first madam, Qiu Baiwei, sat gracefully within the warm chamber. Adorned in a pink robe, she appeared to be in her late teens. Yet in reality, she had surpassed the age of 30. Her profound cultivation had left her visage largely untouched by the passage of time. Her slender fingers glided over the soft fur of a white sable. The impending martial examination stirred a tempest within her heart. Minghe's martial prowess had escalated at an alarming rate, and she sensed that this time, the title of champion would undoubtedly belong to him. Her personal maid, Xiao Hong, rushed in, beads of sweat forming on her brow despite the frigid weather. "Madam, young Master Ming, he has caused a great calamity at the Hodalu, clashing with the 13th prince, and I hear that violence ensued, resulting in a death. Truly, heaven has not forsaken my lineage." Qiu Baiwei clasped her hands in prayer, gazing skyward, within the imperial palace in the royal study. Silence reigned. In the corner, a bronze incense burner in the shape of a beast exuded wisps of sandalwood smoke. Emperor Hongguang perused the memorials submitted by the silver-clad marquis. His desk was piled high with documents. A perennial state of affairs, as he was particularly concerned with the forthcoming martial examination. The list of examiners and other pertinent matters had been drafted by the silver-clad marquis, but ultimately, it required the emperor's approval. The marquis had included annotations for emphasis. As Emperor Hongguang's gaze followed the red brush, it suddenly halted on Minghe's name. This individual, though youthful, had a rather intricate history, and the emperor regarded him with keen interest. "Your Majesty, the Marquis Jiang seeks an audience," announced a close attendant at the door. With a flick of his brush, Emperor Hongguang signaled for Jiang Tianlang to enter. "What is your perspective on this, Xia Minghe?" the emperor inquired, scrutinizing Jiang Tianlang. Jiang Tianlang dared not raise his gaze, stammering. "This humble servant dares to assert that Xia Minghe, he once committed murder within the palace of the 9th prince, earning a wretched reputation. Allowing such a person to participate in a martial examination is a display of imperial grace. Should he fail, it would be of little consequence, but should he succeed and ascend the ranks, it would become the greatest jest of the court." Emperor Hongguang shook his head, acknowledging the validity of your thoughts. Indeed, he had once committed murder within the Golden Sun Palace, yet he has been confined in the reformatory for 3 years. Making amends for his past transgressions, that we ought not to dwell perpetually on the past, that I notice that your son's name also appears on this roster. If memory serves me correctly, he too once galloped through the bustling streets, causing harm, and has also been incarcerated in the reformatory. Moreover, he was likely imprisoned alongside Xia Minghe. If he is capable of passing the examination, why should Xia Minghe be any different? I perceive that should Xia Minghe succeed, it would merely reflect the humility of our great Daqian Dynasty, promoting individuals based solely on merit. What could possibly be wrong with that? With a decisive stroke of the red brush, a circle was drawn around Minghe's name. Jiang Tianlang was drenched in cold sweat. Although Emperor Hongguang led a reclusive life, he possessed an astute perception, and such matters were beyond concealment. Jiang Tianlang knelt and bowed his head in submission. "Your Majesty is wise. The humble servant is lacking." Emperor Hongguang approached the table, lifting Jiang Tianlang to his feet, asserting that as long as one's heart is righteous, fairness will naturally ensue. Thus, it was settled. With a flourish of his red brush, he approved the memorial from the silver-robed marquis. Upon exiting the emperor's study, Jiang Tianlang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that had Emperor Hongguang chosen not to show him favor, his title could very well be at stake. This Xia Minghe, what extraordinary fortune he possessed, that even after committing grave errors, the emperor would intercede on his behalf. Chapter 33. The backlash of vital energy. Minghe was engrossed in studying the small thunder sword technique that Fox brother had given him. His cultivation had advanced, and his understanding had, unbeknownst to him, expanded in tandem, allowing him to peruse the sword technique in a remarkably short time. Previously, such a technique would have been incomprehensible to him. The entirety of the sword manual expounded upon the methods of controlling one sword through luck. As Minghe contemplated it deeply, he discerned parallels with the blood shadow sword technique, and the shared concepts were all elucidated within the Heart Sutra of Circular Awakening. It became evident that the Heart Sutra of Circular Awakening was indeed a treasure, especially after being refined by Fox brother. Its brevity belied profound meaning that a sudden thought struck him. If he could amalgamate the two sword techniques into one, would that not be even better? He endeavored for quite some time, yet found it exceedingly difficult to accomplish. While the principles were harmonious, the techniques exhibited significant disparities, particularly when it came to the flow of vital energy. Where the differences were even more pronounced, it was akin to a heavy hammer, causing Minghe's insides to churn. The backlash of vital energy. This was the legendary backlash of vital energy. The more formidable the vital energy, the more powerful the backlash would be. With a clang, the blood shadow sword fell to the ground, and Minghe's arm felt weak, as though struck by lightning, leaving him slumped on the floor, unable to recover for an extended period. With a piercing pain in his chest, and a singular thought occupying his mind, am I to perish here? Yet he remained aware, protected by a veil of clarity, cognizant that he was not yet dead. The door creaked open silently, a beam of light streaming in, and suddenly, another figure appeared in the room. Clad in white, with a smile at the corners of his eyes, his every glance exuded a sense of authority. With starry brows and bright eyes, it was none other than Fox Brother, who bore a large bag, bulging with its contents. What has transpired? Before the words could escape his lips, Fox Brother's fingers had already touched Minghe's forehead, and a violent surge of vital energy reverberated, causing Fox Brother's fingers to tingle. Such powerful, vital energy Minghe had actually cultivated to such a terrifying level. Fox Brother found it hard to believe. Yet the persistent waves of vital energy confirmed his suspicions that if immediate rescue is not possible, Minghe's life will be in grave danger. With a sudden exhale, Hu Xiong expelled a crimson inner dan, which spiraled around Minghe's body, the potent vitality incessantly striking against the inner dan, causing its hue to diminish with each impact. The backlash of blood energy within Minghe's body finally began to wane. The deep red of the inner dan faded until it hung motionless above Minghe's form. Hu Xiong swallowed the inner dan, his complexion shifting from a rosy hue to a pallid white. Having suppressed the recent backlash at the cost of nearly 20% of his inner dan cultivation, Minghe gradually regained consciousness. He attempted to draw in a few breaths, the oppressive sensation in his chest considerably alleviated. Hu Xiong, you have arrived. How rude of me to have fallen asleep. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, your fate would have been dire. The backlash of blood energy is extremely perilous, and you must refrain from recklessly utilizing your breath. This time, it was merely luck that saved you. After speaking gravely, Hu Xiong produced a sizable bundle and handed it over. The martial arts examination is about to commence. You will require funds. The large package was filled with numerous silver notes, each exceeding 1,000 taels, all readily exchangeable at the major banks of the Daqian Dynasty. Where did you acquire such wealth? Moreover, I have no need for money. I already possess weapons and horses. For now, stow the silver notes away, and unless absolutely necessary, do not utilize them. Minghe replied nonchalantly, turning his attention back to the Yunjua Heart Sutra, just as he began to ponder its profound meanings. A surge of blood energy surged upward, causing his head to spin, rendering him incapable of focusing. As Minghe forced himself to think, he suddenly felt as if he were ensnared in a colossal whirlpool, helplessly swept along like a fragile leaf, at risk of being torn to shreds by the formidable waves of energy. All that filled his vision was a desolate gray, his body ensconced in chilling mist that seeped into his very bones, rendering his limbs rigid. Even the slightest movement of his fingers became an unattainable luxury. His mind clouded, yet a flicker of clarity remained in his heart, that spark of clarity rising ever higher, piercing through layers of turbulent waves. With a sudden jolt, Minghe awoke, still seated beside the table, drenched from head to toe. His mother's grave lay 5 miles west of the city, in a place known as Xiangyangyi. Xia Tianlang held deep affection for his wife, having entrusted caretakers with the grave, which was meticulously maintained, surrounded by pines and cypresses, interspersed with plum trees, some of which had already bloomed, adding a splash of color to the otherwise bleak scenery. Upon seeing the gravestone, tears streamed down Minghe's cheeks. After burning paper offerings and bowing several times, he finally stood. Mother, if you are watching from the heavens, please bless your son with success in the imperial examination. When I achieve that success, I shall return to visit you. Minghe silently prayed. Standing among the plum trees, he inhaled the fragrant blossoms, feeling as though his mother were caressing him. Meanwhile, a small figure sat nearby, gazing into the distance, where he spotted a dark duck moving swiftly across a hillside. Chapter 34. Shadow of blood and killing intent the residence of the Marquis of Wuwei. Several individuals emerged from Jiang Tianlang's study. Trembling with trepidation, these were the ones tasked with monitoring Minghe's movements. Despite Jiang Tianlang's deliberate efforts to conceal it, they could still perceive that the Marquis had unleashed his true energy. Fortunately, this time, they had escaped punishment. Each one discreetly wiped the cold sweat from their brows. For the Marquis of Wuwei was notoriously capricious, and punishment was a daily occurrence. Recalling the conversation held in the Emperor Hongwang's study, Jiang Tianlang's ire only intensified. Zhou Mu indulges in extravagant feasting at the Marquis's residence daily, squandering vast sums of silver without lifting a finger. It would be best if he were to perish at the hands of Minghe Xia. However, should Xia Minghe succeed in vanquishing him, the 8 great demon immortals would undoubtedly intervene. Even if there were 10 Xia Minghes, it would spell disaster. Jiang Tianlang chuckled coldly, halting his steps and softly uttering, "Please, Mr. Zhou, bathe in the fragrance of plum blossoms." Minghe sensed his vitality swiftly rejuvenating. In a short while, he would be fully restored. Buzzing, the blood-patterned sword at his waist suddenly quivered. Minghe looked up to see a dark figure leaping toward him from a distant peak, moving with incredible speed. Zhou Mu strode forward, the air around him swirling, causing the plum trees to tremble and petals to fall. The gravekeeper approached to admonish him, but was halted by Minghe, who urged him not to proceed. "Young master, this is the lady's burial ground. Outsiders are forbidden to enter," the keeper argued. "Did you not hear?" Minghe fixed his gaze on Zhou Mu, his eyes sharp as blades, his voice cold enough to freeze. Zhou Mu, of course, had heard, yet instead of retreating, he took 2 steps closer, now less than 2 zhang from the gravestone. Minghe's eyes narrowed, a more potent murderous aura emanating from him than from Zhou Mu. "I do not wish to take a life. Do not compel me. Xia Minghe, they say you are arrogant, and indeed it is true. Only your mother could give birth to a son such as you." Zhou Mu's words dripped with mockery. Such remarks were unbecoming of a cultivator like him. Yet he felt compelled to speak thus. Just moments ago, when he locked eyes with Minghe, he had perceived a resolute killing intent that surpassed his own. This was a terrifying realization. Zhou Mu, a mere ordinary lad facing a disciple of the 8 great demon immortals, should have been quaking in fear. Yet here stood Minghe. Unfazed, he sought to uncover a flaw in Minghe's spirit, but found only a profound and dense aura, obscuring Minghe's soul from his probing. Zhou Mu's consciousness could not penetrate. In fact, there was even a slight backlash. Such a phenomenon should not occur, especially not in someone as seemingly mundane as Minghe. How could an ordinary person possess such a formidable spirit? Even a great martial master merely possesses a nascent soul. Zhou Mu realized that the young man before him was no ordinary adversary. He must reassess his approach. Jiang Tianlang had not spoken in vain. This was indeed a formidable opponent. The disparagement of Minghe's mother was a tactic to shatter his mental fortitude. Should Minghe become enraged, it would disrupt his soul's harmony, potentially exposing vulnerabilities for Zhou Mu to exploit. His attack would be fatal. There could be no allowance for a rival like Minghe to survive. With age, this individual's power would ascend to an exceedingly terrifying realm. However, a more dreadful occurrence soon unfolded. After uttering those words, Minghe's consciousness abruptly vanished. Zhou Mu attempted several times to detect even the slightest trace of his opponent's essence, yet found nothing. The once mighty spirit had dissipated entirely. Even an ordinary person would exhibit some fluctuation of spirit. The absence of any such signs could only indicate death or the presence of a mere shell. Gazing upon the living figure before him, yet unable to perceive his soul or consciousness, is an utterly terrifying experience, particularly given that not long ago he had nearly been harmed by that very spirit. The petals of the plum tree cascade like rain. Engaging in combat before the grave of the deceased is the utmost disrespect to the departed, especially when it concerns my dearest mother. Amidst the snow-white plum blossoms falling in the rain, a blood-red shadow of sword light suddenly flickers. The chilling brilliance of the blood shadow sword easily pierces through Zhou Mu's sword intent, akin to a sharp needle piercing a delicate silk veil. Zhou Mu, revered as the foremost among the 8 great demon immortals, wields the Xiang sword technique, renowned for its unparalleled excellence. Yet, it is effortlessly torn apart by the Minghe blood shadow sword. One cannot say that the Xiang sword technique is lacking. It is merely that Zhou Mu's cultivation is insufficient. While it may suffice against ordinary foes, he finds himself utterly helpless when faced with a master like Minghe. Staring at the swirling red light before him, Zhou Mu struggles to believe his own eyes. The crimson glow is infused with an overwhelming aura of killing intent, shattering Zhou Mu's fighting spirit entirely. Suddenly, Minghe feels a slight resistance. Advancing with the blood shadow sword becomes exceedingly difficult. A faint light emanates from Zhou Mu, enveloping him entirely. This is the manifestation of the flowing light armor's power. Chapter 35. Resurrection at this moment. Minghe's cultivation cannot compare to Zhou Mu's. Despite his rapid progress over the past few months, he has merely reached the level of a grand martial artist. Still a mere mortal, and thus cannot be equated with someone like Zhou Mu, who practices the way of the D.A.O.IT, is due to Zhou Mu's contempt for Minghe that he is ultimately defeated by Minghe's formidable spirit, providing Minghe with an opportunity to strike. Although Minghe cannot yet merge the Little Thunder Sword technique with the Blood Shadow Sword technique, he unwittingly blends the two as he attacks. The sword technique he employs is elusive. While it bears the form of the Little Thunder Sword technique, it emanates the sword intent of the Blood Shadow Sword technique, with the latter ultimately holding dominance. After all, Minghe's experience with the Little Thunder Sword technique is too brief for him to wield it with complete fluidity. While the Blood Shadow Sword technique is indeed powerful, it cannot penetrate the flowing light armor. Although Minghe's prowess is formidable, he still falls short of Zhou Mu, especially under the influence of backlash from his own vitality, which further diminishes his capabilities. The flowing light armor, a protective treasure of Yangshi Xian, has been augmented by many demon immortals, endowing it with formidable magical power. If you cannot harm me, then I shall bring about your demise. After a fleeting moment of fear, Zhou Mu swiftly regains his full vigor, particularly as the flowing light armor can withstand the opponent's sword energy. Zhou Mu straightens his posture. The Xiang sword technique unleashes its full might. Waves of pale, golden light surge forth, assailing Minghe. Each circle of golden light is a manifestation of a Xiang sword technique. Minghe feels that with each impact, the sword intent of the Blood Shadow Sword is diminished slightly. This is troublesome. This adversary is indeed formidable. Minghe has previously clashed with two of the four great fiends of Yanhuang, ultimately spitting blood and losing consciousness. In fact, Zhou Mu's cultivation is already comparable to those fiends. The fact that Minghe can endure against Zhou Mu for such an extended period is nothing short of miraculous. After all, he has only practiced for a mere few months, and with the additional hindrance of vitality backlash, he has yet to fully recover. Faced with an opponent like Zhou Mu, he initially holds the upper hand, but as time wears on, he finds himself in a perilous situation through layers of sword energy. Zhou Mu's visage gradually distorts, morphing into a demonic form. A chilling voice has the power to freeze Minghe to his core. You shall perish, young one. Minghe, retreating until his back meets a plum tree, is suddenly awakened by the falling blossoms. I cannot meet my end here. Not before my mother's grave, for she would be unsettled. With determination, Minghe steps forward, aligning himself with the silver-robed Marquis' footwork, narrowly evading the onslaught of the Xiang sword's intent. With a sharp sound, the sword intent surges forth, cleaving a plum tree in half. In a swift counterattack, the Blood Shadow Sword is unleashed, infused with the resolve of a desperate last stand, tearing through the layers of sword intent laid by Zhou Mu. With several consecutive strikes, the sword intent intertwines, forcing Zhou Mu to retreat continuously as the Xiang sword's intent collapses like a curtain of water. A thunderous sound resonates as the Blood Shadow Sword crashes against Zhou Mu's precious blade, causing his arm to tremble violently before it falls limp, disbelief flooding his eyes, followed by the expulsion of blood. He coughs up several mouthfuls, a total of 8, before collapsing backwards. To cause a disturbance before a mother's grave is the utmost disrespect to the deceased, staggering forward, with his sword pointed at the unconscious Zhou Mu. Minghe attempts to strike, yet the blows fail to land. Though Zhou Mu bleeds and is unconscious, the effects of the flowing light armor still linger. Xiao Gun approaches, supporting Minghe. Young master, if I cannot kill him, I shall burn him alive. Gathering some twigs, he piles them atop Zhou Mu, searching for a fire starter but finding none. The winding official road leading away from Xianyang Post seems endless the dozen fiery red horses gallop. As if clouds were birthed from the earth at the forefront, a figure pulls back the bowstring, the piercing whistle echoing, shooting an arrow 60 zhang away. Clad in dark iron armor, he sits upon his steed. Steady as a mountain, 60 zhang signifies the realm of a grand martial master, a distinction held by no more than 300 individuals throughout the vast Daqian Dynasty, where martial prowess is deeply revered. Despite millions training in martial arts, the 300 grand martial masters are truly a rare breed. With a hum, an iron-feathered arrow strikes a plum tree, embedding itself deeply, leaving the fletching quivering and vibrating. Xiaogun looks up, exclaiming, "Oh no, the dark-robed guards have arrived." The dark-robed guards serve as close protectors to the silver-robed Marquis, renowned for their formidable combat abilities. Typically, they operate in small groups of 3 to 5, making this large-scale deployment quite uncommon. On Jiang Tianlang's right chest, a grand bear emblem denotes his identity. Although his reputation is high, his rank is only 5th tier, which is still considerable among martial artists. At this moment, Minghe clasps his fists in gratitude towards Jiang Tianlang, but his chest churns with turbulent blood. He can hardly speak. Mustering his breath, he manages, "Thank you, Marquis," but feels the urge to vomit blood once more. Jiang Tianlang retrieves a porcelain vial from beneath his armor, containing a single red elixir. Anticipating that the second young master might encounter trouble, he had brought this chi-boosting pill. The pill, no larger than a soybean, possesses immense potency. Minghe swallows it. The stagnant energy within him begins to circulate, bringing unparalleled relief to his chest and abdomen. The Marquis commands that the young master must be taken to the Marquis's residence, for there are matters that require his attention. Jiang Tianlang instructs someone to bring a horse for Minghe. The steed, tall and long, bears him as if he were seated in a palanquin, maintaining an astonishing steadiness even as it gallops. Yet, Minghe's mind is preoccupied with a singular thought. What could the Marquis possibly want from him? Within the spacious study of the silver-robed Marquis's estate, an individual hastily exits, gently closing the door behind him. The room was remarkably tidy. Iho gazed intently at the remnants of a chess game laid out before him. Lost in thought, at the moment he received the message from the visitor seeking an audience. He had been pondering a particularly challenging problem. When he found himself at a loss, Iho often enjoyed engaging in a game of chess against himself. It was time to conclude this match. With a gentle touch, he placed a piece on the board, and the white characters formed a dragon shape, seemingly poised to take flight. With a soft slap of his palm against the desk, he realized that the individual in question was none other than him. "Ah, Xia Minghe, how deeply you have concealed yourself. You nearly deceived me entirely." Chapter 36. The young Marquis returns to court in the rear garden of the Iho residence. The Lingyun Pavilion was perched atop a rugged artificial hill, resembling an eagle poised for flight. The garden was tranquil. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind could be heard, when suddenly the serenity was shattered by the hurried footsteps of an approaching figure. A cloaked individual, burdened with a large bag, emerged from beside the hill. It was Jiang Tianlang, who had now shed his heavy armor. Revealing his true appearance, he appeared to be around 40, with a fair complexion and a short beard, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Should one encounter him on the street, he would undoubtedly be mistaken for a well-read literati. The entire encounter lasted no longer than a few moments. Jiang Tianlang traversed a secret passageway, hidden within the rocky caverns of the artificial mountain, known only to the trusted confidants of Hongming. Minghe stood outside the study of Iho, revisiting the familiar grounds, his heart a tumult of emotions. Unable to articulate the nature of his thoughts, soon as he stepped into the courtyard of the study, he was enveloped by an overwhelming aura. Such formidable mental energy, it emanated inadvertently from Iho, a testament to the might of a master of the physical realm. Through his recent cultivation, Minghe had not yet reached such heights, but he had come to understand that through diligent practice and fortification of the body, one's spirit would likewise grow robust. Although such individuals may not possess the ability to project their souls, malevolent forces would instinctively steer clear of them. The first time Minghe had entered Iho's study, he had not sensed such a presence. The elevation of Yin Eho's cultivation to such an exalted state in their brief separation was improbable, and the fact that Minghe could perceive this indicated his own rapid advancement. He had begun to sense the formidable concentration of Yin Eho's mental energy, a feat unattainable for those lacking cultivation, whose awareness would be significantly dulled, and who would merely perceive an imposing presence without grasping the essence of such ethereal power. Thus, it was no surprise that Minghe halted outside the study, sensing such potent mental energy before even laying eyes on the man himself. The reputation of Yin Eho was indeed well-deserved, and Minghe felt a deep-seated envy, pondering when he might attain such a state. Reporting to the Marquis, "Young Master Xia has arrived," announced a youthful voice at the door, crisp and clear. The door swung open abruptly, and an even more powerful wave of mental energy surged forth, prompting Minghe to instinctively channel his own energy in defense. The mental force crashed upon him like a tidal wave, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Yin Eho, who had been intently focused on the chessboard, suddenly uttered a sound of acknowledgement and lifted his gaze to meet Minghe's, at which point the overwhelming mental energy abruptly dissipated. "Minghe, you have come," Yin Eho said, seated regally upon a wide chaise, gesturing toward the chessboard before him, where the black and white pieces were scattered in intricate disarray. Minghe possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the art of black and white, which is a refined endeavor that necessitates years of cultivation for one's chess skills to flourish. Naturally restless, Minghe struggles to focus, resulting in a rather limited proficiency in the art of the game. What a remarkable match! With just a fleeting glance, Minghe's expression shifted dramatically. To him, the mere black and white pieces transformed into a vast battlefield, where two factions clashed fiercely, swords and spears in hand, drums resounding in unison, engaged in an unrelenting struggle. The silver-clad Marquis sat motionless, his piercing gaze occasionally sweeping across Minghe's face, observing every subtle change with keen precision. With a gentle flick of his fingers along the edge of the board, the pieces sprang up, scattering like stars across the sky. Suddenly, the battlefield before Minghe vanished. The valiant warriors dissolved into a myriad of twinkling stars, carried away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. Raising his gaze, he found the silver-clad Marquis's electrifying eyes fixed upon him, stirring Minghe's heart with an unsettling intensity that nearly overwhelmed him. "What did you see?" the Marquis inquired with a smile, each word resonating pleasantly in Minghe's ears, alleviating his previous discomfort significantly. Before the silver-clad Marquis, it was challenging to conceal anything. Minghe candidly replied, "I witnessed thousands of troops engaged in relentless combat." The Marquis laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Well said. If you did not harbor the essence of countless soldiers within you, how could you perceive such a grand spectacle? Tell me, how is your preparation for the martial examination?" Minghe was drenched in cold sweat, all his pride subdued by the Marquis's formidable spirit, rendering him as docile as a lamb. "I have vowed to the Marquis that I shall not disappoint you, even at the cost of my life. It is not merely a promise to me. What am I then? I, too, serve the court in selecting the worthy. Only when the Daqian Dynasty is secure can its citizens lead prosperous lives. And I, as a Marquis, can continue my role." The silver-clad Marquis gazed intently at Minghe, sensing that his cultivation had significantly advanced since their last encounter. Minghe's eyes sparkled brightly, as if two exquisite gems were concealed behind them, their radiant light ready to burst forth at any moment. This young lad, Xia Minghe, though still quite young, possesses a profound talent that is truly impressive that I shall refrain from revealing my insights and see how long he can endure. Father, who is this person? A finger pointed, sending a chill toward Minghe. Yin Tianlang, at such a tender age, had already attained the realm of a formidable warrior. Do not act so rashly, Yin Hongming gently reprimanded, shattering the icy aura that lingered barely an inch from Minghe's chest. Though Yin Tianlang's intent could not harm Minghe, it left a decidedly unfavorable impression on him. The silver-clad Marquis, ever courteous and measured, pondered why his son was so haughty. This young man, of course, was none other than Xia Minghe. At this moment, Minghe's cultivation had yet to reach fruition, preventing him from achieving the state of inner qi cleansing. However, His bones gradually became translucent and luminous, emitting a unique and dazzling radiance through his skin. Having trained in the Qingtian Dao sect for many years, Yin Tianchao was well-versed in martial arts. With a mere glance at Minghe, he recognized that this individual was of extraordinary lineage. Otherwise, he would not be in the company of his father. The wave of intense jealousy surged within him. He pointed casually, intending to assert dominance over Minghe while simultaneously showcasing his own accomplishments to his father. Little did he expect that the silver-clad Marquis would effortlessly dismantle his qi manipulation with just a few gentle words. Chower, allow me to introduce you to Xia Minghe, the son of General Xia Tie of Genuine. In the future, as you both serve in the court, it is essential that you cultivate a close camaraderie. Yin Tianchao felt a twinge of discontent within, but dared not defy his father's command. He reluctantly nodded at Minghe, thus acknowledging him. Minghe, perceiving him as a mere child and the young master of the silver-robed Marquis, clasped his hands in salute, saying, Xia Minghe, it is an honor to meet the young Marquis. I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come. Given his temperament, such politeness was indeed rare, granted solely due to the esteem he held for the silver-robed Marquis. Yin Tianchao scoffed, you seem to understand your position. This Marquis will certainly look out for you. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the silver-robed Marquis. Your mother longs for you. Go and see her. Watching his son depart, the silver-robed Marquis furrowed his brow and sighed, addressing Minghe, my household discipline has been lax. I apologize for any embarrassment caused. Minghe, initially brimming with indignation, found his ire dissipating entirely at the Marquis's words. His eyes even glistened with unshed tears. It was truly remarkable that the prestigious silver-robed Marquis would stoop to acknowledge a slight from someone as inconsequential as Minghe. It was this very magnanimity that had secured the Marquis's esteemed position. The extent of a person's achievements is often dictated by their breadth of character. There's a saying in the agricultural circles of the Daqian Dynasty, the bountiful grain heads always bow their heads. Minghe smiled in response. My lord, you need not apologize. I've already forgotten this matter. The silver-robed Marquis returned the smile. Earlier, I mentioned wanting to assess your martial prowess, yet I find myself disinterested now. Minghe was taken aback. I had hoped for your guidance, but it seems I have been overly optimistic. The Marquis replied, from your earlier performance, I have already formed an impression, with such a generous spirit. Your skills must surely be commendable. Suddenly, Minghe stepped back, forming a sword gesture with his left hand while his right hand thrust forward empty-handed. His posture was immaculate, executing a move from the little thunder sword technique known as parting the clouds and bringing the rain, followed by another move, clouds rising in misty hues. The continuous swordplay unfolded with elegance, yet devoid of any sword intent. In the presence of the silver-robed Marquis, Minghe found it challenging to unleash his true sword essence. The Marquis remained motionless, observing Minghe's practice with a mixture of delight and concern. This reaffirmed his earlier suspicion. This young man had made significant strides in his abilities. The little thunder sword technique had reached a remarkable level of proficiency. Despite the absence of sword intent, the Marquis could still discern a distinct difference in the flow of this sword method compared to Jiang Tianlang's. The Jiang Tianlang's approach was one of raw power, characterized by grand, sweeping strokes like thunder striking a pearl, clean and decisive. In contrast, Minghe's swordplay exuded even greater ferocity, yet also possessed an ethereal quality, a direct result of his study of the Yunjia Heart Sutra. Prolonged practice of a breathing technique inevitably leaves its mark, manifesting in one's every gesture. Although Minghe made efforts to conceal this influence, he could not evade the keen perception of the silver-robed Marquis. The Marquis's ears were attuned to the faintest sounds of nature. Thus, he could clearly discern Minghe's breathing. The little thunder sword technique was originally a niche sword style from the Wukong sword school, notoriously difficult to master. Therefore, anyone encountered wielding this technique was invariably an expert. Minghe's audacity to practice this technique before the Marquis revealed a profound confidence, though the Marquis remained unaware of Minghe's subsequent intentions. The lesser thunder sword technique was executed by Minghe, using merely 6 movements. After completing the first move, Spiritual Spring Fetching Water, he seamlessly transitioned into the 7th move, Strange Peaks Soaring, which was, in fact, the Blood Shadow sword technique. The silver-clad Marquis suddenly exclaimed in astonishment at the flawless transition between the two sword techniques, marveling at Ming He's extraordinary prowess, just as he was about to offer praise. A frown creased his brow upon noticing Ming He's breath becoming suddenly labored. After practicing just one move, Ming He halted, lowering his left hand as sword technique, while his right hung limply at his side. His countenance turning slightly grim. Why, Lord, I beseech you to teach me how to fluidly shift between these two distinct sword techniques. After a moment of surprise, the silver-clad Marquis smiled. Ah, so that is your intention? Summer Ming He. If I were to impart the secrets to you, you would undoubtedly grasp the essence and achieve significant advancement in your martial arts. The Marquis's thoughts were indeed astute. Ming He shared the same sentiment. To practice martial arts in front of the Marquis and risk embarrassment was, in fact, a stroke of fortune, for receiving guidance from him was a dream long cherished by Ming He. Having previously surreptitiously learned a single step from the Marquis, which had become Ming He's ultimate life-saving technique, receiving direct transmission from the Marquis would be an immense blessing. The Marquis nodded. If you do not understand something, inquire. You are indeed a promising talent. The path of martial arts may appear profound, yet it is but a thin veneer. I have promised you that you may seek me for any matter. I cannot go back on my word to a child. Listen closely. I shall speak only once. After this, I shall not repeat myself. He uttered 7 words that would remain etched in Ming He's memory for eternity. Do as you wish. Ming He's mind momentarily swelled with confusion. What did that mean? Was he mocking him? Do as I wish. If I possessed such ability, I would have already traversed the world, establishing my own school of martial arts. Why would I seek the Marquis's counsel? Yet, upon deeper reflection, the Marquis's 7 words bore profound wisdom. Chapter 38. Enlightenment. The silver-clad Marquis continued. In this world, there exists a plethora of martial arts schools, each with its unique mental techniques. Yet one principle remains constant, the overarching tenet. It is all about using intention to guide energy. Cultivating one's energy and maintaining a clear mind is the crux of the matter. As long as your spirit is sufficiently robust, you will naturally master various mental techniques. You understand what I mean. Ming He experienced a moment of clarity. The Marquis implied that even if he spoke now, it would be akin to playing a lute to a cow, for his spirit was not yet strong enough. The Marquis smiled, not merely insufficiently strong, but quite feeble indeed. You have only just begun to comprehend the concept of using intention to guide energy. A powerful spirit can traverse vast distances in an instant, roaming the seas and harnessing everything it perceives for its own use. Thus, the road ahead for you is still very long. Upon reaching this point, the Marquis sighed. Moreover, during this visit, while your martial prowess has seen improvement, your mental acuity appears diminished compared to our last encounter. Has something occurred? It seems you have suffered some backlash. The Marquis merely spoke casually. Yet Ming He was profoundly shaken. The damage inflicted upon his spirit could not escape the keen observation of the Marquis. He nodded in agreement. You are correct, my lord. Recently, in preparation for examinations, I have excessively exhausted my vital energy, which may have affected my complexion. To place importance on martial examinations is undoubtedly a commendable pursuit. However, one must always maintain moderation, for excess can lead to detrimental consequences if one were to dwell upon such matters incessantly. Risking one's health and achieving nothing in return, would that not be a case of losing more than one gains? Remember, it suffices to do one's utmost. The silver-clad lord spoke softly, each word resonating like a gentle hammer, delicately striking at Ming's vital channels. Areas that had previously felt slightly stagnant were now invigorated. Ming could even perceive the sound of blood coursing through his veins. The silver-clad lord lifted a cup of tea, savoring a sip, which instantly filled the room with an aromatic fragrance, enhancing Ming's sense of comfort. In recent days, the capital has witnessed numerous bizarre occurrences. What are your thoughts on this? Ming lowered his head and replied, I am unaware of what the prince refers to. Not long ago, there were sightings of hornless dragon clouds, causing widespread unease. Just as the situation began to settle, the ancient temple of Songling again manifested such clouds. Could it be that you truly do not know? I did indeed visit the Songling Temple to confer with Jiu and others regarding the martial examinations, yet I did not encounter any horned dragon clouds. Minghe answered candidly. The silver-clad lord fell silent. Previous conjectures were merely speculative. Without substantial evidence, he found himself at an impasse with Minghe. Fortunately, there was no immediate urgency surrounding this matter. The hornless dragon merely indicated the dragon's journey. The full-fledged scales and the emergence of resplendent dragon horns require considerable time. In other words, the master of the hornless dragon clouds must possess great compassion and wisdom, as well as exceptional martial and mystical skills, to nurture them gradually. Typically, the transformation of a hornless dragon into a true azure dragon takes at least a century, and many may not live to see such an AGS. He turned a corner. He brushed past a royal official, who turned out to be Chong Heihu. He merely nodded at Minghe before hastily passing by, cradling a small vermilion box in his hand. My lord, the item you requested has arrived. Even from a distance, Minghe could still hear Chong Heihu's voice. His ears were exceptionally keen, allowing him to discern even the subdued tones. The Flying Cloud Iron Cavalry, led by 2 Sioux, utilized wind-chasing horses, which were originally from the Persian Hu Kingdom, sold to the Great Daqian Dynasty, each valued at several thousand taels of silver. Ordinary nobles could afford to keep only a few, while the 13th prince, 2 Sioux, possessed a remarkable 300 wind-chasing horses. These steeds, adorned with golden saddles and jade reins, donned bronze masks, rendering them easily identifiable on the battlefield. They charged with the speed of lightning, hence earning the illustrious title of the Flying Cloud Iron Cavalry. 2 Sioux, young yet already renowned, owed much of his fame to his exceptional talents, as well as these magnificent horses. The room was impeccably tidy, which brought Minghe a sense of reassurance. Young master, I eagerly await the examination. Once I achieve my degree, these worries will dissipate. Minghe waved his hand. Such words should not be spoken. If overheard, they could cast a negative light upon us. The little one stuck out his tongue. I understand. Young master, I will retrieve something for you to eat, he said, turning to leave. Minghe settled down and noticed a small grass stick beside his teacup, its grayish-white hue stark against the vermilion lacquer surface. A glance toward the drawer revealed it firmly closed, with belongings arranged in their original order, prompting a quiet smile from Minghe. The slender stick of grass was deliberately wedged into the drawer by him. What did he say? The young master mentioned. Come over and see what the second young master is lacking, and immediately dispatch someone to deliver it. When did the elder brother become so benevolent? He must have ulterior motives. After all these years together, he knows this elder brother all too well. Minghe waved his hand, signaling Xiaohe to withdraw, while silently contemplating. He closed the door, moved the table aside, and retrieved a box from beneath the floor tiles. Inside this box lay the Yuanjue Heart Sutra, Small Thunder Sword Technique, and Blood Shadow Sword Art. Seeing that the treasures were all intact, Minghe let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 39. The Power of Consciousness on Xiang Street. The residence of the 13th Prince. Layer upon layer of courtyards stretched endlessly, with 2 rows of robust warriors clad in golden armor and wielding long blades standing at the entrance. Each warrior towered a head taller than the average person. The area before the gate was eerily quiet, with birds avoiding the skies above this noble residence, as the opulence of royalty could be sensed even by avian creatures. A creaking sound echoed, and at the end of the stone-paved path, a small sedan chair appeared. It halted at the entrance, and from behind the heavy curtains, a delicate white hand emerged, shaking a plaque that was inlaid with gold and jade. The very token of the 13th Prince, 2 Sioux. The gatekeepers bowed respectfully and opened the side door, allowing the sedan chair to enter, with the curtains falling down to obscure the interior. The 13th Prince, dressed in a richly embroidered arrow robe, had a sheen of sweat on his forehead. He peered towards the entrance, and, upon seeing the sedan chair arrive, a hint of a smile graced his lips. As the heavy curtains were lifted, Jiang Tianlang emerged from within, stepping into the room and shedding his cumbersome garments. Is it truly necessary for the 13th Prince to be so enigmatic? 2 Sioux furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of others discovering their association. How did the matter progress? Jiang Tianlang gestured dismissively. I have long advised against putting too much effort into him. Minghe possesses some skill, but he is by no means the master of the horned dragon's ethereal energy. Xia Keating has already searched and found nothing. Xia Keating. Tu Su frowned once more. He had heard much about this individual, merely a dandy, whose actions were notoriously unreliable. Fear not, although Xia Keating is a half-brother to Xia Minghe. The two have always been at odds. His greatest desire is to bring down Xia Minghe. When it comes to others, perhaps Xia Keating is lackadaisical, but against Xia Minghe, he will undoubtedly exert himself to the utmost. That is for the best. The absence of evidence does not imply Xia Minghe is innocent. His demeanor remains exceedingly suspect. We must devise a strategy to contend with him. He is the only one in the entire court who poses a real challenge to me. Xia Minghe's command over military power is not beneficial for us. Moreover, to my knowledge, the emperor is currently dispatching people to collect information on Minghe's past actions. Whether it be fortuitous or disastrous remains uncertain. Yet it at least indicates that Minghe is no longer the reckless lad he once was. An increasing number of people are beginning to regard him with significance. The 13th prince, Tu Su, spoke coldly. You are correct in your reminder. I recall that just prior to my arrival, Xia Minghe visited the silver-clad Marquis. What he discussed remains unknown. The 13th prince scoffed. The silver-clad Marquis is notoriously cunning. Why, at such a sensitive time, does he frequently step forward to protect Xia Minghe? What could be his true intent? The biological son, Jiang Tianlang, has not received such lavish treatment. Minghe at the martial training grounds of the general's residence. Gallops on horseback, wielding his sword. The Thunder Leopard has become quite docile and can comprehend Minghe's intentions. However, that grand state knife feels somewhat cumbersome in his hands. That Minghe's swordsmanship is a legacy passed down from Xia Tie. The techniques of the grand state knife are not particularly intricate, comprising merely 36 variations. Due to the weight of the blade, few dare to wield it in the heat of battle. It is primarily employed during routine training to strengthen muscles and build stamina. Despite Minghe's significant advancement in martial prowess, prolonged practice with the grand state knife leaves him breathless and his arms fatigued, a consequence of insufficient vitality circulating within him. Setting down the hefty blade, he takes a moment to rest. Pushing himself further would likely lead to a backlash of energy, a sensation he is reluctant to endure again. The knife wielded by his father, Xia Tie, is 20 pounds heavier than the grand state knife, totaling a formidable 200 pounds. The legendary warrior Guan Yu, known for his prowess, wielded a blade weighing only 180 pounds. Contemplating his father's ability to brandish such a heavy weapon across the battlefield, where each glimmer of the blade resulted in the severed heads of foes, evokes a surge of adrenaline within Minghe. Yet he understands that a 20-pound difference in weaponry translates to at least 3 levels of martial mastery. Thus, it follows that Xia Tie must be at least a superlative grandmaster, or perhaps even a novice grandmaster. The path to achieving such a realm remains long and arduous for him. Whatever you wish, let it be. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the voice of the silver-clad Marquis echoes in Minghe's ears. Whenever he feels disheartened and weary, this phrase revitalizes him with renewed vigor. What would happen if the blood shadow sword technique were applied to the grand state knife? I think this way, and so it shall be. As he channels his thoughts into the grand state knife, Minghe perceives it suddenly becoming lighter in his grip. This sensation is truly extraordinary. It embodies the power of consciousness. Enlightenment dawns upon him as he brandishes the knife, executing a technique reminiscent of the peak's arrival, not from traditional swordplay, but from the blood shadow sword technique. Astonishingly, the weighty knife can be wielded with such grace. Inspired by this revelation, Minghe attempts to maneuver the knife in an alternate manner. However, after merely 6 moves, his arms once again succumb to fatigue. If he persists, he is certain to suffer a backlash of energy once more. He relinquishes the knife, pondering for an extended period. Perhaps his spiritual essence lacks the fortitude required to wield such a weapon. Feeling somewhat drained, particularly with a throbbing head, he recognizes the signs of overexertion of his consciousness. The household has recently acquired a new cook, whose culinary skills are commendable. Even the simplest dishes are imbued with remarkable flavor, and the congee is excellently prepared. Even the First Lady finds satisfaction in her meals, rewarding the cook with monetary appreciation. Shout Gunner chatters incessantly. During these moments, he feels most at ease, freely conversing with Minghe without regard for societal status. The dishes truly are exceptional, prompting Minghe to indulge in an extra bowl of congee. After dinner, he retires early, adhering to his routine of practicing martial arts at night. For many of his insights into martial techniques have emerged during these nocturnal hours as Xiao Gunner slumbers in another room. Minghe retrieves the Yinjue Heart Sutra, diligently reviewing its teachings on the mastery of energy. A beam of light ascended from beyond the courtyard, traversing the layers of guards surrounding the general's residence, and hovered above the Minghe courtyard. It was a diminutive flying sword. Chapter 40. Flying sword, flying sword. This sword emitted no brilliance. It was as dark as ebony, blending seamlessly into the pitch-black night, rendering it nearly undetectable. Opposite the general's residence stood an enormous Qingluo tree, a species not native to the Daqian Dynasty, but hailing from the Yunmeng kingdom. Its leaves were elongated, opening at the top like an umbrella, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. That a figure clad in black sat motionless amidst the canopy of the Qingluo tree, hands forming intricate gestures, entirely still, his consciousness tethered to the flying sword within the general's residence. To wield a sword through one's spirit is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should one's opponent possess a stronger awareness, it could lead to utter destruction. Moreover, to manipulate a sword in the darkness signifies that this individual's spirit has not yet attained the level capable of traversing in daylight. Xia Minghe, you surely did not anticipate that tonight you would perish beneath my blade. I shall present your head to the 13th prince. He will undoubtedly be pleased. The intent to kill intensified. And Minghe suddenly felt a chill. The cold of Yinchong City is notorious. Yet the harsh winter had passed that on this eve, when the warmth of spring is imminent, such a chill felt utterly out of season. The blood-patterned sword suddenly vibrated, leaping upon the table, causing the candlelight to flicker erratically. Minghe's heart stirred as he reached for the blood-patterned sword. Whoosh! A sound of the air being pierced resounded. As the window paper was instantly punctured, the flying sword, like a bolt of black lightning, darted forth. Instinctively, Minghe raised his hand and swung the sword. The small room erupted with a flash of red, colliding with the flying sword in an instant, creating a series of crisp clangs that resonated like blood-red echoes. This Xia Minghe is no ordinary lad. He actually managed to evade my flying sword. The consciousness concealed within the sword silently praised him, igniting a fervor of competitiveness. With a slight exertion of will, the flying sword spiraled and launched another assault on Minghe. Initially, Minghe felt a tinge of panic. After all, this was his first encounter with a flying sword that a visible adversary, regardless of their strength, would not evoke overwhelming fear. The most daunting foes are those unseen. Unaware of the opponent's whereabouts, he faced only this hovering sword, which moved in an entirely unpredictable manner, leaving him uncertain as to where the next attack would originate or in what form it would come. Although this flying sword was no larger than a dagger, it had been significantly enhanced compared to the earlier sword pill used by Xinmu, as its refining method was far more intricate, resulting in a marked increase in both quality and potency. Nearly every cultivator possessed a flying sword, making it a standard accessory among practitioners. However, the quality and power of these swords varied immensely. Some cultivators specialized in sword manipulation, relying on their own true essence to command the sword. Those with profound skill could sever heads from 1,000 miles away or traverse mountains and valleys in an instant upon their flying swords. Yet the individual concealed within the mist could only be perceived as a vague silhouette. Nevertheless, an overwhelming aura of murder could be felt. With each clash, the sword's murderous intent would seep in, entwining like threads around the blood shadow sword. That thread, intangible yet astonishingly heavy, struck thrice, causing the blood shadow sword to become a staggering 400 to 500 pounds. Minghe's arm ached, and his heart raced furiously that if he continued to endure, he would surely cough up blood, and to cough up blood was the most detrimental blow to one's vitality. Xia Minghe, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Within the flying sword, the face concealed behind the dismal mist suddenly came into focus, revealing a woman whose features were relatively delicate, albeit her long crimson hair danced wildly, at a fleeting glance unveiled the other half of her face. Obscured by her flowing locks, was marred with various grotesque lumps of differing hues. How could such an unsightly female demon exist in this world? Clearly, one capable of wielding a flying sword was no ordinary individual. Yet her appearance was so hideous that Minghe could only deem her a demonist. To think that I, indeed, met my demise beneath the blade of such an unattractive creature. As Minghe witnessed the fourth thrust of the flying sword, he barely managed to raise his arm, resulting in a soft clang as the blood shadow sword clashed with the flying sword for the fourth time. Having repelled the flying sword's assaults thrice in succession, his garments were now soaked with cold sweat, and a singular thought consumed his mind. I cannot die. I cannot perish like this. Where have the guards gone? The small servant, awakened by the sounds of battle, saw the room enveloped in a crimson glow. In a flurry, unable to find a proper weapon, he grabbed a chamber pot and rushed out, despite its contents still being largely intact, clanging noisily. The flying sword charged again, and the blood shadow sword met it once more. Although it struck the flying sword, the force was no longer what it used to be. The sword merely veered slightly, but continued its deadly trajectory towards Minghe's neck. It was over. This was undoubtedly the end. As the flying sword approached with lightning speed, Minghe shut his eyes. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air. It was the voice of the small servant. Then, the chamber pot soared through the air, colliding precisely with the flying sword. The night watchman finally caught wind of the commotion and rushed over, lanterns and torches illuminating the scene. The two who arrived first encountered the flying sword. One of them swung a blade, producing a sharp sound as the steel knife was effortlessly cleaved in two by the flying sword, as easily as a sharp blade slicing through a cucumber. The blood-patterned sword suddenly lightened, and Minghe's mind cleared. Grasping the blood-patterned sword, he pursued, but the night was as still as water, and the flying sword had long since vanished without a trace. Regrettably, my spiritual awareness is not potent enough to track it, otherwise I would have surely prevented its escape. Minghe sighed inwardly, acutely aware of the necessity to enhance his own cultivation. Second young master, are you unscathed? The guards who had rushed over were all filled with trepidation. Given such an incident, their inaction would undoubtedly reach the ears of the madam, and punishment was inevitable. It is nothing. That you arrived in such a short time is already commendable. I will speak to the madam about it. Minghe waved his hand, dismissing the guards. How could diligent training pale in comparison to the might of a mere chamber pot wielded by the small servant? What could possibly account for this? Staring at the remnants of the chamber pot on the ground, Minghe pondered absently. Chapter 41. The madam's might. Minghe, are you all right? Xia Minghe appeared at the gate. Illuminated by the bright lights surrounding her, she donned a pristine white fur coat, her face etched with frost, and behind her trailed her maid, Xiaohong, who held a treasured sword aloft. Thank you, madam, for your concern. It is merely a petty thief, and I am quite well, Minghe replied, lowering his head as he sheathed the blood shadow sword. As the autumn white moonlight casually swept across, a flicker of astonishment ignited within her heart. This young man possessed an extraordinary sword, its scabbard crafted from the hide of a cuttlefish, emanating an aura of chilling menace. The portly fellow hurried over, panting. Madam, the young master is unharmed, sleeping soundly. No, he is currently engrossed in a book. Please rest assured. Realizing his blunder, he promptly corrected himself. Casting furtive glances at the madam's face, the five brothers expressed their gratitude to Xia Tie, who had diligently safeguarded them throughout the years without incident. The madam's admonishment is justified. Grant us a little time, and we will surely locate the culprit, declared the eldest, Lei Hong. Your words come too easily. That individual, having been startled, will undoubtedly hide. Searching for him is no trivial task. Sighed Chiu. To your age, I do not wish to impose punishment upon you, but the general's residence adheres to its own rules, and I trust you comprehend my predicament. Madam, you cannot act in this manner. Minghe spoke loudly. The assassin came for me. Since I am unharmed, do not penalize them. Moreover, I have assured them that all will be well. Qiu Baiyue's countenance was as cold as ice. I have already stated that the general's residence is governed by rules. Even a most casual remark carries weight. What you expect me, as the madam, to do? Lei Hong's face turned pale as he bowed to Minghe. Second young master, it is our fault. We have failed in our duties and must accept the consequences. With a swift motion, he drew his long blade, aiming it at his right arm. The other four brothers simultaneously unsheathed their swords, the hall illuminated by the glint of blades, yet only a soft sound echoed. Minghe shouted, "You are forcing my hand." Unbeknownst to him, the five brothers had placed their long blades in his grasp, yet he continued to exclaim, "Even if I must sever my own arm, let it be done first to me." The hall fell into a profound silence, and after a considerable time, Xiaoqing finally gasped aloud. The brightness of the hall's lights had previously concealed his vision, making him feel as though he had witnessed phantoms. He had failed to comprehend Minghe's movements. In truth, only Qiu Baiwei had discerned the elegance of Minghe's actions, as he effortlessly maneuvered past the five men and seized their blades. This time, Minghe employed the footwork of the silver-robed marquis. While the technique to disarm them derived from the Yunjia Heart Sutra, Minghe's martial prowess had indeed advanced remarkably, though this was not a skill belonging to the Xia family. Qiu Baiwen mused internally. Maintaining an impassive exterior, "Minghe, you are a young master, yet you brandish a sword while speaking. Do you not perceive the loss of your dignity?" Minghe suddenly became aware, exclaiming, "Madam, this matter arose because of me. I must take responsibility, and if I cannot save them, I will lose face." Qiu Baiwei silently scoffed, finding Minghe increasingly difficult to manage. As he had learned the art of winning hearts, the glance at Xiaoqing revealed his face brimming with schadenfreude. As he observed the unfolding farce with an outsider's detachment, "This wretch is utterly useless. I truly do not know when I will cease to worry about him." Qiu Baiwei inwardly cursed, her resentment towards Minghe deepening. If this young man were not dealt with, he would inevitably become a hindrance to Dinger. In a few years, it might even require considerable effort on my part to contend with him. I cannot fathom what the eldest brother is thinking, allowing him to remain. This young man is indeed fortunate to have emerged unscathed from the onslaught of flying swords. This is undoubtedly not an achievement that can be attributed to mere luck. One must possess genuine skill. Although his Longzhan fist is commendable and his vital energy is somewhat impressive, at best, he merely reaches the realm of a grandmaster, insufficient to contend with the likes of flying swords and magical artifacts. Even with Qibiu's extensive knowledge and perceptive mind, she finds herself bewildered at this moment. If her senior brother, Shi Piaoxue, were present, he would surely comprehend the underlying intricacies. Yet, where could Shi Piaoxue be now? The five individuals, clad in over 100 pounds of armor, moved with the agility of a nimble cat. They too sensed something amiss and urgently sought to unearth the person hiding atop the roof. A chill suddenly intensified, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. The five brothers descended simultaneously, and a small flying sword had just pierced through their armor in an instant, leaving them lifeless upon impact. Minghe's eyes burned with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, only to find that Xiaoqing had already seized the opportunity. Although Xiaoqing's martial prowess was not particularly remarkable, his ability to read situations was exceptional. Observing the change in his mother's expression moments ago, he had deduced her intentions and was determined to take the lead, demonstrating to the household that the young master was not to be trifled with. Alas, disaster loomed. As Minghe surged forward, Qibiu felt a surge of secret delight. She could foresee the lethal force of that killing intent, capable of obliterating Minghe entirely. However, her son had rushed ahead, inadvertently becoming the scapegoat for Minghe. With her son's abilities, he could hardly withstand the onslaught of the fierce flying sword. A flash of white darted through the air as Qibiu made her move. With her left hand, she grasped at the void, pulling Xiaoqing backward. Nevertheless, he was still pierced by the sword's aura, penetrating his shoulder blade. Bang! Qibiu unleashed a punch from a distance. The gust of her fist created a booming sound that rattled the eardrums of those present. Remarkably, the flying sword was deflected by the fierce wind generated by her strike. Chapter 42. The esoteric techniques of condition. This was the first time Minghe witnessed Qibiu demonstrate her martial prowess. Under the cover of night, clad in white, she effortlessly struck out with a palm, compelling the flying sword to spin in chaos, unable to approach her. Her cultivation had transcended the realm of mere martial arts. Yet it was expressed through the form of martial techniques, revealing the true terror of Qibiu's strength. This was indeed the very same flying sword that had previously clashed with Minghe. He found it exceedingly difficult to contend with. and after 3 exchanges, he was left utterly at their mercy, while Qibiyu appeared to reserve her strength. The disparity between the two was painfully evident. Minghe suddenly realized how formidable his opponent truly was. That in his earlier youth, he had been reckless, but now he comprehended the arduousness of surviving to this moment. Qibiyu's capabilities originated from the conjunction of the Yuan kingdom. Her style of combat was distinctly different from the myriad martial arts of the Daqian Dynasty. However, upon careful observation, Minghe found that the principles resonated subtly with the teachings recorded in the Yuanjua Heart Sutra. Indeed, the Yuanjua Temple was impressive, capable of distilling all martial arts into a singular Heart Sutra. Reflecting upon the grandeur of the Yuanjua Temple in its prime, Minghe found himself momentarily entranced. You must pay close attention to Qibiyu's techniques. This is the martial art of conjunction, a rarity to behold. The voice of Huxiong suddenly echoed in Minghe's ear. Glancing around, Minghe saw no sign of Huxiong. The others were fixated on the confrontation between Qibiyu and the flying sword, displaying no unusual behavior. Xia Minghe, looking about, seized a bow and arrow from one of his subordinates. In recent days, his archery had remarkably improved, achieving flawless accuracy within 30 paces, especially recently, having learned the technique of volley shooting from the Royal Archery Camp. I can now launch 3 arrows simultaneously. This method is particularly effective against the erratically moving flying swords. Mother, step back. The 3 arrows split into 3 trajectories, converging upon the flying sword. T is such a short distance. Evading them would prove nearly impossible for the swords. This time, I shall demonstrate the prowess of the young master of the Xia family. The flying sword danced in midair, severing all 3 arrows simultaneously. It then turned sharply towards Xia Minghe, thrusting forward with great ferocity. That a blade of light surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace. For Xia Minghe, evasion was utterly out of the question. Terrified, he screamed in panic, his legs trembling violently, unable to move as he witnessed the flying sword hurtling towards him, poised to pierce his chest. Suddenly, he was forcefully kicked from behind, sending him sprawling sideways. Whoosh! The flying sword sped past, barely grazing the top of Xia Minghe's head, striking a nearby ancient tree. This tree, over a century old and as thick as 2 men embracing, was cleaved in half by the sword, the sound of its crashing crown echoing through the air. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Despite her considerable skill, Qiu Baiwei was unable to react in time. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "Controlling the sword is merely child's play. Do you dare to cause trouble at the general's residence?" At that moment, a white shadow flickered beside her as Qiu Baiwei launched a palm strike, employing the supreme technique of the empty silence mountain, known as the 9-heaven snowfall palm. The kingdom of Yuan is situated in an extremely frigid region, colder even than the Daqian Dynasty, with heavy snow falling for 8 months each year. This technique, conceived by the founder of the Empty Silence Mountain during his meditative retreat, was inspired by the sight of snowflakes drifting through the cosmos. The movements of this palm technique are ethereal and exquisite, yet each strike harbors immense power. Even the most formidable demon cultivators would opt to retreat in the face of the 9-heaven snowfall palm. Though it was night, those present felt as if they were witnessing a grand spectacle. The flying sword was deflected by Qiu Baiwei's palm, oscillating thrice before piercing a wound into Minghe's shoulder. Then vaulting over the wall, the 5 brothers of the Thunderblade sect rushed to procure the finest wound medicine, yet they were unable to staunch the bleeding. Qiu Baiwei sighed, her fingers moving like the wind as she sealed several acupoints on Minghe's body. Finally halting the blood flow, in a soft tone, she instructed, "Carry the second young master to my quarters." Despite her deep-seated hatred for Minghe, who had risked his life to save Xia Minghe, this debt could only be repaid by her as a mother. Xiao Gunner lingered outside Qiu Baiwei's courtyard, hesitant to enter. Only when he heard others assure him that the young master was unharmed did he feel a sense of relief. Minghe remained conscious, observing Qiu Baiwei bustling about, feeling a flicker of gratitude. Qiu Baiwei stated, "Given the magnitude of this incident, it is imperative to report it to the emperor. We must also inform the Silver Row Marquis. Come dawn, we shall attend to this matter." The situation had escalated to such a degree that Jiang Tianlang found himself utterly despondent. The last glimmer of hope rested solely upon the shoulders of Gong Yanju, the foremost of the four fierce gods of Yunhuang, that my lord. Last night, assassins wreaked havoc at the general's residence, and Xia Minghe has sustained grave injuries. This has already been reported to the court. An urgent voice relayed to Jiang Qilu. That's so. Jiang Qilu's heart, once shrouded in worry, began to lighten significantly. There could be no mistake. Just moments ago, someone had seen Wang Guanchong from the Silver Robe Marker residence, accompanied by a physician, heading towards the general's estate. Chapter 43. The fury of the young master at long last. The door swung open. Initially, I had contemplated forcefully breaking it down, but upon recalling my second brother's injury, I restrained myself. How is my second brother faring? Tai Quan extended his hand, seizing a servant, repeatedly demanding answers. The servant grimaced in pain, feeling as though his hand were ensnared by an iron clamp, constricting further with every moment, threatening to splinter his bones. Releasing the servant, Tai Quan inquired, Indeed, young Master Minghe has sustained injuries. However, it is not grave. He is currently recuperating in his chamber. Before I could finish, Tai Quan had already tossed the servant a silver ingot as a reward, whisking his entourage inside like a gust of wind. Xiao Gun was on his way to deliver a meal to Minghe when he encountered Tai Quan. General Tai, General Ji, you have arrived rather early. Before he could complete his sentence, he was hoisted by Tai Quan, who swiftly carried him towards Minghe's courtyard. After receiving medical attention, Minghe was now out of danger. The miraculous herbs from Xiaobaiwei had proven invaluable, but a smooth, soothing ointment was applied to his wound, instantly bringing a cool relief that alleviated the fiery pain by more than half. Second brother, how could you be so careless? Who dares to attempt your assassination? Tai Quan's booming voice resonated even before he stepped into the room, echoing throughout much of the general's residence. Xia Keding, too, had endured a sleepless night, having been wounded by a flying sword and subsequently kicked by Minghe, leaving him in a state of distress. He could see the time. The situation had been so tense that he hardly felt the pain. Now, however, the agony was excruciating. His backside was swollen to an alarming degree, and he had cried out in pain until his voice grew hoarse. Xiaobaiwei had administered the finest healing salves, even using her own spiritual energy to invigorate his blood circulation. Nevertheless, Xia Keding trembled from the pain. Having been pampered since childhood, he would scream in agony even at the slightest prick of a toothpick, let alone this severe injury. His maidservant had endured his tirades. Having been scolded and replaced 4 times throughout the night, as dawn broke, he finally succumbed to a restless slumber, only to be awakened by Tai Quan's thunderous voice. With a swift motion, he struck a maidservant on the arm. Are you intent on driving me to my doom? Look at who is howling, and have the fat man dispose of him. The rotund steward, whose features seemed to merge into one another, resembling a large walnut perched upon his neck, replied, Young master, he cannot be disposed of. That is young Master Tai Quan, who has come specifically to visit upon hearing of the second young masteress' injuries. Xia Keding, irate, swung a punch at the steward, who, being shrewd, stood at a safe distance. Xia Keding's fist missed, and he nearly toppled from the bed in frustration. This how it is? We are all young masters of the general's residence. When Minghe is injured, someone comes to check on him, yet no one cares to visit me. Fearing that Xia Keding might fall, the steward rushed forward to support him, only to receive a heavy slap across his plump face. You lowly wretch! I am the eldest young master of the general's residence. The force of his blow loosened the steward's teeth, yet he dared not retaliate, merely mumbling in acquiescence to Dinger. How dare you be so disrespectful? Qiaobaiwei's voice was icy as she entered the room, having been unable to shake the worry for her biological son. After completing her duties at home, she hurried over, only to stumble upon Xia Keding in a fit of rage. Mother, they are bullying me. Upon seeing his mother, Xia Keding felt even more wronged and began to wail loudly. Steward Huang, you may leave now. This matter does not concern you. For the next few days, focus on your recovery and do not return. Additionally, go to the treasury and withdraw 15 taels of silver. Seek a physician to examine you. Procure medicine, and do not hesitate to spend. The rotund fellow, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly bowed to Qiaobaiwei before dashing outside. Though he held little regard for silver, having spent considerable time under the auspices of Xia Keding, he understood that his very life was now at the mercy of Xia Keding. As the occupants of the room dispersed, Qiu Baiwei exhaled a sigh, gently caressing the imprints on her son's face. The chastisement was born from a desire for your betterment. Your outcry will only serve to diminish your stature in the eyes of others. It is only true capability that can earn you respect, a quality in which you undeniably fall short compared to Minghe. Xia Keding clenched his teeth in frustration. I charged forward last night solely to assert this point. They must recognize who the true young master is. Rest assured, I shall avenge this affront in due time. The moment, however, is not yet ripe. Qiu Baiwei spoke with a measured tone, yet the words of her senior brother. Shi Piaoxua echoed in her mind. Under no circumstances must there be further disturbances. All must adhere to my commands. Had it not been for his intervention, Minghe's life would have been forfeited long ago. How could he remain so audacious? Her thoughts were clouded with worries, yet the voice of Tai Quan occasionally pierced through. Despite his gruff demeanor, he possessed a keen intellect, merely advising Minghe to recuperate without uttering unnecessary words, which left Qiu Baiwei with little to critique. After tending to her son's wounds, she observed the bruising and swelling upon his backside, her brow furrowing slightly at the entrance. The rotund fellow peered anxiously, his face a canvas of concern. Madam, the silver-clad Marquis, Wang Guanchong, has come to visit the two young masters. Qiu Baiwei's countenance relaxed. The silver-clad Marquis understood the tenets of propriety and recognized the illness of both her sons, sending someone to inquire after them. Yet, she was acutely aware that had it not been for Xia Minghe's injury, the silver-clad Marquis would never have deigned to send anyone that I shall go to greet him. She said, turning once more to Xia Keding. The indifference of others matters little. The fact that the silver-clad Marquis has sent someone to check on you is a significant honor. You must conduct yourself with decorum and not bring shame upon me. Qiu Baiwei's thoughts were not unfounded. Upon learning of Minghe's injury, the silver-clad Marquis was taken aback, fully cognizant of Minghe's current capabilities. For him to sustain an injury was no trivial matter, especially with the martial examination looming near. Such an incident could easily give rise to numerous conjectures, and if it reached the common folk, it might spawn a plethora of baseless rumors. Understanding that Minghe had been wounded by a flying sword set the silver-clad Marquis on edge. The fact that his adversary resorted to such measures indicated that Minghe's prowess had reached a formidable level, and his opponent was certainly no ordinary foe. For reasons unknown, the silver-clad Marquis recalled the swirling dragon clouds, and as soon as Chong Heihu departed the royal residence, he summoned the astronomers from the Imperial Observatory. Chapter 44. Divine Essence Restoration. Indeed, the silver-clad Marquis proved himself a person of stature. Though he did not personally arrive, he possessed an acute awareness of the events that transpired the previous night, bringing with him remedies tailored to their ailments. After using these, both Minghe and Xia Keding found their suffering considerably alleviated. Qiu Baiwei was overjoyed, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. Minghe, at present a somewhat inconsequential young master of the general's residence, had somehow captured the favor of the influential silver-clad Marquis. What might occur if he were to wield military power in the future? Regrettably, this honor belonged solely to Minghe, who had grown up without a mother and bore no relation to her own son. Xia Keding. Contemplating this, Qiu Baiwei cast another glance at her son. After taking the medication, Xia Keding fell into a deep slumber, his lips curling in a smile, as if he were dreaming sweetly. If only my son could live his life carefree and untroubled. As long as he finds joy, that would suffice. Why must one impose their own desires upon him? There exists a multitude of people, their gazes fixated as if entranced. Surely, there is something amiss in their minds, all seeking to curry favor with a disheartened young master, who, despite wielding authority in the general's residence, receives no visitors. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain ignited in his mouth, prompting him to spit in disdain. I'm merely overindulged and indifferent. None of this concerns me. What merit does the young master possess? Were it not for my resilience, that loud-mouthed individual could have easily ended my life. According to tradition, patience in the injured may only be seen in the morning when the yang energy is at its peak. The injured remain unaffected during this time. However, as afternoon descends, the yang energy wanes, and the yin energy prevails, rendering it inauspicious to attend to patients. Minghe, brimming with vitality, after enduring the morning's events, though not feeling weary, chose to rest and rejuvenate. His primary concern was the excessive blood loss, which had weakened his vital energy, and the best remedy for restoring it was to close his eyes and gather his strength. This sensation was truly wondrous. Xiaogun, peeking in several times, observed the young master lying still, his chest rising and falling steadily, evidently out of danger, and only then did he relax. Still hesitant to leave, he fetched a stool and sat outside the room, dozing beside the brazier. Within the orchid hall, warmth enveloped the atmosphere, as various orchids bloomed in splendid display, complementing the graceful figure of Qiu Baiwei, adorned in a crimson gown. Even to the naked eye, many would struggle to believe that Qiu Baiwei had surpassed her 30s. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, showing little trace of the passage of time. This was partly due to her meticulous self-care, but more significantly, it stemmed from her cultivation. Individuals of her stature were typically not meant to marry, or if they did, they were certainly not to bear children. Carrying a child for 10 months would deplete at least a decade of their cultivation. Yet, Qiu Baiwei had defied this norm, marrying Xia Tianlang and giving birth to a son the following year. This exemplifies the depth of her affection for him. After the birth of Xia Tianlang, Qiu Baiwei fell gravely ill for 3 months, and it was only through the efforts of renowned physicians from the great Daqian Dynasty that she was restored to health. Consequently, her love for this son was particularly profound, indulging Xia Tianlang and nurturing him into a flamboyant young master. Seated upon an intricately carved long-back chair, she meticulously perused a list detailing the names of those who had come to visit Minghe. Huang Quan was exceptionally considerate, not only noting their names, but also meticulously outlining their identities, even tracing their ancestral lineage. Tai Gongran's son, Tai Quan, and the son of the Jifeng Marquis, Jiu, were among those with notable backgrounds. While they themselves may not possess much, their fathers held equal status to General Xia Tianlang, making them formidable allies, though perhaps not entirely advantageous. As Qiu Baiwei scanned the names, her mind raced with thoughts. "Madam, I have matters to report," announced the maid, Xiao Qing, at the doorway. She was Qiu Baiwei's personal attendant, assigned to care for Minghe after his injury. Noticing the lady nod, Xiao Qing stealthily entered and quietly closed the door behind her. "Madam, I have noticed something peculiar about the second young master. He seems to possess a remarkable ability, as his wounds heal with extraordinary speed. Even I can perceive it," Xiao Qing whispered, and this revelation left Qiu Baiwei in a state of prolonged astonishment. The capacity for self-healing is a trait inherent to all individuals. When one suffers an injury, minor wounds can often mend themselves over time, subtly and imperceptibly. However, if the speed of healing is so evident to others, it suggests that Minghe harbors an abundance of secrets. This ability approaches the self-restorative techniques of mythical beings, yet without having witnessed it firsthand, Qiu Baiwei refrained from drawing conclusions. Has the second young master exhibited any unusual behavior? He appears quite normal, adhering to his medication schedule, and aside from that, he simply sleeps. That I have observed that his wounds recover most rapidly while he is asleep. Recovering during slumber? Qiu Baiwei silently repeated, contemplating the singular possibility that Minghe was not truly asleep, but rather engaged in the cultivation of some esoteric mantra with his eyes closed. However, merely relying on a mantra would not yield such formidable results. He must have consumed a special elixir or inherently possess some extraordinary quality. With this thought, Qiu Baiwei shook her head. If Minghe possessed such an ability, he would not have been injured by the flying sword. Chapter 45. The Jealous Child. I should personally investigate to uncover how many secrets Minghe still conceals. Watching as Xiao Qing, satisfied with her silver notes, departed, Qiu Baiwei lost all interest in perusing the list. She rose slowly, and the white ferret, which had been hiding upon the embroidered stool, leaped onto her shoulder. This little creature was quite astute. It had refrained from interrupting its master during her busy moments. "Xiao Bai, would you mind going once?" Qiu Baiwei gently stroked the ferret's pristine fur. The ferret, with its pure white coat and glossy black eyes, nodded repeatedly before vanishing in a flash of white light. This ferret, a unique product of the northernmost region of the Yuan-Tu kingdom, appeared diminutive yet had matured for a full 80 years, adept in human nature, making it more suited to certain tasks than Xiao Baiwei herself. Minghe quietly opened his eyes, turned over, and continued to snore. Although Xiao Baiwei had arranged for attentive care, Minghe was acutely aware that these individuals were merely her spies, now conveniently installed beside him under the guise of duty. He always felt that the girl named Xiao Qing had a somewhat unsettling gaze. The eyes of a person often reflect their innermost thoughts, and it seemed her heart was quite conflicted. Especially when he closed his eyes to meditate on the Heart Sutra of perfect enlightenment, he sensed someone outside observing him. He could almost ascertain that the intruder was indeed Xiao Qing. He concentrated and listened intently, confirming that he could detect an exceedingly faint breath outside, one that belonged to a woman. He couldn't help but smile and decided to light a candle. "Come in. Second young master. Do you have any instructions?" As Minghe had anticipated, Xiao Qing entered promptly at his call. "I find myself a bit hungry. Please prepare a late-night snack," Minghe said nonchalantly, knowing that since they were ostensibly there to attend to him, they would not dare defy his request. "You're hungry, young master? Allow me to go." "They are unaware of your preferences," Xiao Gunner, having noticed the room's illumination, hurried over as well. "Indeed, second young master, it would be best to let Xiao Gunner handle it. His creations are far more to your taste." Xiao Qing smiled, a smile honed through countless trials, so enchanting that even in the face of a tempest, she could exude an irresistible charm. The matriarch had instructed to keep a close watch on Minghe's every move, yet Xiao Qing had no desire to distance herself from him. Moreover, in her eyes, Xiao Gunner was merely a true servant, and fetching a midnight snack from the kitchen was his rightful duty. "If I say go, then go. There's no room for negotiation," Minghe remarked, his brow furrowing, his tone considerably intensified. Xiao Qing, unable to defy him, hastily exited. "Bring some wine. I wish to drink." Minghe's voice resonated from behind. "Yes," Xiao Qing muttered through clenched teeth, reflecting on how a mere act of saving the eldest young master had inflated his arrogance. Thankfully, it was only a temporary servitude. Prolonged exposure to such a person could drive one to madness. The kitchen had long extinguished its fires, and the chef had retired for the night, upon hearing that the second young master craved a late-night snack. A selection of exquisite dishes was prepared in an astonishingly brief period, accompanied by a jar of aged yellow wine. Xiao Qing meticulously arranged the dishes and filled Minghe's cup with wine. Minghe gestured toward Xiao Gunner. "Sit down and join me for a drink." Xiao Gunner complied, moving to pull out a chair, only to hear Xiao Qing emit a scornful laugh. "What are you, lacking in self-respect?" Immediately, Xiao Gunner relinquished the chair and stood aside. "Young master, I shall remain standing. You drink at your leisure." Minghe slammed the table, exclaiming, "What are you, lacking in self-respect?" This remark, however, was directed at Xiao Qing. "Xiao Gunner, sit down. I relish drinking with you. Let us see who dares to object." Xiao Qing, pour the wine. Minghe had no genuine desire to drink. He merely intended to assert his dominance, ensuring she was perpetually aware of her status. Although Xiao Qing blushed deeply before Qiu Baiyu, she was still merely a maid. Faced with Minghe's reprimand, she could only swallow her indignation, pouring a cup of wine for Xiao Gunner, tears glistening in her eyes. Xiao Gunner, apprehensive, glanced between Minghe and Xiao Qing, for the first time finding the wine difficult to swallow. "Young master, may I abstain from drinking?" Minghe remained silent, tilting his head to down his drink, proclaiming loudly, "Pour more wine." The bitterness lingered in Xiao Gunner's mouth. The beverage held no flavor whatsoever. Witnessing Minghe finish a cup, he was compelled to follow suit and pour another. Eventually, Minghe, satisfied, took his leave, while Xiao Gunner lay, inebriated, sprawled across the table, soundly asleep. Minghe, however, felt no fatigue. He extinguished the lights and sat alone in the darkness that a breeze arose, rustling the trees in the courtyard. Minghe found himself gazing outward, his vision remarkably acute despite the night's darkness. He could discern vast swathes of crimson clouds rolling ominously, hastily gathering above the general's residence, forming various shapes, signaling yet another impending snowfall. The Songling Shrine was similarly shrouded in thick clouds. The temple, once scarcely populated, had been sealed off following the previous incident, with the few remaining monks expelled, leaving the Songling shrine a forsaken ruin. Increasingly dilapidated due to neglect, the gilded statues within the temple had suffered from peeling paint. With vacant eyes, he stared at a flickering campfire before him, its flames dancing erratically, illuminating the face of a figure seated cross-legged on the ground for at least 3 hours. The individual's complexion appeared exceedingly pallid, with an open leather pouch resting nearby, revealing used medicinal pills. His breath was faint, and upon closer inspection, he resembled a lifeless clay statue found in a temple. It was evident he had sustained severe injuries. However, there were no visible wounds on his body, nor any traces of blood on his garments. Even if he were to pass away, it would be no surprise. The person seated on the ground spoke slowly, his eyes obscured by darkness, his voice hoarse and tinged with a quiver. It is said that by obtaining the Heart Sutra, one may act with impunity and command the scattered disciples at will. Is it not? Fortunately, the heavens have turned a blind eye and thwarted your ambitions. The figure approached with measured steps, gently waving his hand, and a muted sound of wind arose as the head of the meditating individual spun off and landed in his grasp. Chapter 46. The manifestation of Taoist arts. He raised his hand, and both the leather pouch and a small sword fell into his possession. After securing his belongings, he struck the temple column with a light yet forceful palm, causing the already precarious pillar to collapse immediately under the impact of his strength. The man leaped over the surrounding wall, light as a nightboard. The snow, indeed, fell unexpectedly, drifting downwards, and soon the Songling shrine was blanketed in white. He settled upon his mount, the flickering torch revealing him to be in his 30s, his attire covered in dust. In his hand, he held a gleaming object. On the city wall, someone drew a bow, while another lowered a bamboo basket with a long rope. The man placed the object in the basket, dismounted, and stretched his numb legs. The city gates opened swiftly, and the drawbridge creaked as it descended. The gatekeepers respectfully returned the token with both hands, stating, "It is our duty. Please do not take offense, General." This token, bestowed by Emperor Hongguang, clearly indicated that its bearer could enter and exit any city within the Great Daqian Dynasty's territory at any time, with all requests made by the token holder to be met unconditionally in the entire Great Daqian Dynasty. Only Xia Tie possessed such authority. Although this man was not Xia Tie, the possession of this token clearly indicated he was a trusted confidant of Xia Tie. Some sought to exchange their steeds, allowing the horses to rest. The man hastily drank a cup of water and rushed towards the inner city. And no matter how urgent the matter, it was impossible to meet the emperor tonight. He would first have to stay at the relay station and freshen up. After days of relentless travel, even the most resilient individual would succumb to exhaustion. Iron Tiger had been on the move for over half a month, spending all his time atop his horse. "Relay officer, remember to wake me up early tomorrow." "The sooner, the better," he commanded, unsheathing his waist knife, causing the relay officer to squint against the glinting blade, having accompanied Iron openly for many years. Iron Tiger lived a life of bloodshed and could single-handedly fend off 30 adversaries with his blade. "Very well. I shall ensure it is done." The relay officer nodded repeatedly, aware that these border guards were straightforward and meant no malice. "Good, very good." Iron Tiger's voice grew softer as he leaned back in his chair and fell asleep, yet his grip on the steel knife remained tight. Years of resting on the battlefield with a weapon by his side had ingrained in him the habit of never parting from his blade. The relay officer shot a glance at the relay attendant, who recoiled in fear. In the hierarchy of the Great Daqian Dynasty, the relay officer held a modest position, yet it was nuanced and unique. Having encountered a plethora of individuals, he understood that Iron Tiger's urgency surely stemmed from a matter of great importance. This evening, a heavy snowfall blanketed the landscape, providing the perfect opportunity for him to indulge in a restorative slumber and rejuvenate his energy. The station official instructed his subordinates to be vigilant before turning away. Minghe, unable to find rest throughout the night, cherished the snow-laden atmosphere, particularly the solitude of a snowy night, which allowed him to reflect deeply upon myriad thoughts. He had perused the Heart Sutra countless times, to the extent that he could recite it from memory with his eyes closed. Each character danced in his mind, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. bestowing upon him a profound sense of mental tranquility, a phenomenon he had never experienced before. Contemplating the profound essence of the Yuanjua Heart Sutra was typically a taxing endeavor, and every insight he gleaned regarding martial arts had previously come at the cost of a headache. However, this time was different. His understanding of martial arts ascended to a new level, and, most notably, this enlightening process was enveloped in a sense of joy that if such experiences could become the norm, it would indeed be a remarkable journey. A streak of white light pierced the sky, merging seamlessly with the swirling snowflakes as the white ferret darted toward Minghe's courtyard without a shred of hesitation. In the nocturnal ambience, towering trees, burdened with snow, appeared as grotesque, fearsome beasts. Just as it swept past the summit of an iron tree, the white ferret abruptly decelerated, emitting frantic squeaks as it retreated at an astonishing speed, much swifter than its previous approach. Qiu Baiwei sat at a table, caressing a piece of white jade, a gift from her senior brother, Shi Piaoxue, received on a similarly snowy day. Whenever her thoughts became restless, the gentle touch of the jade would instill a sense of calm within her. Suddenly, the intricately carved window burst open as the white ferret, enveloped by the chilling wind, flitted inside, landing before Qiu Baiwei while emitting frantic cries, its small black eyes brimming with terror. "Lullaby, what has happened?" Qiu Baiwei inquired, extending her hand to comfort the creature, which trembled uncontrollably, its nose glistening with sweat, clearly having been subjected to immense fright. As a spirit creature, the white ferret had encountered many beasts, and such a display of fear was indeed rare. Cradling the white ferret in her hands, she sent a thread of divine consciousness into its body, eager to discern the cause of its distress. She envisioned the swirling snow and the rooftops racing beneath her, when suddenly an enormous shadow appeared on a nearby iron tree. The shadow expanded at an astonishing pace, startlingly swift and more alarming still. A white head materialized within the rapidly growing silhouette. It was a colossal fox. The fox opened its mouth, revealing gleaming white teeth, with flames coursing over its crimson tongue. Its eyes shone with an intensity that was nearly blinding, reminiscent of the light emitted when celestial stars descend. That moment, Qiu Baiwei heard a sound akin to the shattering of gall and bile. The white ferret was so terrified by the manifestation of this fearsome fox that it nearly lost its wits. Realization dawned upon her. The spirit of the white ferret had briefly vacated its body only to return. As Qiu Baiwei opened her eyes, she noticed blood trickling from the ferret's mouth, indicating its precarious condition. Curse it! What malevolent being would dare to attack in such a manner? She mused. Such a massive fox must have been a manifestation of illusion, invading the white ferret's consciousness to unleash its powers, a feat that required profound mastery of arcane arts. Why would someone possessing such abilities appear here and frighten the white ferret to such an extent? Could it be that this individual was here to protect Minghe? Qiu Baiwei pondered, unable to conceive of any other rationale. Xiao Bai, it was I who caused your demise. Fear not, for I shall undoubtedly avenge you. Qiu Baiwei contemplated as a flicker of flame erupted from her fingertips, igniting the lifeless body of the white weasel. In a matter of moments, it was consumed by the fire, reduced to a mere pile of ash. With a swift motion, Qiu Baiwei opened the window and scattered the ashes into the night. The dark remnants quickly whisked away by the biting northern wind, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 47. Master of Dao Arts. Having resided in the General's Manor for over a decade, this was my first encounter with a true master of Dao Arts. My competitive spirit ignited. Though I had enjoyed a life of luxury within the manor, my heart still harbored the ferocity of a life spent traversing the perilous realms of the martial world. Qiu Baiwei's form glided upwards, slipping out through the window, her figure soaring gracefully amidst the falling snow, following the very path of the white weasel. The iron tree remained, its crown barely dusted with snow, revealing a deep, iron hue, starkly contrasting with the trees elsewhere. It was here that the tragedy unfolded. A shiver coursed through Qiu Baiwei. Though Xiao Bai had perished, her lingering consciousness remained, causing involuntary tremors as she passed the site of the incident. On high alert, Qiu Baiwei maintained her swift pace, her movements as fluid as the wind. She passed through the iron tree, which stood silently amidst the snowstorm, devoid of any movement. Had that lurking foe made their move? It dawned on her that she had become ensnared within a formation, one that could only be conjured through Dao arts. Concealed behind the swirling snowstorm was likely the very culprit responsible for Xiaobai's demise. Without weaponry at her side, wielding arms would greatly hinder her ability to navigate the winds. She removed the golden hairpin from her head and thrust it forth. With a flourish, Qiu Baiyue's arm swung, the tip of the hairpin forming a radiant halo that cleaved through the snowy curtain. Though her arm was not particularly swift, each swing she made severed substantial chunks of snow, and after numerous strikes, the snowfall grew patchy. Faint glimmers of light pierced through the thinning veil, revealing the true light of day. Qiu Baiwei understood that as long as this light shone through, the illusory snow before her would collapse with a resounding crash. Despite her formidable martial prowess, her mastery of Dao arts was feeble, particularly against the mental illusions that conjured such a tempest of snow. The practitioner well-versed in the arts could have dispelled the snow with a mere flick of the wrist or a gentle breath. To achieve this, Qiu Baiwei expended a significant portion of her energy with each swing of the hairpin. The snowfall gradually thinned, allowing more sunlight to flood in, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind that a colossal whirlwind swept through, scattering the snow and dissipating the entire illusion. To her astonishment, Qiu Baiwei found herself suspended at the entrance of Minghe's courtyard. Light as a feather, she ascended above the towering walls, landing deftly outside Minghe's window. Inside, the flickering glow of a lamp illuminated the room, where Minghe was diligently studying late into the night. Draped in a quilt, one hand held a scroll while the other moved gracefully across its surface, occasionally lifting his gaze in contemplation, clearly pondering the text's meaning. Qiu Baiwei turned it apart, concealing herself in the shadows. From her leather pouch, she retrieved a small talisman brush and inscribed a symbol upon herself, resembling both seal characters and intricate patterns. Qiu Baiwei possessed a profound understanding of the situation, particularly after the recent events that had transpired. Thus, she dared not venture forth alone in peril and resorted to employing an invisibility talisman. Standing before the Minghe gate, Qiu Baiwei gently waved her hand, conjuring a whirlwind that forcefully swung the door open, a chilling gust accompanied by swirling snow rushing into the room. The snowstorm was formidable. Surely, someone ought to attend to the door by tomorrow. Minghe looked up, rising to personally secure the door, oblivious to the fact that Qiu Baiwei had already entered. A mere glance at the desk sent Qiu Baiwei's heart racing. It appeared to be the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. Years ago, when the Yuanjue Temple fell to the onslaught of Emperor Hongguang, an array of martial arts manuscripts was looted, leading to a significant rise in martial prowess within the Daqian Dynasty. Yet, among these texts, the Yuanjue Heart Sutra was conspicuously absent. The quest to locate this manuscript had incited countless bloodbaths throughout the martial world, with various lords of the Daqian Dynasty sending mass figures of unknown identity to infiltrate and abscond with entire libraries. Not for wealth or murder, but solely to procure the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. However, despite the passage of years, no trace of it had been found, and rumors had gradually diminished, fading to silence until recently, when it was nearly forgotten. If not for her current discovery, Qiu Baiwei would have regarded the Yuanjue Heart Sutra as mere legend. Yet, a twinge of unease lingered within her as she gently turned the pages. The words on the first page nearly escaped her lips. This was indeed the fabled treasure, the Yuanjue Heart Sutra. It was no wonder that Minghe's martial skills had progressed so swiftly. Possessing such a treasure made it an inevitable outcome. The transformation of the sutra's pages left Minghe astounded. He maintained a composed facade as he seated himself and subtly repositioned the blood shadow, sword beside him, sensing its slight tremor since he had arrived. Why not reveal himself? Minghe murmured to himself as the blood shadow sword was drawn, filling the room with a faint crimson haze. Had this youth truly discerned his presence? How could he possibly detect my concealed form? This seemed implausible. Although Minghe had greatly advanced in martial arts, he could not have surpassed the mastery of talismanic arts. Perhaps he was merely feigning. Qiu Baiwei remained motionless. Benefactor, I didn't expect this would escape your notice. I have arrived. I wonder if there is any fine wine? A voice emerged from outside, followed by the door being pushed open, allowing a figure cloaked in snow and cold to enter. Chapter 48. The convergence of the demonic and the martial Minghe suddenly felt a chill permeate the room. And at that moment, his counterpart, the fox brother, picked up his chopsticks and began to inscribe characters upon the table. Someone was present. Minghe sat across from him, effectively blocking Qiu Baiyue's line of sight. Someone. Minghe furrowed his brow. The tea within his cup trembled slightly, the result of the blood shadow, sword's agitation. Only upon sensing the intent to kill would the blood shadow, sword react with such intensity. The greater the tremor, the more imminent the danger. Since the fox brother had entered the room, Qiu Baiyue's gaze had not wavered. She had presided over the general's manor for many years, and nearly everyone left an impression. Yet this young man was a new face to her. To traverse the heavily fortified general's manor with such ease was no ordinary feat, especially since Qiu Baiyue had come to suspect that this person was the very one responsible for the death of Xiao Bai. Thus her scrutiny intensified. Minghe suddenly smiled and remarked, "I have gained insights into the dragon battle fist technique. Would you be so kind as to offer me some guidance?" He winked at him. The fox brother erupted in laughter. "Of course. I was just about to broaden my horizons." With a swift motion, Minghe stepped outside, drawing his sword as he deftly closed the door behind him. Qiu's gaze swept across the table. Noting that the characters penned by Hu Xiong had already faded, leaving only faint traces behind. How infuriating. I have unwittingly revealed my whereabouts. How could Minghe nonchalantly stroll away like that? With a thought, she found herself at the door. Without needing to reach out, a mere glance confirmed that it had been locked from the outside. Humph, such a trivial lock cannot hope to confine me. Those within the room had better emerge on their own. If I were to unearth them, the consequences would be dire. Minghe stood outside, his blood-stained sword in hand, while Hu Xiong sat in the snow, holding a wine gourd upside down. Qiu had no intention of stepping outside. Such news would only tarnish her reputation, and she risked total disgrace. Minghe was certainly unable to prevent her. She was confident in that. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding crash, leaving Minghe momentarily dazed as he faced the empty doorframe. Unsure of where to direct his blood-stained sword at that moment, Hu Xiong raised his wine gourd, causing the liquid within to form a sphere that swelled in the air before exploding, releasing a potent aroma of wine that enveloped the surroundings in a dense mist of droplets. "This is disastrous." Qiu instinctively recoiled, her hands weaving spirals of air to fend off the droplets. Minghe's blood-stained sword surged forth, a beam of red light piercing through, aimed directly at Qiu's throat. Experienced and astute, Qiu recognized the formidable power of the earlier talismans and, at the brink of life and death, unleashed a critical counterstrike. This was an unparalleled technique of the Kongji Mountain, wielding immense power that surprisingly overcame Hu Xiong's sorcery through martial prowess. A gust of wind whipped overhead as Minghe's blood-stained sword ascended, its chilling aura slicing past Qiu, severing her sleeve with a crisp sound. In the falling snow, something fluttered down. Minghe deftly caught it. It was a slender strip of pristine white silk. Hu Xiong, why do you not assist? Minghe inquired. Who was that person just now? Hu Xiong merely smiled, gesturing behind Minghe. In the midst of the snow. A crunching sound approached, indicating a multitude of figures rushing through the snowfall. The guards of the general's residence had finally arrived, their crimson lanterns flickering. Leading the charge were the Ran three brothers, who, recalling the earlier demise of the Lei Dao brothers, broke into a cold sweat. Bowing deeply, they inquired, "Second young master, what has transpired?" Minghe waved his hand dismissively. "I am unharmed, and this matter does not concern you. Rest assured, if the madam inquires, I shall absolve you." The three brothers knelt in unison, pleading, "Second young master, we acknowledge our mistakes. Whatever grievances you have, please voice them." Previously, Minghe had extended similar reassurances to the five brothers of Lei Dao. Yet they had soon met their fate. They were determined not to follow in the footsteps of the five brothers. Minghe barked, "Do you take my words as mere nonsense? I will indeed absolve you. But this is not your affair. Why must you insist on entangling yourselves in this matter?" The three brothers exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and slowly retreated. Among the crowd, Xiaoqing watched the unfolding events with a single thought in mind. How unfortunate. I actually fell asleep during such a significant incident and knew nothing of it. I cannot report to the madam, and this time I've lost out on considerable silver. Most importantly, Minghe appeared to be at ease, as if the wounds from the flying sword had miraculously healed. How had he achieved such a feat in such a brief span of time? The room was shrouded in darkness. Qiyu groped her way to change her clothes, casting the discarded garments into the charcoal basin, watching as they were consumed by the flames, leaving behind nothing but a pile of clean ashes. With a long sigh, Qiyu remarked to herself, "Humph, that rascal Minghe dares to collude with outsiders to harm me. Fortunately, my martial prowess surpasses that of his accomplice. Yet, who could this person be? Judging by their skills, they must be at least of the demon immortal caliber. With friends like Minghe, dealing with him in the future will certainly be more challenging." But I did not visit in vain. Daring to conceal the Yinjua Heart Sutra is a grave act of defiance. Reporting you to the Emperor would surely spell your doom. Years ago, Emperor Hongguang led troops to besiege the Yunjua Temple precisely because of its immense influence, capable of standing against him. After the temple's destruction, many martial texts were seized by Emperor Hongguang, yet the supreme text, the Yunjua Heart Sutra, remained elusive. The emperor had once decreed that anyone found in possession of the Yunjua Heart Sutra would face execution by dismemberment, and their kin would be equally punished. This time, Xia Minghe, you shall not escape. Even the silver-clad Marquis' protection will prove futile. And what of that demon immortal? How can their formidable sorcery withstand the might of countless troops from the great Daqian Dynasty? A cold smile curled at the corners of Q's lips as hurried footsteps echoed outside. She leaped on her bed and pulled the covers over herself, her movements as swift and graceful as a darting swan. "Madam, there has been an incident at the estate. You are requested to ascend to the hall," a small maid outside said, her tone respectful. Chapter 49. Elusive as a ghost, Shi Piaoxue, the hall was filled with people, enveloped in an eerie silence. Qiyu sat upright in a high-backed chair, her complexion notably pallid. Since ascending to the hall, she had not uttered a word. Minghe observed the crowd before him. Qiyu was known for her volatile temper, and those under her command lived in constant trepidation. Reflecting on this, he felt an unwarranted pang of sympathy for them. Xia Minghe lounged in a soft chair, his eyes darting about. He was already aware that something significant had transpired in the estate, yet it seemed to bear little relevance to him. Growing impatient, he sighed, "Mother, do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall take my leave. It's rather chilly here." As he spoke, he let out a loud sneeze. The only one in the entire hall daring to act so brazenly. Last, Qiyu broke her silence. "That I trust everyone is aware of the events of this evening. The audacity of the thieves has been remarkable, repeatedly causing disturbances within the estate." Minghe listened to her speak, his demeanor unhurried and unremarkable. Yet upon closer examination, he noticed Qiyu's voice lacked vitality. As her discourse extended, her tone would inevitably lower. How peculiar. The esteemed madam was usually brimming with energy, capable of enduring sleepless nights without faltering. Minghe recalled distinctly hearing years ago that the madam had followed Xia Tie into battle, famously blocking 300 Gale horse bandits at the entrance of Niluo Shanku with a single sword, enduring a fierce struggle for 3 days and nights alongside Xia Tie, ultimately slaying over 200 bandits without sustaining a scratch. Qiyu had indeed made a name for herself in that battle, even receiving accolades directly from Emperor Hongguang, who later conferred upon her a plaque recognizing her as a first-rank lady, which hung prominently at her door. And now, she merely utters a few words. Yet she gasps for breath, which is truly contrary to reason. The occurrence of such an event, however, serves a beneficial purpose. At the very least, it offers a warning to all. Henceforth, everyone should sleep with one eye open, exercising caution in their movements. A prudent practice indeed. She extends her hand, her long, snow-white fingers trembling incessantly. The 6-petal snowflakes resemble knots, a phenomenon only mastered by the esteemed senior brother, Shi Piaoxue. Could it be that he has arrived here? Within the ornate box lies but a single pill, a verdant elixir, resting upon the vibrant crimson silk, shimmering yet not glaring. This pill is none other than Shi Piaoxue's by Lingdan indeed. The senior brother has come. You should retire early as well. However, Minghe finds himself devoid of any inclination for slumber, the events of the night prior weighing heavily upon his mind. He yearns to inquire of Hu Xiong to clarify who exactly had infiltrated their abode. Alas, such pursuits are but illusions, for not only has that individual eluded him, but Hu Xiong has also vanished without a trace. He reaches into his bosom, retrieving a piece of exquisite frost silk, once offered as tribute to Emperor Hongguang, and subsequently bestowed upon his ministers. Among them, the illustrious Xia Tianlang, renowned for his military exploits, had also received a similar gift. Only 3 families in the entire Yuncheng city enjoyed such honor: the Silver-Robed Marquis and Marquis Wuwei, with the sole general being Xia Tianlang. That a tremor courses through Ming He's heart. Could this invisible figure hail from a noble lineage? Daring not to ponder further, he contemplates the unsettling thought that within the ranks of lords and ministers, there exists a person capable of invisibility. There truly no safe haven within Yuncheng City. Furthermore, if one can render themselves invisible, acquiring frost silk would hardly pose a challenge. Hu Xiong undoubtedly possesses the answers to all these queries. Yet where might he be? Unconsciously, he touches the wounds upon his body, marveling at how they have nearly healed, leaving only a faintly pink scar. The skin is tender as that of an infant, a testament to the efficacy of Hu Xiong's miraculous herbs. As dawn breaks, the entirety of Yuncheng City is enveloped in a vast expanse of white, resembling a world carved from ice and jade, with the occasional black foundation of a building peeking through, akin to ink spots upon white paper, offering a unique charm. Are you suggesting that a significant incident occurred at the general's residence last night? The silver-robed marquis, clad in his ornate cloak, stands by the window, which is ajar. Though the snow has ceased, the wind blows even colder, causing his beard to flutter wildly. Yes, my lord, it is certain that something grave has transpired. It appears that yet another attempt on the general's life was made. Fortunately, while there were injuries, no lives were lost. The silver-robed marquis furrows his brow, acutely aware that he is responsible for the security of the capital. Such an incident at the general's residence is inextricably linked to him. Nevertheless, Emperor Hongguang is unlikely to hold him accountable, which only serves to amplify the unease within the marquis's heart. Chapter 50. The 3 breaths of marvelous utility. The court has become unexpectedly lively, with numerous ministers exchanging news of Xia Tianlang's triumph. Engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves, such conduct is considered highly disrespectful for officials of the Daqian Dynasty. Yet in response to this unusual behavior, Emperor Hongguang does not display anger. Instead, he rests his hands upon the intricately carved dragon throne, reclining comfortably against the backrest. Holding Xia Tianlang's commendation, Marquis Wuwei, Jiang Tianlang, find himself overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The emperor, exalted as the son of heaven, has always been adept at masking his feelings. Yet today, it is evident that his brows cannot contain their slight twitch, revealing a flicker of genuine joy. The Daqian Dynasty indeed requires a resounding victory to bolster morale. In the past, Emperor Hongguang led hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry into battle, and wherever his sword pointed, victory was assured. Such was the grandeur of his might. Jiang Tianlang, having been long away from the battlefield, sometimes reminisces about those glorious days. When peace endures for too long, the hearts of men begin to change. Among the generals who have never left the saddle, only a handful remain, with Xia Tianlang standing as the most distinguished. Perhaps due to his advancing years and waning vitality, the once invincible General Xia Tianlang found himself besieged by the Wumong bandits in Stand City for several months, escaping only after a bloody struggle. Many believe Xia Tianlang had grown old, prompting Emperor Hongguang to hold a martial examination to reselect a marshal to assist him. Everyone's astonishment, Xia Tianlang revealed that he was far from over the hill. Your Majesty, this is indeed a momentous occasion that warrants a grand celebration. From the perspective of an old minister, might we consider postponing the martial examination? Jiang Tianlang, with his cunning, discerned an opportunity from the good tidings. If he could prevent Minghe from participating in the examination, it would clear a significant obstacle from his son's path, and now was undoubtedly the best moment to act. Such a course of action is rather inappropriate. The laws of Daqian are stringent and should not be altered at will. The news of the electoral examination has already spread throughout the realm. How can it be easily revoked? The silver-clad marquis, Hongmeng, who stood close to Jiang Tianlang, furrowed his brow slightly and interjected. The once lively court fell silent once more, as Jiang Tianlang and Ming, both figures of immense influence, found themselves at odds, likely setting the stage for a battle of wits. What the Marquis says holds some merit. However, my intention is not to abolish the examination, but merely to delay it. To act in haste may not be prudent. If we select unwisely, could we not jeopardize the fate of the nation? Jiang Tianlang smiled faintly, his mind sharp and calculated. He would not easily sever ties with the silver-clad Marquis. I dare say I concur with your sentiments. My lord, it is not uncommon for 1 or 2 examiners to overlook a candidate. However, to my knowledge, at least 5 individuals will preside over the examinations. Could it be that all 5 are mistaken? Even if we were to err, could the 13th prince also be wrong? Emperor Hongguang had appointed 5 individuals as the examiners for this martial examination, including both Ming and Jiang Tianlang, while the other 3 were also prominent figures in the court. The principal examiner for this martial examination was none other than the 13th prince. Tu Su. Jiang Tianlang chuckled softly. My lord, you jest with me. Even with the greatest audacity, I would not dare claim the 13th prince is lacking in judgment. Furthermore, his literary and martial prowess is well recognized across the realm. He is indeed the most suitable choice for this role. Emperor Hongguang gently waved his hand, his voice calm, yet imbued with an authority that commanded the attention of all present, as if he were the sole speaker amidst the vastness of the universe. Both of you present valid arguments. However, I find myself more inclined towards the words of the silver-clad Marquis. The edicts of the state are as firm as mountains. I must serve as a paragon for the Qian. What I proclaim must be upheld. To go back on my word would be no different from the actions of a petty rogue. Jiang Tianlang immediately bowed, acknowledging, Your Majesty speaks wisely. I do not intend to reprimand either of you. Your dispute within the hall is solely for the sake of the nation. That it is imperative that you do not harbor it in your hearts. You must unite in supporting the 13th prince, who, despite his youth and some martial prowess, has yet to reach the level you speak of. If there are no further matters to discuss, I suggest you withdraw for now. Shortly, send someone to the general's residence to deliver joyful news, and, incidentally, to bring along the rewards that a steed of pure white galloped forth, its hooves striking the stone path with a resonant clarity that sparked a shower of embers. The rider, adorned in a brocade cap and crimson attire, was none other than a close attendant of Emperor Hongguang. He announced to the general's wife to tidy the courtyard in preparation for the imperial envoy's arrival. The attendant, merely 16 or 17 years of age, possessed remarkable equestrian skills. Upon reaching the entrance of the general's residence, he effortlessly reared the fiery steed on its hind legs, causing it to neigh incessantly. His voice rang out clear and bright, akin to a mountain stream cascading over stones. The general's residence had not witnessed such liveliness in quite some time. Qiu Baiwei had instructed preparations for the incense table well in advance. Awaiting the arrival of the imperial decree, she had donned a complete set of court attire, her complexion significantly improved from before. Minghe, clad in a plain white robe, stood amidst the crowd, roughly 10 paces from Qiu Baiwei. Though the skies had cleared, the air was colder than during the thawing of snow. Shaka leaned against his mother, wrapped in a thick cotton cloak, trembling as 2 attendants clung to him. He had sustained a bruise on his backside from Minghe's kick days prior, which still showed some redness and swelling, making it difficult for him to stand for long periods. Remarkably, Minghe appeared to have fully recovered, showing no signs of injury. Who would have thought that just days ago he had been wounded by a flying sword? This must be the effect of a certain technique recorded in the Yunjia Heart Sutra. Many extol the sutra as a treasure, and I had my doubts, but today it is indeed evident. Qiu Baiwei, possessing keen insight, discerned the significant transformation within Minghe at a mere glance. The wind rustled, carrying the sound of his breath, which was notably prolonged. While others took several breaths, Minghe managed only 3 in the same span. This state, commonly referred to as the 3 breaths, indicated that his current realm was alarmingly formidable. The reduction in breathing may seem trivial, yet plays a crucial role when engaging an opponent. When a person strikes, the entire body must move in concert, synchronized with their breath. Fewer breaths imply a significant reduction in unnecessary time that, in a true contest of masters, Victory or defeat can be decided in less than a breath. Unexpectedly, Minghe had turned misfortune into fortune, achieving the three-breath state. I could see this moment. He could potentially draw a 500-pound bow 3 times, a truly astonishing feat just a few months prior. Minghe could hardly be considered a master. Now he had transformed into a figure of terror. It is imperative to eliminate Minghe swiftly. Perhaps his clandestine possession of the Yuanjua Heart Sutra presents a prime opportunity. Xia Minghe, you could never have anticipated that your success with the Yuanjua Heart Sutra would ultimately place your life in jeopardy due to this very tome. Contemplating this, Xia Minghe could not help but smile softly. Though her lips merely twitched, it was enough to captivate all who beheld her. Even a great hero like Xia Tie found himself unable to resist the allure of Xia Minghe's smile. Chapter 51. The mysterious ice of the North Sea. Despite Minghe's intelligence, he could not fathom the thoughts of the matriarch. His mind was wholly consumed by his own affairs, particularly the silken thread severed by the blood shadow sword, which lingered in his thoughts, refusing to fade. In the grand estate of Yinchong, while many resided, those capable of weaving such frost-like silk were undoubtedly few. Within Minghe's heart lay a vague shadow, one he could grasp with ease. Yet he remained just a step away from uncovering the truth. The sound of gongs resonated, heralding the arrival of the imperial envoy. Qibiyu instructed her servants to burn incense and lead the family in worship. After receiving the imperial edict, they respectfully offered their reverence. The envoy requested to be seated for tea. Qibiyu performed a graceful bow and addressed the messenger. Madame Xia is indeed a source of disturbance. General Xia has achieved great merit, bringing joy to the dragon's visage. The day General Xia returns in triumph will herald his elevation. Do not forget your humble servant on that day. A bitter taste filled Qibiyu's mouth. The news of Xia Tie's victory was, without a doubt, a harbinger of doom for her kin. She envisioned countless relatives falling in battle. The tattered banner of the nine-tailed fox fluttered in the sunset. The ground strewn with yellow sand, stained crimson with blood. Meanwhile, Xia Tie galloped fiercely upon a sea of corpses, the soldiers of the Daqian Dynasty brandishing their long blades and shouting fervently. Behind them, the nine-headed dragon flag, a symbol of the Daqian Dynasty, billowed fiercely, the dragon scales and claws seeming to writhe with life. Qibiyu harbored a deep-seated loathing for this dragon banner, for it had led her tribe from prosperity to decline, their territory shrinking gradually. Once lush pastures had been consumed by the Daqian Dynasty, leaving them with nothing but desolate deserts and frigid snow-capped mountains. Qibiyu dared not dwell on these thoughts. She steadied her spirit as the envoy jested. Proclaiming today a fortuitous occasion. This small token of my regard must certainly be accepted, she insisted. With a wave of her handmaiden, Shaoqing, presented a gilded tray adorned with exquisite silk. Shaoqing lifted a corner of the silk, revealing a grand platter of gold ingots, all minted by the Shanglin 3 officials, each inscribed with its weight in small seal script. Every ingot was pure gold, and this modest collection easily amounted to over 1,000 taels. It is said that the matriarch is most generous, a woman of valor not to be outdone by men. Today, witnessing this, the rumors hold true. Should I refuse, it would be a grave disrespect to the matriarch. The envoy remarked, bowing in gratitude before gesturing for his attendants to accept the offering. Internally, Qibiyu scoffed, a mere court official accepting 1,000 taels of gold, enough to equate to years of his salary, without a flicker of hesitation. Such blatant corruption spelled peril for the Daqian Dynasty. Emperor Hongguang prides himself on his civil and martial prowess, claiming to be the greatest under heaven, yet he remains oblivious to the flagrant incompetence lurking in his midst. Qibiyu had initially intended to invite the envoy to partake in wine, but the envoy, discerning her intent, gratefully accepted the gold and departed with satisfaction. Qibiyu's meticulousness extended to bestowing silver upon each of the envoy's attendants, ensuring their cheerful departure. Only then did Tiehu dare to approach the matriarch, presenting a letter from Xia Tie. Minghe, eager to learn of his father's well-being, stepped forward cautiously to inquire. Qibiyu read the letter several times before handing a page to him, stating, "The general has words for you." Minghe trembled as he accepted the small sheet of paper, which felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. My son, Minghe, I am aware that you have departed from the reformatory. It is time for you to awaken to your true self, to reflect upon your past, to contemplate your errors in tranquility, and to strive for a rebirth that, if you do so, it would bring great solace to your father. You must heed the orders of the madam and never defy them. After reading the letter several times, he finally returned it. Xia Minghe waved her hand, saying, "This letter is from the general to you. Keep it for yourself." Minghe expressed his gratitude in a low voice, treasuring it as a cherished possession. However, he had resolved in his heart that upon passing the martial examination, he would seek out his father. Even if he failed the examination, he would still go that a man should embrace the blade's edge and find repose upon the saddle. As he walked, he caressed the letter from his father, gradually finding his composure. Unbeknownst to him, someone was following closely behind. In the current Cloud City, a myriad of characters gathered, and the young masters from various houses always ventured out accompanied by a throng of attendants for protection. It was indeed rare for someone like Minghe to wander out so casually. Passers-by greeted him continuously. "Second young master, have you found time to venture out today? I heard you were injured. Are you feeling better?" Minghe responded to each greeting with a charming smile, yet his heart was laden with bitterness. Although many recognized him, few could engage in genuine conversation, like stars scattered across the morning sky. This was a form of failure in life. The more he pondered, the more desolate he felt. Minghe trudged forward in a daze, unknowingly veering from the bustling main road into a long, narrow alley, where the melting snow had left the blue stone pavement muddied, and a figure swayed unsteadily towards him from the opposite end, occupying most of the narrow passage. Though initially distant, the individual staggered forward and soon stood before Minghe. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, penetrating to his very core, as if his blood itself were on the verge of congealing. It was said that only those from the North Ming Xianbing sect possessed such a frigid aura. Minghe pressed onward, feeling as though he had pierced through a layer of solid ice. The sound of cracking ice echoing in his ears, his steps remained steady, his expression impassive, as though he had just entered the alley without a care in the world. The entire experience unfolded in an instant, his thoughts still lingering on that silken letter. The events prior had transpired in a state of unconsciousness. Within the alley, a wave of cold surged forth, growing increasingly intense, causing the path ahead of Minghe to become shrouded in obscurity. Finally halting, he sensed that within the chill lay some unknown presence, that a long, serpentine tongue erupted from a cold, splitting into two and darting towards Minghe like a spear, swift and hissing. Behind the tongue emerged an elongated head, adorned with smooth scales and two small, fiery red eyes sunken deep within, occasionally glimmering with a chilling light. The air in the alley seemed nearly frozen, solidifying into ice. Without even glancing, Minghe delivered a powerful strike with his palm. Chapter 52. The ruthlessness of the silver-clad Marquis Ming. He employed the 9 dragons control water technique from the Dragon Combat Fist, mastered to its zenith, allowing him to manifest 9 distinct forms of combat power with a single punch, making it one of the most lethal techniques within the Dragon Combat Fist repertoire. At this moment, the Minghe Fist technique had yet to reach its pinnacle. Of the 9 different strengths, only 5 could be manifested, which was already a remarkable feat. Moreover, Minghe employed the techniques of the Dragon Combat Fist, infused with the essence of the Blood Shadow Sword. You summon a serpent to confront me, and I shall retaliate with the 9 dragons governing water. Your serpent pales in comparison to my dragon. From the dense fog, formed by the chilling air, a startled cry emerged. The serpent did not retreat. Instead, it lunged upward with ferocity, then plummeted downwards with its entire body rigid as an iron rod, aimed directly at Minghe. Should it make contact, even the strongest of bones would be shattered in two. Minghe recognized that in winter's chill, serpents and insects typically hibernated in their burrows, rendering it impossible for them to emerge. This sudden, monstrous serpent must be a manifestation of his opponent's thoughts, an illusion that did not exist in reality. However, the sheer size of this illusion hinted at his opponent's lack of mastery in Taoist arts. Minghe recalled the words of Brother Hu had once told him that formidable Taoist arts conjured delicate and intricate illusions, while something as massive as this serpent, though intimidating in appearance, possessed only mediocre combat prowess. Humanity often cowers before such illusory facades, losing all their fighting spirit upon witnessing overwhelming appearances, subsequently prostrating themselves beneath the guise. From a young age, Minghe had been audacious, frequently pulling out a couple of garden snakes from the thickets of the general's estate during summer. While others trembled at the sight of serpents, to Minghe, they were merely slightly larger insects. Faced with the descending serpent, his only means of evasion was to advance. The alley was narrow, and employing the footwork learned from Hongming, he swiftly maneuvered to the serpent's rear. The serpent dangled rigidly before him, and with a sudden strike, he unleashed the 9 dragons governing water from the dragon combat fist. Of the 5 forces, 3 missed their mark, while the remaining 2 struck the serpent at its vital points. The thick fog before him rapidly constricted, coalescing into a singular form, and Minghe could almost discern a figure crouched on the ground. One hand clutching its chest while the other touched its head, a clear sign of a spirit injured. Draped in white robes adorned with a blue dragon motif, the figure appeared dazed. Minghe was momentarily taken aback. Was this person mad enough to roam the streets clad in dragon-emblazoned attire? Garments featuring dragon patterns were exclusively reserved for the royal family. Anyone else donning such apparel would face charges of treason, with the chief offender facing execution, while their kin would be subjected to exile or forced labor in military camps until death. Although Emperor Hongguang of the Great Daqian Dynasty was known for his enlightenment, he was no different from other rulers when it came to issues of royal safety and dignity, which are never open to negotiation. The figure in white finally collapsed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes now shut, yet his brow continued to tremble. Minghe stepped forward, raising his hand. A gentle descent would cause the white-robed man's head to burst like a rotting watermelon. Lord Marquis is inspecting the streets. Unrelated individuals stand acid. The individual clad in the attire of the dragon clan surely harbors intentions of rebellion. Apprehend him at once. Lord Yin furrowed his brow slightly as his subordinates bound the man to the stretcher with chains. My lord, this person is a master from the Biming sect. His spiritual awareness is merely temporarily impaired. Once he recovers, his combat prowess will return instantly, so you must exercise caution at O. Is that so? Lord Yin nodded, proceeding to disable the tendons in the man's hands and feet. What of the Biming sect? Even if they possess supernatural abilities, they cannot save you. A mounted officer drew his sword, the blade gleaming with a flash of white light, swiftly severing the tendons of the incapacitated man. The techniques of this mounted officer were personally imparted by Lord Yin, executed with precision and finesse, devoid of any hesitation. The excruciating pain elicited a harrowing scream from the man, who thrashed about on the stretcher, crashing against the ground with a resounding thud. Fetch some medicinal salve to alleviate his pain. He must not perish before we uncover the truth of the matter. Lord Yin commanded that moment. A group of riders approached. They were the personal guards of the 13th Prince. Upon sighting Lord Yin on patrol, they dismounted and knelt from a distance. We, the Divine Wind Camp, greet you, my lord. The Divine Wind Camp comprises the elite guards of the 13th Prince, 2Su Dipi Tianhai. The leader of the camp possessed formidable skills, capable of fending off 30 fully armed warriors with a single long blade. Despite being a master, his official rank was only 5th grade, rendering him incomparable to Lord Yin. Very well, very well. I am unscathed. If you have official duties to attend to, please proceed. Lord Yin replied, noting Ba Tianhai's hurried demeanor and discerning that he bore urgent news that it is nothing grave. The 13th Prince has dispatched us to welcome an esteemed guest, a friend he made on the battlefield. This guest hails from the North Sea and is unfamiliar with Yunzhong City. While he could have gone directly to the prince's residence, the prince deemed it insufficiently grand and specifically instructed us to receive him. If your lordship lacks sufficient personnel, we are at your service. Esba Tianhai spoke. His gaze fell upon the man lying on the stretcher, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lord Yin sensed the anomaly and inquired, "What? Do you recognize this person?" He gestured towards the and Tianhai bowed his head, saying, "Please, my lord, grant me permission to approach and examine him." Upon receiving a nod from Lord Yin, he stepped forward, circling the stretcher several times before suddenly exclaiming, "My lord, this appears to be quite troublesome. The esteemed guest the 13th prince requested I receive is none other than this man. He is Yu Xuanji, a disciple of the Baiming sect. The onlookers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. With a clang, a sword fell from the hands of a mounted officer. It had been he who severed Yu Xuanji's tendons moments ago. What a grave calamity it would be to incapacitate the 13th prince's esteemed guest. Chapter 53. The chess game, but Tianhai spoke. My lord, given this incident, I must report to the 13th prince. It is my duty to do so. Please do not take offense. Lord Yi replied, of course. You may proceed to inform the 13th prince. I shall follow shortly to elucidate the situation. Tianhai bowed to Lord Yi and swiftly mounted his horse. Departing like a whirlwind, that I shall bear the responsibility. 13th prince, I shall accompany you to... In a soft smile, Yi remarked, I understand your thoughts. However, this matter is not as difficult to resolve as you might believe, nor will it be exceedingly simple. You may accompany me, but rest assured, I merely wish for you to broaden your horizons and do not expect you to bear any blame on my behalf. Minghe declared loudly, rest easy, my lord. I am entirely innocent, so why should I fear? Alas! But Tianhai turned, seized the reins from the hands of the gatekeeper, mounted his steed, and hastened toward the imperial palace. The gatekeeper watched him gallop away, bewildered for a considerable time, pondering what significant matter could have incited such urgency in General Ba. Although you are a trusted confidant of the prince, entry into the palace is not guaranteed. Inside the winter tranquility hall, warmth radiated abundantly, with various exotic flowers and plants blooming vibrantly within, starkly contrasting the icy desolation outside. Two attendants clad in yellow stood motionless at the entrance, while an air of stillness enveloped the room. The sound of falling pieces resonated loudly and clearly that a fragrant sandalwood incense burned gently. And Emperor Hongguang occasionally sipped tea, the soft clinking of the tea utensils blending with the aroma, wafting throughout the chamber. The 13th prince, Tu Su, knelt in contemplation before the chessboard, his expression grave. Known for his fiery temperament, Tu Su's ability to endure 3 rounds of chess in such a position was indeed commendable. In contrast, Emperor Hongguang appeared remarkably at ease, often stroking his beard with a smile, leisurely reaching for his team. To achieve great things, one must not only possess the capacity for decisive action, but also cultivate immense patience. Maintaining composure even when mountains crumble and oceans surged, it was evident that the 13th prince, Tu Su, still had much to learn in terms of self-cultivation. Having risen to fame at a tender age, he was now merely 17 or 18, already renowned throughout the great Qian, with many even in enemy territories aware of his name. To attain such remarkable accomplishments at such a young age without succumbing to impatience was indeed a formidable challenge. After considerable deliberation, Tu Su finally made his move, exhaling deeply as he produced a handkerchief to wipe away his sweat. Little did he anticipate that Emperor Hongguang would respond with remarkable speed. As soon as Tu Su placed his piece, the emperor followed suit, albeit with merely a single additional piece. The dynamics of the entire game shifted instantly. Tu Su inhaled deeply, lifted his teacup, then set it down once more, focusing intently on the black and white pieces. After only a brief observation, he felt dizzy. The game, which had previously been so familiar, now appeared entirely foreign due to his father's recent move, necessitating a complete reevaluation of the board. Emperor Hongguang smiled silently. His wisdom and martial prowess were unparalleled, having endured years of arduous battles to establish the great Daqian Dynasty. Naturally, he sought to ensure the stability and enduring legacy of his empire across generations. With a multitude of consorts, the emperor had 24 sons and 13 daughters. Logically, the heir to the throne should be the eldest son, Tu Huan. However, due to Tu Huan's timid and indecisive nature, he was deemed unsuitable for making critical decisions regarding the realm. After years of assessment, the emperor had thus designated his 13th son, Tu Su, as his successor. This, of course, was merely the emperor's private contemplation, yet it remained unspoken to the world. Nevertheless, the astute ministers of the great Qian had long since discerned the truth, though none dared to voice it. Despite merely engaging in a game against his father, suffering 3 consecutive defeats left Tu Su feeling exceedingly embarrassed. The emperor, with a smile, inquired, where, pray tell, did you falter? Lifting the white piece of the chess set, he placed it upon the board. As this solitary white piece descended, it immediately established a position where the elephant could not soar. The previously despondent white pieces sprang to life, their heads and tails regarding one another. Resembling a long serpent, is it truly possible to achieve such a state? Why did it not occur to me? Tusu gazed at the chessboard, murmuring to himself, Point 1 must possess a comprehensive understanding of the entire game before making a move. Though you have surveyed the board, you have not delved deeply into the intricacies. Do you perhaps harbor some concerns? Indeed, father, your insight is as sharp as ever, and I am in admiration. I have yet to attain such composure. The breathing technique of the spirit turtle I taught you not only enhances your internal strength, but also aids in regulating your vital energy, enabling you to maintain a tranquil state of mind at all times. It is imperative that you practice diligently. Upon concluding his words, Emperor Hongguang waved his hand outward, signaling that anyone with matters to discuss may enter. A servant hurriedly entered, proclaiming, Your Majesty, the 13th Prince as attendant. Batianhai seeks an urgent audience with the 13th Prince. Chapter 54. On warfare, hold on. Emperor Hongguang called to his son, removing a jade pendant from his attire and presenting it to him. This pendant has accompanied me for many years, originating from the frigid northern wastelands, and is perfect for calming the mind. Whenever I encounter difficult decisions or find myself restless, I merely touch this jade token. Today, I bestow it upon you to carry with you. It is beneficial and poses no harm. Tusu knelt in gratitude, accepting the pendant with both hands. It was small yet warm to the touch, imbued with a chill that was piercing yet not oppressive, circulating through his meridians and dissipating the earlier heat within him. Thank you, Father, I understand your heartfelt intentions, Tusu expressed, bowing once more before turning to leave. Is such a thing truly possible? Upon hearing Batianhai's report, Tusu clenched his teeth. The silver-clad Marquis is indeed formidable. You think that by seeing the Emperor, you will be spared. Today, I shall challenge you. With this thought, the various nefarious deeds attributed to the silver-clad Marquis resurfaced vividly in his mind. I must prevent the silver-clad Marquis from entering the palace at all costs. The 13th Prince. Tusu spurred his steed into a gallop, his guards trailing behind, nearly breathless. Although their horses were magnificent, they paled in comparison to Tusu's. Amidst the bustling market, he rode like the wind. Was there no law left to uphold? Several patrolling guards shouted as they charged forward, only to realize that the rider was none other than the 13th Prince. 13th Prince. Before these guards could finish their sentence, Tusu surged past them. Leaping over their heads, Xia Minghe stood behind the silver-clad Marquis, observing as the 13th Prince galloped away in a furious haste. Even a fool could discern that the 13th Prince was enraged. Xia Minghe, you are here as well. It seems you cannot escape involvement in this matter. If that is the case, I shall eliminate both you and the silver-clad Marquis, and that would be splendid. The 13th Prince understood that both the Emperor and the silver-clad Marquis held a certain fondness for Minghe, though this did not diminish his standing in the Emperor's heart. Nonetheless, it left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Xia Minghe, a scion of a once prominent military family. How dare he contend with me? Moreover, I have always been at a disadvantage. I shall make it known to the world that I am the true prince. The 13th Prince arrived with remarkable speed. The silver-clad Marquis greeted him with a smile. Humph, you need not speak. I'm not in a hurry, for the evidence is firmly in my grasp. The 13th Prince, Tusu, contemplated, a smile forcing its way onto his face. The Marquis departed swiftly, and I too had to exert considerable effort to catch up. The silver-clad Marquis continued to smile, for there was a matter of utmost importance that he felt compelled to disclose to the prince. Just moments ago, in the streets, an attempt was made on the life of Xia Minghe, and the assassin has been captured. He gestured towards the distance, where someone was bringing Yu Xuanji over. Despite the pain coursing through her body, Yu Xuanji remained lucid. Upon seeing the 13th Prince, she cried out desperately for his assistance. Though she summoned all her strength, her voice was somewhat hysterical, and alas, diminished by her grievous injuries. The 13th Prince frowned. Yu Xuanji, in his recollection, was tall and graceful, with a fair visage that emanated an icy aura, capable of repelling many from a great distance. That he had rehearsed his thoughts multiple times, and now they flowed forth in a single breath. A barrage of inquiries. Minghe interjected, 13th Prince, you may be somewhat mistaken. It was Yu Xuanji who attempted to assassinate me, and I, acting in self-defense, merely incapacitated her. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner? I converse with the Marquis. When did it become your place to interject? The 13th Prince erupted in fury, for Minghe was correct in his assertion. Though he hailed from the general's household, he bore no official title. In the Grand Dynasty of Daqian, lineage and status were of paramount importance. The 13th Prince was of genuine royal blood, regarded as a divine entity in the eyes of the common folk. Speaking with those of high standing brought prestige, while engaging with those of no renown was akin to demeaning oneself. Minghe retorted with a cold smile, you speak truthfully, 13th Prince. I am neither of royal descent, nor do I possess a title. Yet my life is my own, granted to me by my parents, and it is not for anyone to take. Should anyone seek to end my life, I shall strike first. The 13th Prince scoffed. Well said, how imposing. This is the spirit of one who has emerged from the Academy of Awakening. Today, I shall adhere to the laws of Daqian and have you imprisoned once more. Ba Tianhai surged forward with his men, only to be intercepted by the silver-clad Marquis. Your Highness, might I have a word? From my perspective, Minghe bears no fault. He merely rendered Yu Xuanji unconscious and did not seek her death. As for the severing of her tendons, that was my directive. Whatever transpires, the blame rests upon my shoulders. My lord, I recognize your esteemed reputation. Yet this matter is of grave significance. Even the Emperor may not be able to shield you from its consequences. The 13th Prince declared triumphantly. Chapter 55. At a loss for words, the 13th Prince's mentor was the formidable Marquis Jiang Tianlang. Having trained under him since childhood, the prince's thoughts were inevitably influenced by Jiang Tianlang's formidable presence and opinions. The impression of the silver-clad Marquis as arrogant and overbearing had deeply ingrained itself in the 13th Prince's psyche. When I ascend to power, the first order of business shall be to eliminate the silver-clad Marquis. This notion lay buried within him, especially as he observed his father's favoritism towards the Marquis, fueling his animosity to its zenith. As wings had yet to fully develop, he dared not exhibit overt displeasure towards the silver-clad Marquis, for the latter was cunning and perceptive, capable of discerning even the slightest shifts in demeanor. The 13th Prince had long endured in silence, and now the opportunity for eruption had finally presented itself. The silver-clad Marquis responded with a smile. Your Highness is mistaken. Had I sought the Emperor's protection, I would have entered the palace long ago. Why would I wait for you here? I merely wish to offer a word of counsel. One must always consider the greater picture. In my view, Yu Xuanji is not a person of good character, but my lord. As I assist the Emperor in governance, I am naturally aware of the broader picture. You are a nobleman, and your words should be founded on reason. Why do you assert that Yu Xuanji is not a good person? He and I share a profound friendship, and I know him well enough to recognize his commendable character. Minghe let out a cold laugh. Do you not see the dragon robe that Yu Xuanji wears? Such an act is utterly rebellious. Yet you still claim he is virtuous. If these words reached the Emperor's ears, what consequences might ensue? He gestured towards Yu Xuanji, whose attire, though stained with blood, still faintly displayed the dragon motif. The 13th Prince felt a wave of dizziness. How could this be? Had Yu Xuanji lost his senses, appearing in the dragon robe in the capital? Should the Emperor become aware of this matter, the situation would spiral out of control. The 13th Prince silently hoped for fortune, discreetly wiping away a bead of cold sweat, maintaining a facade of defiance. He has transgressed the law of kings, and thus the authority shall administer justice. Yet this punishment seems somewhat excessive. The silver-clad Marquis smiled. I am responsible for the peace of the capital and possess the authority to employ force in response to emergencies. Even in the event of taking a life, I may act first and report later. This power has been bestowed upon me by the Emperor. This individual possesses formidable martial skills. Unless I incapacitate him, he will never face justice. The prince's words, indeed, wronged the old minister. Minghe observed with a cold gaze as the 13th Prince pressed forward relentlessly, while the silver-clad Marquis kept retreating, feeling increasingly uneasy. Though the 13th prince was formidable, he was merely a youth of respectable lineage, somewhat capable. Yet how could he possibly compare to the silver-clad Marquis, who had no need to act in such a manner? My lord, why engage in further debate with him? We should directly approach the emperor and clarify the matter. Some may be muddled, but I believe the emperor is a wise sovereign who will surely grant you justice. You are a nobleman, possessing both status and dignity. If you disdain to undertake this task, allow me to fulfill it. Turning to leave, he was abruptly blocked by the 13th prince's guards wielding their blades. Those who wish to live, step aside. Minghe chuckled coldly. Although he was not armed with the Blood Shadow sword, he believed he could still contend with these guards. The guards swiftly drew their blades, the glint of steel shining ominously. Minghe raised his hand, an overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloping him. Causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, he advanced a step further, and to his surprise, the guards, armed with long knives, retreated in unison. These guards had faced life and death trials, each having claimed at least a dozen lives. They had long since come to regard killing as commonplace. Yet today, confronted with Minghe, all their murderous resolve dissipated. The only possibility was that the killing intent emanating from Minghe far surpassed their own. In the face of his aura, their own seemed utterly feeble. Witnessing his subordinates display such weakness before Minghe, the 13th prince suddenly huffed, his voice low, yet it struck the guards like thunder. They stepped forward again, the tips of their long blades now less than 3 feet from Minghe. For these experts, 3 feet was negligible. With a mere stretch of their limbs, their blades could pierce Minghe's flesh. Minghe took another step forward. Will you truly not yield? The guards exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Yet their arms trembled involuntarily, overwhelmed by an intense fear that arose from within, rendering them incapable of facing Minghe. He'd had a bunch of useless fools. The 13th prince gritted his teeth. Step aside. I wish to see how he dares to report me to the emperor. A nameless wretch aspires to meet the emperor. Has he lost his senses? The guards found themselves in a quandary, uncertain whether to yield. All eyes turned toward the silver-robed Marquis. He gently cleared his throat and remarked with a smile. You may all withdraw. The prince speaks wisely. Minghe would never go to the emperor to lodge complaints. Such trifles are best resolved on one's OW and to trouble his majesty with every little matter would be rather thoughtless. Minghe, who had always held the silver-robed Marquis in high regard, nodded in agreement and stepped back a few paces, the previously palpable aura of menace suddenly dissipating. The guards exhaled in relief. Though the weather was frigid, their inner garments were soaked with cold sweat. Their senses seemed slightly disoriented. The brief standoff had felt to them like a harrowing battle. The silver-robed Marquis nodded discreetly. Minghe's presence was growing increasingly formidable. If he were to command legions on the battlefield, surviving life and death struggles, that aura would intensify to an extraordinary degree. In such a scenario, the Minghe of that time could potentially deter 1,000,000 troops with merely a glance. Of course, this hinges on individual fate. Minghe is a promising talent in urgent need of sage guidance. What do you think of what the old minister said regarding the 13th prince? The silver-robed Marquis inquired with a smile. His insistence in the expression rendering it impossible to refuse. Isn't the Marquis merely using the emperor to exert pressure on me? Scoffed the 13th prince in the face of the 13th prince's provocation. The silver-robed Marquis maintained a smile. Your Highness is mistaken. You are acutely aware of the greater good. Do you not recognize my good intentions? My actions are intended to assist you. This man, donned in the dragon robe, epitomizes the utmost disloyalty. How could someone of such character be presented to the emperor? Fortunately, Minghe's injury has averted a more significant calamity. The 13th prince found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated defeat at the hands of a mere garment. Your Highness, Rain Xuanji exclaimed loudly, it is not as they claim. I did not intend to wear this attire. The 13th prince glared at Rain Xuanji, his gaze sharp as a blade. Were it not for the multitude present, he would have relished the prospect of delivering a couple of stinging slaps. Why, upon arriving in the capital, did he not seek me out, but instead provoke Xia Minghe? And why flaunt the dragon robe so brazenly? The 13th prince turned away, feigning ignorance. Marquis, I shall grant you this favor today. Everyone step back a pace. Hand over the individual to me, and I shall not pursue past grievances. How does that sound? The silver-robed Marquis immediately responded, the 13th Prince indeed possesses great understanding. Minghe, why not express your gratitude to His Highness for his magnanimity? Chapter 56. A hidden realm you want to thank him? Thank him for what? For humiliating me publicly. I have no desire to express gratitude. Minghe thought reluctantly. Under the stern gaze of the silver-robed Marquis, he clasped his fists toward the 13th Prince and said, Your Highness, you are magnanimous. Do not hold my actions against me. Let us consider this matter resolved. The 13th Prince's countenance resembled ice, and he snorted disdainfully through his nostrils, nodding at the silver-robed Marquis before signaling for Rain Xuanji to be taken away as he turned to depart. I must rise above the fray. 13th Prince, you and I are alike, merely born into different circumstances. While I cannot alter my lineage, I can change my destiny. As he gazed in the direction the 13th Prince had vanished, Minghe silently resolved to forge his path, and the determination reflected in his eyes caused the silver-robed Marquis to nod approvingly. Today's events were truly perilous. Had it not been for you, Xuanji, donning the dragon robe, both you and I would have found ourselves in grave danger. With the martial examination approaching, you must curtail your outings and focus on your studies, for such fortuitous luck is not a constant companion. Upon hearing Xiao Qing's report, Qiu Baiyue merely nodded, while Minghe remained secluded indoors, presumably engrossed in the study of the Yuanjua Heart Sutra. The mere thought of this scripture stirred an inexplicable restlessness within Qiu Baiyue. Minghe had already surpassed Xia Minghe by a considerable margin, and with the assistance of the Yuanjua Heart Sutra, it would be nearly impossible for him not to achieve greatness at that juncture. The disparity between her son and Minghe would be akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, leaving no chance for redemption. Such thoughts had not been foreign to Qiu Baiyue. She had attempted to console herself, recalling her own past as a practitioner of the Tao. Although her resolve had waned over time, she still maintained a certain clarity regarding many matters. Nevertheless, this was a significant issue, one that bore upon her biological son's lifelong happiness. Rendering her unable to find solace, the senior brother had appeared like a fleeting flash of light, leaving behind only a few elixirs and no words of wisdom. She longed to inquire why he forbade any harm to Xia Minghe. Should Xia Minghe ascend to the position of marshal and command the troops to aid Xia Tie, it could spell catastrophe for Qiu Baiyue's kin. Minghe sat within the room, gazing blankly at the silk before him. The environment he found himself in was utterly terrifying. Reflecting on the miracle of having survived thus far was no small feat. Perhaps only Hu Xiong knew who truly held dominion over this silk. Yet, where was Hu Xiong? Minghe pondered for a long while, yet remained at an impasse that he shook his head, banishing thoughts of Hu Xiong from his mind, and began to study the Yuanjua Heart Sutra. This time, he sought a more suitable method to merge the blood shadow sword technique with the little thunder sword method that as you wish. This was the conclusion Minghe reached after a day of deep contemplation. Despite his efforts, he found himself no closer to clarity, and the faint ideas that had initially surfaced had been thoroughly extinguished by his mental exertions. Rubbing his weary eyes, he lifted his gaze to the window. Noting that darkness had descended, the sun teetering on the treetops, that a precious day had slipped away, just like that on the table lay a bamboo basket containing the provisions delivered by Xiao Gun in the morning. Minghe had not touched the basket all day, but now he opened it to find 6 steamed buns, a fish, half a chicken, 2 plates of pickled vegetables, and surprisingly, a flask of white wine, lacking appetite for the meal. He simply retrieved the wine to his astonishment. Fine wine awaited him upon his arrival. Suddenly, Hu Xiong appeared, beaming as he extended his hands towards Minghe. After downing half the flask, he suddenly wore a perplexed expression, exclaiming, "This wine is rather insipid, akin to the refuse of a kitchen. How can this be deemed wine?" It was one thing to encounter such liquor in another's household, but here, in the esteemed general's residence. Minghe smiled, remarking that even a general's abode could harbor the impoverished. Hu Xiong laughed heartily, responding, "What nonsense is this? As long as you desire it, I can procure any wine for you. I am already aware of the day's occurrences. If you give me the nod, I shall retrieve the head of the 13th Prince. He is but another's prince. Our Fox clan recognizes only benefactors. Even if the Holy King of the Three Realms were to arrive, I would regard him as mere weeds. My affairs are mine to resolve. You have arrived just in time. Will you assist me in unraveling this enigma?" Minghe spoke as he handed over the roll of silk. Hu Xiong did not even glance at it, stating, "I know who its owner is, but revealing this now would only jeopardize your life. I've been quite busy lately and cannot always look after you. It might be best if you remain in the dark for now. When the time is ripe, I shall certainly inform you." Observing the seriousness etched on Hu Xiong's face, Minghe chose not to press further. After consuming a few cups of wine, Hu Xiong suddenly seized the Yijua Heart Sutra from the table and casually tossed it into the nearby brazier. The coals burned a bright red. The Yijua Heart Sutra whirled within, quickly turning incandescent. Minghe, not pausing to contemplate, reached into the flames. Hu Xiong merely smiled benignly, gulping down another cup of wine. After several attempts, Minghe retrieved nothing but ash, his heart racing with frustration. He plunged his hand in once more, and his fingertips grazed something. Ignoring the searing heat of the coals, he pulled it out, revealing a thin sheet of gold leaf. Faint inscriptions were discernible upon its surface. Suddenly, Hu Xiong splashed a cup of wine onto the coals, causing the flames to leap upward, and several sheets of gold leaf were tossed about by the gusts of air, with a subtle wave of his hand. Those sheets of gold gracefully settled upon Minghe's desk, neatly stacked. Everything you seek lies within these. Chapter 57. The return of all principles. Minghe rubbed his eyes several times, still unable to fathom the reality of the situation before him. The pain in his arm from the forceful twist confirmed its authenticity. In truth, he was already well versed in the Yijua Heart Sutra. He could recite it verbatim even in his sleep. Losing it did not trouble him as much as the abrupt severance from something that had accompanied him for so long. Deep down, Minghe was quite nostalgic. Before he could dwell further, his attention was once again drawn to the gold leaf. There were 4 sheets in total, densely inscribed with text that a cursory glance suggested they contained various secrets. Yet curiously, none bore a title. Confusion flickered across his face, unmasked before Hu Xiong. Hu Xiong chuckled. It is said that the Yijua Heart Sutra is of utmost importance, with legends claiming that possessing this tome equates to conquering the world. However, such assertions may be somewhat exaggerated. It is merely a compendium of martial arts essentials. How could it possibly equal dominion over the world? I cannot believe that the fate of nations hinges solely upon a single sutra. Nevertheless, martial prowess indeed plays a crucial role in the quest for power. The true significance of this sutra lies in the gold leaf that appears after the Heart Sutra is burned. This secret, I have only just learned, which is why I hasten to find you. I hope it proves beneficial, he continued with a chuckle, since the destruction of the Yijua Temple by Emperor Hongguang. Rumors surrounding the Yijua Heart Sutra have proliferated. Some claim it conceals a treasure map of the temple. Thus, acquiring this book could lead one to immense wealth, even if not to sovereignty. Such notions are laughable. How could the entire realm belong to the Daqian, yet still harbor treasures of Yijua Temple? Even if they were discovered, they would surely be nationalized, perhaps bringing disaster upon the seeker. This sutra has stirred up a tempest of bloodshed in the martial world, claiming many lives in its wake. Fox brother appears to be quite insightful, having rambled on at length before finally pausing to down another cup of wine. Minghe, perplexed, inquired, "The characters inscribed here exceed even those of the Heart Sutra. Would you consider assisting me in editing them?" Fox brother waved his hands in disarray, exclaiming, "This time, I dare not. This is a true treasure. Each character embodies the painstaking efforts of martial arts sages. Having undergone the reverence of countless practitioners, they inherently contain the spiritual essence of those who worship them, possessing immense spiritual power. Should I act recklessly, I would be subject to the backlash of the spiritual energy contained within this gold leaf. The consequences could range from a mere disturbance of the soul to the potential loss of several decades of my path. Truly not worth the risk." Upon hearing Fox brother's reasoning, Minghe ceased his insistence and bowed several times before the 4 sheets of gold leaf. He then asked, "Why do these 4 sheets lack names? What martial arts secrets are recorded upon them?" Fox brother chuckled softly. "There is simply too much inscribed here for any name to adequately encompass it. Hence, it remains nameless for the time being. Minghe, astonished by this peculiar rationale, widened his mouth in surprise. However, upon reflection, he understood. These 4 delicate sheets of gold condense the essence of the majority of martial arts and Taoist techniques in existence. What name could possibly befit such profundity? I recall a text from the Daozong titled The Source of All Methods. That title seems perfectly suited for this. Minghe proposed. Fox brother smiled. It is merely a name. These 4 sheets belong to you, and you may call them whatever you wish. The Source of All Methods is indeed a fine choice. Yet the 1,000-character classic would not be without merit either. The most crucial aspect is to comprehend the essence within and transform it for your own use. At this juncture, the 4 sheets of gold leaf suddenly lifted from Minghe's desk, gracefully dancing in the air like butterflies. Minghe, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Look, look, they seem to delight in that name, don't they? If you truly possess sentience and appreciate the name, dance a few more circles." As if in response, the 4 sheets indeed circled around Minghe several times before finally hovering before him. They collided gently, producing soft sounds reminiscent of playful children, filled with exuberance. Minghe extended his hand, and the 4 sheets settled into his palm like tea that moment. He realized that the sheets of gold leaf possess spirit. That which is imbued with spirit can be deemed a spiritual object, transcending mere treasures. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Fox brother was equally astonished. He set down his cup, declaring, "Benefactor, you are destined for greatness. To be able to connect with the spiritual realm in such a corporeal manner is a true manifestation of extraordinary talent." "Ha ha, I consider myself fortunate indeed." At this point, Fox brother glanced at his cup of wine, lamenting, "Such a splendid evening deserves fine wine to accompany it. How disappointing!" Suddenly, he seized Minghe and urged him to follow, exclaiming, "I am reminded of a locale where exquisite wine awaits. Let us go indulge ourselves." Minghe found himself unable to resist Fox brother's pull, as if his wrists were firmly locked in an iron grip. His feet barely grazing the ground, yet feeling no discomfort. The door before them opened silently. In an instant, Minghe and Fox brother stepped outside. The 4 sheets of gold leaf hesitated momentarily before swiftly pursuing, transforming into 4 dim beams of golden light that slipped into Minghe's sleeves. Upon exiting the dwelling, Brother Fox seized Minghe and soared directly into the sky, gliding above the layered rooftops. The hour was late, and the bustling city of cloud amidst the night was gradually winding down. Scattered lights flickered here and there, likely emanating from establishments of pleasure, such as the Pine and Bamboo Pavilion. As Minghe followed Brother Fox in flight, the night breeze enveloped him, bringing a refreshing chill that surprisingly invigorated his spirit. He suddenly mused upon the sheer exhilaration of flying with the wind like Brother Fox. Yet, he wondered when he might attain such a remarkable state. Although Minghe possessed commendable lightness of foot, he could only leap 3 or 4 zhang at most, which marked his limit to fly continuously. Bearing another person as Brother Fox did was a feat he had once scarcely dared to dream of. Chapter 58. Nightly intrusion into the prince's mansion. Before them loomed a towering silhouette. A colossal artificial hill constructed from Taihu stones. These stones, sourced from the Taihu water region in Central Plains, are exquisite ornamental rocks, embodying the beauty of wrinkles, leaks, slenderness, and transparency. Predominantly white, they are rarely found in shades of dark green or yellow, with the latter being particularly scarce and highly prized. Many esteemed families take great pride in possessing a Taihu stone hill. The Taihu region lies thousands of miles away from the capital of the great Daqian Dynasty, Yunqing, making each stone transported here a valuable treasure. To create such an immense hill from Taihu stones. Only the royal family could afford such extravagance. The 13th prince, Tu Su, had his hill crafted entirely from yellow Taihu stones. A masterpiece by the renowned craftsman Miao Tian of the great Daqian Dynasty. Miao Tian, having spent years exploring famous mountains and rivers, was intimately familiar with diverse terrains and waterways, which enabled him to construct such a magnificent edifice. The interior of this hill was hollowed out for the storage of precious items, including the fine wines that Tu Su had collected. The entrance was adorned with a wooden door wrapped in brass, embellished with enormous bronze nails shaped like gluttonous beasts. One could hardly comprehend why the 13th prince, of noble lineage, would associate with such individuals that a somewhat darker-skinned youth murmured softly. Another youth raised his hand, gesturing a beheading motion near his neck, admonishing him to speak less. "Have you forgotten Ningbo or?" The darker-skinned youth, now frightened, stammered, "I only spoke candidly because of our good friendship. You wouldn't betray me to the prince, would you?" "Of course not. I noticed the robe you bought yesterday. Looks splendid. If you fancy it, wear it." The dark-faced youth waved his hand generously, and the two ceased their conversation, hastily carrying 4 jars of fine wine forward. Minghe could not help but smirk. The youth, though young, possessed a remarkably malicious mind, seizing the opportunity to exploit his companion. Such a person certainly deserved a lesson. From their prior conversation, it was evident that they were all close attendants of the 13th prince. Su. Given that many sought audience with the prince daily, this youth must have extorted numerous benefits from those encounters. The small building was partially surrounded by water, with another portion concealed within the trees. The environment was exceptionally tranquil, and remnants of snow still lingered on the rooftop, occasionally revealing patches of the dark surface, creating a unique, mottled aesthetic. At the center of the small building hung a gilded plaque inscribed with 3 characters: Tianxin Pavilion, the handiwork of the esteemed scholar Yi Tianshi of the Great Qian. The calligraphy was robust and vigorous, deeply engraved into the wood. In front of the pavilion stood a tall mast, illuminated by a centipede lantern. Casting a bright glow point, 2 rows of warriors stood at the entrance, hands resting on their sheathed swords, facing one another. The warriors, typically of considerable height, donned silver armor that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Apart from the occasional flicker of their eyes, they stood as still as statues. 2 of these sentinels scrutinized the wine jar held by the young boy before permitting them entry. The fox brother, unperturbed, followed closely behind the 2 young attendants, striding in with his head held high. Noticing that the warriors displayed no reaction, Minghe felt a sense of relief. The first floor was illuminated by palace lanterns, yet it was devoid of any occupants. The 2 young attendants ascended the staircase, with Minghe trailing behind, as a wave of sound mingled with the enticing aroma of food and wine rushed towards them. The fox brother, with an air of nonchalance, stood at the entrance of the building, surveying the assembly. Minghe, standing aside, discerned that besides the 13th prince, there were 2 other individuals present. One was Jiang Tianlang, and the other, a tall man, boisterously engaged in conversation without a hint of restraint. In front of him lay a large bowl brimming with fine wine, and he readily accepted any toast from the 13th prince. Ensuring that the cup was drained to the last drop, shared drinks with the 13th prince at such a late hour indicated that Jiang Tianlang had a relationship with the prince that was far from ordinary. Rumors had long circulated about their connection, and tonight those whispers found validation. The towering figure set down his wine bowl and declared loudly, "Rest assured, Your Highness, that insignificant summer Minghe is no match for me. With merely a finger, I could crush him." He indeed extended a pinky finger, which was thicker than an average thumb, with prominent veins bulging on the back of his hand, a clear indication of his formidable strength. Minghe scoffed, "And who might you be to threaten my life? Why do people delight in climbing over others to elevate themselves?" The fox brother slightly raised his hand, prompting the man to bellow in surprise as his pinky suddenly snapped in 2, soaring into the air, blood gushing from the wound. "That if you possess any real skill, come out and engage me directly. Using hidden weapons is hardly a display of prowess." Yet Minghe perceived that this man was of little consequence, and he, with just a pinky, could easily dispatch him. Engage with such a person would be to diminish his own stature. The fox brother raised his hand once more, sending the man soaring into the air, crashing through a window and landing on the ground. Remarkably, the fellow proved sturdy, quickly regaining his footing without sustaining any injuries. Upon hearing the commotion, the warriors rushed towards the Tianxin Pavilion. The foremost 2 warriors reached the entrance in the blink of an eye. But the fox brother, standing at the threshold, dispatched them with a swift kick, sending them tumbling down. The unaware warriors behind continued their ascent, only to be struck by their fallen comrades, cascading down the stairs in a tangled heap. Jiang Tianlang, casting a frantic glance around, saw no one besides the 13th prince and was consumed by a singular thought. It must be a ghost. he dashed to the 13th prince's side, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we must protect you." Tu Su's anger flared. "At this juncture, you expect me to rely on you for protection. As a subject, it is your duty to guard me. Yet you seek my protection?" With a slight movement of his arm, Jiang Tianlang was sent hurtling outward, crashing heavily onto the floorboards. Buzz, Tu Su drew his sword simultaneously, calling out, "Do not panic. Fetch black dog blood." He too had realized that malevolent spirits had undoubtedly infiltrated the Qianni pavilion. The most effective remedy against such entities was indeed black dog blood. As he spoke, he miraculously produced a talisman from his person, which he waved in the wind until it ignited into ash. He then smeared the ashes upon his brow and suddenly exclaimed, "Xia Minghe, it is you. You dare intrude upon my estate and assault my guards, plotting rebellion, are you not?" Chapter 59. The Joy of Vengeance and Grudges. It was indeed unexpected for the 13th prince to possess a talisman. The talisman paper employed by the 13th prince is, in truth, a craft that many ghost-capturing Taoist priests can easily fabricate. It harbors no profound mystery. It is merely inscribed with cinnabar and mercury to create the talisman, which ignites with a mere wave, relying on the superficial sulfur's properties. This perspective talisman paper is simple to produce, and as such, its potency is rather limited. Furthermore, this type of talisman has a notable shortcoming. It can only reveal the presence of the luminous river concealed by the talisman, yet it fails to detect the cunning fox brother who employs Taoist arts to cloak himself. The invisibility granted by the talisman hinges upon its external efficacy, whereas the power of Taoist concealment emanates from the practitioner themselves, rendering it significantly more formidable and thus exceedingly difficult to perceive. The luminous river chuckled coldly. When one wishes to fabricate a crime, they need not worry about a lack of pretext. If I truly intended to slay you, would you still be standing here? As the 13th prince attempted to respond, his sword was seized from the air, followed by a series of sharp slaps that reddened his delicate, pale cheeks. "You little rascal, at this juncture, do you still consider yourself a prince? Let me enlighten you. The one striking you is your uncle." The assailant was none other than the fox brother. His words were utterly accurate. In the presence of the fox brother, the 13th prince was no different from the weeds along the roadside. The 13th prince's face burned with humiliation, yet he realized he had wronged the luminous river. He stood motionless, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, aware that there were others in the upper chamber. He only observed as his sword soared through the air, embedding itself into a crimson lacquered pillar, penetrating halfway, leaving a quivering fragment exposed. The pillar was crafted from cold ironwood, a material that flourishes in frigid climates, growing merely a few inches each year. Its intrinsic toughness allows it to withstand the test of centuries when used in construction. Although the 13th prince's sword was sharp, piercing the cold ironwood was no easy feat. At this moment, it traversed the wood as effortlessly as a steel needle through tofu. The force contained within the sword was certainly formidable. Crack, crack, crack. The cold ironwood pillar emitted several sharp sounds as fissures appeared across its lacquered surface. The power imbued within the sword not yet fully dissipated. The luminous river remained steadfast and unmoving, while the warriors who had rushed to the entrance were struck by an unseen force. Tumbling down the stairs in a frenzy, in their haste, they inadvertently wounded their own comrades with their blades. The luminous river chose to remove the talisman, revealing himself before several warriors ascended the stairs. Upon seeing the additional figure of the luminous river, they let out a startled cry, only to be swiftly dispatched down the stairs by the fox brother. 13th prince, do enlighten me. In what manner have I instigated rebellion? Humph. Your actions are evident for all to see. Jiang Tianlang, you must remember the events that have transpired here. When you meet the emperor, you are to report the truth. Just as Jiang Tianlang prepared to rise, he suddenly cried out and collapsed unconscious once more. He dared not offend either the 13th prince or the luminous river. The best course of action was to feign death. The 13th prince's complexion turned a shade of green as he recalled Jiang Tianlang's fervent vows of loyalty. Now, faced with peril, he had transformed into this pitiful state. He inwardly cursed his poor judgment for having regarded Jiang Tianlang as a trusted ally. His subordinates continued to surge up the stairs. Yet inexplicably, They were flung aside, lingering at the staircase's entrance, fully aware that the luminous river must have reinforcements. The 13th prince had encountered numerous grand spectacles. A momentary panic soon gave way to composure. Though the Tianyi Pavilion was a private sanctuary, it remained within the confines of the prince's residence, and the cacophony of voices would undoubtedly reach the ears of the night watchman. Fear not. As long as everyone is present, I shall have nothing to fear, the 13th prince reassured himself, noticing a hint of derision at the corner of Minghe's mouth, undoubtedly a reflection of the earlier panic that had not escaped Minghe's notice. Minghe felt a sense of elation that, the 13th prince. In your usual haughty demeanor, you are but a mere shadow when isolated. Suddenly, the Tianyi Pavilion trembled as a wall on the southern side was breached, sending dust swirling and the structure groaning. Half of it collapsing, that a figure emerged, hands raised, brandishing a colossal statue. Leaping through the haze, it was none other than the individual whom Foxbrother had cast down moments ago. The statue he wielded was an imposing stone tortoise, its weight no less than 1,000 pounds. Yet he managed to leap with such a hefty burden, clearly a formidable expert. Fear not, 13th prince. As long as I, Longbow Hu, am here, your safety is assured. He advanced boldly, each step shattering the floorboards beneath him. With a cracking sound, Longbow Hu's legs broke through the floor, impeding his movement. The 13th prince coldly remarked, "The one seated there is Xia Minghe." Just a few simple words made Longbow Hu's eyes widen in shock, and he bellowed, nostrils flaring with 2 jets of white vapor, causing the air within the Tianyi Pavilion to turn icy. Whoosh! The tortoise was hurled towards Minghe. Minghe remained seated, delighting in the 13th prince's flustered demeanor. Longbow, who did not regard him with sufficient seriousness. Though astonished by his superhuman strength, he believed he could easily contend with him. Minghe felt confident, knowing that with a single move, the Dragon War of 8 directions, he could send Longbow Hu flying. However, the 2 jets of vapor and the sudden drop in temperature made Minghe realize that Longbow Hu's cultivation level seemed to align with that of the Beihai Xianyin sect. The fish he had recently captured, Xuanjiyu, was also a disciple of the Xianyin sect. Minghe suddenly comprehended that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the 13th prince's secret. Longbow Hu had come seeking vengeance for Xuanjiyu. To his astonishment, the 13th prince had displayed remarkable audacity. Xuanjiyu, adorned in the garb of a dragon, bore the suspicion of rebellion, and thus had his tendons severed by the silver-clad Marquis. The prince had vowed to sever his ties with Xuanjiyu, yet secretly continued to meet with disciples of the Beihai Xianyin sect. The stone tortoise surged forward, the wind it generated tousling Minghe's hair. The 13th prince's eyes sparkled with delight. Even if Xia Minghe possessed celestial abilities, he would surely be reduced to a mushy pulp. Surely, he must be so terrified that he does not even know to evade. Ha ha! Truly, the heavens have eyes. The 13th prince exhaled deeply, his eyes wide with anticipation, ready to witness Minghe transformed into a blurred mass of flesh and blood beneath the stone tortoise. Naturally, Minghe would not be daunted. He remained seated, confident that the tortoise would not strike him. While the initial speed of the tortoise was swift, its subsequent momentum was insufficient to reach him. Boom! The stone tortoise indeed faltered mid-flight, crashing through the floorboards and landing below. Several warriors then scrambled through the breach, rushing upstairs to kneel before the 13th prince, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you are in danger. Kill him." The 13th prince sat firmly, his finger pointing towards Ming. In merely a few breaths, his expression underwent a profound transformation, as if he had already seized control over Minghe's life and death. With a formidable martial artist as his guard, what could the 13th prince possibly fear? Yet, Minghe remained unmoved. If I were to slay them, would that be treason? He casually gestured, causing the warriors to furrow their brows. It seemed that an aura emanated from Minghe's fingertip, seeping into the protective armor of the warriors. Chapter 60. The 13th prince's counterattack. The armor was crafted from the skin of deep-sea cuttlefish, meticulously tanned through dozens of processes, and then fashioned by skilled artisans. Due to the immense size of the cuttlefish and the difficulty in capturing them, each hunt often claimed the lives of over a dozen fishermen. Consequently, cuttlefish skin was extraordinarily expensive and exceedingly rare. The Hongguang emperor cherished it immensely. and out of his favor for the 13th prince, he made an exception and gifted him 10 sets of cuttlefish armor. This cuttlefish armor could withstand the force of 300 loads from a powerful bowshot, and could repel the strikes of swords and blade from 100 paces away, yet it could not withstand even a single finger from Minghe. The chill felt by the warriors stemmed partly from Minghe's fingertip, but more significantly from the tone of his voice. Although Minghe was not adorned in luxurious garments, and spoke only in a tone of provocation, his words carried a chilling dominance. The 13th prince's authority derived from the power in his hands, capable of deciding life and death in an instant. But from where did Minghe's dominance originate? The warriors, armed with blades, suddenly retreated in unison before Minghe's finger. The 13th prince's imposing presence faltered against Minghe's own. Bang! Long Botu finally unleashed his feet, striking out left and right, sending the two nearest warriors flying. With such ineptitude, you dare to protect the prince? He seized a long blade and swept it horizontally towards Minghe's waist. Even before the blade reached him, the chill penetrated through Minghe's attire. Indeed, it was the lethal aura of the North Sea's Xianming blade. The discomforting coldness was born from the fear of death. Long Botu's martial prowess was likely superior to that of Yu Xuanji. In that moment, Minghe experienced a revelation. Faced with the frigid blade's aura, he had no choice but to evade, shifting his body 3 feet to the side. Whoosh! The sandalwood chair he had been seated on was cleaved in two by the blade's energy, the upper half flying off in a pristine manner. Such a domineering blade's aura. Minghe silently praised, a competitive spirit welling up within him. He unleashed a punch, striking the long blade of Long Botu. He was determined to discern who was truly the stronger. The blade bent under the force of his punch, vibrating incessantly, emitting a resonant hum. Long Botu's arm trembled violently, and the long blade fell to the floor above. His right hand's tiger's mouth was completely shattered, blood streaming forth. Long Botu, ferocious as ever, howled in agony, launching 3 heavy punches at Minghe, blood from his injured mouth swirling in the wind of his strikes. Even with a blade, it is futile. What more can you achieve with merely your flesh? Minghe scoffed, delivering a single punch. You are not my match. You were not months ago, and you certainly are not now. Minghe continued to speak languidly, sensing the deep-seated anger welling up within the 13th prince. Yet, such is the reality. The moment the Zhanyang sword was unsheathed, the 13th prince suddenly found his confidence in slaying Minghe evaporating. A situation he had never encountered before. How infuriating! I had just entered the capital when this brat snatched the whip from my hand on the main street, leaving me utterly humiliated. Today, confronted by the Zhanyang sword, he remained unfazed. Does he not comprehend the sword's formidable power? After a moment of hesitation, the 13th prince's ambition surged once more, for the blood of the Daqian royal lineage coursed through his veins. Xia Minghe, what do you intend to do? As he uttered these words, the 13th prince felt a sense of bravado that masked his trepidation. It was truly peculiar. Before the emperor, he would never exhibit such uncertainty. There was an aura surrounding Minghe that instilled fear. This presence, which merely hinted at its inception during their first encounter, had grown sufficiently potent by tonight to instill dread even in a prince of his stature. This aura must have developed alongside his cultivation. Back then, Minghe had disarmed him with bare hands. Now, seizing the Zhanyang sword should pose no challenge. This brat is utterly terrifying, and if I were to rashly draw my sword and allow him to wrest it from me, how could I face the entire court? The 13th prince's gaze swept across the floorboards. Jiang Tianlang remained motionless, appearing completely unconscious. The tremendous sound of collapse had not roused him. This fellow's ability to feign death was truly unparalleled, perhaps unmatched throughout the entire Daqian Dynasty. The 13th prince slightly waved his sword, and the warriors who had retreated earlier finally charged forward. With their long knives slashing, a chilling aura enveloped the air, shredding the second floor into countless fragments. These warriors, trained in their craft, quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of alarm, exhibiting their usual prowess. 8 warriors, each capable of taking on at least 20 foes. And those 20 were all masters of martial arts. 8 warriors were equivalent to 160 skilled fighters. This was the first time Minghe faced such a multitude. Excellent. I shall see just how formidable I truly am. Minghe swayed his body, unleashing the supreme Long Zhan fist technique against the first two incoming strikes. 9 dragons control the water. With merely 2 transformations, he sent the long knives flying from his grasp. Then, 2 more long knives soared through the air. Utilizing the footwork he learned from Ming, Minghe glided between the blades of the 8 warriors, the clashing sounds resonating incessantly. And in the blink of an eye, he had already disarmed 5 of their weapons. Buzz! The 6th knife lunged at him at a sharp angle, with considerable force. Within the 9 dragons control the water, he could only execute 5 of the 9 transformations. Having exhausted those 5, he was now transitioning to his next fist technique. To make this moment, he was caught between the exhaustion of his old strength and the emergence of new. If an opponent were to strike at this opportune moment, it would undoubtedly be fatal. At this juncture, Minghe was at his most vulnerable, utterly incapable of withstanding the sharp, long knives wielded by these warriors. The warrior poised for sneak attack was evidently a master in his own right, akin to a lone wolf, patiently waiting for this very opportunity. The instant the moment arrived, he launched a lethal strike. The ability to seize such a fleeting chance indicated that this warrior was indeed a formidable opponent. Minghe observed the chilling blade approaching with lethal intent, yet he found himself powerless to evade. Chapter 61. The golden crossbow. The visage of the warrior was adorned with a smile, though it bore the marks of excitement. As the corners of his mouth twitched, pulling at the muscles of his face in an uncanny manner, the 8 brothers struck simultaneously, yet it was only I who succeeded with a single blade. As long as I eliminate this young man, I shall soon be able to secure a wife and raise a prosperous lineage. Eternal glory awaits. The smile of the blade, like frost, stretched from his face to the depths of his heart. After years of arduous toil, I have finally awaited this opportunity. As the blade lunged forward, it suddenly veered slightly, a mere fraction of deviation. The long knife merely grazed the fabric of Minghe's attire. How could this be? The blade, seasoned from numerous battles, had been thrust with precision after careful calculation. It appeared deceptively simple, yet it encompassed at least 18 angles. Not even a fly could evade it. Just as he believed he had delivered a decisive strike and reveled in his triumph, a peculiar force struck his arm. Not substantial but strangely penetrating, its power seeping through the skin and into his veins, rendering his fingertips numb. The long knife first soared upward before crashing down. Just as it narrowly missed him, Minghe had yet to regain his composure. The final 2 long knives crossed to form cross. Behind the archer were the knife wielders, followed by the spear bearers, and at the outermost layer, astonishingly, were the divine archers adept in the 9 stars convergence technique. Within the prince's residence, where vigilance was paramount, the brief moment of panic swiftly transformed into a cohesive gathering, encircling the Qianni pavilion. Buzzing, the Zhanyang sword trembled in the hands of the 13th prince, while Jiang Tianlang, lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up, seizing a long knife to shield the prince. He gracefully flourished the blade, intent on assassinating the prince. But first, he must eliminate me. Jiang Tianlang, thud. Before he could finish his declaration, a powerful kick from the 13th prince sent him sprawling out of the Qianni pavilion, tumbling down the stairs. Lacking the formidable skills of longbow, or who, he cried out, his eyes rolling back. And this time, he truly lost consciousness. With so many witnesses, Xia Minghe, you cannot escape justice. I shall shoot you dead at once. If you have the audacity to flee, let tonight's events be erased from me at this moment. Jiang Tianlang awoke to behold Minghe gracefully descending from the upper floor, his feet barely touching the ground. With his eyes rolling back, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the loft of Qianni Pavilion, as the golden divine crossbow unleashed a flurry of bolts, transforming the wall behind Minghe into a porcupine-like visage. The spearmen, too, launched their long lances, encircling the arrows within a formidable ring upon the wall. Everything appeared flawlessly orchestrated, save for the absence of Minghe. The 13th prince's chest burned with fury, nearly causing him to spit blood. Disregarding his noble status, he seized the crossbow and aimed it at Minghe's back, relentlessly pulling the trigger to unleash the remaining arrows. Yet, as they approached Minghe's form, they inexplicably veered off course, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. The 13th prince pondered the peculiar event of the evening, deciding to let them be for now. There was no need to rush in dealing with Xia Minghe. Embracing his usual shamelessness, Jiang Tianlang knelt once more before the 13th prince. Engaging in earnest discourse, the 13th prince lifted his foot, yet ultimately refrained from delivering a kick. Your words hold some merit, he conceded, but this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. He instructed the warriors. This evening's occurrences must remain confidential. Any breach of this decree will bear dire consequences, as you well know. You have all performed admirably. T. Dawn, each of you shall receive 100 taels of silver from the treasury. The failure to safeguard the prince's safety, coupled with the collapse of Qiani Pavilion, would normally spell certain death under the prince's temperament. Even if clemency were to be exercised, a sentence of exile would be inevitable. Yet, astonishingly, fortune favored them. Instead of punishment, they were rewarded with silver, much to the warriors' delight. Truly, this night was laden with oddities, an exceptionally bizarre evening. The warriors expressed their profound gratitude, tidied their bows and crossbows, and departed. With a mischievous chuckle, Jiang Tianlang remarked, 13th Prince, the night is deep. It is time for me to take my leave. He turned to exit, but was halted by the 13th Prince's call. I have yet to permit your departure. What do you have to say regarding tonight's events? Jiang Tianlang's countenance turned pale. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not utter a word, not a single syllable. The 13th Prince sneered. I am naturally at ease. But what if, in a moment of unconsciousness, you inadvertently divulge the secret, leading to widespread knowledge? What then? Chapter 62. Boasting Jiang Tianlang was drenched in sweat. His face ashen, he understood the 13th Prince's temperament all too well. Such words were a clear indication of his intent to eliminate him. The 13th Prince slowly raised his sword, and amidst Jiang Tianlang's pleas, he swung it with precision. He merely grazed Jiang Tianlang's earlobe, blood cascading down and staining his pristine garments crimson. The 13th Prince had, in truth, intended to end Jiang Tianlang's life, but out of consideration for Jiang Qi's reputation, he opted instead to impart a lesson. However, Minghe, ever resolute, believed that the more daunting the task, the harder one must strive to succeed. The general's residence remained tranquil as before. The two men entered through the window. The room was cloaked in darkness. Yet the two needed no light. Fox brother, being of the Fox clan, possessed natural night vision, perceiving the world in the dark as if it were daylight. While Minghe's abilities were not as formidable as Fox brother's, his recent cultivation allowed him to discern the room's furnishings with the aid of a faint glimmer. Fortunately, remnants of snow still lingered on the opposite rooftop, providing a modicum of white light, sufficient for Minghe's needs. This night was indeed exhilarating. Minghe stifled his excitement and spoke softly, mindful of the watchful eyes of the madams and informants surrounding him. Although he felt elated, he remained vigilant. Indeed, while the thrill of killing was intoxicating, keeping this person alive to slowly torment him, watching him gradually unravel, was somewhat cruel yet undeniably satisfying. Minghe did not linger and simply lay down to sleep. Despite his abundant energy, he had not rested the entire night, and the depletion of his spirit essence warranted the need for slumber to recuperate. Xiao Gunner approached with breakfast in hand, but, upon seeing the young master asleep, chose not to disturb him and quietly turned to leave. Minghe often spent the night engrossed in studying martial arts, resting during the day, a routine Xiao Gunner had long since grown accustomed to. He slept soundly until the afternoon, awakening to sunlight streaming into the room. Stretching his body, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, reminiscent of having unblocked both the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits. Young master, you are awake? Xiao Gunner appeared just in time, bringing food. The meal was simple, yet Minghe savored it with great enthusiasm. Xiao Gunner, is there anything amusing happening? Do share. After a few bites, Minghe felt rejuvenated. He paused his chopsticks and gazed at Xiao Gunner, who scratched his head in contemplation. I haven't heard anything. Did the young master happen to catch wind of some amusing news? Minghe refrained from probing further. The incident had only just occurred within the palace of the 13th Prince and likely would not spread so swiftly. By dinner time, the atmosphere remained calm, and Minghe had come to realize that the matter had temporarily passed. Should the 13th Prince harbor intentions of revenge, he could easily suppress the information from leaking. However, it was certain that someone would be dispatched to cause trouble at the residence. Given that none of these possibilities had materialized, it at least indicated a current state of safety. Minghe resolved to seize every moment to enhance his cultivation. Casting aside his bowl, he turned towards the stables, intending to visit Benlei Bao. The general stables were meticulously maintained, cleaner than many servants' quarters, with each horse housed in a dedicated stall and attended by a specialized groom. Furthermore, the feed varied according to the type of horse. Benlei Bao, known for its spiritual prowess, neighed eagerly upon seeing its master. Minghe reached out to stroke its head, saying, "It has been quite some time since I last saw you. You have grown even more majestic." With the saddle prepared, Minghe mounted and rode out. Benlei Bao could cover 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, but it required regular training to maintain peak condition. The groom would take the horse for a few laps daily, yet for a steed of such caliber as Benlei Bao, it recognized only its master, allowing no one else to approach. Any intruder would face potentially fatal kicks or bites. "Where is the young master headed?" "We shall accompany you," 2 servants said with cheerful smiles. They were sent by Madame Qiu Baiwei to attend to Minghe, who showed no concern regarding their martial prowess. "Both of them are skilled protectors, allowing me to feel at ease. Only by ensuring your safety can I fulfill the Emperor's wishes, and I owe it to my lord as well that I ask that truly necessary. I am merely going out for a ride. Besides, Benlei Bao's speed is unmatched. There are no horses in the general's residence that can compare." Minghe mused, stating the facts, to which the 2 servants nodded in agreement. "Do not worry, young master, we shall not ride. Even if the journey spans thousands of miles, we shall rely solely on our legs," one of them replied. The individual possessed short, stout legs, and their entire being seemed akin to that of a sentient grinding stone. Minghe found it utterly inconceivable how such a person could possibly keep pace with the thundering leopard. In contrast, another figure was tall and slender, their long legs extending far beyond the average. Such lengthy limbs could indeed facilitate swift running, a notion that Minghe could accept. How splendid, he thought. Let us venture out for some relaxation. Minghe chuckled inwardly, determined to demonstrate their prowess today, while their lightness of foot was impressive enough to potentially outpace the thundering leopard in a short burst. He knew that over time their stamina would wane, inevitably diminishing their speed. As Minghe rode, the other 2 walked, appearing exceedingly leisurely to onlookers, a scene befitting the entourage of nobility. Before the general's residence lay a long, official road, and by the afternoon, the streets had become noticeably sparse with pedestrians. The thundering leopard, seemingly imbued with its own will, quickened its pace. The tall and stout figures trailed behind, maintaining a distance of roughly 10 feet from Minghe. Chapter 63. The great-grandfather on the camel. The duo, one tall, one stout, followed closely, showing no signs of fatigue, their expressions calm and their breathing steady. Despite the length of the journey, their speed remained modest. Yet achieving such endurance was commendable. The sun hung high above, its rays softened, casting elongated shadows of Minghe and his steed upon the ground. Minghe loosened his grip on the reins, and the thundering leopard whinnied with glee, surging forth like an arrow released from a bow. The slender figure moved with an air of leisure, yet each step covered a distance of more than half a yard. In contrast, the stout individual appeared much more hurried, their short, thick legs flailing vigorously, creating the illusion of a blur that seemed as if they floated above the ground. With such agility, they could easily secure a respectable position within the court. The tall figure maintained a steady pace behind Minghe, while the stout one, despite their rapidity, began to show signs of breathlessness. Minghe internally compared their capabilities, concluding that the slender one possessed greater skill. "Humph, if you are content to play the sycophant to the lady. Today I shall demonstrate my might," he mused, lightly nudging the stirrup to spur the thundering leopard into an even swifter gallop. Minghe understood that those skilled in lightness of foot could leap across rooftops and traverse several yards in a single bound, relying on their inner strength, an asset not innate but honed through rigorous training. Such energy was finite and could not be squandered recklessly. The recent sprint had already drawn upon their vital energies. Should they persist without yielding, their breathing would quicken, and the likely outcome would be a dangerous reversal of their blood flow, potentially leading to a catastrophic demise. Both men were aware of this underlying truth, but having boasted earlier, they felt it would be disgraceful to now plead for mercy, forcing them to endure. Minghe chuckled to himself, contemplating that if he maintained this pace for but the duration of 2 cups of tea, they would either perish or be left severely incapacitated. The thundering leopard galloped ever faster, its tail streaming behind like a bolt of lightning racing down the path. The two exchanged glances, relying solely on their martial prowess. It appeared they could not hope to catch Minghe in their minds. The physician was the true master of the general's residence, while Xia Minghe was merely a disfavored youth of little consequence. They had not anticipated the boy's ruthlessness, using the opportunity of a leisurely ride to exhaust them. What would they do now? The words of the matron cannot be disregarded. It is imperative to follow her command. However, if they persist, both of their lives will be forfeit. Racing against ordinary warhorses is more than sufficient for these two, yet when faced with the thunder leopard, they find themselves at a loss. Initially, they could endure, but after traversing over 20 miles, their hearts raced as if to leap from their chests. The warm breath escaping their nostrils carried a faint, metallic scent. Should they continue, they would soon be on the verge of coughing up blood. Suddenly, the thunder leopard came to an abrupt halt, its ears erect and pressed against its head, a sign of its heightened alertness. The thunder leopard, a noble steed, possesses the uncanny ability to sense impending danger. Minghe reined in his horse instinctively, only to realize that the blood shadow sword was absent from his side. He had merely ventured out for a leisurely ride, not anticipating any peril. The thin and the stout also came to a stop, their nostrils flaring as they seized the opportunity to regulate their breathing. Ahead, on the main road, a plume of yellow smoke suddenly appeared, rising to heights of 2 to 3 zhang, obscured by the dusky glow of the sunset, casting a dim and uncertain light. The yellow smoke billowed forward with remarkable speed, accompanied by a cacophony of urgent sounds, akin to the relentless pounding of countless hooves against the ground. The earth trembled slightly beneath them. Both individuals, being skilled practitioners, immediately discerned that a cavalry was approaching. The yellow smoke was a cloud of dust stirred up by the rapid advance of the horsemen. Minghe furrowed his brow. Although they were in the outer city, such reckless galloping on the official road was a violation of the Daqian laws, which stipulate that no one may ride at speed unless in the midst of war. Thus, Minghe dared not urge the thunder leopard to full speed, for had it galloped at its utmost, the two attendants would have met a swift demise. Clearly, these riders were not soldiers. Amidst the horses, a tall, majestic camel with white fur and golden eyes was surrounded. What splendid steeds! Minghe silently marveled. Among his father Xiatie's collection of tomes was a book titled The Treatise on Horses, dedicated to the art of horse evaluation. The horses before him were all originating from the kingdom of Daqian, each capable of fetching a staggering price of over 10,000 taels of gold. Their coats were caked in dust, indicative of a long journey, yet they appeared remarkably spirited. The thunder leopard suddenly emitted a resounding cry, akin to the roar of a dragon or the roar of a tiger. The galloping abruptly halted, transitioning from a gallop to a standstill with natural grace. The riders nearly cried out in alarm, their bodies swaying perilously close to falling from their mounts. Typically, ordinary horses would have buckled in fear at the sound of the thunder leopard's call, collapsing to the ground in submission. This alone demonstrated that these were leagues superior to Jiang Tianlang's former dragon horse. However, the camel in the midst remained steadfast, more composed than its rider towering, with grizzled whiskers and eyes that flickered with a fierce intensity. Indeed, the city in the clouds is unlike any other. Before even reaching the imperial capital, they had already encountered the thunder leopard. Xiao Lu, go fetch that horse, the old man commanded, as if it were a trivial matter, suggesting that the horse was merely being returned to its rightful owner. The prowess of this individual is truly formidable. The chill emanating from the old man's finger sent a shiver through Minghe. He quickly dispelled the icy aura with his divine sense. The two attendants dismounted in response and approached Minghe. Did you not hear the words of our revered ancestor? Disembark, and I shall spare your lives. Chapter 64. The butcher of the North Sea Minghe remained steadfast, while the corpulent Su Xian stood defiantly in the middle, proclaiming loudly, "It is you who should be begging for mercy. You dare to collide with the horse of the second young master of the general's mansion and still wish to keep your lives? What does the general's mansion amount to? Intimidating the common folk is one thing, but in our eyes, it is nothing." Even Xia Tianlang, facing the Yuan Tu kingdom, could not attend to his own safety, let alone concern himself with us. Be wise and roll away. He reached out to shove Su Xian. Suddenly, Su Xian's shoulder collapsed, and Xiao Wu was pushed aside. Lunging forward, Su Xian unexpectedly kicked, his short leg striking Xiao Wu's leg. Xiao Lu rushed up, only to be intercepted by the lean Zhang Ping, who, utilizing his momentum, hurled him several paces away, landing amidst the wild grass by the roadside, struggling to rise, his clothing torn, bloodied, and in disarray. Both Su Xian and Zhang Ping were martial artists of formidable caliber, easily dispatching Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. He, the one who claimed to be their ancestral grandfather, suddenly burst into laughter, accompanied by the fading sunlight, creating an eerie atmosphere. Both Zhang Ping and Su Xian felt a chill in their hearts, involuntarily trembling. Initially intending to pursue their advantage, they suddenly found themselves devoid of the courage to strike. Indeed, this was rather intriguing. It was no wonder they were under the emperor's domain in the city of Yinzhong. There were many masters, and even these two minor lackeys possessed such capabilities. Rare, indeed. He turned to Minghe and said, with such abilities, you may bully the commoners, but your ancestral grandfather is not to be trifled with. Quickly return my horse. Minghe smiled and replied, you speak truly. Your ancestral grandfather is not swayed by such tactics. You had best depart swiftly. Were it not for your advanced age, you would have been apprehended long ago. How dare you abduct the son of the general's mansion? What audacity you possess! According to the laws of Daqian, this is treason, punishable by dismemberment, and your entire clan would face retribution, condemned to servitude in the military. Even if you wish to relinquish your life, consider the legacy for your descendants. The others cried out, you dare to speak to our ancestral grandfather in such a manner. They charged towards Minghe. Fight! If someone dies, I shall bear the consequences. Minghe gritted his teeth. Indeed, Zhang Ping and Su Xian were formidable. In mere moments, they dispatched the assailants. Some were kicked into the roadside thickets, groaning in pain as they stood up only to collapse again, having injured their hamstrings. Others were sent flying to the feet of their ancestral grandfather, crying out in agony. The ancestral grandfather frowned slightly, reflecting on how he often allowed them to practice, believing themselves invincible. And thus they deserved today's misfortune that, at my age, I still find myself compelled to intervene personally. Except for Minghe, no one witnessed how the ancestral grandfather acted. With two sharp sounds, Zhang Ping and Su Xian were simultaneously sent hurtling backward, both sustaining injuries to their shoulder blades, crushed to a pulp by the ancestral grandfather's strikes. For a martial artist, having their shoulder blade incapacitated was akin to receiving a death sentence. They could never practice martial arts again. And among these warriors who did not have enemies, should they encounter their foes, they would only await their doom. Aside from Minghe, no one discerned the true extent of the ancestral grandfather's prowess. His skill far surpassed that of Zhang Ping and Su Xian, making their misfortune entirely expected. Minghe clenched his teeth, thinking, killing is but a matter of striking the head to the ground. You provoked me, and now my people lie incapacitated. The ancestral grandfather chuckled coldly. Very well, very well. People advise me that at my age, I should refrain from taking lives. I have heeded their counsel and have not killed for half a month. Yet today, it seems I must make an exception. Young man, some are born merely to be slain. You might as well accept your fate. With a swift motion, Zhang Ping and Su Xian were lifted from the ground, hurtling toward the great tree. Minghe dismounted, striding forward to position himself beneath the two, ready to catch them as they fell. Wait patiently. Observe how I avenge you, he declared loudly, deliberately ensuring that the old ancestor could hear him. Young man, what relation do you have with Yin Hongmeng? That last move was evidently the Xiantian gang step of Yin Hongmeng. This technique comprises 36 steps. You wouldn't have only learned one, would you? Or perhaps Yin Hongmeng's cultivation method is inherently secretive, known to but a few. Yet, Yin Hongmeng does not strike me as one who hoards treasures. On his first visit to the Marquis residence, he demonstrated this technique openly. However, the variations do not amount to 36. Should you recognize the Marquis method, I might contemplate sparing you from a crippling blow, though your life shall not be forfeit. Consider it my way of providing them with an explanation. Minghe spoke coolly, though his mind raced with thoughts. The old ancestor before him, familiar with the martial prowess of the silver-clad Marquis, must surely be an unparalleled master. What techniques could he employ to ensure his own invulnerability? Suddenly, the old ancestor chuckled. "Young man, you suit my taste remarkably well. What is your name? I find myself quite fond of you. You are the first to show no fear in the presence of an elder." Minghe smiled. "I know not who you are, nor why I should fear you." Zhu Yaoting, the butcher of Beihai. Zhu Yaoting, the old ancestor nearly bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderous roar, sending several leaves cascading to the ground. Minghe shook his head once more. Having resided long in the imperial capital, he knew little of the martial world, and with Xia Tianlang often away at war, no one had spoken of such figures to him. His understanding of the martial realm largely stemmed from the tales of Hu Xiong, whose knowledge, though extensive, was limited by their time together. Upon hearing the name Zhu Yaoting, both Zhang Ping and Su Xian cried out in unison, then fainted. They were well aware of Zhu Yaoting's reputation, particularly the moniker Butcher of Beihai, which confirmed the identity of this formidable individual. And no wonder he was so powerful. To have escaped his clutches was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Just moments before, they had hoped to witness their young master take revenge, but upon learning of Zhu Yaoting's identity, they immediately realized that vengeance was futile, and their master might even meet with disaster. Contemplating these dire consequences, both collapsed. Minghe gestured to Ben Lei Bao. "You should step aside for now. I shall seek you out shortly." Ben Lei Bao, adept in understanding human nature, promptly turned and walked away. Zhu Yaoting repeatedly howled, urging the few sweat-blood horses to attack Ben Lei Bao, but none dared approach, watching helplessly as he departed. Minghe laughed heartily. Even beasts recognize fear, yet you remain so obstinately oblivious. "Old fool, let us begin." He did not adopt any particular stance, standing there languidly. The sun trembled upon the treetops before finally sinking below the horizon. Zhu Yaoting was at last ready to strike. Chapter 65. A life hanging by a thread. As the sun set, nightfall cloaked the earth. Zhang Ping and Su Xian gradually regained consciousness, just in time to hear Zhu Yaoting's boisterous laughter, and they suddenly felt an icy chill enveloping the air around them. Minghe, unaware of Zhu Yaoting's notoriety, recognized him as a formidable opponent. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, Minghe found himself at a loss for what techniques to employ, ultimately opting to stand still, adopting an air of indifference. Against a master like Zaiding, he felt utterly outmatched. It would be entirely natural to lose, and should he happen to emerge victorious, it would bear no detrimental consequences for him. With this thought, Minghe's heart relaxed considerably. The Xiantian Gongbu had always been Minghe's secret weapon, yet this time could not be utilized, for Zhu Yaoting would undoubtedly recognize the technique and possess corresponding countermeasures. The essence of Xiantian Gongbu lies in striking unexpectedly and from unanticipated angles, evading the opponent's expectations. However, facing Zhu Yaoting, such tactics would surely be ineffectual due to Zhu Yaoting's astonishing speed. When an adversary moves with such swiftness, even the most formidable martial skills become futile, unless one resorts to Taoist arts. Yet at this moment, Minghe found himself entirely ignorant of Taoist practices, his limited knowledge gleaned solely from his brother Fox. In confronting a master like Zhu Yaoting, conventional Taoist methods would undoubtedly prove inadequate. In a fleeting moment, numerous thoughts flooded Minghe's mind, only to be promptly dismissed. "As long as I give my all, even if I do not win, I shall not be shamed." As Zhu Yaoting slowly raised his hands, Minghe suddenly stepped forward, his posture resembling that of a stalwart pine. The previously pervasive chill began to dissipate. Zhu Yaoting paused, taken aback by the boy's unexpected composure. This lad indeed possessed a modicum of skill, for merely advancing had diminished his own murderous aura. Unlike others, Zhu Yaoting's aura was cultivated through the gradual accumulation of killing intent, with each life extinguished. His own aura grew heavier. Consequently, whenever he contemplated taking a life, a distinctive aura of death enveloped him. Many who engaged him in combat found themselves paralyzed by his oppressive presence, rendered incapable of resistance, making slaughtering them an effortless task for Zhu Yaoting. Yet today, he encountered Xia Minghe. It had been quite some time since he faced a challenger of such caliber. Zhu Yaoting mused that eliminating Minghe would be a trivial endeavor. However, he was disinclined to do so, at least not immediately. This boy intrigued him, igniting a desire to engage. "I am curious to see what abilities you possess that embolden you to challenge me." Zeding awaited Minghe's attack, as it would be beneath his dignity to strike first. "Oh, as you wish." The words of the silver-clad Marquis suddenly echoed in Minghe's ears. He had long revered the Marquis as a divine figure. In moments of significance, his first thought was always, what would the silver-clad Marquis do? Initiating an assault was not a disadvantage. Minghe contemplated summoning all his strength to launch a punch at Ziyading. This strike was not the lethal Nine Dragons control water technique of the Dragon Battle Fist, but rather a straightforward blow, grounded and direct. The most exquisite martial arts in the world are often the simplest, devoid of ostentatious gestures. Minghe frequently devoted sleepless nights to studying the Yuanjue Heart Sutra, which represented his latest enlightenment. The principle of the Tao is fundamentally simple. This character encompasses a vast multitude. Every being and all phenomena are contained within it. Life unfolds in this manner, as does the martial path. Amidst the myriad beings and countless worlds that appear resplendent, they ultimately reduce to the duality of life and death, unless one transcends the tribulations of thunder, relinquishing the physical form to transform into a divine being. Yet, amidst the countless practitioners in the world, those who attain the path are as rare as stars in the morning sky. Many are unable to cast aside their selfish desires and achieve a state of pure intention. Simplifying complexity and achieving one's goals through the most straightforward methods epitomizes the pinnacle of martial prowess. The Dragon Battle Fist, though seemingly unremarkable, encapsulates Minghe's profound insights into martial arts. With an overwhelming force, it resonates with a thunderous roar, faintly echoing the sound of thunder. It possesses a certain intrigue, yet it is merely superficial skill. However, in a few years, this lad will undoubtedly become extraordinary. Alas, he has encountered me. What misfortune for him! Oh wait, something seems amiss. Why does this lad's Dragon Battle Fist differ from Xia Tianlang? It appears as though there is an essence of the heart method from Yuanjue Temple within it. Jiang Tianlang, well-versed and perceptive, instantly sensed the discrepancy, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he gently raised his right hand. As he slightly shook it, the surrounding air began to resonate, coiling into a spiral that condensed in his palm. Abruptly, he flipped his hand outward, an icy aura enveloping Minghe, who felt as though his fist intent had plunged into a vast icy abyss. With countless sharp icicles piercing towards his body, in that fleeting moment, a chill gripped Minghe's heart. All his prior efforts had come to naught, as Jiang Tianlang effortlessly shattered all his hard work with a mere clap. An endless chill, laden with the scent of death, bore down upon Minghe like a mountain, and he could even perceive that the icy blades formed a ghastly visage, gaping wide with a maw spewing forth a swirling breath of death. It became evident that the martial way could indeed be terrifying. Instinctively, Minghe stepped forward, employing the Xintian gang step, a movement that had become as natural to him as eating, breathing, or inhaling. He evaded the vortex of murderous intent conjured by Jiang Tianlang. It was caught by its periphery, sent hurtling away as if a kite severed from its string. His back felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, accompanied by several sharp cracks near his ears. The sound emanated from within his body, and Minghe realized that it must be an issue with his bones. His skeletal structure, though far inferior to that of steel and iron, was still remarkably resilient compared to that of an ordinary person. Typically, he would sustain no harm from blunt strikes, and even blades could only graze his skin. However, Jiang Tianlang's murderous aura resembled the most formidable weapon. Minghe, swept by its edges, was immediately sent flying like a kite caught in the wind. Beneath the night sky, the crossbow bolts glimmered with a ghostly light. This rapid-firing crossbow could turn any individual into a sieve. Even the notorious butcher of Beihai, Jiang Tianlang, was no exception. The foremost of the white steeds was none other than the silver-clad Marquis, who bellowed, "You, an elder, bully a mere child. Is this how you wish to be remembered? What a disgrace! Why has he arrived now? Could it be that all of this was orchestrated in advance by Yin Hongming?" Chapter 66. The silver-clad Marquis takes action. Yuanjue Temple has long been a source of grave concern for the court. although its stronghold has been eradicated and its adherents ruthlessly hunted down. Some remain at large. As long as Yunjua Temple is not purged, it shall remain a perilous threat to our dynasty. This was a sentiment expressed by Emperor Hongguang, a memory that the silver-clad Marquis recalled vividly. With the emperor placing such importance on the matter, the Marquis dared not delay, promptly gathering 8 subordinates and setting off lightly equipped to investigate the situation at Shiliang Mountain. If not eradicated promptly, it will undoubtedly become a grave threat. Lord Eni gazed intently at the fractured stone tablet, deducing from its thickness that the individual capable of shattering such a monument had already attained the realm of a congenital martial master. With regard to realms, the Yunjua Temple adheres to its own classification principles. A congenital martial master from Yunjua Temple would undoubtedly be regarded as a grandmaster of martial arts within the Daqian Dynasty, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lord Eni and Lord Wuwei. The sudden emergence of such a formidable opponent stirred a subtle excitement within Lord Eni. Whose estate is that? He gestured with his whip as he descended the mountain. Nestled among the verdant hills, within the depths of the forest, a structure faintly emerged, reporting to the Lord, that is the garden of General Tai Gongran. Lord Eni nodded and spurred his horse forward, followed closely by 8 guards, maintaining a respectful distance. Upon reaching the entrance, he called out several times, prompting a large yellow dog to rush forth, barking furiously at Lord Eni. Shortly thereafter, a tall elder emerged, peering towards the entrance. "Who are you?" "This is General Tai's residence. No outsiders are permitted entry." Upon catching sight of Lord Eni, the elder immediately knelt down. "Are you not Lord Eni?" Old Zhang pays his respects. He bowed repeatedly before opening the grand door. Lord Eni smiled. "I am aware this is General Tai's abode. We were in a hurry and have grown somewhat parched, seeking merely a sip of water." Old Zhang nodded. "It is quite cold outside. Please, Lord, come inside where it is warm." Indeed, the interior was cozy, with the charcoal fire glowing warmly, a small tea stove boiling vigorously, and a leg of lamb roasting on the other side. The yellow fat dripped onto the coals, producing a sizzling sound. The aroma wafted through the modest room. Old Zhang poured a cup of tea for Lord Eni and, using a small knife, offered a slice of the lamb leg. "My lord, if it pleases you, do sample my lamb. My culinary skills are quite commendable. The meat is cooked to perfection, seasoned only with salt, yet possesses a unique flavor." Old Zhang chattered on. "Those few rooms over there, both the young master and Master Minghe have resided within. Sometimes indulging in wine and conversation, he gestured with his hand. Lord Eni observed that they were merely ordinary quarters, but he was tempted to explore further, but ultimately refrained, leaving a few taels of silver for Old Zhang before turning to depart. The hour was growing late, and Lord Eni's steed was not swift. He continued to ponder the earlier events, while the 8 guards followed silently, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The area was enveloped in darkness, occasionally disturbed by small creatures scurrying through the underbrush, causing the leaves to rustle. Aside from that, an oppressive silence prevailed, an almost suffocating stillness. Suddenly, Lord Eni sensed an unusual aura, one that felt vaguely familiar, yet eluded his immediate recollection. He subtly waved his hand, prompting the 8 guards to advance ahead on horseback. Their constant proximity to Lord Eni had rendered them instinctively aware of his intentions. "Prepare the crossbows," Lord Eni murmured from behind. The guards immediately comprehended that danger surely lurked ahead, and it was considerable. These seasoned guards were well equipped to handle ordinary threats. However, this time, Lord Eni's caution signaled something distinctly different as they ventured further. They beheld the individuals felled by Zhang Ping and Su Xian, and then they spotted Minghe lying on the ground, an elder slowly raising his palm. The voice of the silver-clad Marquis was not loud, yet it possessed the power to instill fear, insinuating that he was well aware of the Marquis's prowess. They had engaged in combat on 3 occasions, with Zuying suffering defeat twice. "It seems this rascal is quite fortunate," Zaying mused. "Even if he escapes death from my murderous intent, he shall surely be left crippled. This sentiment of vengeance has been partially satisfied, though it is a pity about that horse." The thought of the thunder leopard, which belonged to Minghe, caused Zaying a pang of regret. My old friend, your words are indeed misguided. This brat has harmed my subordinate. If I do not discipline him, who would be willing to serve me?" Zhu Yading pointed a finger at Minghe, a fresh wave of murderous intent emanating from his fingertip. At that moment, Minghe was utterly incapable of evading Zhu Yading's lethal aura should the murderous intent penetrate his body. He would either perish or be grievously injured. The silver-clad Marquis laughed heartily once more, his laughter crashing over like waves and instantly dissipating the murderous aura, as if to say, "How could you bestow me such a courtesy?" His words seemed casual, yet the 8 warriors behind him immediately heightened their vigilance. Yading's eyes twinkled with cunning. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor today, but I do not believe this brat will enjoy such good fortune again." He mounted his camel and departed with his disciples. "My lord, shall we pursue him? Or perhaps notify the magistrate's office to dispatch troops to capture them?" A guard inquired cautiously. The silver-clad Marquis waved his hand. "Let this matter rest for tonight. None of you are to speak of it." Chapter 67. Recovery. Although Minghe had fainted, his pulse remained steady and strong, displaying no signs of disarray, resembling someone merely asleep rather than injured. The silver-clad Marquis, having engaged Yading multiple times, was acutely aware of his combat capabilities. His strikes were notoriously ruthless, earning him the moniker of the Butcher of Beihai, and almost no one could escape Yading's clutches. Yet, the fact that Minghe emerged unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. The Marquis felt a weight upon his heart. Zhu Yading's appearance outside Yinchong City was certainly not a mere coincidence. His destination was undoubtedly the city itself. This formidable fiend could not harbor benevolent intentions. Apart from the silver-clad Marquis, only the Marquis of Wuwei could stand as a rival to Yading within Yinchong City. With this thought, the silver-clad Marquis urged his steed onward, seeking to enter Yinchong City before the darkness deepened. The Thunder Leopard remained steadfastly by Minghe's stretcher, refusing to depart. After inquiring with the guard stationed at the city and confirming that Yading had not been sighted, the Marquis felt a slight measure of relief at that moment. Minghe had already regained consciousness. Lying upon the stretcher and reflecting upon the events that had just transpired, it felt as if he had been dreaming. His first instinct upon waking was to attempt moving his body and limbs. Once he confirmed that everything functioned perfectly, he exhaled a sigh of relief. How peculiar! When Yading struck him, the force had cracked his bones audibly, leading him to believe they must certainly be broken, perhaps even injuring his internal organs. Yet astonishingly, he was unscathed. He yearned to understand what had transpired before his unconsciousness, but regrettably could not recall. Could it be related to Brother Fox? With this thought, Minghe instinctively began to glance around. Upon noticing Minghe awake, someone promptly reported to the silver-clad Marquis. Minghe approached the Marquis's steed and knelt down. "Say, my lord, I cannot express my gratitude for your salvation." The silver-clad Marquis smiled. "How do you fare?" Minghe attempted to circulate his energy. His entire body felt invigorated, far more comfortable than before. "Thanks to the prince's blessings, I am unharmed." "Very well, very well. This incident tonight is not to be spoken of to others." The silver-clad Marquis intended to say more, but ultimately refrained. With a wave of his hand, Minghe allowed the figure in silver to depart. He stood by the roadside, watching as the silver-clad envoy receded into the distance, while the thunder horse lingered closely beside him, snorting restlessly. Zhang Ping and Su Xian had suffered shattered scapulas. After a brief bandaging and treatment, their pain had significantly abated. The two stood side by side, behind Minghe, their emotions surging within them. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Minghe did not extinguish the light, but instead lay down to sleep, soon slipping into a deep and tranquil slumber. Outside, the little green figure, Xiao Qing, felt a profound disappointment. She had hoped to eavesdrop on Minghe's conversation with the little stick, hoping to glean some clues to present to the madam for rewards. It appeared her plans had come to naught. While Minghe slept soundly, Qiu Baiwei had not closed her eyes for an entire night. From the lips of Zhang Ping and his companion, she had learned of the reappearance of Xi Pavilion. Although the two men were unaware of how Minghe had evaded the clutches of Xi Pavilion, they firmly believed it was linked to the silver-clad envoy. The silver-clad envoy, too, had remained awake throughout the night. After parting ways with Minghe, he had swiftly summoned his subordinates to reorganize the defense strategies. He harbored a vague suspicion that Xi Pavilion's incursion into the city was undoubtedly related to the royal family. 8 guards had been dispatched by the silver-clad envoy, instructed to report immediately upon discovering any trace of Zuyai Pavilion. This formidable villain was destined to stir up tremendous upheaval in Yunqing. The following day, Minghe dutifully paid his respects to the madam as usual. Qiu Baiwei appeared to be in good spirits, yet with a mere wave of her hand, she directed Minghe to stand aside. Her instructions remained as mundane as ever, emphasizing that the events of the previous night must not spread. It was not beneficial for the majority to be aware of such occurrences. Half an hour later, Minghe emerged from the hall, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was not fond of the trivialities of daily life, finding Qiu Baiwei's lofty demeanor particularly irksome. After all, they were family. Harmony should prevail. So why should distinctions of rank and status arise? The events of the previous night lingered in Minghe's memory as vague silhouettes. He attempted to reconstruct them, but found it an elusive endeavor. His physical condition had improved considerably, prompting him to head directly to the training hall. Although his injury had healed significantly, he still walked with a slight limp, which brought a smile to Minghe's face. He was aware that Xia Keding's concern was insincere. His gratitude was unfeigned. Xia Keding chuckled, stroking the great blade of the state. With this blade, you can wield it effortlessly in the entire Daqian Dynasty. Surely there are no rivals. Once you achieve a high rank, would you consider promoting your elder brother? Ah, so it was all for the sake of seeking an official position. Minghe thought to himself. How self-serving his half-brother was. A cold smirk played on his lips, and he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp blow to Xia Keding's face, filled with disdain for this half-brother. Of course, in battle, we are brothers. If I were to become a general, I would definitely appoint you as the vanguard, clearing paths through mountains and bridging rivers. Would that suffice? Minghe's tone dripped with sarcasm. Xia Keding's face was alight with surprise. Then it's a deal. With my capabilities, serving as a vanguard officer would be more than ample. Chapter 68. The living god of wealth Minghe could no longer tolerate his elder brother's demeanor. He raised the great blade of the state high. Challenging. Shall we compare skills? Xia Keding retreated several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Once, his abilities had been on par with Minghe's, and a contest had been a possibility. However, now, there was no basis for comparison. Xia Keding understood well that should he take action, he would be swiftly subdued by Minghe. There's no need for that. You must seize the time to hone your martial skills in preparation for the forthcoming tournament. I cannot impede your future. I shall take my leave now. Xia Keding retreated. He found himself at the doorway before turning to exit. Just before closing the door, he waved farewell to Minghe. Minghe set down the great blade of state, as he had merely intended to chase Xia Keding away. Should this fellow refuse to leave, Minghe would surely go mad. The image of Zhu Yaoting's arrogant visage lingered in his mind. This audacious individual dared to exhibit such hubris, relying solely on his exceptional martial prowess, while Yini Ho was able to frighten away Zhu Yaoting through the same mastery of skill. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, without formidable strength, one possesses no voice. This applies to families as well as nations. The young servant stealthily entered to deliver a meal and discovered the young master engrossed in his studies. Daring not to disturb him, he placed the food down and quietly withdrew. After some time, when he returned to collect the bowls, he found that not a morsel had been touched, save for an empty jar of clear broth. The young master remained utterly absorbed in his reading, completely oblivious to the young servant's presence. Casually glancing around, the servant noticed that the book the young master was perusing was vastly different from the previous one. The slender sheets of gold leaf were far superior to the prior volume. Each day in the great Qian dynasty is a new beginning. As early risers ventured onto the streets, they suddenly observed an apparent increase in patrolling soldiers. Not only were there cavalry riding majestic steeds with long blades at their sides, but also infantry bearing long spears and bows. These soldiers moved with synchronized precision. Their disciplined demeanor commanded attention wherever they went, drawing the gaze of the common folk who murmured in discussion. Truly, it is a testament to the governance of Yini Ho that such a formidable force patrols the streets, ensuring the safety of the region. Your assertion is flawed. Though there are battles looming ahead, it has little direct bearing on us. This is merely a routine increase in patrols as the martial examination approaches. What nonsense is this? This is a martial examination, not a civil examination. Who would dare to cause a ruckus? All present are masters of the martial arts. What benefit would arise from inciting disorder? You know nothing. It is precisely because martial artists are formidable that we bolster our defenses. The two bystanders, at odds with one another, found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. A lavishly adorned palanquin glided through the crowd. Following the patrol, it progressed along the lengthy street, the morning breeze causing the bells hanging from the palanquin to chime melodiously. A sound both crisp and delightful that captivated countless onlookers. Trailing the palanquin were 8 young men, all clad in splendid garments. Though they were servants, their presence commanded respect. Who could discern the origin of this palanquin that warranted such an elaborate escort? As the patrol turned left at the end of the road, the palanquin veered to the right. Not far from the roadside stood the Songju Pavilion, which never lacked patrons. The doorman, a seasoned observer of humanity, recognized the significance of the approaching palanquin and understood that a distinguished guest had arrived. The pearls adorning the red canopy of the palanquin resembled grand corals, worth no less than 10,000 taels of silver on the market. The fabric of the curtains was crafted from the finest silk of Yuhang, a southern province of the great Qian, renowned as a land of fish and rice, and celebrated for its silk. Each bolt of silk here fetched thousands of taels of silver, and even then, it was scarce. Merely the 4 curtains of the palanquin must have cost no less than 8,000 taels of silver. My master desires to meet the courtesan. A young man clad in exquisite garments approached the gatekeeper, his expression devoid of emotion, yet exuding an aura that left the guard powerless to resist. Esteemed sir, your timing is unfortunate. Everyone is still in slumber. It is common knowledge in Yunzhong City that the Songju Pavilion only begins receiving guests after noon. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as the guard was struck forcefully, sending him sprawling. What do you mean by unfortunate timing? I merely seek a woman. What could be so difficult? Why squander money and indulge in slothful slumber? From within the sedan chair, the sound of gentle applause emerged. Excellent. Just like that. We have wealth aplenty. If necessary, we shall simply purchase the entire Songju Pavilion. Struggling to prop himself against the wall, the guard coughed twice, blood spilling from his lips. Intruders, there is trouble, he weakly called out. 2 figures emerged from the side entrance of the Songju Pavilion. Any disturbances within 3 paces of the Songju Pavilion shall be met with lethal force. This was the privilege of the establishment. Without uttering a word, the 2 assailants brandished their blades with deadly intent. Yet the young man remained steadfast, evading their strikes effortlessly. In a flash, he leapt upwards, the blades slicing harmlessly beneath him. The 2 assailants looked up in astonishment. The young man had already landed behind them, delivering 2 swift kicks that sent them crashing through the side door. Open the door, he bellowed, but no one responded. Glancing around, he realized that all had fled in terror. The 2 assailants he had dispatched were no ordinary thugs. They were masters from the Silverblade sect, each capable of taking on 50 adversaries. Yet before this young man, they appeared as mere playthings, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. This young man was merely a servant. What formidable figure hid within the sedan chair to command such extraordinary subordinates? The young man approached the door, only to find it bolted shut. With a slight exhalation of force, he heard 2 sharp cracks as the stout bolt snapped cleanly in 2. The sedan chair trembled as it was ushered through the grand entrance of the Songju Pavilion. On the opposite side, a shadow slipped through a concealed door, racing towards the constabulary. The few masters stationed at the Silverblade sect were utterly incapable of withstanding this young man. The most prudent course of action was to seek assistance from the authorities. Indeed, Yunzhong City had become increasingly bustling. The innkeeper sprang up, hastily throwing a quilt over himself as he rushed to the entrance. That we run a legitimate establishment. What do you intend to do? The young man reached out casually. Yet his grip left the innkeeper with no means of evasion. Though the innkeeper weighed around 200 pounds, the young man effortlessly lifted him overhead. You, esteemed sir, seek amusement. Why push out a fortune like this? Such conduct is hardly conducive to business. Chapter 69. The ultimate master. The innkeeper's face flushed crimson with urgency. Sir, you misunderstand. We are not a brothel here. The maidens merely perform arts and do not sell their bodies. If you wish for merriment, I suggest you visit the Xiaoshan Pavilion. It is the largest brothel in Yunzhong City, where one can find beauties from various realms. The young man remained silent, pulling forth an enormous East pearl and placing it in the innkeeper's hand. Is this sufficient? This pearl, the size of a palm, would fetch at least 10,000 gold on the market. The innkeeper immediately shrank in stature, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Offer such a price. And still speak of performing arts without selling one's self. The innkeeper was filled with deep regret, pondering that if only she were a woman, she would gladly marry such a man. Wouldn't that be delightful? Dear sir, I beg your forgiveness. Matters of love between men and women can often be resolved with gold, silver, and jewels. I humbly ask for your understanding. Before the sentence could be completed, the young man was abruptly thrown out. Where are you? Miss Yunluo? The young man shouted, his voice ringing clear, causing the furniture within the room to tremble violently. Several teacups leaped off the table, shattering into pieces. Within that shout lay an extraordinary power. Yunluo had long been awake, fully aware of the events unfolding outside. Her brows furrowed slightly. She had encountered all manner of guests at the Songzhu Pavilion, having witnessed even more perilous scenes than this one. Once, a military officer had mobilized over 100 troops to abduct a rival for the affection of a young woman from the pavilion. Some would use gold and treasures to seal the doors of their beloved. The young man's voice resonated within the room, causing the drapes to flutter incessantly. With a sharp sound, a string on the chain suddenly snapped. This young man, it seemed, could wield his voice as a weapon, and his earlier display of physical prowess was merely for show. Exceptional martial skills are commendable, yet to flaunt them indiscriminately raises questions about one's character. Yunluo frowned slightly as the broken string of the chain flew into her hand. Gently caressing the severed string, a fierce glint began to manifest in her eyes. She sensed someone ascending the stairs with remarkable speed, yet without making a sound, as a member of the fox tribe. Her hearing was exceptionally acute. Furthermore, her own cultivation was profound. Even through the wall, she could perceive that the person was gliding upwards, their feet barely touching the stairs. Such a feat could not be achieved through mere lightness of foot. The staircase of the Songzhu Pavilion was not a straight ascent, but rather a winding path. Glide on such stairs indicated that the individual had mastered a high level of levitation technique. Anyone possessing such skill would either hold a high office in the court or reside in secluded mountains, gathering mist and clouds, and would have no need to come to the Songzhu Pavilion to cause a disturbance. In other words, a person of such caliber could simply nod, and most women would willingly present themselves, rendering any grand display unnecessary. Suddenly, Yunluo felt a tremendous force penetrating through the tightly shut door. A series of cracking sounds echoed as fine fissures appeared on the heavy wooden door, radiating from the center outward. Why, old friend, that I know you are there. It has been a long time since we last met. Do you not wish to know what I have become? A voice seeped through, starkly contrasting with that of the earlier young man. Yunluo felt an icy chill wash over her, as if her blood had congealed. Breathing became a laborious task. What was this man doing here at such a time? With second brother and third brother absent, I am no match for him alone. Yunluo glanced around instinctively, her fox instincts urging her to flee. When faced with adversity, her first thought was to escape. Meanwhile, Minghe was engrossed in reading, wholly absorbed in the delicate layers of gold leaf before him. In his presence, an entirely new world unfolded, and with each recitation of the phrases inscribed, profound insights emerged. This sensation had only ever arisen during long, deep conversations with his fox brother. If I could immerse myself in this world at any moment, would I not be able to resolve my doubts whenever they arise? In such a case, it would be akin to possessing a master by my side at all times. However, shortly after immersing myself in this world, Minghe felt the scenery around him undergo a dramatic transformation. The once serene mountains and clear waters morphed into a shallow black hue, interrupted by deafening thunder that seemed to strike down upon him. Minghe rose, his arms gradually stretching upwards. Suddenly, he sank into a horse stance, practicing a sequence of the Dragon Battle Fist's basic forms. This foundational exercise was intended to refine one's sinews and bones, yet proved of little utility in the heat of battle. The longer Minghe practiced the Dragon Battle Fist, the more he could appreciate the intricacies of this sequence. Each rehearsal brought forth new insights. Moreover, this sequence allowed for a broad range of motion, making it an ideal choice after prolonged sitting to invigorate the body. He carefully stowed away the gold leaf, ensuring it remained with him, for it was of paramount importance. As long as the gold leaf was present, everything was intact. The courtyard was tranquil as Minghe turned to leave. Noticing that Xiaogun did not follow, he felt no inclination to inquire. After all, Xiaogun had transformed significantly, and none dared to bully him any longer. As Minghe emerged, his family members approached to greet him. Although the matriarch held a disdain for Minghe, the servants were quite fond of him. Unlike the eldest young master, the second young master bore no heirs and could converse with anyone. Two stable hands rushed over upon spotting Minghe. "How is my horse?" he inquired. The success of his martial examination greatly depended on his war steed. "Rest assured, young master, we have cared for it meticulously. We select only the finest grass and the plumpest beans. Even the slightest imperfection is discarded." Minghe observed his surroundings. The stables were impeccably clean. A.S. Benlay, his prized horse, saw its master approaching. It trotted over, extending its head over the fence. Minghe gently caressed it that a steed of your caliber deserves to gallop across the battlefield. Being confined here, though surrounded by luxury, is not the life you yearn for. Benlay snorted softly, seemingly grasping his master's sentiments. Chapter 70. The overbearing aura of death. The Songju Pavilion was bustling in an unprecedented manner. In truth, such liveliness had rarely been witnessed. Upon seeing the armored troops approaching, the townsfolk speculated that a battle was imminent. Indeed, the Songju Pavilion wielded considerable influence, capable of mobilizing the military for their protection. Were troops to fear? Have you not seen the cavalry patrols arriving? These patrols were all under the command of the silver-clad Marquis, each one formidable in their own right. Who could ordinarily command their presence? Leading the troops was a captain named Shurgen, clad in bronze helmet and iron armor, wielding a hefty saber on a black stallion. Exuding an air of martial prowess, befitting a general of great renown, he brandished his saber, riding before the Songju Pavilion, proclaiming loudly, "Those within, come out quietly, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." With each declaration, soldiers responded in unison, their voices amplifying the force of his commands through the layers of courtyards. Yet, Yin, the leader of the patrol, remained silent, maintaining order as was his duty, though upon witnessing Shurgen's demeanor, he resolved to bide his time. Those who dare to cause a disturbance at the Songju Pavilion are undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. There are some eager to take the lead, and Yin sees no reason to decline. He genuinely hopes someone will charge ahead, providing an opportunity to gauge the strength of their opponents. And Shurgen, without a doubt, stands as the finest candidate. The upper floor remained silent, the entire Songju Pavilion enveloped in an eerie stillness. Suddenly, Shurgen's mount perked up its ears, pressing tightly against the sides of its head before recoiling. Despite Shurgen's repeated attempts to rein in the horse, it could not be halted. The bit had already cut into the horse's lips, drawing blood, yet it continued to back away, as warhorses are trained not to flinch even in the face of formidable beasts like tigers or lions. Could the enemies within the Songju Pavilion be even more terrifying than such creatures? The soldiers, who had been shouting loudly moments ago, fell silent, a profound fear rising within them, transforming into a chilling aura that compelled them to step back in unison. Suddenly, 8 young men clad in brocade appeared before the entrance of the Songju Pavilion, standing in a neat row. Although there was a considerable gap in the middle, it evoked an impression akin to water being unable to penetrate. The immense, terrifying chill emanated from these 8 individuals. This was an aura of killing intent, one that could only be cultivated through the experience of taking lives, at least dozens, on the battlefield, having served for 2 decades. And Shurgen could instinctively sense this aura. The killing intent forged from the act of killing is an acquired essence, often richer than the innate ferocity of beasts like lions and tigers. At times, warhorses exhibit a deeper intuition than humans. Thus they sensed this killing intent beforehand and instinctively wished to retreat. This was the horse's primal instinct. Who were these 8 individuals? Such formidable killing intent. Yin suddenly felt intrigued. To face such masters in combat is the greatest delight for a martial artist. Even in defeat, even if one were to perish at the hands of their opponent, it would still be a mark of honor. Regrettably, the Marquis was absent. He would undoubtedly know the origins of these individuals. Reflecting on this, Qiu Yin involuntarily gazed into the distance, where more people were rushing towards them. Yet there was no sign of the silver-clad Marquis. He smiled wryly. Despite the Marquis's prowess, he was not a deity, capable of fulfilling every wish. The Marquis was overwhelmed with duties and could not possibly arrive here. Everything now hinged on luck. Although Qiu Yin had never believed in the supernatural, he found himself silently praying to the heavens, and Shurgang pressed down on the horse's head with his broadsword. The cold steel aura finally calming the steed, that he raised his blade and gave it a slight shake, that a squad of crossbowmen moved in unison, drawing back their horn bows, their black shafts tipped with crimson, three-edged arrows. All strung and ready. .30 skilled archers, trained to perfection, knocked their arrows in silence. Now was the moment for action. There was still a chance, and Shurgang shouted. The 8 young men in silver did not move. But the foremost among them spoke. Our master is engaged in important business here. Those unrelated should leave at once. Delay, and you shall die. The final word, die, seemed forged from a millennium of frozen ice. Its utterance imbued with a heavy killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine, causing the once calm warhorse to rear back once more. The archers, involuntarily, let their arms droop, and Shurgang swung his broadsword. And as the bowstrings twanged, 30 arrows were simultaneously loosed at that moment. There was but a single thought in his mind, to shoot down all 8 of these individuals. Alas, in broad daylight, a sight most extraordinary unfolded before my eyes. 8 individuals, impeccably attired and of commendable stature, stood as still as statues, resembling a cohort of zombies. Their voices, laden with an eerie chill, instilled a sense of dread. Prolonged eye contact with such figures could drive one to madness. These 8 figures remained motionless, like statues, as arrows whizzed past in a flurry. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the 8 began to wave their arms, astonishingly deflecting the majority of the arrows, with only a few occasionally striking them, falling harmlessly to the ground. Their splendid garments appeared impervious to the arrows. Suddenly, Qiu Yin shook his head, lamenting the demise of Encirclement. The formidable blade of Encirclement clattered to the ground, producing a resounding clang. In the next moment, his right arm severed and fell, followed by his entire form tumbling from his steed. The warhorse continued its gallop, while the armored Encirclement was rendered into several pieces. Blood seeping from beneath his armor. And one witnessed the moment of his demise. Not even Qiu Yin, who merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a faint light, so weak that it defied belief. Was it sorcery or martial prowess? If it were the latter, it would be an exquisitely refined skill, rivaling the arts of the supernatural. Surely, if the Marquis were present, he would discern the nature of this ability. Who were these individuals, emboldened enough to slay a court-martial officer in broad daylight? The murderous aura that had once permeated the air seemed to have lessened considerably. The 8 young men in brocade expressed their astonishment at Qiu Yin's unexpected appearance. In the imperial patrol of the great Daqian Dynasty, there existed someone unafraid of their ominous presence. Qiu Yin advanced steadily, exuding calmness, though his mind wrestled with strategies for confronting the 8, while he could dispel their murderous intent. Engaging them in combat, 1 against 8, would undoubtedly place his life at peril. Chapter 71. The flames of war with a sharp crack, a yellow signal rocket ascended into the sky, bursting forth in a spectacular display, revealing a vast plume of yellow smoke, a signal for help from the patrol. This yellow rocket, hollow at its core, was filled with wolf dung, sulfur, and other combustibles, creating a conspicuous blaze in the heavens. Reminiscent of beacons of war, the smoke towered high, visible from every corner of Yincheng City. Qiu Yin advanced once more, feeling a sense of reassurance. As long as the signal smoke billowed, the elite forces stationed in Yincheng City would rush to his aid, thereby altering the dynamics of the situation. Yet he pondered how long he could last, relying solely on his abilities. The young men gazed up at the smoke with disdain, dismissing it as mere signal fire. They claimed that the more signals were fired, the greater the number of skilled warriors that would come to assist. "How many more do you have?" "Let them all fire. We can wait," one of them announced. Not as mere bravado, for he remained firmly planted in place, with the other 7 equally unmoving. Xiao Yin felt a surge of joy tinged with concern. Reinforcements would undoubtedly exceed 30, and they would be formidable experts. While the military presence would not number less than 5,000 armored cavalry, sweeping through like a deluge, would devastate all in their path. Even the likes of the silver-clad Marquis would choose to retreat. Yet these 8 individuals opted to remain and wait, their confidence stemming from their own formidable strength. Minghe, though he had not heard the signal rockets, beheld the vast yellow cloud blooming in the sky. This was a beacon of war. It seemed the patrol had encountered grave troubles, and Yinchong City was embroiled in a significant crisis. Minghe rose abruptly, hastening outward, his head still reeling from the earlier reading. A brief respite to clear his mind was just what he needed. The cavalry was under the command of Ho, and should he be able to assist, he would. "Young master, the sound of arrows has erupted outside. It seems a grave incident has occurred in Yinchong City. It would be prudent for you to remain indoors." Xiao Gun rushed forward, obstructing Minghe's path. "Why should I not venture out? If something has befallen Ho Ye's men, I must lend my aid. I owe him a debt." With a gentle push, Minghe sent Xiao Gun stumbling back to in the Daqian Dynasty. There existed a decree forbidding those without official titles from bearing swords. Xiao Gun had nearly committed a significant transgression on the thoroughfare. The thunderous hooves of galloping cavalry echoed. Shattering Minghe's heart, he trailed behind the riders. Although their steeds were swift, they could not outpace him. The entire layout of Yinchong City was etched in Minghe's mind, and after navigating a few streets, he discerned their destination. Songju Pavilion, but he held a fondness for the establishment, having encountered Ho there and learned the intricacies of his Xiantiangongbu. Soon, Minghe beheld Songju Pavilion, yet he could not approach, for it was encircled by a throng of onlookers. Clearly, a significant event had transpired there, but who possessed the audacity to create turmoil within Songju Pavilion? Xiao Gun arrived, breathless and panting. "Young master, I shall assist you." Minghe patted his shoulder. "No need for haste. Let's first observe the commotion." Suddenly, a rider was hurled into the air, flailing his arms as he descended towards the crowd. The spectators erupted in a flurry of movement, hastily parting to either side. That moment. Yinchong City was so cold that water would freeze upon contact, and the ground was fissured, wide enough to accommodate a finger. The icy surface was more unyielding than steel. Should one fall upon it, even armored, they would be hard-pressed to escape with their bones intact and organs unscathed. Minghe dashed forward, placing a hand upon the cavalryman's waist, instantly converting the downward force into lateral motion. The rider was propelled 3 feet sideways, colliding with several spectators, who, bewildered, rose uninjured. He set down the scroll in his hand and turned to exit. Chong Ho who followed closely. "Ho Yi, the horses have been prepared." Ho nodded, opting for a light and simple approach, seemingly preferring cleverness over sheer numbers. "Indeed, Ho Yi, I have summoned 500 elite crossbowmen and 30 skilled fighters. They should be en route." Chong Ho who spoke while keeping pace with Ho's brisk stride. Though Ho appeared composed, his steps were long and purposeful, while Chong Ho who struggled to keep up. Passers-by instinctively stepped aside, clearing the broad street for Ho's galloping steed. At this pace, they would likely arrive at the scene within the time it took to brew 3 cups of tea. With Ho Yi taking action, it was evident that a serious matter had unfolded. "This spectacle is one we must witness," the onlookers murmured, coalescing into a serpentine line as they surged towards Songju Pavilion. Suddenly, Ho halted his horse, and Chong Ho who promptly approached. "Ho Yi, do you have any instructions?" "Go, summon Xia Minghe and bring him to the scene," Ho instructed, gesturing toward a nearby residence, the very general's estate of Xia Keding. Chong Ho who nodded and, accompanied by 2 guards, made his way towards the general's residence, while Ho continued his gallop towards Songju Pavilion. The steed, deeply attuned to its master's intent, galloped with remarkable speed, its hooves almost leaving the ground in the distance. The silver-clad Marquis observed the scene, witnessing a mounted patrol being unceremoniously thrown aside, only to be rescued by a swift individual whose movements were deftly executed. employing the very technique of his Xiantian Gongbu. The silver-clad Marquis suddenly reined in his horse, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Minghe, this young lad, possessed an uncanny connection with him, arriving sooner than anticipated. It was an opportune moment to gauge the extent of his cultivation. The gathering was numerous yet hushed, all present utterly astonished. They had never conceived that a single individual could save so many. Moving with a grace akin to flowing water in the moonlight, one might easily mistake him for a celestial being. Chapter 72. The 9 dragons control the waters. Summer Minghe's cultivation had significantly advanced once more. This lad consistently brought surprises with each encounter. The silver-clad Marquis observed intently, oblivious to the fact that another horse was rapidly approaching from a distance. The Marquis of Wuwei, Jiang Tianlang, sat upright upon his steed, a retainer closely following behind, cradling a sword box in his hands. The horse galloped with the swiftness of a shooting star, yet the sword-bearer maintained a steady posture, the box remaining completely still in his grasp. Such mastery demonstrated a level of skill where not a feather could fall. Jiang Tianlang was a grandmaster, and his close attendant naturally possessed impressive abilities as well. To his surprise, Jiang Tianlang found himself once again outpaced. Upon seeing that the silver-clad Marquis had arrived, he gritted his teeth in frustration. However, noticing that the silver-clad Marquis remained inactive, a flicker of hope ignited within him, prompting him to spur his horse alongside the silver-clad Marquis. The onlookers, witnessing the arrival of the 2 marquises, quickly parted ways, providing a clear view of the situation within last. No more patrols were thrown aside, and Minghe came to a halt. Xiao Gun rushed forward, offering a handkerchief to the young master to wipe away his sweat. "Young master, after such a hectic period, you must be exhausted," he exclaimed. "But wait. Why are you not sweating?" Despite the earlier flurry of activity, Minghe had not a single bead of perspiration upon him. This was truly peculiar. Since practicing the Yuanjua Heart Sutra, Minghe's heartbeat and breathing had slowed considerably compared to ordinary masters, leading to significantly reduced exertion. Moreover, he had grasped the subtleties of this technique, executing it with perfect precision, thus avoiding undue fatigue. While the underlying principles may seem straightforward, achieving such effortless command as Minghe displayed today required extensive practice. His self-taught mastery was indeed rare. Later, Jiang Tianlang vaguely realized that his son bore numerous injuries, seemingly connected to Minghe. Initially believing that the 13th prince would not spare Summer Minghe, he was taken aback by the complete lack of progress. "My son cannot simply suffer such indignities." Aware that the 13th prince was behind the assault, Jiang Tianlang redirected his ire towards Minghe. Before the Sangju Pavilion, Xiao Yin and a young man clad in silver were engaged in an intensely heated battle. Xiao Yin appeared exceptionally disheveled, struggling to maintain a grip on his long knife. Each strike he made was somewhat askew. In stark contrast, the young man's performance exceeded all expectations, displaying no hint of fear in the face of the increasingly numerous cavalry. The remaining 7 individuals, though still standing, exhibited a completely relaxed demeanor, as if basking in the winter sun, observing the commotion as though it were entirely unrelated to them. Even as the army cleared the way for the arrival of the Silver-Robe Marquis and the Martial Might Marquis, they remained in their previous stances, one of them even stretching languidly and yawning. The Silver-Robe Marquis furrowed his brow. A faint aura enveloped each of these young individuals, becoming increasingly discernible as the sun shifted westward. Such a talent for perceiving the aura was a skill only attainable by those who had cultivated their martial arts to a significant degree. The Silver-Robe Marquis could see it, and naturally, Jiang Tianlang could as well, his heart secretly astonished by the emergence of such extraordinary masters from the Shuju Pavilion. The auras surrounding the 8 young men appeared remarkably similar, indicating that 8 formidable experts had simultaneously surfaced, and the master within the sedan chair must possess even more terrifying prowess. He silently rejoiced at having refrained from acting rashly. Had he charged in recklessly, the outcome would have been unpredictable. A furtive glance at the Silver-Robe Marquis revealed that all his attention was focused on the battlefield. Xiao Yin wielded a long blade, while the young man in splendid attire was unarmed. Xiao Yin exerted all his might, his sword slicing through the air with ferocity, yet he could not gain an inch of advantage. With each strike, he narrowly missed the young man. Suddenly, the young man sidestepped, darting in close to Yin, who found himself momentarily bewildered as his opponent vanished from view. A gust of wind rushed past him. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished, seasoned in battles. Yin immediately recognized that his adversary had launched a side attack, executed with a cunning angle that left him defenseless. A soft sound reached his ears, followed by his body being hurled away, his long blade falling to the ground. Upon opening his eyes, Yin beheld a young man in white engaging in combat with a young man in splendid attire. Without a word, he approached and aimed to strike at the back of the splendidly dressed young man's head. "You have slain Yin. Thus, I shall take your life." Minghe, proficient in the art of offense, understood this principle well, that it was a tenet for military strategy that held true even in the realm of combat. The young man hastily leaped aside to evade the attack, as Minghe seized Yin by the shoulder and flung him away. Chapter 73. The Shadowless Divine Sword without a moment's hesitation. Minghe unleashed a second transformation. The air crackled with the intensity of his fist, surging forward with the emergence of a diminutive dragon's head. As he struck, a terrifying aura enveloped him, manifesting the legendary dragon battle-killing intent. Although his dragon battle-killing intent was far inferior to that of Xia Tianlang, it nevertheless drew an astonished gasp from the figure on the second floor. "Young man in splendid attire, retreat quickly," came the warning from the individual by the window. Undeterred, the splendidly dressed youth, despite hearing the admonition, persisted in his vigorous resistance, launching a flurry of attacks. "Young man in splendid attire, do you dare defy orders?" the figure above urged urgently. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ming had already sent the splendidly dressed youth flying with a single punch. He crashed against the wall and, in a limp manner, sank to the ground. The silver-robed Marquis clapped lightly, exclaiming his approval, and turned to Jiang Tianlang, saying, "My lord, it has been quite some time since I have witnessed such an exhilarating battle. Has it not?" Jiang Tianlang's heart ached with bitterness at the silver-robed Marquis's inquiry. He forced a faint smile and nodded. Xia Minghe, he was a subordinate of the silver-robed Marquis, and his growing strength posed an increasing threat to Jiang Tianlang himself. This outcome was the most unwelcome scenario for him, but he must find a way to eliminate Xia Minghe swiftly. This young man's combat prowess was simply too formidable. He had managed to incapacitate the splendidly dressed master with just 2 punches, casting one's gaze across the entirety of Cloud City. Only a mere handful of individuals possess such formidable prowess, the youngest among them exceeding the age of 60. Moreover, none can execute their skills with such precision and finesse. Suddenly, 2 young men clad in brocade surged forth, their palms aglow with radiant light, revealing 2 slender, elongated swords. The blades, delicate and nearly translucent, emit a sheer brilliance with the slightest flick, rendering their trajectory indiscernible, thus making effective counteractions impossible. That a flicker of intrigue crosses Jiang Tianlang's mind. Could it be the legendary Shadowless Sword? After decades, has this notorious fiend resurfaced? If indeed it is the Shadowless Sword, then Xia Minghe shall undoubtedly find no escape this time. Beside him, Shao Gun stands anxiously, his palms so tense they could almost drip with sweat. Observing the 2 assailants encircle his young master, he instinctively reaches for his weapon. Yet Iho subtly gestures for him to halt, a current of restraint emanating from his sleeve. "You cannot assist. Your intervention would only complicate matters. I have my own strategies, and shall ensure Minghe remains unscathed." Shao Gun feels a wave of relief wash over him when Iho speaks. One can be assured of his wisdom. Not to mention, even against 2 masters wielding shadowless swords, his young master is more than capable of managing. "Let them all come," Minghe declares, a spark of elation igniting within him at the prospect of engaging with such formidable opponents, an excellent opportunity for honing his skills. Within the general's manner, Qiubai had arranged for individuals to accompany Minghe in his martial training, yet they were merely competent enough to serve as targets, never truly challenging him. Such practice partners were hardly conducive to the desired results. Today, however, would serve as a fitting test of the fruits of his arduous training. A smile graces Minghe's lips as he contemplates both the Xiaolei sword technique and the blood shadow sword art would suffice against these two shadowless swords. Yet ultimately, he opts for the blood shadow sword art. Whoosh! Two streaks of sword light simultaneously dart toward Minghe, only to produce a singular sound as they intersect, yet his figure vanishes from sight. Once again, he employs the Xiantian Gongbu. Iho, stroking his beard, smiles with approval. After but a single lesson, Minghe has grasped much, consistently improving with each attempt. A truly remarkable feat, Jiang Tianlang acknowledges. This is the first instance he witnesses Minghe utilizing the Xiantian Gongbu. Musing to himself, no wonder Iho has taken a liking to this lad. It appears he has imparted his signature footwork to him. This young man's potential is undoubtedly linked to Iho's guidance. The proficiency with which Minghe executes the Xiantian Gongbu indicates the considerable effort he has devoted to mastering his footwork, hence his audacity to confront two masters of the shadowless sword. Minghe delivers a decisive blow to his opponent's shoulder blade, eliciting a piercing scream as the sword slips from the man's grasp. His entire right arm shatters under Minghe's strike. With a swift motion, Minghe catches the falling sword, effortlessly wielding it as he unleashes the blood shadow sword art. The slender blade, astonishingly, produces a sword aura as wide as a palm, slicing through the air above the head of the brocade-clad youth. Thud! The young man's head spirals upwards, blood gushing uncontrollably. Minghe calmly pivots, the blade in his hand untouched by blood, and regards the remaining 5 young men. The 5 brocade-clad youths exchange apprehensive glances, instinctively retreating a step. Meanwhile, those mounted patrols brandishing the Dongjin divine crossbow advance a step closer. The silver-clad lord gently smiled as he observed the situation, exclaiming, "My dear lord, I am not mistaken. This young man possesses remarkable potential." The 5 individuals hesitated momentarily before advancing once more, poised to unleash their final assault. "All of you, stand down." The window on the second floor was only slightly ajar, yet a magnificent cascade of sword light poured forth. Forming a semicircular advance, the silver-clad lord's eyes widened in alarm as he promptly commanded the cavalry to retreat, but it was already too late. The foremost cavalrymen collapsed amidst the radiant sword light. Their bodies sprawled on the ground, still maintaining their formation. Minghe felt an overwhelming brilliance enveloping him, as if he were ensconced within a cocoon of light. His vision was utterly obscured, and he could only sense an inexorable wave of murderous intent surging from all directions. Should his resolve waver, even slightly, he would be consumed by this malevolence, losing all courage to resist. Swish, swish, swish. Minghe unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, pouring every ounce of his strength into the blade, which began to heat under the infusion of his internal energy and consciousness. The blood shadow sword technique he executed surprisingly contained the essence of the lesser thunder sword intent. Boundless sword radiance was torn asunder by Minghe, creating an opening. The sword light surged past him like a torrential flood, injuring several more cavalrymen who fell to the ground. The intangible sword aura emanated with such dominance. This spectacle left Minghe both awestruck and apprehensive. The master of the sword light had undoubtedly reached the celestial realm of martial prowess. Such mastery was surely the pinnacle of the Grandmaster's domain, that Minghe's thoughts spiraled into confusion at that moment. The Marquis of martial might, Jiang Tianlang, abruptly uttered a sound of surprise. Within the previous sword light, he had glimpsed the lesser thunder sword intent. This was his closely guarded secret in all of Cloud City. He was the sole individual versed in the intricacies of this sword intent. Why was Minghe able to manifest it so effortlessly, seemingly surpassing even Zhang's own command of it? Suddenly, a figure clad in resplendent garments materialized, hovering above the radiant sphere formed by the sword light. Though empty-handed, a mere gesture from him radiated an overwhelming pressure, as if a sharp sword were poised at Minghe's throat. What was this sorcery? Minghe remained oblivious. The murderous aura he sensed was that of the legendary shadowless divine sword. The occupant of the palanquin had finally revealed themselves. Minghe looked up to behold a face concealed beneath a bronze mask. "Step back, Minghe!" The silver-clad lord bellowed suddenly. He understood all too well that should Minghe engage the masked figure, the outcome would be singular, death. Chapter 74. The reversal of martial arts, Minghe retreated, simultaneously positioning his sword in front of him, wary of a potential ambush from that individual. "Drop your sword." A voice emanated from beneath the bronze mask. In tandem, the sword light surged again, sweeping towards Minghe's right arm, which gripped the sword. Faced with the dazzling radiance emitted by the formidable sword light, Minghe had no choice but to withdraw once more. He wielded his sword, channeling a blend of the blood shadow sword technique and the lesser thunder sword intent. The expansive sword light that had once enveloped him suddenly slowed in its advance, its brilliance dimming significantly. Most onlookers remained oblivious to this shift, yet a master like the silver-clad lord detected a subtle movement of consciousness behind the bronze mask. To manipulate sword light with mere consciousness was a feat beyond comprehension. Furthermore, Minghe's seemingly unremarkable maneuver had managed to rend apart the opponent's impenetrable wall of sword light. A truly astonishing feat, the silver-clad lord grew increasingly convinced that the visage concealed beneath the bronze mask was one he recognized all too well. Due to the voice of the person behind the bronze mask, a sense of strange familiarity washed over him. The bronze mask suddenly shook, seemingly in denial of something. How could these two distinct sword intents manifest in a single individual? And how could they be executed in conjunction? Such a phenomenon was utterly impossible. Although he had torn through the encircling sword light, Minghe's sword had already bent, resembling a rainbow in the sky. The shattered sword light did not dissipate. Instead, its inherent power transformed into slender threads, entwining around Minghe's sword. The onlookers beheld this bizarre scene. For Minghe's sword appeared void of substance. Yet it was gradually bending downwards, ultimately forming a perfect semicircle. Minghe had endured numerous fierce battles, as brutal as today's, yet this was the first time he felt a tinge of fear towards the individual behind the bronze mask. Despite his innate audacity and fearlessness, this fear was fleeting, dissipating almost as quickly as it arose. All of Minghe's thoughts were focused on devising his next move. The earlier success in tearing through his opponent's sword light was heavily reliant on fortune. Had that individual not underestimated him, Minghe would have had no chance. His recent triumph was, in fact, a boon granted by his adversary. Perhaps I could attempt the all laws return to one. As he retreated, Minghe pondered many things. Suddenly, he forcefully executed the Xiantian Gongbu, propelling himself closer to the person behind the bronze mask. Simultaneously, he released his sword, sending it spinning toward the masked figure. Although it was not his blood shadow sword, Minghe still endeavored to control its rotation and angle with his spiritual awareness. Marquis Wuwei had been closely monitoring the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the current developments, he suddenly made a discovery. This young rascal, Xia Minghe, was actually employing the martial arts of the Yuanjue Temple. This revelation filled him with exhilaration that he chuckled, even with the protection of the silver-robed marquis. Your practice of Yuanjue Temple's martial arts violates a significant taboo of the court. With so many martial arts schools in Daqian, why would you choose Yuanjue Temple? Is this the silver-robed marquis's intent? Marquis, what are you laughing at? Jiang Tianlang chuckled. Your son is young and talented, on the verge of achieving a great victory. Are you not pleased? Although I am an outsider, I find it delightful to watch. The little stick shook his head and said, The Marquis possesses great insight. Our young master is truly an extraordinary figure. Before he could finish, the wind whistled around them as the silver-robed Marquis had already leaped into action. Reaching out his left hand toward Minghe, while launching a punch with his right hand toward the bronze-masked specter. Minghe retreated swiftly. The bronze-masked figure remained motionless, suddenly raising a hand to point. And the rapidly spinning sword was astonishingly cleaved in two. The two segments of the broken sword did not linger. They quivered in midair, executing different sword techniques as they surged towards Minghe. Their speed was even greater than before, akin to a flash of lightning, rendering their approach nearly imperceptible, a streak of fiery light, flashing forth in an instant. Minghe felt dizzy. The opponent's mastery over sword control was utterly astounding. With but a flick of his finger, he could orchestrate an assault from both swords. The trajectory of the sword techniques clearly indicated the presence of two superlative swordsmanship experts. The sword light before him shimmered blindingly, instantaneously forming two formidable sword wheels barreling forward. Minghe understood that what lay before him was an illusion, yet he still felt a chill in his heart. He could not discern the truth from the falsehood, nor could he ascertain which of the advancing sword wheels harbored the genuine sword. Although this martial skill is remarkably advanced, it embodies the essence of Taoist principles, representing a flawless synthesis of both Taoism and swordsmanship. Minghe understood that he had encountered a true master of the arts. At that moment, the voice of the silver-clad Marquis resounded, yet Minghe did not immediately turn to flee. Instead, he endeavored to calm his mind, his entire body crackling as he unleashed the most formidable dragon battle fist of his life. With a single punch, a faint jade luminescence radiated from him, showcasing the culmination of months of arduous training. Even if death awaited him, he was determined to make his authority felt. A tremendous force surged from behind, akin to the thunderous roar of divine lightning, as Minghe had never fathomed that the wind from a punch could sound so resounding. The silver-clad Marquis had made his move. 9 consecutive punches were executed almost in a single breath, each one flowing into the next with relentless force, growing stronger with every strike, without a hint of diminishing power. This was the true essence of a martial arts master, a paragon of grand mastery. Though Minghe exerted all his strength, capable of producing such a fierce punch as wind, the ability to maintain the same speed and power across 9 strikes was a true testament to profound cultivation. Moreover, a stark reality emerged. As the silver-clad Marquis unleashed his 9 punches, he was airborne, devoid of any leverage, relying solely on the circulation of his vital energy, with all 9 punches originating from his right hand. The speed of his strikes was nothing short of terrifying. Wave after wave of punch winds battered against the sword wheel, each impact tearing irregular gaps into its structure, by the 8th punch. It was already marred like a spider's web. When the 9th punch struck, the mighty sword wheel disintegrated into countless mottled shadows, scattering in every direction before vanishing entirely. With a sudden tightening of his shoulder, he was seized by the silver-clad Marquis and flung aside, only to be caught perfectly by Chung Ho-Hu, who spread his arms wide to receive the descending Minghe. Minghe's complexion paled, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Was what he had just witnessed truly real? Could martial arts be so overwhelmingly formidable? Chapter 75. The most formidable foe Minghe is fine. If you were to die, it would indeed be dire, exclaimed Xiao Gunner, brimming with elation. The young master truly survived? Upon seeing Minghe's eyes flutter, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing onto the ground and discarding his knife. Young master, you terrified me. If you had perished, I would have sought vengeance for you. If I could not kill him, then let him take my life instead. Without you, what joy would remain in this world for me? Minghe smiled, attempting to lift his hand to grasp Xiao Gunner, but his entire arm ached, and it fell heavily. The exertion of that last punch had drained all of Minghe's energy. The Marquis of martial might sighed quietly, having intended to eliminate Minghe through the bronze-masked figure, only to have his plans thwarted by the silver-clad Marquis. The ground beneath them trembled slightly as 5 young men clad in brocade instinctively retreated. With each step the silver-clad Marquis advanced. The brocade youths receded, until, cornered against the intricately carved wall of the Song Bamboo Pavilion, they found themselves with no escape. After so many years, your imposing presence has waned considerably, said the figure, his voice reverberating from beneath the mask, gradually amplifying and overshadowing the silver-clad Marquis's aura. The young men found themselves able to breathe once more. Indeed, it is you. You have ultimately returned, the silver-clad Marquis replied, his tone calm, yet laden with profound sentiment. He has long been aware that the face concealed by the mask frequently emerges in his mind, that of course I must come. In Hongmeng, I cannot forget the grievances of those years, proclaimed the figure behind the bronze mask loudly. What age are we at now? That which should be forgotten ought to be forgotten, sighed In Hongmeng. In truth, I would very much like to be your friend, a friend. You, a dignified Marquis, wish to befriend me. Ha, Marquis, in my eyes, you are nothing but a trifling matter. Upon hearing such words, the soldiers of the great Qian behind the silver-clad Marquis erupted in a chorus of shouts. To scorn the Marquis and speak so brazenly is a crime of rebellion under the laws of the great Qian, deserving of annihilation of one's entire clan. Stealthily, The Marquis of Wuwei procured a bow from a soldier's grasp, and with 3 arrows loosed in unison, they swiftly reached the bronze-masked figure. He then shouted, "Do not be hasty, my lord. I shall assist you in eliminating this traitor." The masked man waved his hand thrice, and the penetrating arrows were reduced to mere dust by the fierce energy swirling around him. Following this, his body trembled, and 3 streaks of sword energy leapt forth, circumventing the silver-clad Marquis, aiming directly at the Marquis of Wuwei. It became evident that the shadowless sword was manifested in such a manner, as this individual employed strikingly fierce sword techniques. Yet, he wielded no physical sword. Instead, his weapon was a sword of energy forged from his internal essence. And no wonder it was called the Shadowless Sword. At this moment, he stood more than 3 zhang away from the Marquis of Wuwei, with his energy extending 3 zhang without dissipating, capable of coalescing into lethal force, its power akin to that of a flying sword. However, a flying sword can traverse vast distances, crossing rivers and seas in an instant, spanning thousands of miles at the mere thought of its wielder. Cultivate one's martial arts to the point of transforming energy into a sword and projecting it outward to kill is to reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. In the entirety of Great Qian, few have attained such heights. The Marquis of Wuwei sidestepped from his horse, simultaneously invoking the Lesser Thunder sword technique, enveloping himself in a layer of sword energy to intercept the 3 sword strikes. With a series of clinks, the sword energy was deflected by the Lesser Thunder sword technique, yet did not disperse, instead surging backward. Immediately, others fell to the ground, blood gushing forth from gaping wounds in their chests. Such ferocity in the sword energy, relying solely on his own strength, it was utterly impossible to contend with these 3 sword strikes. His earlier ambush on the masked man was intended to provoke anger and incite a confrontation with the silver-clad Marquis, allowing him to reap the benefits. Yet he had underestimated the cunning involved, bringing the flames of battle upon himself. A chorus of voices erupted as dozens shouted in unison. The sound of bowstrings twanging filled the air, and the Dongjin divine crossbow, mingled with arrows, was unleashed upon the masked figure. 5 young men clad in brocade simultaneously drew their precious swords, positioning themselves in front of the masked man. All the arrows shot forth were severed by the gleaming blades. The masked man began to rise slowly, declaring loudly, "How many more arrows do you have? Shoot them all at me." His tone was filled with triumph, after decades of arduous training in martial arts. Today was the moment to finally bask in glory. The Marquis of Wuwei, having finally evaded the 3 sword strikes, stood tall, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, having left the battlefield. This was the most perilous experience he had encountered. The scene before him tightened his previously relaxed heart once more. Though his adversaries numbered merely 6, they could withstand the simultaneous barrage from dozens of archers and emerge victorious. Gazing up at the imposing bronze-masked figure, the Marquis of Wuwei felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, while the silver-clad Marquis remained unmoved, seemingly indifferent to the chaos that had just unfolded. The silver-clad Marquis appeared calm on the surface, his mind racing. After decades, his opponent had grown so formidable that it seemed only the red-clad cannon could contend with him, as long as the opponent remains a mere mortal. Yet to ascend to the realm of the Yang spirit, they stand no chance against the red-robe cannons. These formidable weapons are a rarity within the entire Cloud City, with only 5 in existence. Strategically positioned at the 4 city gates, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, while the final one resides within the Imperial Palace, tasked with safeguarding the luminous Emperor. These red-robe cannons have received imperial accolades, designated as the Invincible General, and are granted a monthly stipend. Furthermore, they are meticulously maintained by dedicated personnel. Each of these 5 cannons weighs no less than 2,000 pounds, with the one in the palace being the heaviest and most potent, tipping the scales at 3,000 pounds. Maneuvering these cannons necessitates at least 100 robust soldiers, along with spacious ox-drawn carts. Currently, the primary dilemma lies in the fact that the red-robe cannons cannot be transported here at all. Or perhaps, the time left by the bronze-masked man is exceedingly limited. Before the Songju Pavilion, an eerie silence envelopes the air, the wind brushing against the bowstrings, producing a haunting sound. The window on the second floor slowly closes. Chapter 76. The pinnacle duel. Xiao Gun leaned against the banks of the Ming River. Quietly observing the unfolding events, he felt little concern. As long as his master remained unharmed, the collapse of the heavens would bear little significance to him. Suddenly, he sensed an increasing warmth emanating from his master's hand. All of Ming He's attention was fixated on the silver-robed Marquis, whom he regarded as a divine being. This time, however, the silver-robed Marquis evidently faced a formidable adversary. Engaging in combat is not inherently terrifying. What is truly fearsome is the tranquility that precedes the conflict. This stillness resembles a frozen river, appearing placid on the surface while turbulent undercurrents surge beneath. Each current a potential threat. Years prior, the silver-robed Marquis had clashed with this opponent, and after 3 days and nights of fierce struggle, a victor was finally determined. Now, decades later upon their reunion, it seemed the opponent's prowess had vastly surpassed his own, while the adversary devoted himself wholly to mastering the invisible sword. The silver-robed Marquis had transitioned from a mere general to a founding father of the great Daqian Dynasty, burdened daily with an avalanche of state affairs, thus significantly reducing his training time compared to the past. With each passing day of diminished practice, the disparity over the decades had become starkly apparent. The bronze-masked man pointed at the Marquis of Wuwei. Taunting, "What are you?" Though Jiang Tianlang's heart quaked with fear, he stood resolute, proclaiming, "I am Jiang Tianlang, the esteemed Marquis of Wuwei in the great Daqian Dynasty." He was certain yet plagued by doubt. Could this be the invisible sword? Meng Xiaohan. Deep down, he felt an unwavering confidence in his own appearance. The invisible sword, Meng Xiaohan, had already made a name for himself in his youth, defeating the masters of the 5 major sects within 3 months. Achieving fame in a single stroke. Each time he engaged in combat, he donned splendid attire, hardly resembling a contender in a duel. All his opponents were left astonished by his beauty, often forgetting the bout altogether. Men envied his looks, and women admired him immensely. Decades have passed, and although time has made its mark, he had not diminished in allure. In stark contrast, the bronze-masked man was grotesquely unattractive after the first glance. One would never wish to gaze upon him again. This was certainly not Meng Xiaohan's style of engagement. Yet from the execution of his swordplay, it was undeniably Meng Xiaohan, albeit infused with a newfound ruthlessness and cunning. With techniques that were flawless and beyond reproach. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Lord Jiang. My apologies for the oversight. The bronze-masked man spoke with a tone of mockery. You are the most distinguished disciple of the Wukong sword sect, are you not? Alas, your little thunder sword technique places too much emphasis on brute force, and regrettably, your internal strength is lacking. Before me, you shall surely be defeated in less than 30 moves. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among the gathered crowd, inciting a flurry of discussions. Many were taken aback by his audacity, daring to speak ill of the esteemed Wuwei Marquis. The Marquis possesses exceptional martial skills. Otherwise, how could he have been bestowed the title of Wuwei Marquis? Indeed. Perhaps this man is not quite right in the head. What sane individual would don such a terrifying mask? The man chuckled coldly. What do you know? Holding an official position does not necessarily require true ability, especially for high-ranking officials, where mere sycophancy can suffice. Any lofty position can be attained with sufficient skill and flattery to this point. He gestured towards the silver-clad Marquis. He may possess some genuine prowess, yet he chose the wrong master by serving the radiant emperor. Jiang Tianlang's face flushed with indignation. His rise to the position of Wuwei Marquis was earned through remarkable military achievements. Yet in this man's words, it was reduced to mere flattery. To be publicly ridiculed by this individual left him with little choice but to act. For how could he maintain his dignity and serve as a paragon among the ministers if he did not respond? One may have a point. Perhaps my little thunder sword technique is indeed unremarkable. As for its strength, I have my own criteria for evaluation. The best technique is one that can vanquish its opponent. With a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, causing the treasured sword to hum and hover 3 inches from his chest. Trembling yet poised, refraining from launching an attack. This display of swordplay, akin to the earlier man's ability to condense energy into a blade, drew loud applause from many. though the discerning few understood that the Wuwei Marquis' capabilities were far inferior to those of the bronze-masked man. The Wuwei Marquis addressed, "Lord Yin, we serve the same court, assisting the emperor in his endeavors, akin to brothers. Should any misfortune befall me today, I entrust all family matters to you." His heartfelt words garnered admiration from the onlookers, who raised their thumbs in approval. In this critical moment, the Wuwei Marquis prioritized the nation's affairs before considering his own family's future. However, to the silver-clad Marquis, these words bore a different implication. He recognized Jiang Tianlang's underlying fear, seeking to draw him into the conflict. "Young master, are you well?" The little stick inquired, gazing at Minghe with eyes full of joy. Minghe nodded. "I feel much better. I shall not perish for the time being." Yet he understood that his swift recovery was entirely due to the merits of the Yunjiwe Heart Sutra. This all merely an act. The Wuwei Marquis felt a surge of joy within. He had long been aware of Minghe's abilities, and he considered him an invaluable asset. While defeating the enemy was undoubtedly advantageous, should Minghe sustain grave injuries or even perish, it would also serve his interests. He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, a true tiger of the military family, General Xia has trained you well. You grasp the greater principles. I am delighted." The silver-clad Marquis shook his head. "This matter does not concern you. I shall duel him alone." Addressing the man, he declared, "If you have come for my sake, do not involve others. Whatever conditions you propose, I shall accept." Upon hearing the silver-clad Marquis speak thus, the Wuwei Marquis exhaled a sigh of relief, though his demeanor remained resolute. "What do you mean, Lord Yin? We advance and retreat together. How could I abandon you?" The individual exclaimed loudly. "What are you dawdling for? If you wish to engage, then come at me all at once. I can hardly wait. I shall vanquish you before the eyes of all." Pointing at the Marquis of Wuwei, he declared, "You shall be the first to strike. I am eager to witness the prowess of your swordsmanship." The long sword at the Marquis's chest quivered, its tremors intensifying suddenly. The man laughed heartily, slowly lifting his bronze mask, and upon revealing his true visage, all present were rendered speechless. The silver-clad Marquis and Jiang Tianlang shared a singular thought. "How could this be? I shall make you aware of who has defeated you." He taunted, "Ha! After decades, I have finally awaited this day." Behind the mask lay a face marred by scars, resembling a mass of writhing worms of varied hues, evoking a sense of revulsion. Minghe found it merely unsightly, yet the silver-clad Marquis remained in a daze for a considerable time. "I never imagined you would become like this." Meng Qiuhan raised his head, commanding, "Enough chatter. Let us engage." Each word he uttered pierced through the air like a rapier, aimed at the silver-clad Marquis and the Marquis of Wuwei. The resurgent Meng Qiuhan proved formidable indeed, launching simultaneous assaults on the three individuals. This situation could arise only under two circumstances. Either Meng Qiuhan had lost his sanity, or his strength had significantly increased. Yet, Meng Qiuhan was not mad. It merely indicated a substantial enhancement in his power. Suddenly, the air before the Songzhu Pavilion began to churn violently, causing the onlookers to retreat in haste. Before all, a tempest of sword energy surged forth, a cacophony of colors hissing and intertwining into an expansive net. This net, layered and suffocating, rendered the crowd breathless. The silver-clad Marquis unleashed 3 consecutive punches, each strike connecting with an overwhelming force, creating a colossal barrier that shielded against the sword energy. The Marquis of Wuwei wielded his sword in swift arcs, as the sky above the Songzhu Pavilion reverberated with the sounds of thunder and wind. It was the pinnacle of the lesser thunder sword technique's might. Just as Minghe launched a punch, he was compelled to retreat. His fist's momentum could not coalesce under the pressure of Meng Qiuhan's sword energy. He was astonished to realize that martial prowess could ascend to such heights, rivaling even the mastery of arcane arts. Startled, Minghe withdrew 16 or 17 steps before finally stabilizing himself, unable to perceive any figures before him, only witnessing 3 swirling vortices of energy. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of resounding impacts, tranquility was restored. The silver-clad Marquis, the Marquis of Wuwei, and the man stood at 3 distinct positions. The silver-clad Marquis retained his previous stance, yet the sword in the Marquis of Wuwei's grasp had vanished. A clattering sound ensued, as countless fragments of shattered swords cascaded from the air, remnants of the Marquis of Wuwei's weapon, obliterated by the violent gusts. The expression on the Marquis of Wuwei's face turned ashen. Being a grandmaster, he fully comprehended the gravity of his defeat. He had been vanquished by Meng Xiuhan with but a single strike. Meng Xiuhan laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I have always maintained that the lesser thunder sword technique is but an empty title. You, Jiang Tianlang, are nothing more than a fraud masquerading as a hero. What nonsense about the Marquis of Wuwei. Before me, even a single strike is beyond your capability. Truly, the great Daqian Dynasty has fallen." It is laughable that such a person could attain the rank of Marquis. Wu Wei's chest surged with tumultuous blood and energy. He yearned to counter-dream Xiuhan's words, but refrained from speaking. Fully aware that uttering a sound would result in him spitting blood to bleed before the crowd, would utterly obliterate Wu Wei's dignity. "Ming," he exclaimed loudly, "his inability to defeat you is a reflection of his own shortcomings. Do not place the blame elsewhere, that if you speak in such a manner, it tarnishes your dignity." Dream Xiuhan retorted, "Dignity? What dignity do I possess? 30 years ago, I was struck by Yinhong Ming and cast down into the Wuyang Gorge. Since that moment, my dignity, my honor, have all vanished." He then turned to Minghe, saying, "You are quite impressive, young. In a few years, I may not be your equal. However, at present, you still have much to learn. Stay out of my way. My pursuit is of Yinhong Ming, and you are of no concern to me. It is not worth sacrificing your bright future for this old fool." Dream Xiuhan rarely offered such heartfelt advice to a stranger. While his words appeared to be of concern for Minghe, they were laced with an undercurrent of threat. Having already injured Minghe in their earlier confrontation, he was taken aback when Minghe healed within a remarkably short time and aided Yin Iho against him. Such a skill was beyond Dream Xiuhan's capabilities. He had intended to deliver a fatal blow. Yet Minghe had merely retreated a few paces, and scathed that at Minghe's age, achieving such martial prowess was exceedingly rare. Dream Xiuhan, reluctant to engage Yin Iho while a potential threat loomed nearby, had aimed to decisively defeat Wu Wei Ho Jiang Tianlang, but found that Yin Iho's skills had not diminished. Rather, they had become even more refined. His singular desire for revenge against Yin Iho prompted him to address Minghe, though he cared little for the presence of the latter, who was more of a nuisance than a rival. Minghe laughed heartily. "You have already committed the capital offense of killing court soldiers. Do you expect me to stand idly by? That is simply unthinkable." Yet, Yin Iho interjected, "Minghe, he speaks the truth. This is a personal matter between him and me. Do not involve yourself." He then suggested to Dream Xiuhan, "There are many witnesses here. Shall we find another location?" Dream Xiuhan let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Change locations? I wish for everyone to witness my victory over you, that if no one sees it, what meaning would it hold, even if I were to defeat you 1,000 times?" Suddenly, a faint glow emerged before him, expanding gradually until he shaped it into a sword with his hands, thrusting it towards Yin Iho from a distance. This sword, a manifestation of Dream Xiuhan's internal energy, was significantly larger than before, boasting a greater area of lethality and being far more difficult to evade. Yin Iho retaliated with a powerful punch, the force of which surged towards the colossal light sword, as the sun dipped low in the west. Darkness enveloped the sky. This punch carried a thunderous roar, exponentially stronger than Wu Wei Ho's. Wu Wei Ho observed coldly from the sidelines, his heart chilled as if plunged into an abyss of ice. It dawned on him that Yinhong Ming had consistently concealed his true cultivation. Had he not encountered such formidable opponents today, he might have remained oblivious to the truth. Yin Iho's prowess had evidently transcended the realm of grandmasters, advancing towards the level of martial saints. Had he not witnessed it today, he would have continued to be deceived, and he had no idea how long this deception would persist. What could possibly be more terrifying than this? The Marquis of Wuwei, boasting of his unparalleled intellect, believed he could manipulate the entire court of civil and military officials at will. Little did he know that today he would discover he was, in fact, the most foolish of all. As this realization dawned upon him, a tumultuous surge of blood coursed through his veins, overwhelming him until he could no longer contain it. He opened his mouth and spewed forth blood. In an instant, his eyes rolled back, and he slumped to one side. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to witness the silver-clad Marquis delivering a powerful punch, his form suddenly towering like an invincible deity. The force behind his strike potent enough to annihilate everything in its path. The clash of the fist and sword, by all logic, should have favored the silver-clad Marquis. Meng Qiuhan, grinning widely, bore a face twisted by scars, rendering him grotesque, akin to a malevolent spirit devouring the very heavens and earth. Ming he suddenly experienced an epiphany. He realized that the depth of human resentment, when sufficiently potent, could transform one's very appearance. How profound must the resentment within Meng Qiuhan be? Chapter 78. The Crimson Cannon, 1. Thus, the adage that one's countenance reflects one's heart holds true, should Meng Qiuhan face defeat once more. What would become of him? Ming he pondered, lost in thought. His martial prowess paled in comparison to that of the silver-clad Marquis, and he was leagued behind Meng Qiuhan, yet his extensive study of the Yunjia Heart Sutra had unwittingly broadened his martial understanding far beyond that of the average person. In terms of martial knowledge alone, Ming he had, in certain respects, reached parity with the silver-clad Marquis. However, he lacked the experience in combat. Unlike the silver-clad Marquis who adeptly took advantage of opportunities, did not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Both of these individuals are formidable masters of our time, and opportunities to witness their confrontation in public are exceedingly rare. You must observe attentively and glean the essence of martial arts. The voice of Brother Fox suddenly resounded in Ming He's ears that he glanced around, yet saw no sign of him. The sky above Songzhu Pavilion was filled with the ominous rumble of thunder. As the air swirled around, forming vortices of varying sizes, heralding the approach of a storm. Emperor Hongguang also noted the rising smoke signals, his brow furrowed slightly. Since the establishment of the Yinchong city, unrest had always lingered, with the specter of the remnants of the Yunjia temple casting a shadow over the capital. If not for the silver-clad Marquis, chaos would likely have escalated further. However, this was the first instance of smoke signals being dispatched from Yinchong city. Dealing with others was one matter, but the lingering remnants of the Yunjia temple remained a persistent source of concern, disrupting the peace of the capital. Only by eradicating them entirely could the dynasty ensure its enduring prosperity. Contemplating this, Emperor Hongguang set down his brush and cleared his throat softly. A yellow-clad courtier promptly entered, kneeling before the emperor to attend to his needs. Inquire of the silver-clad Marquis what transpired to warrant the signaling of smoke, commanded Emperor Hongguang, gesturing slightly. The yellow-clad attendant bowed and withdrew. Smoke signals serve as a means to summon assistance and facilitate communication, yet they also bear the risk of inciting panic among the populace. Thus, Emperor Hongguang had previously decreed that smoke signals should only be dispatched in dire circumstances. The yellow-clad attendant departed to fulfill his orders, while Emperor Hongguang strolled to the window, gazing at the sky outside. It had been long since he had ventured beyond the confines of this courtyard, and he found himself yearning for the days of battle on horseback. The silver-clad Marquis must surely be in trouble. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have resolved the matter long ago and would have reported the situation proactively rather than awaiting his prompting. Moreover, the Marquis of Wuwei has also arrived. What kind of matter could possibly warrant the involvement of two formidable experts? Consuming several hours without resolution, Emperor Hongguang suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He desperately needed to acquire more talented individuals, for only through talent can a nation thrive. Without talent, how could the court prosper? Although the silver-clad duke was reliable, he was, after all, aging, and many matters had become beyond his capability. Emperor Hongguang's thoughts began to multiply. Perhaps I should venture out. What I perceive firsthand is undoubtedly the most trustworthy. Yet, upon observing the mountain of official documents piled upon his desk, Emperor Hongguang shook his head. The daily burdens were so immense that there was simply no opportunity to leave the palace. They say being an emperor is a leisurely affair. If you were to witness my daily toil, would you still envy me or dare to create disturbances in my capital? The yellow-robed eunuch rushed in, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, grave news has indeed arisen. The Marquis of Wuwei has been injured at Songzhu Pavilion and is now in a state of unconsciousness. The silver-clad duke is still engaged in combat with the assailant. and it will not conclude anytime soon. Emperor Hongguang rose to his feet. Who has dared to injure Jiang Qilu? Who possesses such formidable prowess? To injure Jiang Qilu, one must at least reach the great master level. And among the entire Daqian Dynasty, there are scarcely a handful who have achieved this. It is the invisible sword. Meng Xiuhan at it is said that he is quite unattractive, yet his skills are exceptionally high. Even the silver-clad duke, with such remarkable abilities, would find it challenging to secure victory. The yellow-robed eunuch elaborated animatedly. Noticing the emperor's interest, he nodded vigorously, adding embellishments to his narrative. Much of what he recounted was merely hearsay, with a significant portion being fabrications. Emperor Hongguang furrowed his brow slightly. "Oh, speak so recklessly in my presence. You must be punished." The smooth bamboo board, 3 fingers wide, struck with a resounding slap against the face, leaving the eunuch's flesh marred and his gums bloodied and exposed. Summon the finest imperial physician to tend his wounds. Once he recovers, expel him from the palace, never to return. How astute Emperor Hongguang was. The eunuch's schemes could hardly deceive him. His thoughts drifted to the Songzhu pavilion, fixated on one question: why would such a master be found in a place of indulgence? It seemed the time had come for the red-robed canon to make her entrance. Summon the 13th prince, Emperor Hongguang decreed, and shortly thereafter, the 13th prince arrived. Upon grasping his father's intent, he smiled and remarked, "Father, your concern for your subjects is commendable. This is indeed a positive development. However, I believe you are somewhat over-anxious. A mere thief does not warrant the involvement of the red-robed canon. Allow me to lead a contingent to apprehend him on your behalf." As he spoke, the 13th prince too, Su, raised his brows, a haughty smirk gracing his lips. Emperor Hongguang snorted in disdain. "Such youthful arrogance in your speech is indeed deserving of a reprimand. Do you presume the silver-clad duke falls short of your capabilities? I, too, am no less than you. At such a tender age, engaging in such recklessness will surely lead to your downfall. If you wish to go, then go." The 13th prince dared not defy his father's command. Rallying 200 elite imperial guards, all mounted archers equipped with quivers and horns. Additionally, he dispatched another 200 to specifically transport the red-robed cannon. "Father, truly, what have I said that is amiss? The silver-clad duke is indeed capable. Yet he is aged, and time spares no one. How can he compare with the vigor of youth?" Tu Su mused as he galloped forth. The battle between the silver-clad Marquis and the dreaming autumn chill had persisted for an extended duration. Aside from Minghe, no one possessed the patience to continue watching. In Chapter 79, titled The Crimson Cannon, 2. Minghe, having received a hint from Brother Fox, observed with great interest, while others succumbed to drowsiness. The soldiers who initially cheered loudly for the silver-clad Marquis were now rendered hoarse, unable to utter another sound. Whenever an exhilarating moment arose, Minghe would reference the Yijue Heart Sutra, and the obscurities that had perplexed him were suddenly illuminated, akin to clouds parting to reveal the sun. The Yijue Heart Sutra is a rare martial arts classic, not detailing specific techniques, but rather imparting a philosophy of martial arts. Even a grandmaster like In Hongming might find some of these concepts somewhat obscure, let alone Minghe. Both the silver-clad Marquis and the dreaming autumn chill were unparalleled masters of martial arts. The former excelled in fist techniques, while the latter was a master of the sword. Their profound understanding of martial arts was naturally reflected in their techniques as they engaged in combat. As Ming, he observed their exchanges, he simultaneously correlated them with the Yijue Heart Sutra, leading to sudden clarity on numerous complex issues. Even many of the confounding aspects of all laws returned to origin struck him with epiphany. Before Minghe, a brand new world seemed to unfold. Everything appeared novel to him, akin to an infant discovering the mysteries of an unfamiliar realm with insatiable curiosity. He felt himself rapidly evolving. Watching the silver-clad Marquis and dreaming autumn chill in action, Minghe sensed a growth surpassing years of diligent study and contemplation. Xiao Gun, entirely focused on Minghe, noted the transformation of his expression, from concentration to rapture, culminating in a beaming smile that rendered him almost dazed. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Xiao Gun exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out to touch Minghe. Suddenly, Minghe struck out, his fingers landing on Xiao Gun's arm. In an instant, Xiao Gun was propelled away like an arrow released from a bow. Minghe, jolted by the realization, pursued and grasped Xiao Gun's ankle before he could hit the ground. "Young master, you nearly frightened me to death, but just now, your speed was incredible. Even the Dongjin divine crossbow might not match such swiftness." This is progress. It seemed merely a breath's difference, yet such a gap was one that many martial practitioners might never transcend in their lifetime. Minghe's breathing had already been notably slow and deep. After this experience, it had further elongated. This additional breath could facilitate numerous actions. A master like the silver-clad Marquis could unleash 3 punches within a single breath, and oftentimes, just one punch could alter the course of a battle. Suddenly, a subtle tremor coursed through the ground of the Songju Pavilion, felt by both the silver-clad Marquis and dreaming Autumn Chill, yet neither paid it much heed. Their immense combat prowess meant that the vibrations from their clashes were commonplace. However, Minghe discerned that the tremors did not originate from their duel, but rather from afar. The quaking intensified, reminiscent of heavy cargo being drawn by a cart, that Wuwei Ho gasped out a few words. Followed by a bout of coughing, blood spilling from his lips, the 13th prince laid Wuwei Ho down gently. "Master, do not close your eyes. I shall avenge you this very moment." He gestured behind him. Commanding, "Remove the cannon cover." With that, a swift motion ensued. Someone tore away the crimson cloak enveloping the red artillery, revealing its dark, ominous muzzle. Others pushed the wooden carriage, aiming the cannon's mouth at the 2 combatants engaged in fierce struggle. This particular red cannon, the heaviest among the 5, possessed the greatest power, capable of loading a cannonball the size of a watermelon, hollowed out and filled with gunpowder, along with an assortment of iron spikes and small blades. Upon detonation, it would leave the surrounding area barren for 100 yards. No matter how formidable a warrior, even a martial saint, would be reduced to mere fragments before the might of the red cannon. Such is the power of firearms. Even deities would choose to evade their wrath. As the silver-clad Marquis and Meng Qiuhan contended with their inner strength, they distanced themselves further apart, now 6 yards away. The ability to maintain and exchange inner force over such a distance was truly astonishing. "Lord Marquis, evade!" the 13th prince shouted suddenly. The silver-clad Marquis unleashed 2 punches in rapid succession, compelling Meng Qiuhan to deflect with his sword, while he took the opportunity to retreat. At that moment, the silver-clad Marquis was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for the support of his formidable mental strength, he would have long since collapsed. Seeing the 13th prince approach, the Marquis felt a surge of anxiety. Danger loomed in this place, particularly from Meng Qiuhan, who could kill effortlessly within a distance of dozens of yards. The 13th prince was competent, yet still vastly overshadowed by the others present. If harm befell him, how could the Marquis explain it to the emperor? His lifelong reputation would be utterly destroyed. As the Marquis pondered, he noticed the 13th prince winking at him. Suddenly, he caught sight of the red cannon not far away, its dark muzzle ominously aimed in their direction, silent yet radiating a palpable aura of death. Meng Qiuhan also spotted the cannon and cursed. Shameless! 2 streams of sword energy surged forth, swiftly piercing towards the silver-clad Marquis. Simultaneously, he floated backward, landing atop the pine and bamboo pavilion. "This is bad. He intends to flee." Minghe suddenly shouted, seizing the bow and crossbow from a nearby patrolman, and loosed 3 arrows at Meng Qiuhan. The latter, with remarkable speed, darted forward, then abruptly accelerated, vanishing in a thin air as if made of air itself. Chapter 80. Minghe takes office. The atmosphere above the pine and bamboo pavilion relaxed momentarily as 5 young men in brocade garments witnessed Meng Qiuhan's escape. Standing in stunned silence, just as they prepared to resist fiercely, the silver-clad Marquis struck down 3 of them with powerful punches, while the remaining 2 fell to the 13th prince and Minghe. "Sever their tendons and ligaments," commanded the 13th prince loudly. With a series of swift motions, the tendons of all 5 young men were severed, their anguished screams echoing as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Once their tendons were severed, even a deity would be powerless to assist them. "You have aided the tyrant. This is your fate," the 13th prince coldly remarked, waving his hand to have the 5 young men taken away to the court of judicial review. insisting that their origins be thoroughly investigated and their families punished. Once the ringleader is captured, they shall all face the same fate. Turning to the silver-clad Marquis, he added, I arrived a step too late. You have worked hard, my lord. His words were polite, yet his tone was laced with arrogance. The young squire felt displeased and muttered under his breath, What skills do you possess? You are merely relying on the red cannon. In a clash of steel and might, you may find yourself faring even worse than they. The 13th prince turned, brandishing his sword toward the young lad, exclaiming, What manner of creature are you to speak to me in such a way? The lad stood tall, declaring, I am no creature. I am a human being, and my name is Su Xiaogun. I serve in the general's residence. A mere servant dares to address me thus? He drew his steel blade. Preparing for combat, Minghe shouted loudly, Xiaogun, you mustn't do this. Indignant, Xiaogun positioned himself behind Minghe. The silver-clad Marquis feigned ignorance, chuckling, thanks to the prince's arrival with the red-clad artillery, Meng Xiuhan has been frightened away. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to contend with this. He turned to the gathered crowd, stating, The matter is settled. You may all disperse. He pulled Xiaogun along and departed. As the 13th prince observed Minghe and Xiaogun retreating, he addressed the silver-clad Marquis. Are you truly planning to commend Xia Minghe? The Marquis replied, Of course. If we do not acknowledge such individuals, who would be willing to serve us in the future? He continued, However, Wuwei Marquis has sustained serious injuries. He ought to summon the imperial physician for proper treatment. Having reviewed the silver-clad Marquis' memorial, Emperor Hongguang slammed his palm down, causing the dragon-shaped writing desk, made of yellow flowering nanmu, to tremble violently, leaving a distinct imprint of his hand, in the Daqian Dynasty. The offspring of military generals must achieve distinction through two means. The first is to inherit their father's legacy, which necessitates the father's death in battle. The second is to render meritorious service to the court, receiving rewards accordingly. Xia Tianlang did not perish in combat. Xia Minghe naturally lacks any official titles that, in truth, even if Xia Tianlang had fallen in battle, his position would only pass to Xia Keding. With no connection to Minghe, if Xia Minghe wishes to rise above the masses, his only path lies in joining the military. Given the current pressing situation at the borders, another avenue has emerged, that of participating in the martial examinations, achieving fame in one fell swoop. According to the regulations of the Daqian Dynasty, those who practice martial arts must consecutively partake in local, provincial, and palace examinations, spanning a total of 5 years. The final palace examination, conducted by the emperor himself, determines the top scholar, known as the Zhuangyang, as the second son of the marshal's residence. Minghe is exempt from the local examination and may directly enter the provincial one, followed by the palace examination. Should a noble offspring already possess a title, they might even bypass the provincial examination, proceeding straight to the palace examination. Of course, such provisions apply only in extraordinary times. Emperor Hongguang remarked, I hold him in high regard. What position do you think would be fitting for him? The silver-clad Marquis responded, Your Majesty may bestow any title upon him. Even the most minor position would be regarded as your divine favor. Emperor Hongguang stated, A title is established by the court and bears great significance. Thus it requires careful consideration. How about appointing him as a guerrilla general? The guerrilla general, according to the Daqian Dynasty's official hierarchy, is classified as a 5th-rank military officer. Attaining the 5th rank among military officials is no small feat, yet within the ranks of Yunzhong City, there are many 5th-rank guerrilla generals who wield no command over troops. This title, therefore, carries more of a symbolic reward. Your Majesty, Xia Minghe's reputation is rather poor. Should you confer a title upon him, it may incite discontent among the officials and generals. The 13th prince, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Emperor Hongguang fixed his gaze upon his son, stating, Your words are disingenuous. It is likely not the officials and generals who would be displeased, but rather yourself. Are you attempting to manipulate your father with their sentiments? The 13th prince dared not meet Emperor Hongguang's gaze, lowering his head. I do not presume to. Emperor Hongguang smiled, and with a sense of propriety, he declared, This edict shall be penned by you. The 13th prince took the imperial brush, a seemingly insignificant tool, yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his grip, After a prolonged silence, he finally inscribed the first character onto the yellowed parchment. Minghe sat in his study, engrossed in his reading, when the sound of drums and gongs erupted outside. Accompanied by the bustling of servants, he merely frowned, aware that this commotion was not meant for him. Indeed, the entire mansion was alive with excitement, as the First Lady had ordered a grand celebration in his honor. Little Kun, noticing Minghe's skepticism, stammered in his eagerness. A few young maidservants, including Xiao Qing, peeked in from outside, hesitating to enter, yet unable to contain their curiosity. Minghe waved them in, saying, "What is it? Come inside." Little Kun muttered, "What else could it be? They must have heard about the young master's promotion and come to seek their rewards." "Young master, we are but poor folk. We hardly have enough silver to appease them," he added. Chapter 81. The advantages of officialdom. Indeed, Minghe was not affluent. His sole source of income consisted of a meager monthly stipend of a few taels, a sum that had only increased after the noble silver-robed duke had intervened, compelling the First Lady, Xia Minghe, to augment it. Previously, it had been a mere 4 taels, sufficient for purchasing a pair of shoes and socks. But little more. Minghe, indifferent to managing these paltry finances, entrusted them entirely to Little Kun, who insisted that if he claimed there was no money, then there truly was none, that if there is none, then none shall be given. They claim I am now an official. How could I be unaware? Moreover, they have always looked down upon me, and I am indifferent to their opinions. What difference does it make this time? I fear not. Why are you so anxious? Minghe smiled, lifting a cup of tea. You still have the leisure to sip tea. Little Kun nearly wept, his face flushed with impulsive emotion, the freckles on his cheeks becoming pronounced. We have barely over 30 taels, and they should be reserved for the young master's attire, he murmured, catching sight of Xiao Qing and the others peering in from outside. Lowering his voice, Little Kun muttered, "No one should dare covet these silver coins. Whoever lays a hand on my silver, I shall fight to the death. Even if you are the young master, you shall not take it." Observing Little Kun's anxious demeanor, he and several maidservants spread out their hands, revealing a collection of scattered silver coins and small gold ingots, all bestowed by the First Lady, Xia Minghe, as tokens of appreciation upon witnessing Minghe's rise to prominence. Little Kun gazed at Minghe, astonished. These maidservants were opportunists, swiftly altering their demeanor in light of Minghe's newfound status, eager to offer their hidden savings as a form of atonement for their previous disdain. How amusing that they would seek redemption in this manner. Little Kun, despite his thoughts, remained attentive to Minghe's wishes as it was. Minghe suppressed a laugh. His expression composed, he waved his hand, stating, "I shall not pursue past grievances. You are but servants, without authority to make decisions that I do not hold you accountable. As for these coins, I cannot accept them. Your diligent savings are hard-earned." Speaking thus, he took the silver from Little Kun's hands, selecting a few larger pieces to bestow upon Xiao Qing and the others. The maidservants, overwhelmed with gratitude, felt a pang of guilt for their earlier treatment of Minghe. After sending Xiao Qing and her companions on their way, Minghe found himself unable to concentrate on his reading. Though the documents from the Ministry of Personnel had yet to arrive, he was certain of his impending official appointment. Although Xiao Qing and her companions were merely maids, their constant association with Xia Minghe had honed their skills in flattery to perfection. Without absolute assurance, they would never dare to part with their private savings, especially behind Xia Minghe's back, as it entailed a considerable risk. Suddenly, Minghe experienced a profound sense of satisfaction. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to hold an official position. Even before he had formally assumed office, he was already the recipient of obsequious praise. Though he looked down upon their actions, he could not deny the pleasantness of the experience. The clerks from the Ministry of Personnel arrived shortly thereafter. Although the estate had been informed ahead of time, the arrival of the ministry's emissaries added a lively atmosphere to the general's residence. Only 3 individuals came from the ministry. A gentleman surnamed Jiang, along with 2 officials, who delivered Minghe's official robes and appointment documents. From this moment onward, Minghe, the guerrilla general, was truly stepping into his role d'etat. "Congratulations, my lady. The general's residence now boasts another pillar of talent." Zhang Chong, the official, greeted Xia Minghe with a cupped fist. "Thank you, my lord." This small token is but a gesture of goodwill. In the future, Ming, he will undoubtedly require your support and guidance, Qiu Baiwei replied, waving her hand, signaling for someone to bring forth a tray. Upon unveiling the silk cloth atop the tray, 3 rows of gleaming silver coins were revealed. Zhang Chong burst into hearty laughter, gladly accepting the offering. It was customary in the Daqian Dynasty for those delivering good news to receive a token of appreciation. The amount determined by the host. In this respect, it was undoubtedly a rewarding task. Gazing at the official robes on the tray, Qiu Baiwei felt a pang of bitterness. Although she had anticipated this moment would eventually arrive, witnessing it firsthand was still difficult to bear. Ming He's elevation was the greatest irony for her, particularly when she thought of her son, Xia Keding. Her heart sank under the weight of sorrow. However, the decision to appoint Ming He was Emperor Hongguang's, and Qiu Baiwei had to maintain an appearance of joy, busily arranging for Zhang the official to dine at the estate. Zhang cupped his fists in farewell, stating that he would not linger any longer and would return to offer congratulations when General Ming He achieved further advancement. With his 2 companions, he departed, visibly pleased. Xiao Gun held the young master's official robes, eagerly trailing behind Ming He. Everyone greeted Ming He with exuberance. Even the most oblivious gardener recognized the significance of the second young master's ascension to office. Chapter 82. Promotion regardless of the reactions from those around him. Ming He had officially become an official, albeit in name only, lacking an office or residence. Nevertheless, from this point forward, he was entitled to receive 50 taels of silver, 30 dough of white rice, and various other sundries each month. This remuneration was merely nominal, as very few military officials relied solely on such salaries for their livelihoods. Despite the stringent laws of the Daqian Dynasty, there were still those who embezzled military provisions for personal gain. If such irregularities were regarded as commonplace within a court, the day of its decline would be imminent. What delighted Ming He the most was that, as a guerrilla general, he could utilize the national training grounds for martial practice, where skilled masters resided, ready to offer him guidance whenever needed. Ming He is once again relocated to a new courtyard. Although situated within the general's residence, it is enveloped by open space and separated by walls, rendering it a remarkably tranquil locale with a significant degree of privacy. All of this has been accomplished at the behest of Qiu Baiwei, with the diligent Huang Pengzi scurrying about to ensure its completion. The transformation in Huang Pengzi's demeanor towards Ming He has been nothing short of revolutionary. Where there was once mere superficial respect, there now exists profound reverence emanating from the very core. The furnishings in the new home have been meticulously selected by Huang Pengzi, a veritable genius at discerning the master's desires, and both the arrangement of furniture and the selection of utensils have left Ming He thoroughly satisfied. Huang Pengzi's appearances before Ming He have become increasingly frequent, each visit marked by a beaming smile and an air of humility, his tone consistently respectful. This shift has not gone unnoticed by the other inhabitants of the general's residence. Ming He is acutely aware that he remains unchanged, the same as he ever was. The respect Huang Pengzi exhibits is not directed at him as an individual, but rather at the imperial authority he represents. These sycophants are the epitome of pragmatism. Nonetheless, this arrangement is advantageous, as it promises greater benefits while minimizing potential repercussions. The sole drawback lies in the fate that awaits them should their patron falter. Such a downfall would render their own circumstances quite pitiful. "Young master, Generals Tai and Feng have come to see you," Xiao Gunner announced, dashing in with the swiftness of the wind. He has now become Ming He's true attendant, no longer burdened with the menial tasks of the household. And Huang Pengzi treats him with a newfound deference, speaking to him in a conciliatory tone. Xiao Gunner is now living with a sense of exuberance. When the 3 brothers reunite, joy is palpable. Tai Quan exclaims, "I've always said, second brother is no ordinary man." Even before the martial examination, he has already caught the emperor's eye and been appointed as a guerrilla general. The days ahead will surely be smooth sailing. The brothers offer no other congratulatory sentiments, simply presenting a gift. Now that you are a general, your expenses will certainly increase. He produces several banknotes from the Four Seas Bank, all of which are universally redeemable for silver in any part of the Daqian Dynasty, and even in the foreign Yuan II kingdom. The total sum amounts to a staggering 3,000 taels, Second brother, rest assured, money is no issue. Spend these as you see fit, and if you require more, I shall devise another plan with Jiu. Tai Quan declares boisterously that Jiu nods in agreement, adding, Tai Quan speaks wisely. The garden at the foot of Shiliang Mountain has been granted to me by our father. I have no interest in cultivating vegetables or flowers, and, conveniently, Jiang Tianlang wishes to purchase it at a fair price. I intend to sell it, as retaining it serves no purpose. Minghe perceives Jiu's words as disingenuous. Had it not been for the concern of his own financial needs, Jiu would likely not consider selling the garden to Jiang Tianlang. You are overthinking it. I hardly require such a substantial sum. Keep the remainder for yourselves. I need only a few hundred taels. What is this, second brother? I am sincerely assisting you, not performing for your benefit. Your actions put us in a difficult position. Very well. From now on, we shall not provide you with any silver. If you intend to give, simply do so in double. Tai Quan asserts with a hearty voice. Minghe smiles. Then it is settled. I shall treat you all to lunch today. Let us indulge in some wine. Jiu interjects. We must indeed drink, but let it be my treat. Second brother has become an official. We ought to celebrate. Minghe responds. We are all brothers here. During this gathering, let us speak not of titles, but of brotherhood. As Xiao Qing entered to serve tea, she overheard Minghe inviting guests and chuckled. Young master, the chef in our residence possesses remarkable culinary skills. If you intend to host a gathering, I shall promptly inform the chef. The madam has stated that now that you have assumed an official position, you are a person of the court. Henceforth, you shall have your own matters to attend to, even if you are temporarily residing here, and we are to attend to you with utmost care. The chef is at your disposal. Jiu smiled. I have long been aware of the chef's exceptional skills at the general's residence, and today I shall indulge in them. Xiao Qing responded with a grin. As long as the young master gives his approval, I will relay the message at once. Before long, a lavish spread of delectable dishes was presented, and Xiao Qing entered with a jar of fine wine. Upon learning of the guest's arrival, the madam specifically instructed me to bring forth the good wine, which is a rare delicacy from beyond the frontier. Xiao Gun scoffed. This wine was sent to you by General Jiu and General Tai. It has nothing to do with the money you spent. Minghe playfully rapped Xiao Gun on the head. You've gained some audacity, daring to retort against me. Xiao Gun hastily tucked away the banknotes, regardless of their origin, declaring, as long as it's here, I shall accept it all. Rest assured, young master, I shall handle it well. Even if you ask for it, I shan't give you a single coin. Under Minghe's control, the blood-patterned sword could now emit a thunderous roar. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 swift strikes, it pierced deep into the life-size dummy propped against the wall. The dummy, carved from a solid piece of wood and encased in several layers of tough leather, exhibited extraordinary resilience. Yet the blood-patterned sword penetrated more than 3 inches deep. The entry points were remarkably neat, each thrust consistent and precise. Satisfied with this outcome, Minghe sheathed his sword, feeling the invigorating flow of energy coursing through him, a sensation of sheer comfort. Although he had yet to achieve the mastery of manifesting internal energy externally or condensing it into a sword, he could still strike with sword energy from a distance of 10 paces, capable of piercing through not just the leather-clad dummy, but even an armored foe. Chapter 83. The enigmatic immortal Qiu Baiwenming, he practiced relentlessly until nightfall, as darkness enveloped the world and silence reigned. It was the perfect time for cultivation. Each night, Minghe found ample opportunity for improvement. At the stroke of midnight, while all others lay in slumber, he immersed himself entirely in his own realm. He perused the unity of all laws and gained fresh insights. Previously, his understanding of the text was akin to gazing at flowers through a dense fog, obscuring clarity. Now, however, the fog had lifted considerably, revealing a general outline. Yet, in the intricate details, such as the shapes of petals and branches, confusion still lingered. Numerous thoughts flickered in Minghe's mind, each seemingly rational, yet upon closer examination, none proved accurate. He hesitated to experiment. For these thoughts pertained to the delicate balance of divine energy regulation. A misstep could yield unpredictable consequences that in the entire Cloud City, it seemed only Yin Hongming possessed such qualifications. Indeed, the path of martial arts is fraught with difficulty. While the initial stages of training may appear effortless, advancing beyond a certain realm demands immense effort. The Daqian Dynasty boasts countless martial artists, yet true masters are few and far between. And this is one of the reasons in another courtyard of the general's residence, Xia Minghe, too, was sleepless throughout the night. The events of recent days weighed heavily upon her heart. Each of Minghe's successes struck her like a profound blow, particularly when he was appointed as a guerrilla general, pushing her to the brink of despair. She is acutely aware that with Minghe assuming the role of a guerrilla general, even as a formally appointed official of the court, he possesses a kind of protective talisman. Confronting him directly would present numerous inconveniences. More importantly, the gap between her son Xia Minghe and Minghe has been widening, while Xia Minghe remains utterly unconcerned, which is what saddens Minghe the most. Despite her evident disapproval of Minghe's officialdom, she is compelled to feign delight, a torment that weighs heavily upon her. Standing by the window, gazing into the pitch-black night, Minghe is reminded of Shi Piaoxue. Her spirit wanders swiftly through the darkness, capable of penetrating obstacles without the need for detours, and soon she finds herself outside Minghe's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, there is nothing particularly noteworthy, nor any sentinels standing guard. However, Minghe's spirit suddenly trembles and halts its forward drift. She senses an invisible pressure sweeping in from all directions. Its advance is not rapid, yet it is steady, gradually compressing the space and forcing her spirit to retreat. Clearly, it would be unwise to intrude at this moment. She swiftly drifts away. Just after Minghe's spirit departs, the oppressive aura that had instilled fear in her dissipates. Minghe remains oblivious to the events outside the courtyard. Fully engrossed in the writings of all laws returned to origin, striving to find a breakthrough to his current predicament in the shortest time possible. How focused you are? What are you pondering? Fox brother suddenly appears, unchanged, taking a seat across from Minghe. You arrived just in time. Help me devise a plan. Upon seeing Fox brother, Minghe's spirits lift. Fox brother, now moving about the room, remarks, having changed quarters since becoming an official. Things are indeed different. I have long stated that matters of contemplation must be pursued independently. I can no longer assist you. I am merely a demon immortal. Perhaps I can aid you in the arts of Taoism, but in martial knowledge, you have surpassed me. Thus, outside Songju Pavilion, I urge you to observe the processes of all skilled practitioners. Furthermore, you must heed that the general's residence is not entirely safe. Just moments ago, Minghe's spirit lingered outside the courtyard that I employed my spiritual awareness to create an aura that frightened her away. Yet she is astute. She will soon discern the flaw. It would be prudent for you to relocate. Minghe chuckles. I am aware of her formidable abilities. She once traversed the battlefield alongside my father. If she seeks to confront me, it matters not where I reside. I shall remain here. After all, the emperor has decreed that until the martial examination is concluded, the general's residence must ensure my safety. Moreover, having become a guerrilla general, albeit a nominal title, I am still an official of the court. Surely, she must harbor some reservations about confronting me. Fox brother laughs. What you say is rather amusing. Minghe, as a demon immortal, would she truly be daunted by the command of Emperor Hongguang? If she refrains from acting against you, there must be other reasons at play. Besides, if she desires your demise, there exist countless methods, each one meticulously devised to leave no trace. Even Emperor Hongguang would be powerless to detect them. If she cannot achieve this, then she is not Minghe. Minghe appears puzzled. Are you suggesting she has attained the realm of a demon immortal? How is it that I am unaware of this? She is a demon immortal. Is she not human? This revelation left Minghe utterly astonished. That Minghe was not human was a notion he could scarcely fathom. Yet, the words of Fox brother were not to be doubted. With a chuckle, Fox brother remarked, what is so surprising about this? The realm of the demon immortals is not as unattainable as one might think. There are various ranks among demon immortals. Minghe, enamored with your father, Xia Tianlang, even bore him a son, which significantly diminished her cultivation. At best, she can only be regarded as the lowest tier among demon immortals. Nevertheless, dealing with her should pose no challenge for you. Moreover, a demon immortal is not exclusively a demon. They may also be human. If one's intentions are corrupt and actions peculiar, we may still refer to them as demon immortals. Thus, it became clear to Minghe that there exists no absolute boundary between immortals and demons. The distinction between being a demon or an immortal is profoundly influenced by one's innermost desires. Chapter 84. The imperial sword at the hour of the snake. The silver-clad Marquis awaited outside the study of Emperor Hongguang. The emperor had spent the entire night reviewing memorials and had yet to conclude his work. The yellow-robed eunuch emerged, speaking in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty requests the Marquis to enter." Emperor Hongguang sat upright behind the dragon desk, surrounded by towering stacks of memorials, with unfinished documents to his left and completed ones to his right, both sides piled high. Upon the silver-clad Marquis's entrance, the emperor set down his brush, gestured for him to take a seat, while the yellow-robed eunuch promptly presented a warm towel and began to massage the emperor's arms. Another eunuch arrived, bearing a golden bowl encrusted with jade, filled with the coveted golden nest of blood swallows. This particular type of swallow is regarded as the finest among its kind, and its nests are highly sought after by the royal palace and nobility alike. Snow swallows prefer to build their nests in lofty heights, while golden blood swallows construct their nests in steep, inaccessible places. The arduous nature of their nesting sites renders such nests exceedingly valuable. Each complete nest a testament to the labor and even the lives of those who harvest them. Emperor Hongguang smiled and said, "You have arrived just in time to sample this swallow's nest soup. You toil day in and day out. It is only fitting that you nourish yourself." He instructed the yellow-robed eunuch to serve a bowl to the silver-clad Marquis as well. The Marquis knelt in gratitude, accepting it with both hands. After taking a small sip, he cradled the bowl, reluctant to drink further. The emperor handed a memorial to the silver-clad Marquis, saying, "I have already reviewed this document. Meng Xiuhan's arrogance is intolerable. He must be dealt with severely. Issue a decree. Within the territory of the Daqian Empire, every effort must be made to apprehend him, regardless of casualties. Furthermore, Xia Minghe has only been granted a nominal position, which is rather inappropriate. He is not like others and should be given the opportunity to serve the court. You should exercise discretion in this matter." The silver-clad Marquis replied, "Your Majesty speaks most wisely. However, considering Minghe's youth, assigning him significant responsibilities may provoke dissent among others. Since Your Majesty holds such intentions, I shall comply and act accordingly." Emperor Hongguang lightly struck the dragon desk, producing a sharp sound. "And what of youth? There exists a faction in the court that cannot abide seeing others excel. They constantly seek to suppress any competition. Who dares to claim that Minghe is unworthy? That would imply a lack of vision on my part." As the sovereign of the Daqian Dynasty, Emperor Hongguang maintained an admirable composure, his anger rarely revealed. However, his words demonstrated his support for Minghe, assuring that he need not fear any future challenges. The silver-clad Marquis felt a surge of joy within, promptly nodding in agreement. "I shall obey your command and attend to this matter at once." Emperor Hongguang proclaimed, "You must ensure that this matter is executed flawlessly. The Daqian Dynasty is in dire need of talent, and individuals like Xia Minghe must be given due prominence. Only in this manner can we prevent the disheartenment of our talented individuals and encourage more to serve the nation, thereby ensuring the enduring prosperity of the Daqian realm." He then turned to the silver-robed Marquis. "You have heard this as well. The matters I entrusted to you must be addressed without delay." The silver-robed Marquis bowed once more. "Esteemed elder, your command shall be obeyed. I will attend to it immediately." As he prepared to depart, Emperor Hongguang called out, "There is no need to rush. Please wait a moment." "What is it you wish to discuss, 13th Prince?" The 13th Prince replied, "Just now, I received reports indicating a considerable discontent within the military encampment, asserting that Xia Minghe is utterly unworthy of the position of guerrilla general. He is merely a secondary son of a general, who fortuitously accomplished some requisite tasks, yet is granted such a lofty title. It is truly unacceptable." Emperor Hongguang scoffed. 13. Are these not the words of others, rather than your own? Although the silver-robed Marquis is present, I speak quite freely, indicating that I have never regarded him as an outsider. Should I be untrustworthy in my word? If I were to contradict myself, who would still place their faith in me? Would not our Daqian dynasty descend into chaos? There are always those who revel in turmoil, idly consuming resources. It is utterly loathsome. 13. Relay to me that should anyone utter such sentiments again, they shall be executed on the spot. This shall be proclaimed to the world. Those who thrive on discord must be reprimanded. I care not for their noble lineage or rank. Anyone who undermines the foundation of our Daqian Dynasty is my adversary. At this juncture, Emperor Hongguang reached out, seizing the Kai Tian sword that hung high upon the wall, bringing it into his grasp. This extraordinary feat of spatial manipulation was a testament to his superior skills. The Kai Tian sword was now poised before the 13th prince and subsequently presented to the silver-robed Marquis. My lord, I entrust this matter to you. This sword shall be your instrument, should anyone dare to speak ill of the court. Let this imperial sword serve as a means of execution before any further discourse. The 13th prince's eyes blazed with fury. Moments ago, this sword was clearly intended for him, yet it had been diverted to the silver-robed Marquis. Witnessing the loss of power, he found it difficult to remain composed. The silver-robed Marquis, astute and seasoned, sensed the shift in dynamics and addressed Emperor Hongguang. I take my leave, your majesty. Clutching the Kai Tian sword in one hand and balancing a bowl of golden silk blood swallows, nest soup in the other, he exited. Guarding the Cloud City were 100,000 Imperial Force troops, commanded by the formidable Lei Lai, the leader of the Feng Lei sect, wielding a wind thunder-long knife, a master able to single-handedly confront hundreds of foes. At this moment, Lei Lai was engaged in training, effortlessly lifting and dropping the 300 gene, approximately 150 kilograms. Heavy demise heavy blade, as if it were weightless. This heavy blade, typically utilized by martial artists to build strength, was never intended for direct combat. However, Lei Lai uniquely employed such a cumbersome weapon, resulting in devastating lethality. After practicing for the duration of a tea ceremony, Lei Lai gently set down the heavy blade, as 6 robust soldiers approached to carry it away. Despite their combined strength, they struggled, gritting their teeth with each step, the dust billowing around them. The exertion of wielding the heavy blade was immense. Yet Lei Lai merely perspired lightly upon his brow. After wiping it with a towel, he resumed his full-body strength training that he lay flat upon the ground, while soldiers secured ropes around his limbs and neck. The ground quivered slightly, a tremor caused by heavy objects incessantly striking its surface. From 5 distinct directions emerged 5 dark-coated green cattle, each considerably larger than the average bovine, their well-maintained hides glistening with a satin-like sheen. Those with discerning eyes would undoubtedly recognize these as a specialty of the northwest region of Daqian, renowned for their towering stature and strength, far exceeding that of ordinary green cattle. In this mountainous terrain, where conditions are harsh, locals rely on these formidable beasts for long-distance transport, making them the optimal choice. It is said that these green cattle can rival camels, enduring prolonged periods without sustenance. Their enormous hooves preventing them from sinking in the sands of the desert and ensuring they do not slip on the heights of the mountains, truly treasures of the region. The soldier secured one end of the rope to each of the 5 cattle, then cracked his whip, urging them to exert their strength in 5 different directions simultaneously. The rope tightened instantly, and Lei Lai found himself suspended in mid-air. He intended to employ the method of being torn apart by 5 horses to test his own strength. However, he had chosen cattle of greater power than horses, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his own dismemberment. Originally a personal guard to the 13th prince, Lei Lai's keen intelligence and remarkable abilities earned him the prince's favor. As the prince matured, he placed Lei Lai within the Imperial Forest Army, where he rose to a minor leadership position. Over the years, through diligent effort, Lei Lai astonishingly ascended to the rank of commander. He understood that despite his elevated status, a significant elevation from his previous role as a guard, it was still a gift from the 13th prince. Should he fail to keep the prince pleased, his command could easily be usurped. The soldier relentlessly cracked his whip. The 5 green cattle's tails stiffened, their heads bowed forward, nostrils flaring as they exhaled frosty breaths. The frozen earth beneath them was trampled into deep craters. The rope was pulled taut, creaking ominously, yet Lei Lai's expression remained remarkably calm. However, his muscles swelled visibly, veins bulging in his exposed arms like writhing earthworms, a testament to his surging vitality. Waves of strength emanated from Lei Lai's limbs. Racing along the rope to the 5 green cattle, the astonishment of all, The 5 green cattle were pulled backward by this force, and then, almost simultaneously, they leaped into the air at that moment. Lei Lai landed and stood tall. With a resounding thud, the rope around his neck snapped. Even a cord fashioned from the hides of several cattle could not withstand the might of Lei Lai's energy. The 2 plumes of white vapor were a manifestation of Lei Lai's explosive internal power, a testament to his mastery of inner strength. This indicated that although he possessed the strength to move 5 cattle, he remained flesh and blood, and his formidable power was likely a combination of relentless training and exceptional talent. Casting aside the rope, Lei Lai strode confidently to the front of the green cattle, grasping the horns of one beast, lifting it effortlessly, and executing an aerial flip before sending it crashing to the ground. The impact was thunderous, sending dust swirling into the air, accompanied by the sound of several ribs snapping. The creature struggled to rise, only to be met with Lei Lai's sweeping kick, shattering its foreleg and sending the green cattle tumbling once more. The remaining few azure cattle, witnessing their kindred injured, were startled and began to flee, emitting frantic cries. Thunderous and fierce, Lei Lai's body moved with the swiftness of lightning, striking each of the 4 azure cattle with a powerful punch. They staggered a few steps before collapsing simultaneously, their innards obliterated by that single blow. The guards nearby, having long grown accustomed to such sights, promptly offered the great commander Lei Lai a warm towel as he halted. Drag them away and execute them. Let the brothers partake, Lei Lai remarked with satisfaction, wiping his hands and face with the towel he had received. The man, clad in the regalia of the Imperial Guard, possessed keen eyes that sparkled with a divine light, clearly indicating that he was a master of martial arts. Such an adept could not possibly be an ordinary soldier of the Imperial Guard. With a mere glance, Lei Lai discerned that this individual must be the personal bodyguard of the 13th Prince. After unsealing a letter and examining its contents thoroughly, Lei Lai opened it once more that a soldier entered upon hearing the commander's summons. Convey my orders. Instruct the newly appointed guerrilla general, Xia Minghe, to meet with me tomorrow. Lei Lai threw a command arrow, which embedded itself in the soldier's attire. The soldier turned to exit as Lei Lai reclined in a tiger-skin chair, propping his feet upon the table. After all, Xia Minghe was merely a minor figure. Did the 13th Prince truly warrant such attention? Chapter 86. The bowsprit, though I find myself in need of funds, I cannot tarnish the young master's reputation. Minghe was deeply moved, patting the shoulder of the little stick with 2 gentle taps. That's right, our journey ahead is long. Just wait and see how I treat you. At that moment, he heard someone outside calling out his name loudly, a voice strikingly familiar. Upon looking up, he saw Chong-Hei-Hu entering, who remarked as he approached, "Once you've attained an official position, things are indeed different. Along the way, I've encountered several groups seeking you out, have I not?" Only upon joining a certain circle would such occurrences gradually diminish. Minghe did not wish to join any circles. Rather, he felt that the time was not yet ripe. He was acutely aware that all his actions were under the watchful eyes of the silver-robed Marquis. While he remained oblivious to the true intentions behind the Marquis's concern for him, he understood that, thus far, the silver-robed Marquis was his greatest ally, as a guerrilla general capable of commanding troops. With real power at his disposal, he could assert his influence over dozens of miles, far more practically than Chong-Hei-Hu could. Minghe clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your promotion as I embark on my official career. There are many matters in which I will rely on your guidance." Chong-Hei-Hu chuckled. "You need not be so formal. I am well aware that you have been personally promoted by the Marquis. Assisting you is akin to aiding my own brother." Having long navigated the corridors of power, his words were impeccably measured, reflecting both his perspective and upholding the Marquis's reputation. "The Marquis wishes to see you. You must depart at once." Chong-Hei-Hu suddenly shifted his tone, producing the silver-robed Marquis's command arrow from his bosom and placing it upon the table. The command arrow was exquisitely crafted, entirely sculpted from jade, with silver inlaid along its edges. Its surface bore a bas-relief of a majestic leopard, wings spread wide, poised to leap, its forelegs airborne and hind legs firmly grounded, exuding an air of formidable power. "If the Marquis seeks me, what need is there for a command arrow? A mere notification would suffice. Minghe replied with a smile. This is different. You are now a court official, and the Lord must summon you with a command token. This is the established convention of the great Daqian Dynasty, and at no time should one transgress these rules, especially those in positions of authority. The conventions are set by those who hold office, and if they do not adhere to them, who else would? Chong Heihu spoke earnestly. Minghe inquired, should I dress in official robes to meet the Lord? Chong Heihu replied with a smile, that is not necessary. This token is the private summons of the Lord, intended for calling upon the military officials in court. For matters of significant importance, a different type of token is employed. Minghe chuckled. I was aware that a token was required, but I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved. Hearing Minghe speak in such a manner intrigued Chong Heihu, although it was Minghe's first foray into officialdom. His father was the esteemed General Xia Tianlang of Jingbian. Even if he had not encountered the intricacies firsthand, he should have absorbed some understanding through familial influence. Yet it appeared he was as uninformed as a blank slate. Minghe followed Chong Heihu through a labyrinth of courtyards, eventually arriving at a deeper section of the Lord's residence, though this location was not the study of the Silver Robe Lord. The further they ventured, the more expansive the area became, with only steep artificial hills and towering trees in sight. After a considerable distance, they emerged into a vast open space, which was surprisingly well maintained. To one side lay stone locks and similar implements, while the opposite side featured a rectangular sand pit filled with fine white sand. In the distance stood several leather archery targets, positioned at least 30 zhang from where Minghe stood. On another rack, various bows of differing lengths were displayed, but a cursory glance revealed that these were all powerful bows. The lightest among them, a lacquered golden painted bow, possessed a draw weight of at least 80 stones. A bow capable of such strength could command respect in the military of the great Daqian Dynasty, while a bow with a draw weight of 150 stones, made from rhinoceros horn, could elevate one to the status of a guerrilla general or similar martial official. The most formidable bow in the Silver Robe Lord's possession appeared to be the blackbone bow resting against the wall. Its limbs were as thick as a child's arm, with a bowstring that matched the girth of an adult's thumb. Sunlight danced upon its dark surface, and upon catching sight of this bow, Minghe was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. It felt as if the bow possessed a spirit of its own, instinctively aware of Minghe's intention to wield it, and preemptively exerting its formidable weight upon him. It seemed that bows, too, could sense strength and weakness. Minghe grasped this concept, finding it quite intriguing. Yet it was not so surprising. Bows have their own spirits, and swords possess their own souls. Everything that exists in the world should have its own sovereign and not allow others to dictate its fate. These insights were gleaned from his study of the unity of all laws. Contemplating these thoughts, Minghe's awareness intensified. The pressure he had felt moments before vanished, as if the harsh cold were dispelled by the warmth of the rising sun. Indeed, they were susceptible to strength and dominance. A smile crept across Minghe's face as he approached and gently caressed the black horn bow. The bow's coolness seeped through his fingertips, spreading a pleasant chill throughout his body. Minghe bent down and carefully lifted the black horn bow. Chapter 87. The Silver Robe Lord offers enlightenment. Haha, you've just arrived at the training ground, and you're already reaching for my black horn bow. The Silver Robe Lord suddenly emerged from behind a screen. Minghe saluted promptly, yet he felt a twinge of doubt within him. He could sense the bow spirit, but why was he unable to detect the presence of the silver-clad Marquis? Had the silver-clad Marquis grown so formidable that he could conceal his whereabouts? Minghe pondered this thought, attempting once more to perceive with his spiritual awareness, but to no avail. Suddenly, he was struck by a chilling sensation akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It was truly terrifying to see someone yet be oblivious to their existence. What could be more frightening than this? Were it not daytime, Minghe would surely suspect he was ensnared in a dream. The silver-clad Marquis chuckled. It is nothing to be concerned about. As long as your breathing aligns with your surroundings, you can, like the elements around you, achieve what I have mentioned. Your spiritual awareness will trick you. In truth, it is not deceiving you. It simply cannot perceive what is beyond its reach. These words from the silver-clad Marquis illuminated Minghe's understanding, yet he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. The Marquis was evidently aware that he was using his spiritual awareness to observe him. Minghe recognized the Marquis's prowess, but had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. It seemed that, during their encounter at the Songzhu Pavilion days prior, the Marquis had concealed his true strength. The sheer magnitude of the Marquis's capabilities was utterly daunting. However, having such a person to assist the Emperor was indeed a stroke of fortune for the people of Daqian. Minghe's thoughts spiraled. He understood that his musings could not escape the Marquis's notice. Yet he found himself unable to rein in his wandering awareness. Each time he stood before the Marquis, he would become flustered, and his extensively trained spiritual perception would falter, which was truly terrifying. The silver-clad Marquis continued, "This black-horn bow is what I employed during my archery training, akin to the state blade of Iron General. Since you're able to wield this bow, why not shoot a few arrows for me to witness?" He gestured toward a distant target. As Minghe grasped the black-horn bow, he immediately discerned that its draw weight exceeded 500 stones. He had never encountered a bow of such formidable power before. However, given the Marquis's request, Minghe felt it would be impolite to decline. "My lord, I shall dare to give it a try. This is my first experience with such a powerful bow." Noticing the quiver nearby, filled with arrows, he drew one out. The arrow was entirely obsidian, heavy and solid, crafted entirely from black iron. Its increased weight ensured that it would maintain a straight trajectory over considerable distances after leaving the bowstring, thereby enhancing shooting accuracy. This modest arrow weighed at least 10 pounds. In the heat of battle, few would carry such a bow and arrow, as the sheer weight of the equipment could easily surpass 100 pounds. Combined with the iron armor of a mounted general, totaling several hundred pounds, such burdens would diminish the agility of war horses, significantly raising the risk of death on the battlefield. Gently lifting the blackhorn bow, Minghe knocked the arrow and drew it back into a half circle. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated melodiously. Thud! 30 paces away, a target swayed before toppling over. Chong Heihu applauded enthusiastically, but Minghe sighed inwardly. Although he had aimed for the center of the target, he had struck the one to the left. While he had indeed hit a target, Minghe knew it was merely by chance. Although he could draw the blackhorn bow and release the arrow, his accuracy was severely lacking. The prospect of shooting without precision was a frightening thought. The silver-clad Marquis nodded and remarked, "To achieve this on your first attempt is commendable. There are still some issues with your breathing technique. Your hands tremble, indicating an instability in your breath. Grasping the blackhorn bow, you deftly drew 3 arrows from the quiver and executed 3 full draws, releasing the arrows in swift succession. Each arrow struck its target with a resounding thud, all cleaved through the center by the silver-clad lord's precise shots. Minghe watched in awe, his tongue clicking in admiration. The silver-clad lord shot arrows with effortless grace, conversing as he did so, his breath remaining utterly undisturbed. Such skill is indeed exceedingly rare. Minghe pondered the silver-clad lord's previous words, and the Yunjue heart sutra resurfaced in his mind, its teachings on breath flooding his consciousness. As a military official, mere martial prowess is woefully insufficient. One must wield both grace and authority. These truths, I trust, do not require my elaboration." The silver-clad lord set down the blackhorn bow, speaking slowly. Though appearing nonchalant, each word resonated clearly in Minghe's ears. The Lord's guidance was not to be forgotten. He would need the Lord's support in the future. The silver-clad lord chuckled. "You are mistaken. Your advancement to this stage is solely your own endeavor. It has little to do with me. If one were to draw a connection, it would be that I once spoke a few words of commendation on your behalf. But my intention was not for your benefit alone, but for the greater good of the entire Daqian Dynasty. Xia Minghe, remember this. In this world, no one can truly assist you. The only one who can help is your own capability. If you lack ability, what use is my support? Conversely, if you possess talent, why would you need my aid? What I can offer is merely an opportunity. The crucial part is whether you can seize it." Minghe nodded vigorously, acknowledging the Lord's admonitions as profound wisdom that he would forever cherish. The silver-clad lord waved his hand. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. My invitation was not for such trivialities. Remember this. A true official must possess both courage and strategy, blending both literary and martial skills to govern the world effectively. Relying solely on raw valor or the cunning of a bookish scholar is equally unwise. However, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Of course, consulting your father is preferable, as I will share my insights without reservation. Hearing the silver-clad lord's words, Minghe felt an overwhelming gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Apart from his father, Xia Minghe, the silver-clad lord was the only outsider who spoke to him with such warmth and concern. The silver-clad lord continued, "Your martial skills are commendable, Oh, you mean that my skills still lack refinement and are muddied by distractions?" Minghe cautiously inquired, holding the silver-clad lord in the highest esteem and eager to seize every opportunity to learn. A spark of excitement flickered in the silver-clad lord's eyes, only to be swiftly subdued by his mental discipline. Indeed, you are truly a promising talent. I merely mentioned it casually, yet you grasped it so readily. Your understanding of refinement is merely the foundational concept. Such insights, not only you, but even I, after decades of contemplation, would not dare claim to surpass your comprehension by much. This so-called refinement is not a static state. Chapter 88. Fight until submission. The silver-clad lord, animated by his thoughts, pointed towards the sky. Look at that sunit is ever-changing. What I see is the same sun you see, yet is not the same sun. Minghe followed the direction of his finger and gazed at the sun, which had already descended to the western horizon. The evening glow cast a warm light upon him, causing his eyes to gently close. In a moment of inadvertence, he caught sight of the silver-clad hunter, whose eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brightness, unblinking even in the face of the piercing sunset. The realization that the silver-clad hunter was unperturbed by the sun filled Minghe with astonishment. The eyes are the most vulnerable part of the human body, instinctively reacting to avoid harm. Closing one's eyes in response to intense light is a natural reflex, one that even newborns instinctively understand as they shy away from harsh illumination. Yet here was the silver-clad hunter, facing the glaring light without a hint of a frown or the slightest flutter of his eyelids, indicating that every sinew of his being was under flawless control, responding and adapting at will. This reflex, whether upon waking or during slumber, had become as intrinsic to him as breathing itself. Possessing such near-perfect mastery, the silver-clad hunter would undoubtedly exhibit no vulnerabilities. To attempt to strike him would be an arduous, if not impossible, endeavor. The prospect of having an adversary like the silver-clad hunter was indeed a terrifying thought. Within a brief span, Minghe's mind spiraled into a myriad of chaotic notions. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel these thoughts from his consciousness. The silver-clad hunter gestured towards the black-horned bow beside him, likening it to the bow and arrows they both held, though they wielded the same black-horned bow and identical arrows. The outcomes of their shots would differ profoundly, reflecting the chasm between them, for his breath was far more refined than Minghe's. A sudden clarity washed over Minghe as he contemplated this insight. The techniques of breath control recorded in the Heart Sutra should enable him to cultivate a purer breath. Although he could not achieve it presently, he was certain he would in the future. He then pondered that focusing on a single task and executing it to the utmost of one's abilities could also be considered a form of purity. The attendant accepted the silver-clad hunter's cloak and assisted him in donning loose garments. The silver-clad hunter waved to Minghe, saying, "Now that you are here, do not stand on ceremony. Make yourself comfortable, for this is not your first visit." Chong Heihu poured 2 cups of tea for them, then bowed and exited, gently closing the door behind him. In the training grounds, he could stand by as they discussed matters that were not secretive, yet within the study, where confidential matters would be broached. He was not to overhear. The silver-clad hunter gently stirred the tea leaves within his cup with the lid, and a subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the spacious study. Minghe, refraining from sipping the tea, placed his hands on his knees, sitting upright like a proud pine, standing resolutely against the wind and snow. Stand like a bell, sit like a pine was a principle established by Xia Minghe, which Minghe had practiced since childhood, now a habit ingrained in him. Though still young, he sat in the chair with a focused demeanor, his gaze fixed upon the tip of his nose, his spirit harmonized and centered, embodying the quintessential posture for breath cultivation. The silver-clad hunter nodded imperceptibly, recognizing the boy as a malleable talent. Even while seated, he had not forsaken his practice of breath control. Indeed, he could engage in conversation with himself, a skill the silver-clad hunter himself could accomplish. Yet he understood how challenging it was to achieve such a feat, such a seemingly insurmountable task. Yet Xia Minghe has remarkably accomplished it. What other challenges could possibly daunt him? Suddenly, the silver-clad Marquis sat up straight, fixing his gaze upon Minghe, who immediately felt as though his entire being had been pierced through. I summoned you here to inform you that the Emperor has granted you permission to lead troops. Soon, you shall no longer occupy a mere nominal position as a military officer. You are about to establish your own office. Minghe felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Expressing his gratitude for the Emperor's grace, I am willing to risk everything for the cause, he declared fervently. The silver-clad Marquis chuckled. Is your life truly so trivial? Are you so quick to offer it up? As a general of the court, your readiness to sacrifice is commendable. But do not forget that you have soldiers under your command, that it is their loyalty that you must cultivate. That is your true responsibility. Of course, in moments of life and death, you must also be prepared to charge forward. Only with a balance of benevolence and authority can one excel in governance. Prepare yourself. Soon, someone will arrive at the general's residence to convey the orders from the Ministry of Personnel. I share this with you in advance, not as a breach of confidentiality. Remember, the military operates independently from the court. Many matters cannot be spoken of or questioned in such environments. There are predominantly military officers, all self-assured and unlikely to extend you any favor, regardless of your lineage as the son of Xia Tie. Minghe understood that the Marquis spoke the truth. Although Xia Tie was formidable, his long tenure at the borders meant that his connections with court officials were superficial, lacking true camaraderie, and thus he wielded little influence. Moreover, these officials tended to look down upon local officers, believing themselves superior, even to renowned generals like Xia Tie, whose rank far surpassed theirs. Minghe gritted his teeth, aware that the military revered the principle of the victor claiming the throne. Only through immense strength could one instill fear in others. The silver-clad Marquis smiled. Your mindset is commendable. However, I must advise you to exercise restraint. Avoid making excessive waves as a newcomer to officialdom. Your foundation is still shaky. If you inflict too much harm and word reaches the Emperor's ears, I will be powerless to protect you. Chapter 89. Minghe teaches martial arts. As Minghe departed from the Marquis' residence, he was escorted by Chong Heihu, who remarked with a smile, "Little brother, the Marquis seldom engages in such lengthy discussions. You should cherish this opportunity." Minghe forced a smile, realizing that he had once thought being a military officer would be simple, merely requiring the skills of horseback riding and archery, only to discover the multitude of complexities involved. Chong Heihu laughed. With your intelligence, you are bound to excel. The Marquis has seen countless individuals and would not misjudge you. The days of yore had been uncomplicated, focused solely on honing one's skills. Yet unexpectedly, life had quietly transformed before he was ready. If he could not change it, then he would learn to adapt. Minghe pondered this. The Marquis' words resonated deeply. And no matter how capable a person may be, there are times when one may find themselves isolated, especially in officialdom, where many actions become restricted, necessitating the cultivation of allies. But where could he find such allies? In that moment, he glanced at the small stick by his side. This was indeed a trustworthy individual, yet not one he could rely on heavily. Aside from the small stick, there were only Jiyu and Tai Quan. Minghe suddenly realized, having grown so much and made numerous acquaintances, the only three individuals he could truly confide in were these. Come, follow me to the manor for a drink," he urged. Minghe shook his head and replied, "There is no time for revelry. I have urgent matters to attend to. Accompany me to meet Jiyu, prepare the horses, and we shall depart at once." Tai Quan did not inquire further. Mounting his steed and riding alongside Minghe, Jiyu, equally perplexed, was unaware of Minghe's intentions in summoning them. With a serious expression, Minghe addressed them, "We are good brothers. I find myself in a difficult predicament. Will you lend me your assistance?" Tai Quan's chest swelled with resolve. "What do you mean, second brother? Your troubles are our troubles as well. Speak, and let us know how we can assist you. I can rally over 200 men. And as for eldest brother, he could likely gather even more." Jiyu cast a stern glance at Tai Quan. "What tribulations has the second brother encountered? Speak openly, so we may devise a solution together. United in brotherhood, we can accomplish anything. Minghe smiled. I wish to teach you some martial skills that I wonder if you would be willing to learn. Acquiring new abilities can only be beneficial. Tai Quan and Ji Yu exchanged hearty laughter, with Tai Quan exclaiming, "This is splendid news. I am certainly eager to learn. Our skills are similar, yet the gap between us widens. I have long wished to study under you, but feared I might be a bother." A pang of guilt washed over Minghe. He had spent recent days engrossed in the study of the unification of all methods, neglecting the bonds with his brothers. This is my fault. I shall dedicate more time to be with you in the future. For an entire afternoon, Minghe elaborated on the profound principles of martial arts, sharing insights gleaned over the past months. Regardless of their accuracy, Ji Yu, possessing a high aptitude, comprehended the majority of what Minghe conveyed, nodding in understanding, experiencing a feeling akin to enlightenment. Tai Quan, though somewhat less adept, struggled to keep pace with the discourse, feeling increasingly dazed. After stifling several yawns and stretching his limbs, he hesitated to suggest a break, noticing that Minghe and Ji Yu were wholly engrossed. Eventually, Tai Quan could no longer contain himself. "Second brother, this is rather dull. Why not teach me something practical, something that can enhance my strength?" Minghe chuckled at Tai Quan's candidness. Indeed, such a temperament was ill-suited for the cultivation of profound martial arts. Tai Quan excelled in wielding a hefty broadsword, weighing a substantial 80 pounds. While it could not compare to Tai Gongran's state weapon or Lei Lai's formidable blade, it was still an impressive feat for one without inner strength to wield it in battle. Minghe produced a vial of Baju San and handed it to Tai Quan. "This is a spirit medicine given to me by the silver-clad Marquis. Consuming it will augment your strength. Divided into 3 doses. I shall also impart some breathing techniques to help you regulate your qi." Tai Quan was familiar with the spring and autumn broadsword technique, yet he could not attain the level Minghe had achieved. Minghe wielded the heavy broadsword with an ethereal grace, a sensation reminiscent of swordplay, after demonstrating the 36 forms of the spring and autumn broadsword, each with 8 variations, totaling 288 transformations. Minghe set down the broadsword, appearing only slightly winded, his demeanor unchanged. Behold, this exemplifies the benefits of regulated breathing. If one were to gasp for air, mastering this swordplay would be an unattainable feat. Even if one were to complete the training, it would inevitably lead to a depletion of vital energy, resulting in an extended period of recovery. Tai Quan was utterly astonished. Had he not witnessed the event with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe the reality of what had transpired. He was fully aware of the exertion required by this set of spring and autumn sword techniques, and Minghe's subsequent display left him even more astounded. Despite knowing that Minghe possessed formidable skills, witnessing it firsthand still provoked an involuntary reaction of amazement. To flawlessly execute this entire set of sword techniques with such composure was remarkable. "Very well, elder brother, I am now thoroughly convinced. Pray tell, what must I do? How can I master the art of regulated breathing?" After observing Minghe's performance, Tai Quan's eagerness became palpable, and he yearned to commence immediately. Minghe replied with a smile, "One must not be hasty in martial training. The more impatient one is, the less likely success will be achieved, for it can lead to a dangerous obsession. Follow my instructions, and you shall not go astray." He reiterated the essence of regulated breathing once more. Chapter 90. The Troubles of the Enchanted Immortal. "I shall have dinner prepared for you. Shall I serve it now?" Upon receiving a nod from Minghe, the servant promptly turned and departed. Just as Minghe entered the room, the servant arrived with the dishes. Dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, all well balanced between meat and vegetables, with the soup being a carrot and lamb concoction. The rotund man pointed at the carrots in the soup, saying, "General, these are exquisite. They have been imported from the western regions, and each one is quite valuable. Eaten raw, they are crisp, and when cooked, they offer an entirely different flavor." He continued to speak, eager to impress Minghe, but noticing the slight furrow of Minghe's brow, he quickly recognized the cue to silence himself and retreated. The young attendant slammed the door shut with a thud, exclaiming, "Young master, I cannot stand the visage of that rotund fellow. His laughter was so feigned and utterly repugnant. And what nonsense about the carrots being from the western regions. Delicious, he claims. I cannot believe it. They are merely carrots. What could be so special? These carrots are significantly smaller than our large white ones. Minghe smiled gently. Whether they are delectable or not, you shall find out by sampling them. Perhaps the rotund man is correct. Do not be quick to judge. The young attendant chuckled. You have yet to taste it. I shall try it first. Is that acceptable? Though he spoke these words, he reached for a spoon and ladled a scoop of soup to taste, although he held the rank of the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guard, which far exceeded that of a guerrilla general. The Imperial Guard was tasked with safeguarding the Emperor and the palace, which had no direct relevance to him. Why would such a distinguished Grand Marshal be so eager to see me? Minghe pondered deeply for quite some time, yet remained at a loss. Nonetheless, he sensed that this could not bode well. He had long heard that Lei Lai was a trusted confidant of the 13th Prince. And in the eyes of the 13th Prince, he had always been regarded as an unwelcome presence. Fear not. Lei Lai is merely a man. After all, what is so special about a Grand Marshal? Treat me well, and I shall reciprocate. Should you make things difficult for me, I shall retaliate. I shall subdue you if necessary. Minghe contemplated, feeling considerably more at ease. Having set aside this matter, Minghe turned his focus to studying the convergence of all laws. He sought within this tome a method to contend with Lei Lai. Perhaps Lei Lai's summons was merely routine, and I am overthinking it. Nevertheless, taking precautions is never a detriment. But if it comes to blows, how shall I confront him? The night was as dark as ink, and the entire general's residence loomed like a silent beast in the depths of the night. The door to QBU's abode remained unlatched. Yet she emerged from within. Clad in black garments, she appeared strikingly different from her daytime attire. Once she departed her dwelling, QBU swiftly melded into the shadows of the night. She traversed the sky, with the entire cloud city sprawling beneath her. She relished the sensation of being elevated above, feeling in that moment as though she were the sovereign of the world. Xi Piaoxue turned, letting out a gentle sigh. Junior sister, I have arrived. After all these years, you have endured much. Her voice was crisp and melodious, soothing to the soul. The tears that QBU had long suppressed finally cascaded down, dispersed by the heavenly winds, vanishing without a trace. Elder brother, with your words, I find my years have not been in vain. Yet I do not comprehend why I am not permitted to take action if I am to remain here without the ability to act. What purpose do I serve? She gestured towards the cloud city below, shrouded in darkness, where the occasional flicker of lights could be discerned, though faint due to the distance. QBU and Xi Piaoxue possessed keen eyesight, recognizing the bustling rooftops of Cloud City, alive both day and night. That if martial prowess could resolve all matters, then no challenge would exist in this world. The issue lies in the fact that should you eliminate one Hongguang emperor, another shall rise to take his place. There are countless individuals who desire dominion over the realm. Do you truly believe you can vanquish them all? Xi Piaoxue sighed. Perhaps we ought not to involve ourselves in this affair. The rise and fall of dynasties is a matter for mortals, bearing no relation to us. This endeavor has been erroneous from the beginning. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Have you faltered? Whatever happened to the fervor and ambition we once possessed? QBU retorted. Indeed, we are no ordinary beings, yet we must not forget that we are still citizens of the Yuan-Tu kingdom. Even as deities, we remain deities of the Yuan-Tu kingdom. I yearn to be a celestial being, but more so, I aspire to be a celestial being of the Yuan-Tu kingdom. QBU rarely expressed such fervor in the presence of her elder brother. The pent-up resentment accumulated over the years erupted at this moment. That rascal, Xia Minghe, has surprisingly gained prominence. Had it not been for your command, I would have obliterated him long ago. Now, he stands as a favored figure in the eyes of the Hongguang Emperor, even becoming a general of guerrilla warfare. It vexes me to feign joy while arranging his accommodations and managing his daily affairs. Elder brother, you are aware of my temperament. At this juncture, QBU's voice faltered. I understand all that you have said, yet rest assured, Xia Minghe's days of fortune are numbered. The 13th Prince has already informed Lei Lai to eliminate him. This afternoon, did not Lei Lai's envoy visit the general's residence? As Xi Piaoxue spoke, she raised her hand to cast forth a handkerchief. The fierce winds of the heavens could sweep away stones, yet they could not disturb this delicate handkerchief, which steadied itself before QBU. This handkerchief, crafted from genuine silk, was adorned with an embroidered pine tree. beneath which stood a middle-aged scholar gazing towards the distant mountains. It was a cherished memento of Xi Piaoxue, a gift hand-stitched by Qiu herself. For all these years you still carry. Upon seeing this handkerchief, Qiu Baiwei felt her heart melt entirely. Xi Piaoxue sighed and said, "How could I possibly forget? It is merely that I dare not contemplate it. Trust me, endure a little longer. Circumstances will surely change." Qiu Baiwei held the handkerchief in her hands, continuously caressing it. "Senior brother, I heed your words, but that only benefits that scoundrel, Xia Minghe." He chuckled. "Xia Minghe's days will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. The rupture blade Lei Lai will certainly deal with Minghe. This time, Minghe is doomed. Even if he survives, he will be gravely injured. He possesses some skill, yet cannot be compared to Lei Lai." However, Qiu Baiwei harbored some doubts. For the current Xia Minghe was unlike the one of the past. Now he at least faced dozens of adversaries, and he concealed his true prowess. One could hardly ascertain his combat capabilities at Songju Pavilion. His audacity to challenge the invisible sword Meng Qiuhan serves as ample proof. While Minghe's martial prowess is formidable, his experience in the Jianghu is lacking and cannot be compared to Lei Lai's. Lei Lai is the leader of the Wind and Thunder sect, and has served as a general in the Imperial Guard for many years, adept in both the light and dark realms. Minghe's encounter with him could indeed be considered a stroke of bad luck. Xi Piaoxue spoke in an indifferent tone, as if discussing matters entirely unrelated to herself. The wind grew increasingly fierce. Yet it could not disperse the weight of her words, which were exchanged solely between her and Qiu Baiwei. Even those nearby could not hear a whisper. Minghe pondered various possibilities of confronting Lei Lai. Yet after much contemplation, he remained utterly perplexed. Such considerations were wholly distinct from martial training. Training in martial arts involves fixed techniques. The only variable is the application of strength, and with diligent practice, one can uncover its intricacies. Conversely, navigating human interactions is among the most elusive of endeavors, even more so than mastering the most difficult martial arts. This ability develops with age and cannot simply be attained through meditation. As the ancients said, read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles, which encapsulates this principle. Reading can enlighten the mind, and reading extensively brings even greater benefits. However, mere rote learning is of little use. One must also journey through diverse experiences to broaden one's horizons. Only through the harmonious interplay of both can one achieve greatness. Minghe now found himself in an awkward state of contemplation. He looked up and around, with only the bright lamp on the table for company, casting a solitary shadow on the wall. The shadow on the wall remained singular, yet Minghe heard someone speaking and soon detected a faint aroma of wine. He turned to see a jug of fine wine had appeared on the table, and Hu Xiong was sitting opposite him, grinning broadly. Hu Xiong, your timing is impeccable. Hurry and help me think. Tomorrow, when I meet Lei Lai, what should I do? Hu Xiong chuckled. What is the big deal? Just go. If anything happens, I'll assist you. Lei Lai is merely the leader of the Wind and Thunder sect. He can intimidate others. But with a mere flick of my finger, I could reduce him to ashes. Minghe shook his head. That is your finger. What I desire is to possess a finger of my own with such prowess. Hu Xiong widened his eyes in disbelief. Is that truly how you feel? Minghe nodded vigorously. Of course, relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and trusting in people can result in abandonment. The best course of action is to rely on oneself. At this point, Minghe chuckled. However, having a mountain to lean on is not entirely a disadvantage. I wish to survive, and you must assist me. Fox Elder chuckled coldly. It's nothing much. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you. If Lei Lai harbors no ill intentions, he will simply be fortunate. If he does, I shall dispatch him without hesitation. I will conceal myself upon your person, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Rest assured I will assist you. Minghe gazed at Fox Elder, perplexed. You are taller than I. How can you hide upon me? Fox Elder burst into hearty laughter. How could I possibly be taller than you? Do you now believe me? Why would I deceive you? Fox Elder settled himself at the table, hugging his knees as he regarded Minghe. Minghe, at a loss for words beyond a nod, eventually remarked, You cannot drink. Should you fall asleep, it would jeopardize our plans. Fox Elder nodded in agreement. Acquiescing to the concern at BY dawn the next day, Fox Elder had shrunk to the size of a mung bean and leaped into Ming's clothing pocket, unnoticed by all. After breakfast, Minghe donned his official attire and mounted his horse to meet Lei Lai. The Imperial Forest Army camp was situated 3 miles to the west of the royal city, in a place known as the Hunting Willow Camp. Lei Lai, apart from occasionally leading troops on patrol or training exercises, spent the majority of his time here. The Hunting Willow Camp was encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with only a single narrow path leading to various locations, serving as a vital thoroughfare and the essential route to the palace. Should any mishap befall the palace, Lei Lai's Imperial Forest Army could reach it in the shortest possible time and mount a vigorous counterattack. After breakfast, he commenced his routine official duties. As the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, the matters Lei Lai handled were not overly numerous. Engaging in combat had no direct relation to the Imperial Forest Army. His paramount duty was to ensure the safety of Emperor Hongguang. A horse galloped towards him and halted at the entrance. The rider displayed his waist token to the guarding soldiers and strode in with an air of authority. It was none other than a confidant of the 13th prince. "Commander, this is the prince's edict for you," he has words to convey. "Once you have perused it, be sure to destroy it immediately." Lei Lai accepted the wax seal handed to him by the confidant. Upon breaking it, a small paper bundle tumbled out, and just as it was about to touch the ground, Lei Lai grasped at the air, causing it to hover midair, rolling continuously. Neither ascending nor descending, he gently unfolded the paper, revealing merely 2 characters. Minghe. Most alarming was the fact that these 2 characters were marked with a large red cross, akin to 2 swords piercing through Minghe's name from opposing directions. Chapter 92. Indeed impressive, this Xia Minghe. He was no ordinary individual. He was the son of General Xia Tianlang of Jinyuan, favored by the silver-clad Marquis, recently achieving merit at Songzhu Pavilion, and had just been promoted to the rank of guerrilla general by Emperor Hongguang. To eliminate such a person would not be an easy task. Minghe was now a court official, and one could not kill him indiscriminately. As the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Lei Lai understood well that if this matter were mishandled, his own fate would be dire. The assassination of Minghe, he must be executed flawlessly, without a trace of error. Should the court uncover any discrepancies, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, yet failing the task would also leave him vulnerable to the 13th prince's wrath. Lei Lai had assisted the 13th prince in numerous endeavors, but this was the first time he felt such urgency. Fortunately, his vast experience in the martial world allowed him to calm himself momentarily and devise a brilliant plan. When is Xia Minghe expected to arrive? Lei Lai inquired softly, and someone nearby immediately responded, "There is still a half-stick of incense's worth of time until the appointed hour." Lei Lai nodded thoughtfully. Seated upon the chair, he emanated an exceptionally potent aura that sent shivers down one's spine, causing the temperature within the room to seemingly plummet. The Thunder Leopard stands as the pinnacle of BMWs, while the steeds of the Lai Lu camp, though also magnificent, pale in comparison. Witnessing such a formidable counterpart, these warhorses felt a sense of inferiority. General Xia Minghe seeks an audience with the commander. Minghe remains mounted outside the door. That moment, he heard a series of laughter emanating from the helmeted figure of Hu Xiong. "What is so amusing? What is there to laugh about?" Minghe inquired quietly as he approached. "I find it amusing, so I laugh. Why must there be a reason? If you disapprove of my laughter, I shall simply sleep instead. If you have any queries, merely tap on my armor, and I shall understand." Shortly after uttering these words, Minghe heard Hu Xiong's snores, while the soldiers leading the way remained oblivious. Hu Xiong communicated through a secretive method, condensing his voice into a beam directly into Minghe's ear, a technique characterized by its high level of confidentiality. Minghe observed the barracks concealed beneath the trees, accompanied by soldiers practicing martial arts. These warriors donned scant clothing, revealing their sinewy muscles, and despite the frigid weather, steam billowed from their heads on another side. Some practiced mounted archery. The warhorses galloped like shooting stars. The cavalry, clad in riding attire and carrying quivers, drew arrows swiftly while racing, launching a continuous barrage that struck the distant targets with precision. These cavalrymen wielded a 100-pound bow, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. The Imperial Guard, known for their elite status, indeed lived up to their reputation, Yet their archery skills fell short of his own. With merely a black hornbow, he could sever all their arrows. A cavalry without bows is akin to an eagle devoid of talons. No matter how fast they run or how high they fly, it is all in vain. As he ventured further, he suddenly felt the ground trembling beneath his feet. Amidst a cacophony of voices, to his astonishment, he found dozens of bare-chested soldiers hurling massive logs at one another. These logs, hewn from centuries-old hardwood, stripped of crowns and stumps, were embedded with thick, gleaming barbs. As they tossed them back and forth, the blades shimmered and the wind howled, creating a perilous spectacle where a moment's inattention could result in bloody carnage. Yet those soldiers remained unfazed, deftly grasping the handles of the massive logs, appearing perilously close to disaster, yet never encountering any mishaps that, in the midst of battle, such a force would be undeniably invincible. No matter how formidable the enemy, they could not withstand the onslaught of these log-wielding warriors, especially when supported by cavalry. The leading soldier abruptly halted. "General, please wait a moment. I shall inform the commander." Hu Xiong suddenly awoke, muttering softly, "This Lei Lai indeed possesses some skill. Could he cultivate such pure malevolence through mere physicality? No, this is not his doing. It is the essence of these individuals." Minghe, somewhat bewildered, could not grasp the implications of his words. He merely sensed a sudden drop in the ambient temperature, wondering if this was indeed the malevolence Hu Xiong had mentioned. The marshal instructed the general to enter. The soldier who had come to deliver the message stepped back outside, stood beside, saluted Minghe, and then gestured invitingly. Minghe entered with his head held high, and as he ventured further inside, the chill in the air intensified. Along the corridors, spaced not too far apart, stood warriors adorned with swords and blades. Each of these warriors emanated a subtle, albeit palpable, aura of coldness. This chill was, in essence, the aura of death, indicating that each of these individuals had taken lives. Suddenly, Minghe comprehended the words of Hu Xiong. The murderous intent he had sensed at the entrance was not solely from Lei Lai, but from all present, coalescing into an overwhelming force. The architecture of the building seemed to be deliberately designed to concentrate such energy. As he walked, Minghe discreetly observed his surroundings. It was evident that Lei Lai had invested considerable effort into this arrangement. Seated behind an intricately carved chair, Lei Lai noted Minghe's confident stride as he entered, unfazed by the aura of death that surrounded him. Internally, Lei Lai felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, he was the son of Xia Tianlang, possessing a certain fortitude. Yet, an inkling of unease crept in. Why did he sense the presence of two individuals when this young man stood alone? Lei Lai's keen intuition picked up on this anomaly, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Chapter 93. Tongue Battle. It was Minghe's first encounter with Lei Lai, who appeared to be in his 50s, with a fair complexion and dark beard, delicate brows and long eyes, presenting an appearance that was not unappealing. This legendary commander of the Imperial Forest Army sat regally upon a grand, ornately carved chair. His fingers were long and snow-white, the two emerald ring finger protectors he wore standing out vividly. These protectors, designed for archery, shield the fingers from being cut by bowstrings, and were typically worn by those of refined taste. Over time, they evolved beyond mere functional use to become ornamental accessories, often symbolizing one's social status. The two ring protectors, crafted from exquisite jade from Yunming's, were worth a fortune. Indeed, they alone could cover the expenses of 2 battalions. Minghe sighed inwardly, pondering the irony of a martial artist donning such precious stones upon his fingers, a testament to the tragic plight of warriors. While the jade protectors appeared aesthetically pleasing, they could become cumbersome in the heat of battle, often acting as a hindrance that in the hands of a master. The outcome of a confrontation could hinge on the slightest moment. The adage a gentleman is like jade holds true, yet the presence of Lei Lai, adorned with jade ring protectors, evoked a sense of incongruity for Minghe, an indescribable oddity. Despite this, Lei Lai exuded an oppressive aura, one that was chilling, as if emanating from the very earth itself, a scent of death. This aura could only be cultivated through years of taking lives, the accumulated sorrow of the slain coalescing in one person, creating such an atmosphere. This essence was acquired through relentless bloodshed, Should one see such actions, the aura would gradually dissipate over time, rendering them indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. Unbeknownst to Minghe, Lei Lai had maintained a record of at least one kill every 3 days. A feat that, to date, remained unbroken. Lei Lai, in turn, scrutinized Minghe. Few could confront their own essence with such composure. The youth who strode in with great confidence appeared no different from his contemporaries. Nor did he resemble the scion of a wealthy family. In the presence of Minghe, Lei Lai discerned no ostentatious finery, nor any haughty demeanor. He simply beheld a young man entering with a calm and unhurried air, as though meandering through his own garden. Yet, he was acutely aware that Xia Minghe was anything but ordinary. How could someone deemed worthy of the 13th Prince's 2 secret decrees commanding his execution be a mere mediocrity? Furthermore, he had previously slain 2 formidable disciples of the Shadowless Sword before the public eye. Though Lei Lai had not witnessed it firsthand, he had heard his subordinates speak of it. All acts of execution had been completed in a remarkably brief span of time. Such feats were unimaginable without the prowess of a top-tier master. Lei Lai mused that while he would undoubtedly not falter against the disciples of the Shadowless Sword, whether he could triumph as elegantly as Minghe remained an uncertainty in his mind. What a mystery this young man concealed within! Gradually, Lei Lai tempered his murderous intent and allowed a smile to grace his face. General Xia, there is no need for formalities. You are truly a paragon of youth and achievement. Speaking of which, I share a cordial rapport with your father. We are not strangers. He gestured for Minghe to take a seat and signaled for tea to be prepared for him. Minghe remained seated, poised and still, awaiting Lei Lai's inquiries. Unsure of how to navigate Lei Lai's formidable presence, he opted for the most prudent course of action. Defense is offense. The more one speaks, the more one risks misstep. Thus, he resolved to remain silent, refraining from speaking first and minimizing his words to avoid error. Lei Lai lifted his teacup and sipped delicately, seizing the moment to scrutinize Minghe once more. His physique could hardly be described as robust, yet it was not frail. He bore no resemblance to a martial artist. From whence had that formidable counterforce originated? There seemed to be a deficiency in internal power and martial arts principles. Was that the case? Suddenly, Minghe rose, proclaiming loudly, I cannot concur with your words. General, without the support of internal power and principles, how could martial prowess attain such ferocity? If one were to rely solely on brute strength, one would surely exhaust themselves before the enemy has a chance to strike. He continued, My father, serving at the frontier, relies upon the dragon battle fist. Lei Lai responded with a smile, I merely spoke in jest. Do not take it to heart. Minghe retorted, You are the commander of the Imperial Guard, representing the court. How could you speak so casually? Your esteemed position carries great weight, safeguarding the Emperor's safety. If you were to speak so lightly, how could you command the respect of your subordinates? Lei Lai continued to smile, but the aura of murderous intent around him thickened. This Xia Minghe truly vexed him. No wonder the 13th Prince sought his demise. His earlier hesitations dissipated, and he resolved that even if the 13th Prince did not act, he would see to Minghe's and himself. The temperature in the room plummeted once more, descending rapidly. Even those present on either side sensed the shift IT was over. Xia Minghe was destined for misfortune. The purpose of summoning you here is to verify a matter. I have heard you are a martial arts master, and I wish to witness it with my own eyes. Minghe scoffed inwardly, recognizing the ulterior motive behind the inquiry. You wish to assess my martial capabilities, so you can assuredly eliminate me. Ha! I am not so foolish. General, my official title was conferred by His Majesty himself. It requires no validation. Moreover, my father maintains strict household rules, forbidding me from displaying my martial skills before outsiders. I hope you will understand my predicament. Perhaps this is a military protocol necessitating first-hand verification of one's martial prowess. If that is the case, Minghe would not dare to disobey. Yet even in such circumstances, it is imperative to seek the Emperor's gracious permission. Minghe's assertion is both logical and well-founded, rendering it difficult for Lei Lai to refute. He senses that he has encountered a formidable opponent this time. Despite his youth, Xia Minghe exhibits an unusual level of eloquence, which starkly contrasts with Xia Tie's demeanor. You wish to leverage the Emperor against me. I must ponder this carefully. Lei Lai chuckled awkwardly. Very well, very well. The Emperor shall undoubtedly recognize true talent. Let us forego discussions of martial arts and instead consider horsemanship. Regarding Lei Lai's request, Minghe found himself unable to decline. He understood that, as a military officer, it was entirely customary to be assessed by one's superior. His earlier refusal stemmed from a desire to keep Lei Lai unaware of his true capabilities. However, there are limits to such refusals. Persistently declining would only invite disdain from Lei Lai. Occasionally revealing a modicum of skill would not be detrimental. As you command, my lord. Upon hearing Minghe's acquiescence, Lei Lai felt a surge of delight. As long as you comply, I shall find a way to claim your life. In the barracks, a recent acquisition of several fine steeds from the western regions showcased remarkable stamina. Would you be interested in seeing them? These horses are splendid in every regard, albeit somewhat tempestuous in temperament, that we must maintain a safe distance while observing, lest we incur any harm. In the Lulu camp, there exists an expansive area, adorned with genuine mountains and flowing waters, housing varied terrains. There are both meandering streams and steep cliffs. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Lei Lai encompassed the majority of the space before them. This is where I train the horses. All of them receive their conditioning here. He gestured towards the nearby stables, where the newly acquired steeds were housed. The stables he indicated were markedly different from those Minghe had previously encountered. They towered considerably higher, clearly designed to prevent the celestial horses from escaping. The walls were fortified with elongated spikes, sharp as javelins. These western steeds surpassed the native war horses of the Daqian Dynasty in stature, their coats gleaming with a lustrous sheen. They exuded an air of dominance, and upon sensing any approach, would leap and bite with ferocity. Born into a military family, Minghe had been influenced by his father's legacy and held a deep admiration for war horses. After a mere glance, he discerned that Lei Lai had not exaggerated. These western steeds truly possessed remarkable qualities, their neighs echoing like the roars of dragons, an exceedingly rare trait. It is often said that the Imperial Guard boasts exceptional combat prowess, attributable not only to the abundance of skilled warriors and their rigorous training, but also to the indispensable factors of weaponry and steeds. Should I ever lead an army in the future, I must devise a means to arm my soldiers comprehensively, ensuring they are thoroughly trained to secure an invincible position. Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from the horse trainers, followed by a flash of crimson. With keen perception, Minghe spotted a fiery red steed, soaring over the high walls, its belly grazing the sharp spikes before landing outside the stables. Several soldiers, armed with lassos, rushed forward to intercept the spirited horse. But to their astonishment, the fiery stallion exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully evading the lassos. With a few powerful kicks, it sent the nearest soldier sprawling. Observing the red horse's nimble movements and strategic retreats, akin to a martial arts master, Minghe could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lei Lai's face turned pale as he scolded, "Useless creatures, unable to even restrain a single horse." A soldier, resembling a leader, sprinted swiftly and with a few leaps reached the side of the red horse, leaping to pounce on its neck, that if he could merely grasp the horse's neck and exert his strength, he would be able to bring it down. However, the red horse sensed the impending danger, surged forward with great force, akin to a streak of fire, causing the soldier's hands to miss the neck and instead grasp the tail. The red horse raced ahead, its tail taut behind it, while the soldier, unwilling to let go, found himself lifted off the ground, rolling uncontrollably. Witnessing this spectacle, many soldiers shouted in alarm. The red horse galloped faster, while the soldier, now weakened, struggled to maintain his grip, his legs hitting the ground but still refusing to release his hold, being dragged along and tumbling over. Several other soldiers mounted their horses in haste, but their speed fell short of the red horse, preventing them from catching up. Lei Lai snorted in disdain. "A pack of worthless fools. You fear hardship during training, and now you realize the shame of your incompetence." With a swift motion, he distanced himself several yards from the Ming River, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself in front of the red horse, hands on hips, obstructing its path. The red horse, startled by the sudden presence, leaped, intending to vault over Lei Lai's head. Yet with a single hand raised, Lei Lai caught the horse beneath its belly. Minghe gasped in surprise. The forward momentum of the red horse was abruptly halted, and as it struggled, its hooves flailed in vain, unable to exert any force while suspended above the ground. The small leader finally dared to relinquish his grip, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a prolonged moment, he managed to rise and knelt before Lei Lai in gratitude. Lei Lai nodded lightly, nonchalantly casting the red horse aside. The horse was hurled over a yard away, crashing into the sandy ground and creating a small crater, yet it miraculously sustained no injuries, remaining stunned and motionless. Minghe, witnessing the display, felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, Lei Lai's martial prowess was formidable. To single-handedly restrain a horse was a feat he himself might not accomplish, though he could potentially catch up to a galloping horse and topple it. However, to toss the horse aside without causing injury demonstrated an astonishing level of control and mastery over strength. Lei Lai chuckled. I apologize for the incompetence of my subordinates. Had they all been as capable as you, I would be far more at ease. Suddenly, he heard Hu Xiong's cold laughter. Do not heed this old fool's ramblings. He would relish the opportunity to eliminate you. His actions are merely a ruse to lower your guard, making it easier for him to strike. Heed his words, and you should be gravely mistaken. Lei Lai then noticed something peculiar about Xia Minghe beside him. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that this lad was a composite anomaly. 42 pulses seemed to throb within him that a human should possess only one pulse, that is, the rhythm of their heartbeat. Yet within Minghe, Lei Lai perceived two distinct rhythms. One was remarkably clear, undoubtedly emanating from Minghe, while the other was intermittent, almost imperceptible. Why was this the case? Xia Minghe concealed far too many secrets within him, but it mattered not, for all of this would soon come to a halt. Lei Lai feigned indifference, striving to sense the pulsation of Minghe once more, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. The fleeting moment of that pulsation was so brief that it left Lei Lai questioning whether he had merely experienced an auditory hallucination. Why was this the case? Such scenarios typically arose only in moments of tension. After all, Xia Minghe was merely a minor guerrilla general. There was no reason for him to be intimidated. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the guilty conscience of a thief. Chapter 95. The 8 divine arrows of chasing clouds. A soldier approached, reporting to Lei Lai, My lord, the archery competition has been prepared and awaits your supervision. Lei Lai nodded and suggested to Minghe, Shall we go observe? Such equestrian archery contests occurred every few days, serving as both a spectacle and a test of skill, where the losing archers were obliged to surrender their monthly wages to the victors. The outcome was of little consequence. The primary aim was to enhance archery skills, for through diligent practice in peace, one might reduce bloodshed in war. Minghe nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Lei Lai's words. The arena for the archery competition was remarkably expansive, capable of accommodating 10 horses side by side, with a considerable depth of 5 shooting distances. This extensive range ensured that, should an arrow stray, it would not harm anyone. Minghe observed a dozen individuals clad in archery gear, quivers slung over their shoulders. One hand grasped a bow while the other held the reins of their mounts, which varied in color and bore small flags of different hues for identification. Upon noticing the arrival of their commander, the archers all bowed in respect, to which Lei Lai waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Allow me to introduce you, he said. This is Xia Minghe, the second son of General Xia Tie, recently bestowed with the title of Guerrilla General by the Emperor. You will have many opportunities to work together henceforth. The archers introduced themselves in turn, and Minghe was taken aback to find among them the renowned Chasing Clouds 8 divine arrows, while the others might not share their level of fame. They were nonetheless notable figures within the great Daqian Dynasty, individuals whose names Minghe had long heard, yet never expected to encounter in person. But Minghe's sentiments were sincere. He had indeed heard of the Chasing Clouds 8 divine arrows. Years prior, remnants of the Yuanjia temple had besieged the capital, Yunqing. With a force of several hundred, caught off guard and lacking manpower, the defenders of Yunqing found themselves in a precarious position. Within half a day, the remaining forces of Yuanjia temple had advanced several dozen miles, encroaching to within 10 miles of the inner city. Anxiety gripped the populace, as Emperor Hongguang was sequestered in his chambers, engrossed in the cultivation of an esoteric technique. Utterly oblivious to the chaos outside, that critical moment, a young archer stood atop the city walls, boldly declaring, "If you advance any further, I shall shoot you dead." A monk clad in yellow from the temple laughed heartily. "At this juncture, you still dare to boast." He swung his crescent blade and strode forward. Just as he lifted his foot, the archer loosed an arrow that pierced the monk's skull. The yellow-clad monk had honed his martial prowess for years. His body as strong as iron, yet he wore only a thin yellow robe, a testament to his invincibility in battle. However, that arrow penetrated his eye, shattering through his entire skull. Even the most divine beings cannot train their eyes to be impervious to blades and arrows. The rebels from Gijua Temple clamored loudly, and one shouted, "He is but a single person. Let us charge together." With a group of over a dozen, they surged forward. Suddenly, someone bellowed, "Who says there is only one?" 7 more emerged, aligning themselves with the previous archers, making a total of 8, each wielding a powerful bow and carrying 2 quivers of arrows. The 8 unleashed a flurry of arrows, piercing the eyes of their foes, causing several to collapse lifelessly in an instant. The morale of the great Daqian Dynasty's forces stabilized, and they swiftly regrouped for a counterattack. For an entire half-day, the 8 archers relentlessly shot arrows, exhausting over 20 bows and depleting more than 100 quivers. The morale of the Yuanjua Temple rebels plummeted, utterly astonished by the archery prowess of these 8. By noon, the silver-clad Marquis arrived with reinforcements, coordinating efforts to eradicate the rebels from Yuanjua Temple completely. It was only then that everyone noticed the 8 archers' fingers were all torn and bloodied from the continuous drawing of bows, some even revealing stark white bones. Remarkably, after all these years, these 8 individuals still appeared remarkably youthful, undoubtedly possessing profound cultivation techniques that preserve their appearances. What methods had Lei Lai employed to find these 8 and win their unwavering loyalty? Among them, one with a disdainful expression turned out to be young Master Minghe, who remarked arrogantly, "If you have any misunderstandings, speak up. We shall surely enlighten you." Minghe, with his remarkable memory, recognized that the speaker, named Luo Chun, was one of the 8 divine archers of the chasing clouds, ranked 3rd. He looked fairly handsome, yet his words dripped with arrogance, causing Minghe's initial fondness to dissipate significantly. Naturally, one's capabilities can breed pride, but it may also evoke disdain in others. The eldest, Luo Feng, immediately chimed in, "The general is correct. We brothers mean just that, though our words may be clumsy and inelegant." He continued, "Our 3rd brother speaks without thought. Please do not hold against him, General." Each of the 8 brothers was quite handsome, yet Luo Feng, the eldest, was the most robust. Despite his stature, he spoke with the politeness of a scholar, making his words very pleasant to hear. Noticing Minghe's silence, Luo Feng added, "The guerrilla general understands great principles and does not stoop to your level. Should he not promptly apologize to General Xia?" He shot a glare at Luo Chun as he spoke. Luo Chun glanced at his elder brother and then at Lei Lai. His brother's eyes were filled with murderous intent, while Lei Lai wore a smiling countenance, albeit one concealing immense pressure. In Chapter 96, aiming at the snow eagle, under the dual pressure, Luo Chun had no choice but to relent. "Young Master Minghe, I apologize. I should not have spoken so earlier. I hope we can find an opportunity to spar with our bows together." He lifted his bow, drew it fully, and shot in the void, producing a resonant hum. Crack! A small bird fell at Minghe's feet, blood trickling from its slender beak. The bird had fortuitously flown over the hunting camp, only to be struck by the shockwave from Luo Chun's bowstring, causing its internal organs to rupture, leading to its demise mid-fall. To achieve such a feat with just a bowstring was indeed astonishing and worthy of the title of the 8 divine archers of chasing clouds. Minghe nodded subtly in approval, raising his thumb in response to Luo Chun's provocative gaze. Luo Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to intimidate Minghe, but instead, his impressive display earned him the opponent's praise, which exceeded his expectations. "He, General Guerrilla, if you wish to learn, we may engage in mutual sparring in the future," Luo Chun declared with an air of triumph. "Humph, my earlier apology does not imply that you surpass me." This unparalleled skill of mine is something you will never master. The Silver-Robe Marquis may assist you, as may Emperor Hongguang. They can aid you in securing an official position, yet they cannot bestow upon you true prowess. Minghe chuckled coldly. For him, injuring someone with his energy was a trivial matter, especially with such a feigned draw. The technique afforded him ample room for maneuver, and if it were a genuine bow and arrow, he might hold some reservations, but in this instance he felt no concern. While Minghe acknowledged that he could not match Lo Chen's prowess in the art of feigned shooting, he possessed a different skill. He could manipulate sword energy to tear apart anything within several paces. Minghe was convinced that Lo Chen would never possess such an ability. What kind of bow do you desire? What draw weight do you seek? Minghe said calmly, any bow would suffice. He casually pointed towards a distant archer, indicating, that bow will do. Lo Chen glanced over and nearly burst into laughter. The archer was wielding nothing more than a common mulberry horn bow, with a mere 30-pound draw weight. Such a bow could manage a feigned shot, but it was utterly incapable of downing a bird in flight. Lei Lai chuckled. General Xia, this approach seems rather unwise. The mulberry horn bow was exceedingly ordinary, primarily utilized by novice archers to build strength. It was hardly suitable for competition. You ought to select a different one. General, this bow will suffice for me. Should it prove inadequate, I am willing to accept military discipline. Minghe declared with unwavering determination. Lei Lai's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to normal. After a long wait, he had finally received this opportunity. This was a declaration from you. Xia Minghe. I, Lei Lai, exert no pressure upon you. This mulberry horn bow is far too commonplace. With even a slight excess of force, the bowstring would snap, making it impossible to produce a powerful bowstring vibration, let alone strike down a bird. He was a master of martial arts, aware that the technique of shooting down birds in midair relied on the continuous vibration of the bowstring, creating an unending resonance that would injure the birds. This demanded an exceptionally high standard from the bowstring. Among the 8 divine archers, only the second, Lo Chen, possessed such a capability. While all 8 knew the technique, only the bow in Lo Chen's hands was suited for such a feigned shot, as its bowstring was crafted from special materials. This material was none other than the tendons of the East Seas dragon. The dragon is the most spiritually attuned creature in existence, its entire being a treasure, with its tendons serving as premium bowstring material. The hardness of the dragon's tendon was sufficient, yet its elasticity was lacking, necessitating the incorporation of additional materials, refined through numerous processes to create a final product. The value of a single dragon tendon bowstring alone was in the hundreds of thousands of gold, and it was a rare gem, truly priceless. Every archer yearned for a dragon tendon bow, yet very few could ever obtain one. The 8 divine archers had devoted most of their lives to archery, exploring every conceivable means, but only Lo Chen had acquired a dragon tendon bow. General Xia, were your earlier words genuine? This is a military camp. One must not speak carelessly. I share a good relationship with General Jin Yuan, and should you change your mind, I can pretend you never spoke. Thank you, esteemed general, for your concern. However, the words spoken by Xia Minghe are not to be altered. If I lose, I shall accept my punishment. But should I triumph, the bow shall be mine. As Minghe spoke, he gestured towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen, known for his fiery temperament, declared loudly, very well, it is settled. General, do not hinder me. I shall sign the document first. If I am defeated, it will be due to my inferiority in skill, and I shall not deserve this bow. Ignoring the protests of his fellow brothers, he furiously signed the document and turned to Minghe, saying, "It is now your turn." Minghe likewise signed the document, while Lei Lai, as if possessing a treasured artifact, carefully dried the ink and reverently placed it within his sleeve before allowing the Songjiao bow to be handed to Minghe. Upon grasping the bow, Minghe felt as if he were holding a mere wick. When he attempted to draw the bowstring, it yielded effortlessly, lacking any strength. Even with arrows, such a bow would scarcely be capable of felling a bird in flight. Lei Lai, however, brimmed with confidence and glee, for should Minghe falter, he would swiftly eliminate him. All present yearned for a bird to pass overhead, yet the sky above the Luoying camp remained eerily silent, devoid of any feathered creatures, not even a sparrow in sight. Lei Lai's eyes grew weary, his neck ached, and still, No birds appeared. Just as he was about to summon the others, someone pointed towards the northwestern sky, exclaiming, "Look, a snow eagle!" A white speck emerged on the horizon, swiftly approaching. Soon, a piercing cry rang out. It was indeed a mature snow eagle. This majestic bird resides above the snow line of perpetually snow-capped mountains, moving with remarkable speed and possessing a formidable size. Capable of swooping down from great heights to capture prey, such as young calves. Chapter 97. The pinnacle of virtual archery after days of training. Minghe's ability to control sword energy had significantly improved. Though he could not yet reach a distance of over 100 zhong, his confidence stemmed from a recent hint given by brother who had been napping within Minghe's helmet. Only breaking his silence to caution Minghe against Lei Lai, without taking further action. Suddenly, he conveyed to Minghe, "You may do as you wish. I shall assist you." Lei Lai, with a smile concealing his malice, sought to take advantage of this moment to eliminate him. It was also an opportunity for Minghe to rid himself of Lei Lai's accomplice. In the blink of an eye, the snow eagle transformed from a mere speck into a fist-sized form as Minghe slowly raised the Songjiao bow. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now embarrass myself." With a slight exertion, he drew the bow into a half circle, deliberately creating a creaking sound to ensure brother who could hear. Yet the reality was laid bare before him. If he could misjudge, so too could the legendary chasing cloud 8 divine arrows. But surely the others would not err. Such a skill was simply astonishing, and oh wonder the 13th prince sought to eliminate Xia Minghe. A person of such terrifying potential could only become an enduring nightmare if permitted to linger nearby. Minghe smiled. "General, the outcome is evident before you. I trust you will handle this matter with impartiality." He performed a courteous bow to Lei Lai, then stood aside with hands lowered. "General, I contest this. Surely there is treachery afoot." Luo Chun, once eloquent, now stammered in his speech, casting pleading glances at the other 7 brothers for support. "Indeed, General, there must be foul play here. Logically, the Songjiao bow should not possess such range." Even the eldest, Luo Feng, grew anxious, for if the 3rd brother were to bring shame upon himself, the disgrace would extend to them all. How would they maintain their standing in the martial world thereafter? Lei Lai let out a snort, asserting that a true man must be fair and resolute in his dealings, accepting defeat with grace. If one lacks the prowess of General Xia, they cannot blame others. Seeking my help is futile. It would be wiser to implore General Xia for forgiveness. Luo Chen's mouth was filled with bitterness. He finally recognized Minghe's formidable nature. However, his innate pride prevented him from lowering himself to plead with anyone. Minghe chuckled coldly, affirming the great leader's words. A true man should honor his word and accept the consequences of his wagers. Thus, I implore the leader to act with impartiality, for both our written agreements lie within your possession. Deep down, Lei Lai felt a pang of discomfort, akin to consuming a dozen bitter melons. He had intended to rid himself of Minghe in a grand manner. But instead, he found himself in a predicament where he not only failed to eliminate Minghe, but also allowed Luo Chen to lose the treasured Qiaolong Jinbao. He certainly did not wish for Luo Chen to part with such a prized possession. Yet, due to his status, he could not advocate on Luo Chen's behalf, merely exchanging glances with the other archers. Luo Chen's forehead throbbed with veins protruding. The Qiaolong Jinbao was his cherished possession. Losing it felt like having a part of his very soul stripped away. Without the bow, his hard-earned reputation as a master archer would be obliterated in an instant. Luo Feng chuckled softly, remarking on the legendary prowess of General Xia, only to be astonished by his remarkable archery skills. "Truly, we archers are far inferior. Brother, your Qiaolong Jinbao, under General Xia's guidance, will surely not go to waste. This may not be entirely unfortunate. After all, we have ample time ahead of us, do we not?" His words carried a blend of softness and firmness, seemingly fair, yet subtly favoring his younger brother Luo Chen. The loss of his precious bow brought shame to the 8 brothers of the chasing cloud 8 divine arrows. The remaining 6 brothers remained silent, but gradually encircled, gripping their bows tightly. Their bows, capable of long-range shots, also served as formidable weapons, forged from pure steel. Hefty and deadly in their wielding, The brothers shared a common sentiment. Should Minghe dare to lay a hand on the Qiaolong Jinbao, they would confront him with all their might. The atmosphere in the archery field grew tense. Minghe sensed layers of thick killing intent converging around him, but he chuckled, bemused that these so-called masters could not bear defeat and were contemplating a brawl. Suddenly, Hu Xiong, from beneath his helmet, yawned, appearing as though he had just awakened. Unfazed by their numbers, he declared, "Let them come. I fear them not. Humph, they cannot accept their losses." Minghe smiled subtly, communicating with Hu Xiong through his mind. "No need for concern. I can manage with just these few. If Lei Lai intervenes, then I shall require your assistance. The brothers of the chasing cloud, 8 divine arrows." Minghe's smile morphed into an expression of mockery. Igniting their emotions once more. In truth, I could easily forego the Qiaolong Jinbao. As long as my archery skills are sufficient, any bow will suffice. That a true archer must possess the ability to shoot down foes with the heart of a bowman, regardless of whether one holds a bow in hand. Minghe spoke calmly, his arms mimicking the stance of drawing a bow. Meanwhile, he silently channeled the blood shadow sword technique, unleashing an invisible sword energy. Buzz! Although Minghe merely struck a pose, the air was still stirred by his sword energy, producing a sound akin to the vibration of a bowstring .30 zhang away. The target also emitted a sound. And as a gust of wind swept by, the upper half of the target collapsed. The Imperial Guard stationed at the target altered their voices, reporting to the general, "The target has broken." Lei Lai's voice trembled slightly as he commanded, "Bring it forth." A soldier hurriedly brought over a target wrapped in 3 layers of cowhide, the edges of the hide neatly severed, clearly indicating it had been cut through with immense force. Chapter 98. The fierce battle at the Temple of the Six Harmonies. Even the sharpest of swords would struggle to achieve such a feat. The onlookers exchanged glances, rendered speechless, utterly astonished. They were all masters of archery, acutely aware of the difficulty in achieving such a result. Each archer harbors dreams of this caliber, yet many recognize it as mere fantasy. To strike down a bird mid-flight using the vibration of a bowstring is already hard to believe, bordering on legend. However, for Minghe to simply strike a bow-drawing pose and sever the 3 layers of cowhide wrapped around the target transcended archery. It resembled sorcery, while the vibration of a bowstring still implies the existence of a bow. Minghe had accomplished what Luo Chun could not achieve in decades, using merely his bare hand.